Put a brain into a low-temperature hibernation pod. Sigh. Riding his electric scooter, Li Feng let out a heavy breath. He had stayed up too late last night, completely absorbed in a web novel. He had forced himself to sleep only at 4 in the morning, and as a result overslept. His alarm might as well not have been set. He was definitely going to be late today. Damn it. My full attendance bonus, my 300 yuan. Li Feng thought bitterly. Sure enough, any job with a full attendance bonus meant being the most overworked of all the corporate workhorses. He did not even dare to take a single day off. Taking leave meant forfeiting that double portion of happiness. Thinking about his days one after another, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Why is my life so miserable? Back when they had recruited him, they had promised 2 days off every week. After he joined, they claimed the company was going through a difficult period and that everyone had to pull together, struggle side by side, and work overtime more for the sake of the company. And it had been overtime like that all the way until now. His thoughts in turmoil, he still could not resist taking out his phone from his pocket with his left hand to glance at the time. Already 8:20. There were only 10 minutes left before the 8:30 clock in. Unless he could take off from where he stood or clock in remotely on the spot, he had no chance of making it. Damn, I'm done for, completely done for. The more Li Feng thought about it, the more irritated he became. Damn it, I really am a good person, helping the company save another 300 yuan. They've got their costs locked down tight thanks to me. Losing money was one thing, but would he get chewed out when he arrived? They had just emphasized the issue of lateness and leaving early a couple of days ago. Would they use him as the perfect example today? He sighed again. Forget it, whatever. What's there to be afraid of? I'm already late anyway, I might as well be later. Spotting a street cart up ahead selling breakfast, Li Feng decisively pulled over. Boss, 1 fried dough stick and a cup of soy milk. How much? 5 yuan in total. He spent 5 yuan on a youtiao and a cup of soy milk. I'll eat first. Being 1 minute late, or an hour late, isn't much different anyway. He bit into the youtiao and chewed a few times. Then he spat. Ugh, why does this taste so awful? He had been about to argue with the vendor, but when he looked up he saw a woman selling breakfast with a child strapped to her back, looking pitiable and exhausted. Forget it. Just my bad luck, he muttered. Having lost the mood to keep eating, Li Feng still did not throw the food away. He hung it carefully on the scooter and headed off toward work again. There were plenty of people on the road, but at this hour the pedestrians and vehicles around him were not really the same kind as he was. Either they started at 9 or they did not have to go to work at all. Thinking about himself, he sighed inwardly again. He was after all a university graduate of the new era, someone who had witnessed the motherland grow prosperous and powerful. Yet he himself had not grown at all. He had not even managed to land a job with weekends off. Before graduation, Li Feng had once been full of hope for the future. Fine, it was a private third-tier college, but wasn't a private third-tier still a bachelor's degree? He had thought that once he stepped into society and worked hard, even if he did not reach the pinnacle of life, he could at least muddle along. As a university graduate, he was sure he would do better than his parents. Yet after graduation, he discovered the job market was not ideal. With his major, any position with a high salary was either downright shady or half legal at best. His major was business administration, pleasant enough to hear, but not very useful in reality. He had drifted lazily through university as well. Forget about reaching life's pinnacle. All he could do was honestly work like a laborer and hope to find a reliable company where he could slowly accumulate seniority. Yet from graduation until now he had already changed jobs 4 or 5 times and still had not found a dependable company. Either the company suddenly went bankrupt or the entire department was laid off. Sometimes he even wondered if he was jinxed, that wherever he worked was doomed to shut down. Now he was almost 30 and still amounted to nothing. The so-called 4 without person described Li Feng perfectly. No house, no car, no savings, and no girlfriend. But it could not all be blamed on laziness, he thought. He was not that lazy. He went to and from work on time every day and could be considered diligent and conscientious. There was a popular saying online, if you won't do it, plenty of others will. In an environment where the country attached such importance to education, university graduates were as common as cattle in a field. Maybe he should just go work on a construction site next month, at least the income would be better than now. As his thoughts wandered aimlessly, his eyes darted left and right, fixed on the road ahead. During the morning rush hour, there were truly countless electric scooters on the road, packed to the point of suffocation. Even on a smallest scooter, he had to keep his eyes on all sides. Click. With a sudden sharp brake, Li Feng came to a smooth stop at the intersection as the light turned red. He might be late, but as a youth of the new era, he prided himself on being well-rounded in morality, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor. Running a red light was out of the question. It was dangerous. The traffic signal droned mechanically, red light at the intersection. Pedestrians are prohibited from crossing. Crossing is prohibited. It seemed to have been installed only this year, and was rather smart. His small scooter stood firmly on the first line, and he felt a slight nervousness. Behind him was a dense crowd of commuters. Although the red light had just come on, Li Feng still stared eagerly at the countdown digits, watching them drop second by second. Anyone who often rode a scooter knew, especially when you were in the first row, that the moment the light turned green you had to shoot out immediately. If you stayed where you were, you would instantly be greeted by a chorus of horns from the crowd behind. If you were lucky, the big brothers and sisters behind might even kindly greet you with a few words. As he waited patiently, a flicker at the edge of Li Feng's vision caught his attention. 2 little girls with school bags had suddenly stepped out from behind on his right side. They were chatting and laughing as they walked. Elementary school kids daring to run a red light. They really had guts. He could not help calling out, "Hey, it's a red light, come back quickly." The 2 little girls with their small backpacks on had already taken more than a meter's worth of steps when they heard Li Feng's voice from behind. They snapped out of their daze in an instant. They lifted their heads to look around and realized the light was red. Stunned and a little confused, they began to move their feet, ready to retreat. In a car to the front left, the half-awake driver raised a hand to stifle 2 yawns, his eyelids drooping. His eyes stared blankly ahead, eager to get through the intersection as soon as possible. When he saw the 2 little girls suddenly appear, his eyes flew open and his right foot stomped hard on the brake. But the speed of the car did not drop as expected, instead it increased. He had stepped on the accelerator by mistake. Shit. Seeing the small car roaring toward them from the front, Li Feng panicked with no time to think. He dropped his scooter in a single motion and from less than 2 meters away dashed forward in an instant. Reaching the girls, he grabbed them by both arms. He yanked them backward just as the shrill screech of brakes ripped through the air, followed by a heavy thud. The 2 little girls were extremely fortunate. Pulled back by Li Feng, they felt the rush of the car brushing past. Li Feng, however, was less lucky. The speeding car slammed into him and sent him flying. My God, that young man! An old man exclaimed in awe. The commuters behind erupted in an uproar, craning their necks from their scooters to see. They watched as Li Feng was hurled into the middle of the road. A few bold passers-by moved forward, wanting to see exactly what had happened, but many more simply pulled out their phones to take photos and post them to their social feeds. The traffic cop at the roadside, seeing the accident, hurriedly called to his colleagues and began setting up warning signs. They cordoned off the scene while he signaled for the cars ahead to detour around. Because of the accident, the crossroads became especially noisy and congested. The 2 rescued little girls sat collapsed on the ground, staring blankly at Li Feng's distant figure where he had fallen. Clearly they had been petrified by what had just happened. Am I going to die, eh? In his final moments, the thought suddenly surfaced in Li Feng's mind. He could no longer feel his body. All sensation had faded away. At least the impact had been strong enough, he thought. Otherwise the pain would have been unbearable. The car's aim had been precise as well. It had not hit his head, or he would not even have had the chance to recall his life. I was too impulsive. I haven't even earned any real money yet. If I die, what will happen to my family? I regret it so much. If only he had been a little faster just now, he thought. I hate this. Blood covered Li Feng's forehead and body, slowly sliding over his eyelids and carrying away his last thread of consciousness. That young man really is fearless. I hope he'll be all right, people murmured at the roadside. He was thrown more than 10 meters. How could he still be alive? Such courage, this young man. I say he's a fool. He acted out of public spirit. He was truly brave and righteous. Enough talking, call an ambulance. With lingering regret, Li Feng's final trace of awareness vanished from this world. The 2 little girls, still shaken to the core, stared at Li Feng in the distance, realizing that it was this older brother who had saved them. Faced with such a scene, there was nothing 2 elementary school students could do, except cry. Bossity no. 2 high school class 13 of the first year. The first day of the new semester. Funga. Wake up, wake up. The homeroom teacher is walking toward us, and you still haven't gotten up. Li Feng smacked his lips, yawned, and murmured drowsily. Who's coming? Squinting in confusion, he cast a casual glance forward. Then his whole body shuddered, and his half-closed eyes snapped wide open. Wasn't I just hit and sent flying while saving someone? The impulsive leap into danger, the impact. He should be in a hospital fighting for his life right now. Damn it, what on earth am I doing here? Is this a hospital? With a stiff neck, he tilted his head and glanced to the side, and was instantly stupefied. What hospital? The homeroom teacher is here. You must be completely out of it from sleeping, Lu Ping said, scratching his neck. Lu Ping. Li Feng swallowed hard, his voice tinged with lingering terror. Gazing at Lu Ping by his side, then at the surroundings, at once unfamiliar, yet intimately known. Li Feng's unease surged beyond control. His heart raced, his voice still unsteady as bewilderment clawed its way to the surface. The person speaking to him was actually a younger version of Lu Ping. More precisely, Lu Ping from more than 10 years ago. Lu Ping had been Li Feng's desk partner in high school. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways. Li Feng later went on to 3 years of university in Shidu, while Lu Ping was admitted to a vocational college, but chose not to attend, heading instead to Jiangxia to work. In the first couple of years, they would still gather during the new year with a few close high school buddies, including Lu Ping. Later, those gatherings grew rarer and finally faded away altogether. Those online tales of class monitors organizing reunions so people could show off and put others down were for them at least nothing but fiction. Only with Lu Ping did he maintain occasional contact thanks to the online games they had played together throughout middle and high school. Sometimes they still chatted on Penguin. But even that had dwindled. He hadn't seen Lu Ping in person for several years. Both he and Lu Ping remained unmarried. One 28, the other 29, both on the cusp of 30. Yet standing before him now was clearly the youthful Lu Ping, his stylish bullet head haircut, so distinctive that Li Feng could never mistake it. Enough, I'm done wasting breath on you. Old Chun is here, Lu Ping said irritably. He had been trying to wake Funga for ages, only to find him still lost in a daze. What was worse, Li Feng's eyes were glued to his hairstyle. You looking down on me? This is the latest trend, you know. It cost me quite a bit, Lu Ping muttered inwardly. The homeroom teacher, Old Chun, had already strode around the classroom once. He walked up to Li Feng, fixed him with a brief stare, then returned to the podium. Li Feng hurriedly turned his head to look toward the front. Have I been reborn? Or am I just dreaming on my desk? A strange, indescribable feeling wrapped around him. Refusing to accept it blindly, Li Feng lifted his head and surveyed the room. One familiar yet unfamiliar face after another came into view until he finally confirmed. He had returned to his high school days. Yet it still felt unreal. Moments ago, he had been on the street saving someone struck and sent flying. And now suddenly he was back in the first year of high school. Li Feng rubbed his eyes hard and shook his head. Had he just taken a nap and had a strange dream? Could it be nothing more than a dream of wealth and glory, an illusion? Yet the memories just now were so vivid, the scene of saving that person was still etched in his mind. Right before his consciousness faded, his last thought had been, if only I'd been a little faster. Though he loved reading novels and often dreamt of one day getting a second chance at life for someone who had received a higher education and embraced materialist beliefs, this was simply inconceivable. Could this be heaven's reward for his act of bravery? As he recalled the car accident, that visceral immersive terror, a cold sweat pricked across his skin. Even now, a lingering dread clutched his chest. On television news, he had always admired those heroes who sacrificed themselves in acts of courage. Yet he had always believed that if it were him, he wouldn't have the courage to do the same. At most, he would stand aside as a bystander and call emergency services. He was just an ordinary person. He had no idea where he'd found the guts to rush forward that day. I really was insanely bold. On the podium, the homeroom teacher Chun Guodong had long since noticed Li Feng sleeping. Seeing that he had been woken, the teacher had held his tongue for the moment. But when Chun saw Li Feng's odd expression and heard him muttering non-stop, he finally lost patience. He barked, Li Feng sleeping in class on the very first day of school. He'd been called out. Still half absent-minded, Li Feng's body trembled involuntarily as he raised his head to meet old Zhang's bulging eyes. He hurriedly stood up, face plastered with a fawning smile, and spoke as though facing a superior at work. Teacher, I was wrong. In this new term, I will work hard, study diligently, strive to get into a good university, and absolutely will not let my parents or teachers down. Li Feng rambled on, leaving the homeroom teacher dumbfounded and sending the entire class into fits of laughter. Back then, the academic atmosphere in high school was far from as relaxed as university. Teachers held significant authority. If they said they would hit you, they might well do so. Students being scolded to tears or even beaten to tears was hardly uncommon. Li Feng's performance today was simply eye-opening. The gaze of everyone in class, including those of the girls in the front row, Chen Xiner and Wu Yue, couldn't help but swivel toward him. So many eyes on him, even frightened Lu Ping beside him. It was as if Li Feng had instantly become the center of the entire class. Seeing Fengge still talking on, and Lu Ping hurriedly tugged at the corner of his shirt, signaling him to stop. The homeroom teacher hadn't expected Li Feng to be so thick-skinned. He had merely intended to give a brief scolding as a warning to the whole class. But Li Feng kept reflecting on his mistakes and apologizing non-stop. The teacher wanted to curse him out, but couldn't even decide where to begin. Zhang Guodong glanced at the noisy classroom, swallowed his anger, and said to Li Feng, enough, sit down. He then slapped the table with the chalkboard eraser and shouted loudly, quiet, quiet. The laughter vanished in an instant, though a few students, especially on this first day, still weren't entirely cowed by the teacher. Anyone who served as a class officer in junior high, or who wants to help, come with me to collect the textbooks so we can distribute them, he said. Soon several students who had served as class officers in junior high voluntarily left their seats, walked up to the front, and followed old Zhang out to fetch the books. Before long, stacks of textbooks were carried back and piled across the desks in the first row. Then the teacher began assigning students to distribute them. Textbooks were passed one by one from the front row to the back. Li Feng received his freshly issued textbooks. They were still faintly warm to the touch. The air in the classroom filled with the rich fragrance of ink and paper. At last, Li Feng understood that all of this was real. He truly had returned to the morning of September 1st, 2002, the day school began. Back then his grades were quite good. He had attended two high school and junior high, and stayed on for high school as well. When he entered the first year of high school, they were divided into arts and science classes based on individual choices, and the classes were reorganized accordingly. The order of placement was determined by entrance exam scores. The top students of each cohort were grouped together first. Everyone else was then evenly distributed among the remaining classes. It was because he and Lu Ping had similar grades that they happened to be assigned to the same class. On the first day, choosing seats had been a mad scramble, so the two of them ended up sitting together again. A memory etched deeply in his mind. The recollections of his previous life overlapped with the present, hazy, yet vividly real as fragments of future events, and things resurfaced in his thoughts. Li Feng could no longer distinguish what was real from what was illusory. Had he truly been reborn, or was he merely a butterfly in Zhuangzhou's dream? Li Feng suddenly realized how unfortunate he was. It seemed that he had to take the college entrance examination again, and his grades in his previous life were not good at all. During the first year of high school, he attended classes properly, but in the second and third years, he just played for 2 years, relying on his previous foundation. Then, with only a month left before the college entrance examination, he frantically crammed, and in the end, by sheer luck, he managed to get into a private third-tier university. He even boasted to LV Ping for a few days, "Can I do it again?" After all, he had already experienced years of ups and downs in society, and the knowledge from books had long since slipped away. Now it felt like he had to start all over again. Li Feng closed his eyes, frowning, and tried hard to recall the knowledge he had learned before. Unfortunately, he did not experience the phenomenon of photographic memory. Sigh. Flipping through the brand new books, he saw a knowledge that was both strange and somewhat familiar. Li Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. But soon he felt relieved, as he had the memories of his past life. He could find a way to make his first bucket of gold and ride the wave of the internet. If even pigs can fly, haha, if all else fails, he could buy a house and become a house flipper. Hee. But now he was only in the first year of high school. Where would he get the money for his first bucket of gold? That's a big problem. Part-time job. No way. If he went back home now and told his family he wasn't going to study anymore, he wouldn't just get beaten, he would be half dead. Li Feng thought for a moment and made up his mind to study hard and see if he could recover that knowledge. If he could get into a good university, it would help him expand his network. Moreover, his parents worked tirelessly away from home just to support the family and to allow him to study in the city. If he was given another chance, he had to study hard for a few years and get into a good university. Li Feng's family was not wealthy, they were all from a rural household. However, Li Feng's parents were quite open-minded. Since the 1990s, they had given up the idea of farming at home. They realized that farming only allowed them to make ends meet, so they always sought ways to work outside, having been to coastal areas, and even to the capital. But none of the jobs lasted long. They were mostly treated as illegal residents and sent back home. In recent years, they had followed relatives to work in Xiong province, earning money from dawn till dusk, all to improve their family's condition. They could only come home during the new year. The couple worked hard all year long, hoping Li Feng would get into a good university and find a good job, so he wouldn't have to toil like they did. Thinking of this, Li Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness as he had let down his parents' expectations in his past life. With his parents not around to supervise him, he spent all his time in internet cafes and failed to get into a good university. He remembered when the college entrance examination results came out, he felt nothing because he knew his situation well. On the phone, his usually talkative parents had become a bit silent. When they usually asked about his results, Li Feng always gave vague answers. His parents cared, but they were powerless, having worked away from home for years. Now that everything was settled, listening to the results, he felt a bit regretful. He shouldn't have gone out to work, but should have stayed home. After a long silence, his father finally comforted Li Feng on the phone. Son, it's okay if you didn't do well, at least you have a university to attend, which is quite good. After the college entrance examination, when he saw his scores, Li Feng was quite satisfied as his performance was beyond his usual. Therefore, he applied to schools he could get into. And when the admission letter from the private third-year university arrived, he felt a bit excited. At least he had a school to attend. Moreover, it wasn't a bad undergraduate program. His family couldn't say they were very happy, but they couldn't say they were unhappy either. They initially thought Li Feng would at most get into a public vocational school, but he ended up in an undergraduate program. In the village that was considered quite good. Unfortunately, the tuition was too expensive, over 10,000 a year, as it was a private institution. This was a significant expense for the Li family. If he were to come back again, Li Feng couldn't bear it. He would study first and see if things didn't work out. Since heaven had allowed him to be reborn, he had some chances for redemption. Thinking of this, Li Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then he began to drift off thinking about all sorts of random things. The confused Li Feng finally got through the first day of school. With a pile of newly issued books in his backpack and a mix of emotions, he walked through the familiar campus. He ran towards the home outside the school gate, and he could almost hear LV Ping shouting behind him, "What are you in a hurry for? Wait for me." When he reached his home, looking at the familiar door, he suddenly felt a bit homesick, as if reality and dreams were overlapping. He took out the key from his pocket and opened the door. Immediately, his grandfather's aged voice came from the kitchen. "You're back. Hurry up and wash your hands, dinner is ready." Listening to his grandfather's voice, Li Feng felt like he found his rhythm, taking a few steps to his room. He skillfully put his backpack away, washed his hands, and then ate. After dinner, Li Feng immediately returned to his room, sat on the bed, and took out the new textbooks. After writing his name on the first page of each book, he couldn't help but bring the books to his nose and take a sniff. The smell of books, the fragrance of knowledge. After going out to work in his past life, he missed the high school days quite a bit. During school, his only worry was studying, but after entering society, worries were endless. In high school, he was also silly, ignoring all the advice from parents and teachers, just playing however he wanted. As a result, he missed the fairest opportunity of his life. "Bro Feng, Bro Feng." A familiar hoarse voice from downstairs called out, and he heard LV Ping shouting, "Bro Feng, hurry down." Li Feng took 2 steps, and then 3 to the balcony to look down where LV Ping was jumping and shouting. When he saw Li Feng's head pop out from the balcony, he raised his voice even more. "Bro Feng, hurry up, why are you so slow today? I'm fed up." LV Ping continued to shout and wave, watching his familiar actions. Li Feng suddenly remembered that since moving to the city for school in middle school, LV Ping had often come over to call him to go play at the nearby internet cafe. As for why minors could go online, everyone understood. Although Li Feng's family wasn't well off, his grandfather doted on him. He would also give Li Feng some pocket money, even though he couldn't stay at the internet cafe for long. In fact, most of the time he just watched others play, but it was still better than staying at home. LV Ping was always very enthusiastic about inviting Li Feng to join him. Firstly, they had a good relationship, and secondly, at that stage the black internet cafes were very chaotic, often involving fights and robberies. Having a companion could boost his courage. He remembered that last summer, apart from returning to the countryside, he spent almost all his time in the city playing in the internet cafe with LV Ping. Of course, his grandparents were definitely unaware. Just as Li Feng wanted to go to the internet cafe to understand things, he wondered if anything had changed regarding those memories after. So Li Feng returned to his room, took the key to the front door, opened the door, and walked downstairs. He also called out to his grandfather, "Grandpa, I'm going out to play with LV Ping for a while. I'll be back soon. I've got the key." Hearing this, his grandfather, who was sitting on a chair, turned his head and said sternly, "Don't stay out too late. Come back early. You have..." "Okay, I know." His mindset seemed to return to that carefree era. This was the flavor of youth. Li Feng jumped and walked swiftly, reaching the 3rd floor. When LV Ping saw Li Feng finally coming down, he looked like a wronged wife, casting a resentful glance. Before Li Feng could say anything, he grabbed him and ran outside. While running, he complained, "Bro Feng, don't you know to hurry up? If you keep dawdling, you'll miss the bus." Lu Ping tugged at Li Feng and hurried towards the internet cafe. Li Feng unconsciously quickened his pace, and soon it became Li Feng pulling Lu Ping along, but they had only been running for a few minutes. Lu Ping could no longer keep up. His speed decreased, and he suddenly stopped, hands on his knees, leaning forward and gasping. Seeing that Li Feng had no intention of stopping, he anxiously shouted, Brother Feng, wait for me. Why are you running? Li Feng turned his head upon hearing the voice stopped, and saw Lu Ping gasping behind him. He casually chuckled. You're so out of shape, it's just a few steps. Huh. Still he waited for him. Lu Ping was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. He looked at Li Feng, who barely seemed to have broken a sweat, and quickly took a few steps to catch up, grabbing him. A few steps? You've run so far already, aren't you tired at all? Stop pretending, Lu Ping said, breathless. It seemed he really wasn't that tired. Alright, at this moment Li Feng finally realized how far they had run. Normally he would be panting like Lu Ping, but today he felt quite energetic. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, feeling a surge of strength. It felt like he had become stronger. Oh, was it possible that being reborn had made his body stronger? But before he could think much more, Lu Ping pulled him along again, quickly passing through several familiar, yet unfamiliar streets. At the end of the road, the Century Internet Cafe was situated. They entered the Internet Cafe through the back doors, searching for adjacent computers. The old environment and equipment inside the cafe, the dim lighting, the smell of sweat and smoke surrounded them. If viewed with current standards, it wouldn't feel like much, just normal. But from a future perspective, it seemed incredibly dangerous. If an emergency situation occurred like a fire, there wouldn't even be an escape route, Li Feng thought, feeling a sense of unease. Though he thought this way, his body honestly took out a yuan, handed it to Lu Ping, and asked him to help recharge the card. Lu Ping took a look at it. It was just 1 yuan. He said to Li Feng, Are you only playing for an hour? Li Feng laughed. It's just 1 yuan. If you want to treat me, I don't mind hanging out more with you, he. Lu Ping pouted and didn't respond, turning to walk to the cafe's counter. He also took out a yuan and said to the staff, For computers 31 and 32, add 1 yuan each. The female staff did not show any disdain upon seeing the 2 yuan. In 2002, an hour in an internet cafe cost only 1 yuan. The staff skillfully collected the money and processed the temporary cards in a few motions. All set. Lu Ping hurried back to computer 31 and said to Li Feng, Brother Feng, let's play CS today, or I'll take you to the top. Hearing Lu Ping's words, memories of their high school CS battles surfaced in his mind. He couldn't help but chuckle. You take me. With your skills, I'd be the one carrying you. He looked at Lu Ping disdainfully and added, You play by yourself first, or I'll call you later when I come back. Lu Ping, surprised that Li Feng wasn't joining him, asked, What's up with you today? Have you changed? Not receiving a response from Li Feng, he didn't dwell on it, as time was limited. He quickly put on his headphones, expertly opened the game, logged in, and prepared for a killing spree. Li Feng picked up the mouse and opened the browser to the Xinlong news page, browsing through the various sections. He wanted to check the current news and see if it differed from his memories. Upon opening, there was a lengthy article in the sports section. Although it was last year's news, the headline was very eye-catching. China successfully bids for the 2008 Olympics. On July 13, 2001, IOC President Samaranch announced in Moscow that Beijing would host the 2008 Olympics. This was China's first time hosting the Olympics, marking a further elevation of China's status on the international stage. This hadn't changed. They successfully bid in 08 and hosted it well, strong enough for any Chinese person to know. He just hadn't paid attention to the specific date of the bid. It turned out to be July 13th. Li Feng continued scrolling down, seeing a football headline that he had to click on, as the national team had once been glorious. Korea-Japan World Cup, a shame in football history. The news from May 31, 2002 stated that in this World Cup the referees no longer favored the host team South Korea, but instead directly escorted them to the finals. In the group stage, Portugal was directly cheated by the referees, causing an uproar among fans. However, the performance of South Korea in the matches afterward was even more outrageous. In the round of 16, South Korea faced championship favorite Italy, maliciously fouling Italian players, yet the referee's judgment was that the Italian players were diving, resulting in a red card. In the quarterfinals, the Spanish team was also cheated by South Korea. Thus, South Korea finally made it to the semifinals, but ultimately fell to Germany. In fact, if South Korea wanted to cheat, Germany would likely not escape unscathed either. It wasn't that they didn't want to cheat, it was precisely because of the circumstances of this World Cup that the Italian Serie A took a stand, stating they would never use South Korean players again, and cleared all existing South Korean players from their teams. In the comments below the article, the temporary change of referees saved Germany. I watched the World Cup live for the first time. It was truly a shame in football history. The most critical thing is that they don't think they are shameless. In his past life, he often saw netizens mocking the biased referees and their tricks. He never expected such things would happen in the 2002 World Cup. How shameless. He recalled that Lu Xiang had seemingly broken the Asian record this year. Where was that news? Li Feng continued to scroll through the sports section. I found it. Lu Xiang breaks world youth record, Asian record. On July 2, 2002, at the IAAF Grand Prix in Lausanne, Switzerland, Lu Xiang won second place with a time of 13:12 seconds. He broke the world youth record in the 110-meter hurdles that had stood for 24 years, and also broke the Asian record. This was the first time in his career he ran under 13:20 seconds. But this was just the beginning. 2002 was not yet Lu Xiang's peak. Because in 2 years at the 2004 Athens Olympics, Lu Xiang won the gold medal and became a top national star athlete. He casually scrolled through the recent news, finding it largely aligned with his memories. Sigh. Li Feng felt frustrated. If he had known earlier, he would have remembered a few lottery numbers and studied some skill to directly explode with wealth. Now he had no money and couldn't do anything. Li Feng could only comfort himself in his heart. It's okay, being broke now doesn't mean I'll be broke forever. I believe that with my past experiences, knowing the general direction of development, I can easily find something that will make money. Isn't there a saying? As long as you stand at the wind's mouth, even a pig can fly. He continued to browse other news, finding nothing particularly memorable, and felt somewhat uninterested, not knowing what to do. Looking left and right, he saw various games on the computers next to him, such as Legends CS, and so on. Liu Ping was fumbling around with his poor CS skills and the low-quality game graphics. But it was so boring that he had to open CS, logging into a game he hadn't played in over a decade. Looking at the familiar yet strange interface, he waved his hand in front of Liu Ping and said, "Wait for me after you finish. I'm coming to take you to the top." Liu Ping hurriedly swatted Li Feng's hand away, saying, "Hey, I know. Don't block my view." The morning sun rose as usual. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm off." Li Feng slung his backpack over his shoulder and strode downstairs with firm steps, turning his head to call out loudly. Grandma stood in the doorway, her brow knitted with worry as she watched his retreating figure, and urged him anxiously to be careful on the road and watch for traffic. "I know." Li Feng waved without looking back to reassure them. He had left earlier than usual because he feared he might get lost and go to the wrong school or classroom, so he set out ahead of time. Following the route he remembered, he found the classroom without difficulty. At that moment the room was empty, not a soul. Li Feng walked straight to the seat by the window in the left of the third row and gently placed his backpack on the desk. He glanced up at the large clock on the teacher's podium. The time had not yet reached 7:10. He thought to himself, "I'm really early today." He remembered that he usually arrived around 7:50 except on occasions when he came early to copy homework. But today he was more than half an hour ahead of schedule, a true early bird. Li Feng sat quietly at his desk and idly flipped through the newly issued textbooks, Math, Chinese, English. The books felt at once unfamiliar and strangely familiar, which left him a little unsettled. Before long a girl walked into the classroom. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, her eyes were clear. Though she wore no makeup, her skin was fair and smooth. She was genuinely beautiful. Li Feng could not help but be drawn to her. Everyone admires beauty. The girl paid him no mind and went to the seat directly in front of his. She set down her bag, sat, and put her things into the desk. From the back row Li Feng caught a faint pleasant scent, likely shampoo, which smelled quite nice. He had only just been sneaking glances, and now the object of his attention sat before him. Inexperienced with girls, Li Feng felt a little nervous. To him girls could be formidable. At that moment a pen fell beneath the front desk, a pink gel pen. Li Feng instinctively reached down to pick it up, but he had to slide his chair back a bit, bend over to retrieve it, and then tap the girl's shoulder. "Hey classmate, your gel pen fell." He handed the pen to her. "Thanks," the girl said as she turned around. "Thank you, Li Feng. I haven't even said good morning to you yet." Her voice was clear and pleasant, like a note of music entering Li Feng's ear. The classmate who had received the pen stood to thank him and added a greeting. Li Feng froze for a moment, then feigned composure and replied, "You're welcome." "Good morning." The girl chuckled. "Li Feng, you came so early today. Were you afraid the homeroom teacher would scold you?" Li Feng wanted to retort that it was none of her business, but since she was a female classmate he let it pass. "I'm not afraid of anything," he said. "I just wanted to come early to preview the lessons." "By the way, how did you know my name?" the girl asked, a playful smile tugging at her lips and a hint of mischief in her eyes. She said, "You're the Li Feng the homeroom teacher called on the first day. Who in our class doesn't know you?" Her tone carried a teasing, so she dared tease him. Fine, he would introduce himself properly. "My name is Li Feng." Li as in the character with the mu and Z components, Feng as in maple leaf. Li Feng wore an open, earnest smile and offered his hand. After a brief pause, he continued, "Pleased to meet you." Shin Shiner froze for a moment. His manner was unlike most others. No wonder he hadn't flinched when the homeroom teacher singled him out yesterday. He was bold and unabashed, greeting people in such an unusual way, as if had watched too many dramas. She thought about propriety between boys and girls and refused to shake his hand. Instinctively she stepped back a little, keeping a respectful distance. She narrowed her eyes, slightly scrutinizing him to see what on earth he might be thinking. Such a way of greeting was rare in real life. Li Feng found her cautious expression amusing. "What, you won't even introduce yourself? Claiming to be classmates?" He gave a dismissive sound. "Fine then." He shook his head and began to withdraw his outstretched right hand. Chinchiner thought that since they were classmates, she should not make him. "Chinchiner, nice to meet you, Li Feng," she said brightly. Without further ado she extended her fair hand, gave his a brief shake, and quickly pulled it back. Straightforward and decisive. Looking at the pretty charming girl before him, Li Feng, single for decades in his previous life, couldn't help blurting out, "You're very pretty. I glanced at you a few times earlier. I hope you don't mind." Chen Ziner's mouth twitched involuntarily. Looking is one thing, telling me is another, she thought, and she pouted slightly. "My eyes are on you, not on me," she muttered to herself. She reacted with a small huff. "Fine, then I should thank you for the compliment." Words failed him, he let it drop. From Li Feng's years of workplace observation, she appeared sweet, yet clever and willful beneath the surface. He couldn't argue with that. "I was only joking earlier," he added. "It's nice to meet you. I'm going to put my things away now. You go on with your tasks." She sat down, took out her textbooks, and began to arrange them neatly. Who was she? Why did he have so little memory of her? Perhaps she had been earmarked for the rocket class, which is why she left little impression. At the high school there was a tradition. After the first day, all new freshmen took a preliminary exam to compete for places in the... Before classes were assigned, the school had already placed the top 30 students into rocket class 1. However, since exam results could fluctuate, the school held another test for the rest of the cohort at the start of term and selected 30 more for Rocket Class 2, an approach they deemed fairer. She was likely assigned to Rocket Class 2. He had not expected that her unusual performance in yesterday's lesson would prompt a classmate to take the initiative and speak to him. Had his charm grown? In his past life, no girls had ever approached him willingly, except for the Teaseler girl. He had spent high school and university playing games and never dated. Perhaps in this life, he should start earlier. Schoolgirls were usually so innocent, he reflected. While Li Feng was lost in thought, classmates began to trickle into the room. Perhaps because it was the start of term, many students arrived early. Before long, Lu Ping, Li Feng's deskmate and fellow comrade in arms, also reached the classroom. The moment Lu Ping saw Li Feng, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Feng bro, why didn't you wait for me this morning? Why did you come with? You made me think you overslept. I even waited a while at that fork in the road for you." Lu Ping's loud voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that shattered the tranquility of the class. Since the school had just started, apart from a few classmates from middle school, most of the students in the class were unfamiliar to him. As Lu Ping shouted for Li Feng at the door, a number of curious eyes turned towards the two of them. Who is he? He has a really loud voice and seems quite interesting. Zhang Liang, do you know him? A boy in the back row poked his deskmate. Zhang Liang was at a loss for words and helplessly replied, "If you don't know him, how can I? In a while everyone will get familiar." "That's true, we can make friends. I like straightforward people." Lu Ping felt the eyes of his classmates focused on him. Along with the whispers that came, he suddenly felt a wave of tension and unease, his scalp starting to tingle. Thus, without having time to think, he quickly slipped back to his seat. "What the heck? Why is everyone staring at me like this?" Lu Ping muttered to himself, his face showing a hint of embarrassment and confusion. He began to reflect on his earlier words and actions, trying to figure out what went wrong. Sitting beside him, Li Feng couldn't help but remind him, "Lu Ping, with such a loud voice, don't you realize it yourself? Don't think of this place as middle school. The others here haven't developed immunity to you like your old classmates did." Upon hearing this, Lu Ping suddenly realized that it might be his loud speaking that drew the attention of other classmates. He scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "So that's it. He'll be more careful next time." Li Feng suddenly remembered that he hadn't waited for Lu Ping that morning and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I left home in a hurry and was so focused on other things that I completely forgot to wait for you. It's all my fault, I truly apologize." Since they moved to the city during middle school, Lu Ping and he had always gone to school together, and that understanding continued until they graduated high school. However, due to his own reasons that morning, he didn't wait for Lu Ping, leading to this little incident. The two chatted for a bit. Suddenly the class bell rang. "All right, Feng, go, stop talking, old Shun is here." With that, Lu Ping immediately straightened up, and as the class bell rang, a faint sound of footsteps came from the door, and shortly after, the homeroom teacher Chun Guodong walked into the classroom with steady steps. He held a thick lesson plan in his hands, his expression serious. After reaching the podium, old Chun slightly raised his head and scanned the entire class with sharp eyes. Confirming that all students were present, he cleared his throat and said loudly, "Class begins." This command spread throughout the classroom like an order. The entire class stood up in unison like robots receiving a command. Though their movements weren't perfectly synchronized, they were roughly the same, just like in middle school. Everyone leaned slightly forward, bowed, and shouted in unison, "Good morning, teacher." Though their voices weren't perfectly aligned or loud, they brimmed with respect and enthusiasm for the teacher. Old Shun nodded in satisfaction, a slight smile appearing on his face. He waved his hand to signal everyone to sit down, and then started today's lesson. Today we will start learning the first part of high school mathematics, the concepts of sets and functions. Please turn to this chapter. Hearing the teacher's words, the students quickly opened their backpacks to take out their textbooks and swiftly flipped through the pages to find the section on sets and functions. Then the homeroom teacher began to explain. The classroom was filled with a strong atmosphere of learning, and everyone was attentively listening to the teacher's explanation. Li Feng, on the other hand, habitually yawned, seeming a bit sleepy. This bad habit from his previous life made him feel drowsy during class. What should he do about the upcoming assessment? Looking at the textbook on the desk, Li Feng was filled with frustration. The knowledge that was once familiar now felt strange and difficult to comprehend. Opening the math textbook and seeing those complex formulas and charts, his mind was in chaos, completely unsure of, having been reborn, why didn't the heavens equip him with a genius system? Or even a rich system would suffice. In other reincarnation stories, the protagonists always have all sorts of incredible cheat abilities, right? Where's my system? System, help me, system, save me. Li Feng shouted in his heart. There was no response. It was over. Was his future destined to be bleak? The bell. Alright, today's lesson will come to an end for now. Since this is your first class, I won't assign homework today. Class dismissed. Stand up. Thank you, teacher. After Teacher Chen slowly walked out of the classroom, Li Feng slumped onto the desk like a deflated balloon. The series of setbacks had left him feeling utterly lost about his future, unable to muster any spirit. Lu Ping turned to look at the soft figure of Li Feng slumped over the desk. Curiously, he asked, "Feng Go, what's wrong with you? I feel like you've been acting strange in class. You seem so lifeless. Did you stay up late again last night?" Seeing that Li Feng was unresponsive, Lu Ping couldn't help but feel worried. He reached out and gently shook Li Feng's shoulder, asking with concern, "Feng Go, are you alright?" At that moment, Li Feng, who had been lost in thought, finally snapped back to reality. He lifted his head, showing an awkward smile, and casually replied, "I'm fine, just a bit drowsy." However, his tone couldn't hide the deep sense of helplessness and irritation. The remaining classes were similarly tedious and difficult to grasp. After enduring the morning, he went home for lunch, took a short nap, and lay on the bed unwilling to get up. Seeing that Li Feng was still his grandfather came in and woke him up. What's the matter? Not feeling well. No, Grandpa, Li Feng replied, pouting. Then why are you acting lazy? Get up and go to school, or you'll be late. Li Feng, feeling helpless, hurriedly got up, went to the bathroom, splashed his face with cold water, and tried to perk himself up. Not going to school wasn't an option, he would be in big trouble. Looking at the young face in the mirror, he couldn't believe how fair he was when he was young, and couldn't help but pinch his cheeks. Life is tough, even a second chance isn't easy. He forced himself to gather his spirits, tidied up the bed in his room, and then said goodbye to his grandparents before heading to school. He ran to school under the blazing sun. Li Feng sprinted all the way to school feeling hot and weary, yet not overwhelmingly so. He attributed this surprising stamina to his rebirth and the resulting physical enhancement. Back in the classroom, he hurriedly slumped onto his desk to rest. The first period was everyone's favorite physical education. The newly appointed class monitor called out for everyone to head downstairs to the playground. During the second morning class, the homeroom teacher's lesson, class officers were selected. Li Feng did not participate at all. Still sprawled across his desk, he remained unresponsive until Lu Ping shook him awake. Brother Feng, PE class, let's go. Don't be late. Li Feng stared blankly ahead, shuffling along beside Lu Ping like an automaton, as though the class held no relevance to him whatsoever. Beep, beep, beep. A crisp, piercing whistle sliced through the stillness above the playground. Clad in a blue athletic uniform, the PE teacher blew his whistle repeatedly, while shouting loudly, "Gather around me, now." At the command, the entire class surged forward like a swarm of bees rushing chaotically toward the teacher. In their haste, order dissolved into pandemonium. Some students scrambled to secure front row positions, though others hesitated, uncertainly unsure where to stand. Still others retreated backward, unwilling to squeeze into the throng. After a brief commotion, the students coalesced into a rough formation, though entirely without discipline. At that moment, the PE teacher stepped into the center of the group and began arranging them into 4 orderly rows by height. He scrutinized each student's stature carefully, occasionally directing individuals forward or backward to ensure alignment and precision. Though flustered and uncertain, the students diligently complied with the teacher's instructions. Guided patiently, each ultimately found their designated place. Once the formation was complete, the PE teacher nodded in quiet satisfaction and strode to the front. Clearing his throat, he addressed the class with solemn authority. From today onward, you will assemble in this exact order for every PE class. Memorize your position well. Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Igua. You may call me Teacher Lu. Has anyone served as PE monitor in junior high? If so, please raise your hand. Teacher Lu, I was PE monitor in junior high. A clear, confident voice rang out. A girl named Li Xingyue, standing proudly in the third row. She wore a neat, practical short haircut. Her skin was a healthy bronze, her features strikingly beautiful. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, and her radiant smile exuded a warm, sunlit charm. How long did you serve as PE monitor? Teacher Lu asked, studying the poised young woman before him. 3 years, sir, throughout junior high. Li Xingyue replied with unwavering confidence and self-assurance. Nodding thoughtfully, Teacher Lu continued, aside from Li Xingyue, does anyone else wish to volunteer or run for the position of PE monitor? With that, he scanned the rest of the class. Lu Ping nudged Li Feng gently with his elbow, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Brother Feng, look at your incredible physique. Why not challenge Li Xingyue? You might just win the post. Then you could keep an eye on your humble junior brother. As he spoke, he winked and grimaced playfully at Li Feng. Li Feng sighed, inwardly exasperated. Why must this guy talk so much? Seeing Lu Ping persist, he reached out and firmly yanked his head closer. Caught completely off guard, Lu Ping recoiled in shock. Watching his friend's wide-eyed astonishment, Li Feng felt both irritated and amused. Leaning in close to Lu Ping's ear, he whispered with a sly, teasing grin, silence won't make you mute. Speak again, and I'll nominate you instead. The assembled students exchanged glances, but no one stepped forward to speak. A few appeared hesitant, silently weighing whether to volunteer. Teacher Lu, however, showed no impatience. He waited quietly, granting his students ample time to reflect and decide. Yet after a long pause, the silence remained unbroken. Teacher Lu finally declared, then Li Xingyue shall assume the role of PE monitor. Does anyone object? At his words, the previously silent crowd responded in unison, none. Teacher Lu nodded approvingly and added, very well. This arrangement stands for now. Should anyone later wish to run for the position, feel free to approach me at any time. Our PE monitor position is open to fair competition. Anyone with ability and confidence has a genuine opportunity. He then launched into a detailed lecture for PE class, wear athletic shoes exclusively. No leather shoes, plastic sandals, or flip-flops, as they pose injury risks. Hats, gloves, scarves, or shawls are prohibited during class. Likewise, avoid carrying rigid objects such as knives or fountain pens, lest they be lost or cause harm. Moreover, female students must not wear skirts. During free activity, safety is paramount. Your foremost duty is self-protection. He concluded with cautionary examples of injuries to reinforce his points. After roughly 10 minutes, he brought the lecture to a close. All right, that's enough. Now follow my commands. First, we'll warm up, 2 laps around the track. Attention, right face. When we begin running, each rear row will follow directly behind the preceding one. Maintain continuity one after another. We'll circle the track twice, then regroup here. Li Xingyue, you're dismissed from formation. As PE monitor lead the class, without hesitation Li Xingyue dashed to the front of the first row and turned to address her classmates. Follow me closely. And off she ran, prompting the rest to fall in behind her one by one. Time flew. Before they knew it, the second lap had begun. By now most students' steps had grown heavy and labored, their pace visibly slowed. What had once been a loosely coordinated, if imperfect, formation descended into disarray. Some had already fallen behind, or stopped altogether to catch their breath. A single lap measured 400 meters, 2 laps meant 800. Yet the newly appointed PE monitor Li Xingyue displayed exceptional prowess. Perhaps her 3 years of prior service had forged extraordinary physical conditioning and athletic aptitude. On the cinder track her form was lithe and swift as a swallow. Her stride light, yet powerful, her pace steady and unwavering, placing her far ahead of her peers. Brother foam. My legs feel like lead. I can't go on. Slow down. Wait for me, panted Lu Ping, gasping for air. Li Feng barely registered Lu Ping's plea. He felt only mild fatigue, not exhaustion. Instead, a boundless surge of vitality coursed through him, enabling even a sudden cheetah-like burst of acceleration. Could this be the miraculous effect of rebirth, transforming his body into something extraordinary? A wave of exhilaration rose within him. The finish line loomed roughly 300 meters ahead. Hey, I'll meet you at the finish. With those words, Li Feng exploded forward, legs driving like pistons, accelerating like an arrow loosed from its bow. Even Teacher Lu, stationed at the finish line, noticed a lone boy streaking past one classmate after another with breathtaking speed. He was gaining rapidly, even closing in on Wu Jiangping and Li Xingyue, who led the pack. This lad has real potential, still halfway through yet accelerating like a sprinter, mused Teacher Lu. Such talent wasted on non-athletic pursuits would be tragic. Li Xingyue, leading the race with less than 100 meters to go, was exhausted, but it was day one. She had to rise to the first place is mine. Let everyone witness my strength, she thought with quiet pride. Wu Jiangping, though still holding reserve energy, chose not to contest her lead and trailed respectfully behind. Just then a figure erupted from her left rear flank, swift as a leopard, and overtook her in an instant. The gap between them widened with each stride. Li Xingyue froze in disbelief. Who is that? How astonishingly fast. A strange pang of deflation pierced her confidence. Did he deliberately undermine me? Under the astonished gaze of Li Xingyue, Li Feng dashed across the finish line, then stopped, leaning on his legs and gasping for breath like a bellows. The nearly 400-meter sprint seemed to drain all his strength. The cold wind rushed into his mouth and nose, and for a moment, he felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body. Damn, I wish I hadn't sprinted so hard. Li Feng silently lamented. At that moment he heard Teacher Liu's voice. You sprinted too fiercely, don't just stand there, it'll make it worse. Quickly move forward a bit. As he spoke, Teacher Liu hurried to Li Feng's side, supporting his shoulder and guiding him forward, worried about his physical condition. Okay. Li Feng replied, panting heavily. After a while, others from the class began to arrive at the finish. Some were gasping for breath, while others simply collapsed on the ground. After months without physical education classes, they had become like flowers in a greenhouse. Oh, a lack of exercise was indeed detrimental. Teacher Liu pondered silently, then called out loudly. Everyone take a moment to move around and rest, don't just squat there. Then turning to Li Feng, he asked, what's your name, student? I see you have good potential. Have you considered pursuing the path of a sports specialty student? My name is Li Feng. Teacher, do I really have the talent to be a sports specialty student? I believe you do. You sprint quite impressively, you should give it a try. Li Feng knew that specialty students could be admitted with lower scores, but he wasn't very informed about the details. If you pass the specialty exam, the minimum admission score is 65 of the second-tier line, making it much easier to get into university. Though I didn't time you, I could see you sprinted quickly and have good endurance. If you train for the 400 meters or 800 meters, you should do quite well. Think it over carefully. Teacher Liu patted Li Feng's shoulder. Hearing this, Li Feng lowered his head in contemplation. All right, Teacher Liu, I'll discuss it with my family and get back to you with an answer. Sure, talk to your parents and feel free to find me anytime once you've made up your mind. Let's wrap up this class so everyone can move around freely, but be safe. Hearing free activity, everyone shouted in unison, okay, and then scattered. Teacher Liu called over the new sports committee member, Li Xingyue. Come here for a moment. I need to discuss preparations for the Brother Feng. What did Teacher Liu say to you just now? Did he ask you to be the sports committee member because you ran faster than Li Xingyue? Lu Ping asked excitedly, drawing the curiosity of nearby classmates who turned to look at Li Feng. Li Xingyue, who was talking to Teacher Liu, and Chen Xiner, who had interacted with him earlier, also turned to look at Li Feng. Upon hearing, Li Feng was momentarily speechless. You're just going to make me a target, thanks a lot. Can you stop spreading rumors, you loudmouth? I really want to seal your mouth. A helpless Li Feng quickly covered Lu Ping's mouth. Everyone saw it, I didn't. Keep it low-key. Lu Ping whispered mischievously. If you become the sports committee member, you can look out for me. I'm your little brother, who else would you? A girl like Li Xingyue isn't suitable as she's pretty, but it should be you. Teacher Liu wants me to consider becoming a sports specialty student. Li Feng replied helplessly, then faced the classmates, raising his voice to declare, everyone don't listen to Lu Ping's nonsense. Who else but Li Xingyue could be the sports committee member? Her election is a matter of public consensus. I support her first. Li Xingyue frowned at his words, thinking, do I need your support with my 3 years of experience as a competent candidate? If I can't be bothered with you. The others in the class were equally puzzled. Oh, Li Feng wants to become a specialty student. Teacher Lu, noticing the confusion, directly asked Li Xingyue to gather everyone to announce something. Once most had gathered, Teacher Lu smiled broadly and said loudly, "Classmates, I just spoke to Li Feng about considering him for the sports specialty program. Because he just ran, and although I didn't record the time, I felt he performed quite well. I was about to tell all of you during the next physical education class. I plan to have everyone take a uniform test to see if they have the potential or interest in becoming a sports specialty student. But since Lu Ping was curious, I took a few minutes to announce this to everyone. In the next class, we will organize a few small competitions within the class currently tentatively set for 100 meters for boys and girls and standing long jump. If anyone wants to run the 400 meters or 800 meters, you can come talk to me later. For those who become sports specialty students, as long as they pass the physical test, they can be admitted with a minimum score of 65 of the second tier line. Even if you don't want to attend a sports college, obtaining a national level 2 certificate is also beneficial, reducing the admission score by 20 points. If anyone has thoughts about this, feel free to ask your families or consider it after the next class competition. And again, if Li Feng or any other students wish to run for sports committee member, feel free to come find me. I will arrange for a fair vote or rotation for everyone to compete fairly. I'm not suited for it and have no intention, so it's better for Li Xingyue to take on the role. I support her." Li Feng immediately shook his head in response. "Li Feng, if you want to challenge me, I'm not afraid of you, and you don't need to give way." Li Xingyue pouted, looking fierce. This girl is quite adorable, Li Feng thought with a chuckle, but he put on a smile and replied, "I wouldn't dare to let you down, Li committee member. You're the most suitable candidate. Hey, you have good taste, I won't argue with you on that." Li Xingyue thought to herself, feeling secretly pleased, then suddenly added, "Oh, by the way, don't call me Li committee member, it sounds really awkward, just call me by my name." Chen Shiner watched the two banter without a care nearby, and thought Li Feng really has thick skin and can talk, while TSKT. Beside her, her friend Wu Yue, seeing Chen Shiner's strange expression, leaned in and quietly asked, "Shiner, did you know Li? Your expression is odd, haha." "I just met him this morning, he's quite interesting," Chen Shiner replied after thinking for a moment. Teacher Lu watched them banter and mused, "This is youth, how wonderful it is to be young. They are only in their first year of high school, early romance is not allowed, and it's essential to nip it in the bud," so he quickly intervened to stop their conversation. "Let's do this, I'll take a few minutes from everyone. Those willing to run 100 meters come run with Li Feng. I'll use a stopwatch to record your times. Li Xingyue, please organize it for a bit. I'll go get a stopwatch and whistle from the logistics office. Students who are running should do some warm-up exercises to avoid injury," and with that he turned and left. As soon as Teacher Lu left, the boys in the class began to jostle one another, eager to challenge Li Feng. Li Xingyue addressed everyone. "If you want to run, raise your hand. He'll assign you numbers. There are 6 lanes on the playground, and we only need 5. Lu Ping, are you going to run?" Li Feng turned to ask. Lu Ping shook his head repeatedly. "I'm not running, I can't be. Running last would be embarrassing, and I'd be exhausted. I'm not stupid." He quickly shook his head in refusal. "That's not acceptable, this is your fault. You must run and take responsibility." Li Feng wore a mischievous grin. Without waiting for Lu Ping's agreement, he lifted his hand and turned to Li Xingyue, saying, "Lu Ping must take one of these 5 spots. He has contributed to everyone after all." Everyone burst into laughter, loudly agreeing that he had to be included. Lu Ping was speechless, wondering what contribution he had made. Soon Li Xingyue had selected the other 4 participants and arranged them as follows: first lane, Li Feng; second lane, Lu Ping; third lane, Wang Daqiang; fourth lane, Wu Jianping; fifth lane, Li Jin; sixth lane, Zhang Mingxing. The 6 young men stood at the starting line, doing simple warm-up exercises. Having just run 2 laps, they had rested for over 10 minutes, yet their bodies still felt a bit fatigued. However, it didn't matter much, it was just a casual test. Before long, Teacher Lu returned with a stopwatch and a whistle. He handed the whistle to Li Xingyue and said, "You will shout go from here. Wait for my signal, then blow the whistle. Ill time to finish." Li Feng glanced at the few classmates next to him, only recalling Wu Jianping a bit. In his past life, he had been a long distance. Moreover, he specialized in the 200 meters and had won first place in the school sports meet before attending the provincial sports academy. The rest were not very memorable. "Hey you guys, get ready, I'm about to call out," Li Xingyue said seriously, taking a deep breath as she began to issue the starting command. The 6 of them immediately crouched down. Although their postures were not very accurate, they at least knew the basics. Li Xingyue shouted, and they shifted from a squat to a starting position, preparing for the sprint. Beep. The crisp whistle sounded, and in an instant the 6 of them reacted differently, charging forward. "Oh no, I'm slower than them." At the moment of starting, Li Feng cursed inwardly. Although he had never been an athlete in his past life, he often followed the start time typically needed to stabilize within 0.2 seconds. Some outstanding international competitors could even control their start times between 0.13 and 0.15. Anything above 0.16 and below 0.2 seconds was considered slow. I wonder what my current start reaction time is. It's probably above 0.4. Seeing that Li Feng was already lagging behind at the start, Li Xingyue thought to herself, did Teacher Lu misjudge him? His reaction was half a beat slower than the others. Among the 6, the fastest was Wu Jianping. Meanwhile, Lu Ping beside him was surprisingly just a bit faster. What was Lu Ping's background that he could outrun me? Li Feng felt anxious and quickly focused his mind, sprinting with all his might. Li Feng is charging ahead. Li Feng is so fast. Slow start, but such acceleration. Wow, he just overtook them. Li Feng was like a cheetah, surpassing everyone in an instant and taking the lead. Wu Jianping, glancing at Li Feng to his left front, was shocked by his speed and hurried to catch up. Go for it. Go for it. Li Feng go. Li Xingyue watched Li Feng sprinting and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, raising her hand to cheer. The classmates nearby were also inspired and began to shout encouragement, although they didn't specify whose name they were cheering for. Chen Xiner was astonished by Li Feng's speed, not expecting him to be so impressive. Her best friend Wu Yue thought that running fast was pointless. Can running fast get you into the elite class? Good grades were the only hard truth. Both of them had their own thoughts. The crowd on the track, hearing the cheers from the girls in the class, felt excited and wished they could dash straight to the finish. Li Feng filtered out the cheers, his mind focused solely on one thought. He wanted to see just how fast this body could run. Soon he was only 20 meters from the finish line, having already pulled ahead by more than 10 meters. The others, including Lu Ping, were stunned. Brother Feng was too impressive. How could he overtake so many while running so effortlessly? Of course, Li Feng was also struggling. Having sprinted with all his strength, he was already exhausted and could only rely on willpower to hold on. Teacher Lu was also astonished, looking at the stopwatch in disbelief. He hadn't expected Li Feng to be this fast. Had he taken some kind of enhancement? As he approached the finish line, whoosh! Li Feng dashed past it, and Teacher Lu quickly pressed the stopwatch, glancing at the time and becoming utterly stunned. 11:48 seconds. Was the stopwatch broken? Or was there something wrong with my eyesight? Without any training marks, wearing cloth shoes, he actually ran 11:48 seconds. He had already surpassed the standard for a second-level athlete, which is 11:50 seconds. A genius. A genius. The other competitors rushed past the finish line one after another. Li Xingyue, Chen Xiner, and the other classmates all approached Teacher Lu to see just how fast Li Feng had run. Teacher, how many seconds did Li Feng run? Li Xingyue was the first to ask. Li Feng's result is 11:48 seconds. Teacher Lu said, his face filled with shock as he revealed this time. Amazing. Li Feng is awesome. Except for Wu Jiangping, who was gasping for breath, everyone else was a bit dazed. They didn't know how good that time was, but Li Feng had easily outpaced everyone, so it must be a great achievement. Wu Jiangping, astonished, wondered how he had managed to run 11:48 seconds. I came in second. How fast did I run? Ignoring his exhausted body, he rushed to Teacher Lu to check his own results. Teacher, how fast did I run? Teacher Lu looked at the stopwatch, suddenly feeling a bit awkward. In his previous shock, he had forgotten to press the button for the others, so their times were essentially unrecorded. Students, I'm sorry. I was so focused on Li Feng's time that I forgot to record yours, Teacher Lu said apologetically. Take a break and run another round. Upon hearing this, Wang Daqiang, Wu Jiangping, Li Jin, and Zhang Mingsheng were instantly speechless, so we ran for nothing. Lu Ping, however, didn't mind, and said with a flattering tone to Li Feng, Brother Feng, I'm completely convinced by you. You truly are the big brother. Just so you know, I'm not running anymore. Today has worn me out. Hearing that he had run 11:48 seconds, Li Feng was also particularly shocked. Unlike the other classmates who occasionally followed sprinting, he understood that this time indicated that his current body had immense potential for athletic prowess. No wonder Teacher Lu was so shocked. He only recorded his time and forgot about the others. Just arrived home, Li Feng was pondering how to explain to his parents about his athletic pursuits. Ever since he ran a personal best of 11:48 seconds in the first physical education class that afternoon, he had already resolved to pursue the path of physical examinations. Since he possessed this talent, he felt he could not let his body down. Even if he ultimately did not achieve good results, at least at this stage, he could gain extra points for the college entrance examination through athlete classification. Moreover, after the mathematics and Chinese classes in the morning, Li Feng had realized that he seemed to have lost the initial enthusiasm for studying he had in his youth, and his learning efficiency was nowhere near what it used to be. Perhaps it was because he now carried the memories of his past life. Having seen more and understood more after entering society, he knew too much. Thus his mind was in disarray, making it impossible to fully concentrate on his studies, as he often found himself lost in thought. It was certainly unattainable to surpass his past exam scores through studying alone. So he might as well take another route and overtake from the curve. Currently, China's short-distance running has been in a weak position internationally, even within Asia, and he could not waste the talent he possessed. With both face and substance in place, what else is there to consider? This is for the glory of the nation. The more Li Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. Grandpa, Grandma, dinner is ready. His grandmother, wearing an apron, called out with a kind expression. Li Feng organized his excited thoughts, opened the door, and walked to the dining table. Grandpa, Grandma, I want to bring glory to the nation. He looked at the two elders with excitement and solemnly declared this. Hearing this, Grandpa and Grandma exchanged puzzled glances, revealing expressions of confusion. What? They had no idea what their grandson meant by bringing glory to the nation. Seeing the bewildered expressions on his grandparents' faces, Li Feng took a deep breath and spoke with even more conviction. Grandpa, Grandma, I want to train in athletics, participate in competitions, and bring glory to the nation. As he spoke, he clenched his fist tightly, his eyes sparkling with visions and expectations for the future. It was as if at that moment he could already see himself standing on the podium, draped in the national flag, receiving the cheers and applause of the audience. What is training in athletics, and what competitions are you participating in? Grandma asked in surprise, while Grandpa appeared to be pondering. The two elders, nearing 60, had faces lined with wrinkles from years of hard labor and the ravages of time. Having only been to the city at most, their experiences were limited, and they struggled to comprehend the meaning of Li Feng's words, only vaguely sensing it was a good thing, bringing glory to the nation. Grandson, are you talking about Uncle Zhao from the old Zhao family at the village entrance, the one whose health isn't great? You might have seen him. He used to train in athletics, throwing the discus, right? That won't do. Grandpa sighed when this topic came up. He used to be such a robust man, but now he's riddled with illnesses. Uncle Zhao is also a man of misfortune. His family was better off than ours, but despite training in discus throwing he accomplished nothing and ended up ruining his health. He is about the same age as your grandfather in the prime of his life, but now he can't do heavy work anymore. Just a couple of years ago, he managed to find a job as a security guard in a food factory through connections. You should focus on your studies instead of daydreaming. Athletics is not something you can excel in casually. I'm telling you, absolutely not allowed. What if you don't achieve anything and end up ruining your health? Your mother is away from home all year round working hard to earn money hoping that you can concentrate on your studies and get into a good university in the future. Bang! Grandpa grew increasingly angry, slamming his right hand down on the table. Old man, can you please speak nicely? Don't scare the child. Grandma quickly grabbed Li Feng's hand and said earnestly, Dear grandson, training in athletics is very tough, even harder than working in the fields. You should focus on your studies, that is the best way forward. Be obedient, okay? Grandma, it's not discus throwing, what I'm doing is completely different from Uncle Zhao. Please don't rush, let me explain. Seeing Grandpa getting angry, Li Feng hurriedly tried to reassure him. I'm training in short distance running, It's a race where several people compete in 100 meters to see who is the fastest. It's running. Today in physical education class the teacher organized a test, and I came in first place, significantly faster than the other students, so Mr. Liu encouraged me to pursue athletics. Moreover, our training is not like that in a sports school. We are training as special athletes, and we still participate in the college entrance examination for university admission. As long as we pass the physical exam, we can get in with lowered scores. Upon hearing Li Feng mention that it wasn't going to a sports school and that he would still attend university, Grandpa was slightly less angry, but still spoke sternly, just focus on your studies. Even if you aren't going to a sports school, you can't go. Training for short distance running will still take time away from your studies. No way. Li Feng, realizing he couldn't win the argument, quickly softened his stance. Grandpa, I understand. I won't train anymore. Let's eat first, let's eat. Hearing his grandson say this, Grandpa looked doubtful and couldn't help but ask again, really? Li Feng nodded eagerly, yes. I really won't train anymore. Seeing this, the elderly couple finally felt relieved and began to eat. Grandma picked up some chicken from the plate and handed it to Li Feng. Dear grandson, have some meat. Your grandpa isn't trying to be harsh, he just hopes you study well and get into a good university. In the future you won't have to toil like us to earn a living. Grandma, I know Grandpa is doing this for my own good. I will study hard, don't worry, Li Feng replied earnestly. After eating, he helped wash the dishes and just returned to his small room. Lu Ping was calling from downstairs, Feng ge. Seeing this, Li Feng thought of something, fished out the 5 yuan he had saved from under the mattress, tucked it into his pocket, and said goodbye to Grandpa before running downstairs to meet Lu Ping. What do you want? Did you just go online last night? Did your grandma secretly give you some pocket money again? Lu Ping chuckled, awkwardly showing his empty pockets. I have no money. I just went to the internet cafe to watch others play. It was boring at home anyway, there's no TV. Are you coming or not? I'm not going. You go ahead. Oh, I want to go to the convenience store to call my old man and the others. Is there an urgent matter at home? Why waste money on a phone call when you could just go online? The public phone at the convenience store is so expensive, a minute of calling could buy you an hour of internet time. Hearing Lu Ping's incessant talk about going online, Li Feng felt speechless. You are so short-sighted, always thinking about going online. I want to discuss my training in athletics with them. Oh, in that case I'll go with you, hee, Lu Ping said, scratching his head with a silly grin. Li Feng walked straight towards the corner convenience store. He arrived at the telephone and took out the paper left by his parents before they departed, which had a landline number written on it. The owner saw the two approaching the phone and asked, Are you two making a call? 1 minute costs $1. He'll make the call. Li Feng looked at the number on the paper, picked up the old-fashioned landline nearby, and began dialing. After a few beeps, a middle-aged man's voice came through. Who are you looking for? Hello, could you help me find Li Guohui? I'm his son. Li Guohui, I know him, but he isn't here right now. He'll get someone to call him for you, just wait a moment. Uncle, I'm sorry to trouble you, but please have him return my call. He'll be waiting here. Alright, I'll have him call you back. After a few beeps, the call ended. Li Feng reluctantly pulled $1 out of his pocket and handed it to the owner. Phone calls have become really expensive over the years. Brother Feng, how are you going to explain this to your dad? Will he agree? Let me tell you, when I was having lunch just now, I also mentioned to my mother about practicing sports. But my mother told me not to dream and to focus on my studies. Lu Ping said with a look of grievance. Your grandparents are better, unlike my mother, who only knows how to criticize me. If I hadn't hurriedly said I wouldn't practice anymore, she might have even hit me. Li Feng thought to himself, I'm just like you. For children from poor families, the cost of making mistakes is too high. Parents always hope their children choose a relatively stable path, which is quite normal. After waiting for a while, the convenience store's phone rang, ringing loudly. Li Feng nervously brought it to his ear. Old man. Son, why are you calling? Is there something going on at home? Nothing at home. I called to tell you that I want to practice sports. Today in gym class. In short, the teacher thinks I have potential and wants me to practice sports. Li Feng quickly explained everything in one breath. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, as if his father was processing the information. After a few more seconds, Li Guohui loudly said, No way, you are not allowed to practice. The eldest son of Zhao from the village practiced sports, and look where he ended up. Not only did he not make it, but his health also declined. I'm telling you, you are not allowed to go. Focus on your studies. Don't think about anything else. If your grades drop when I return for the new year, I swear, I will beat you up. Li Feng could feel his father's anger through the phone, and with that tone he sighed. He knew it was useless to say more and immediately changed the subject. Alright, I understand. I was just asking. I will focus on my studies. How are you and mom doing? Your mother and I are fine. Are you really not practicing? Don't worry about me. How are your grandparents? Really, they are both well. Okay, I'm hanging up now. Calls are quite expensive. You better focus on your studies at home. After the call ended with a series of beeps, Lu Ping asked, Brother Feng, your dad said no. What should we do now? Let's take it one step at a time. Although Li Feng could guess that his dad would not agree, it still felt a bit depressing to hear it directly. Are we still going to the internet cafe? Lu Ping asked softly. I'm not going. You go ahead. I'm going home. But, saying this, Li Feng turned to walk home. Ah, you're not going. Then I'll go home too. I wouldn't dare go alone. Guohui, why did you call? Is something wrong at home? Wu Yuemei hurried to the convenience store after hearing from a neighbor that her son called, and saw Li Guohui looking anxious. Yuemei, our son, said his teacher wants him to practice sports to become a sports specialty student. I didn't agree and scolded him for it. That's all there is to it. Oh, it must be the school teacher who asked him to call you. But don't scold him too harshly. He is still young. He's about to take college entrance exams. How young can he be? Besides, I just want him not to have wild thoughts and to focus on his studies. I didn't scold him, it's all for his own good. Alright, next time I'll send money. I'll call home. It's been over half a year since I've heard our son's voice. I miss him so much, and it's all your fault for not calling me earlier. Wu Yuemei pushed Li Guohui lightly, and said angrily, I thought there was an emergency at home. You weren't there just now, so how could I wait for you? Still feeling a bit disappointed, Wu Yuemei could only say, alright, let's go back. The next morning, Li Feng felt very helpless about the communication with his family yesterday. However, given his current situation, even if he couldn't excel in sports, could it be worse than it is now? Moreover, his physical fitness had indeed improved significantly compared to his past life. In his past life, he could never achieve a score of 11.48. No matter what, I'll practice first. A courageous person gets to enjoy the world first. Li Feng silently made up his mind. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Student, who are you looking for? A middle-aged female teacher sitting at the door said, with a serious, hello teacher. I'm looking for teacher Lu Igua, Li Feng said loudly. Upon seeing Li Feng, Lu Igua quickly waved at him. Li Feng immediately walked to teacher Lu's desk, and said, Teacher Lu, I discussed it with my family, and I would like to pursue the path of a sports special student. Please train me. Good. You little rascal, if you hadn't come to find me, I would have gone looking for you this afternoon, ha. Lu Aguo's face was, with your talent, not practicing sprinting would be a waste. Lu Igua suddenly had a serious expression, stood up, and extended his large right hand. Then I officially welcome you to join the sports training team of 2nd High School Li Feng. From now on you can call me Coach Lu. From today onwards, after your first class in the afternoon, come to the playground to find me, and start training. I will inform your homeroom. Ding. Officially transitioned to the student branch profession athlete activating attribute panel. Suddenly a translucent square appeared before him, sequentially displaying Li Feng's current attributes. Namely Feng. Age 16. Profession athlete. Height 170 centimeters. Weight 52 kilograms. Strength 42. Endurance 55. Speed 58. Reaction 50. Activated talent explosive start. Health status good. Note the average attributes for a normal adult male are 50, peaking at 22 years old. Am I seeing things? I thought that by doing something heroic heaven rewarded me with rebirth and enhanced physique, but there's also a system. Oh heavens. I'm really crying. Li Feng's slightly youthful face now displayed an incredibly complex expression containing both deep emotion and an uncontrollable excitement. Tears even welled up in the corners of his eyes, perhaps due to his excited mood. Lu Igua looked at Li Feng before him, thinking it was due to the news of his official joining the training team, naturally showing his excitement and joy. Internally, he was also immensely shocked. This kid is simply a gift from heaven. He is naturally suited for sports. I must teach him well. If Li Feng makes a name for himself, I, as his enlightenment coach, might gain some recognition as well. What a potential talent. After bidding farewell to Coach Lu, Li Feng emerged from the teacher's office, pondering over the attribute panel on his way back. From the panel, he observed that his stamina, speed, and reaction had all reached, or even surpassed the normal levels of an adult male. However, his strength had yet to reach 50, currently at 42, likely because he was still growing, as one generally reaches adulthood at 22. Were those three attributes that met the standard due to his extraordinary rebirth talent, or were they the result of early development? The plus sign after the attribute values, did it imply that he could allocate points? Yet no matter how much Li Feng concentrated in an attempt to allocate points, it was all in vain, yielding no reaction. The system isn't responding either. Could it be that he hadn't met the triggering conditions? Just like how the system only appeared after he officially became a sports student today. And what about the activated talent section explosive start? Was it a newly acquired skill? Or did it merely indicate a talent he already possessed? The emergence of the system's attribute panel held two. However, without any voice prompts or explanations like in games, Li Feng's thoughts became increasingly chaotic. Especially when gazing at this talent, he felt a stirring impatience like a cat's paw. He longed to rush to the playground for an intense run, wishing school would end immediately. Ding ding ding. As the class bell rang, Li Feng hurriedly walked into class, his face betraying his inner thoughts, and plopped down in his seat. Feng Go, where did you just go? Why do you look so troubled upon your return, as if something's weighing on your mind? Lu Ping asked. I just had a talk with teacher Lu about the athletic specialty student matter. I've officially joined the training team and formal training starts this afternoon. Li Feng replied earnestly. Lu Ping was a bit surprised recalling the events from yesterday. Didn't your dad say they wouldn't let you practice? I heard it quite clearly when I was nearby. Li Feng's lips curled into a slight smile revealing a hint of determination. Just because they don't want me to practice, does that? A man must have his own opinions and thoughts. I've decided from now on I will focus on sports training and will no longer indulge in internet cafes. Bro, I might not be able to accompany you to the internet cafe anymore. After saying this, Li Feng patted Lu Ping's shoulder with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping's face turned a little pale, his lips trembling as he said, You're going to practice sports, what am I supposed to do? No one will accompany me to the internet cafe now. His voice grew increasingly softer, nearly turning into a mumble. Lu Ping's gaze towards Li Feng became increasingly melancholic, resembling that of a wronged woman. At that moment the class bell rang, interrupting their conversation. Alright, the teacher is here, let's start class. He'll explain it to you in detail after class. Li Feng comforted Lu Ping, and then settled into his seat preparing for class. After a round of standing up once class began, Teacher Wang said, Students, in the last class we discussed. Please turn your Chinese books to page. Soon class time was over and the teacher had just stepped out of the classroom. Li Xingyue, sitting in the front row, quickly ran up to Li Feng's desk. Li Feng, what were you and Lu Ping talking about regarding the training team? Have you really decided to join the training team? Yes. Li Feng smiled as he looked at the slender, youthful Li Xingyue in front of him. That makes sense, you're so fast, not practicing sprinting would be a waste of talent. In our class you're the best at running. Li Xingyue gave him a thumbs up, affirming him with an air of certainty. Watching Li Xingyue and Li Feng chat enthusiastically, Wu Jiangping, sitting in the left back row, couldn't help but interject, That's not necessarily true, last time I was just careless. Li Feng, how about we have a match this afternoon to see who's better? Hearing Wu Jiangping's slightly jealous tone, Li Feng thought to himself, could this guy possibly like Li Xingyue? Youth is wonderful, but he never heard any gossip about them in his memories from his past life. Li Feng looked at Wu Jiangping and smiled, asking, Old Wu, are you also joining the training team? Yes, I joined even earlier than you did. I told Teacher Lu after class that day. I wanted to practice sprinting in middle school, but my parents wouldn't let me go to the sports school. Now that I'm in high school, they will definitely agree. Chun Shiner, sitting in front of Li Feng, couldn't help but chime in as they chatted happily. Practicing sports is just to strengthen the body. You still need to study hard, otherwise how can you get into university? You can also go to university by practicing sports. I refuse to believe that studying is the only path. Wu Jiangping retorted indignantly, recalling something a relative had said in middle school. Li Feng looked at Chun Shiner's back and couldn't help but joke. Everyone has their strengths. If I had a smart brain like Xiao Chun, I would study hard too. Upon hearing this, Chun Shiner, with a sudden rise in temper, turned around and pointed at Li Feng, saying, Oh, you dare to I praised you and you still aren't happy. Li Feng joked, pushing his forehead forward as he looked at her pointing finger. The moment their fingers touched, Chun Shiner felt the genuine touch of Li Feng's forehead. Her expression went blank and her fair face began to flush slightly. She wanted to say something, but couldn't, so she quickly turned around and sat down, burying her head to avoid making any noise. Watching Chun Shiner's adorable behavior, Li Feng thought to himself that young girls were still shy. I didn't even do anything. Was I really that fierce? Why did she suddenly react like this? It's a bit strange. Chun Shiner, with her head down, didn't expect Li Feng's actions, feeling both shy and angry inside. Was it necessary to intentionally tease me? I was just being kind, as students should focus on their studies. Next time you'll regret it. I won't hold back now that there are many people around. The others, seeing this, didn't dare to interrupt and quietly returned to their seats. Lu Ping poked Li Feng and whispered, Feng, good, do you know her well? Why haven't I seen her before? I just met her a couple of days ago. Lu Ping, upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up, thinking, Feng, good, you're amazing. Li Feng looked at Chun Shiner, who was hiding her head, and reflected that it was now 2002. The atmosphere wasn't as open as in the future online era. Perhaps I went a bit overboard. He then crouched down on his desk, poked Chun Shiner gently, and with an apologetic tone said, Hey classmate, I didn't mean to poke you with my finger here, you can poke me back? Chun Shiner was rendered speechless upon hearing this. How could there be such a person? Seeing that Chun Shiner did not respond, Li Feng poked her again. Hey, did you hear me? At that moment she could no longer hold back. Can you stop bothering me? If you poke me again, I'll chop off your hand. Chun Shiner suddenly turned around aggressively. At that moment Li Feng's body happened to lean forward, and their faces were only a few centimeters apart. So close that they could see each other's pores clearly. Gazing closely at Chun Shiner, Li Feng couldn't help but think that she was quite pretty with fair skin. She was indeed quite good-looking. Chun Shiner also felt startled. She abruptly turned around, and her gaze met Li Feng's large face. Before she could react, she saw Li Feng staring at her like a fool. Her earlier aggression faded, replaced by a hint of shyness, and her cheeks flushed slightly. I can't be bothered with you. Li Feng also felt that his actions were a bit excessive, quickly poking Chun Shiner again, apologizing. I didn't mean to, really am sorry. Dealing with such a straightforward guy, Chun Shiner felt helpless. Forgetting her shyness, she said, I'm begging you, can you please stop poking my back? Don't you know that men and women shouldn't have physical contact? Li Feng, startled, quickly withdrew his finger, sincerely apologizing. I'm really sorry, it wasn't intentional. Lu Ping watched the series of actions from Feng Gu with admiration, thinking, Feng Gu, you're amazing. Soon the first class of the afternoon ended. Li Feng called out to Wu Jiangping and headed towards the playground. It was training time, and they were going to find Coach Lu. Lu Ping looked at their carefree figures with a hint of envy. It's so nice not to have classes. Should I also go practice sports? Lu Ping pondered to himself. He then shook his head. Practicing sports seemed even more tiring. The two arrived at the playground, glanced around, but did not see teacher Lu, so they jogged a couple of laps to warm up. While running, Li Feng looked at his attribute panel. Name, Li Feng, age 16, occupation athlete, height 170 centimeters, weight 52 kilograms, strength 42, endurance 55, speed 58, reaction 50, activated talent explosive, start health status good. After running 2 laps, there was no change at all. Could it be that the activation method was incorrect? You two are quite enthusiastic. You started warming up before I arrived, Coach Lu Igua remarked, while watching the two jog. Since you chose this path, you must be proactive, right, old Wu? Wu Jiangping agreed, saying they must indeed be proactive. Alright, let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Igua, I'm 32 years old, and I am the coach of the physical training team at our school, specifically training athletes. Logically, I shouldn't be training a regular class, but this year our school has more students than last year, and there aren't enough teachers. So I will be in charge of one class, and your class just happens to be the first regular class I am taking. The physical education students in your first year were originally supposed to wait until military training was completed before starting to sign up for training. But you two are students from my third class, so I took the liberty to arrange for you to join the physical training team and start practicing. Looking at the two promising students, Lu Igua felt very satisfied. He continued, you two will run a 100-meter race shortly. I'll run well, and I will see your true capabilities. At this moment, some physical education students from the second and third years came over lazily. Coach, what are we practicing today? Lu Iguo's expression changed. These kids were really slacking, arriving later than I did. Today I will let you feel some pressure. Today we will start with a 100-meter race to give the two newcomers a demonstration. Wang Gang, Zhaoqing, Lu Qinghu, Duke Wuqing, you four come over and warm up a bit. The 4 students, upon hearing they would race against the newcomers, were eager to try. Brother Wang, stand next to the newcomers later and smash them, ha. Zhaoqing said, as the veterans, it's our responsibility to give the new students a little shock. Let's see how we can smash them. Wang Gang was the fastest in the physical training team for the 100-meter race and had consistently secured first place in the school sports meet for the past 2 years. Soon the 6 of them stood at the starting line performing some simple warm-up exercises. Lane 1, I Duke Wuqing, lane 2, Lu Qinghu, lane 3, Zhaoqing, lane 4, Wang Gang, lane 5, Li Feng, lane 6, Wu Jiangping. The boy calling out the names was from the physical training team, named Wu Jianping, with a strong voice. On the playground, the second-year students attending physical education class looked on with curiosity, as the physical training team usually focused on training, and it was quite rare to see 6 people racing. Seeing this, the physical education teacher did not scold them, but instead said, if you want to watch, then watch, come on, I will take you over to see, and walked over to Lu Iguo's side. Old Lu, did you find 2 good seeds? They are competing against the veterans right from the start. Aren't you afraid of discouraging them? Haha, old one, you are lucky today. Open your eyes and see what a genius looks like. His tone revealed confidence in Li Feng and his companion's abilities. Lu Igua waved at Wu Jianping, signaling, everyone ready, I am about to give the signal. On your marks. Wu Jianping took a deep breath and began to issue this. The 6 of them quickly bent down, except for Li Feng and Wu Jiangping. The other 4 had the correct starting posture. Wu Jianping shouted. The few of them transitioned from a crouch to a running stance, preparing to sprint. Beep. The sharp whistle rang out, and all 6 immediately surged forward in different timings. Wang Gang was the first to bolt out, reacting the quickest. The other athletes quickly followed, while Wu Jiangping and Li Feng were slightly slower due to lack of specialized training. However, the start does not determine the final result, especially for Li Feng, who had an explosive start. At the 15-meter mark, the others had not yet begun to lift their heads, while Li Feng had already raised his head and accelerated. At the 40-meter mark, the others began to lift their heads and accelerate, but they saw Li Feng had already taken a significant, especially Wang Gang, seeing the newcomer ahead of him, quickly gave chase. The students from the second-year class watched Li Feng, who resembled a cheetah, swiftly overtake the others, exclaiming, what the hell? Is the first-year newcomer that impressive? Even the champion Wang Gang cannot outrun him. But how could Li Feng give him that chance? He unleashed all his strength, sprinting forward. At high speed, the wind that rushed towards him made his face contort fiercely. At 70 meters, Li Feng had already left the others far behind. However, Li Feng's speed began to decline. The full exertion had made him somewhat exhausted. Feeling fatigued as he saw the finish line ahead, he gritted his teeth and pushed through. Li Feng crossed the finish line. Following closely in second place was Wang Gang, and to everyone's surprise, Wu Jiangping secured third place. Teacher Wang, who had watched the entire race from the finish line, was astounded by Li Feng's performance. Old Liu's efforts were truly paying off. He had found such a great talent. The runners were all gasping for breath as they walked back to the coach to check their results. Only Li Feng looked at the attribute panel, still seeing no change. How on earth can I trigger it? Oh my god. Seeing the crowd gathering, Lu Igua glanced at the stopwatch and gasped, then immediately broke into a big smile. They said they would smash the newcomers, but instead they were directly defeated. He addressed the physical training team, saying, I usually tell you to practice well, but you don't believe me. Look, I casually found 2 newcomers who can easily smash you all. Li Feng 11 seconds 22, Wang Gang 11 seconds 50, Wu Jiangping 11 seconds 68, Zhaoqing 11 seconds 72, Duke Wuqing 11 seconds 80, Lu Qinghu 11 seconds 82. This time's results are quite good. Oh, everyone has improved. Li Feng, I won't say much, although he is a newcomer, I know his strength well. Wu Jiangping also performed well, clocking in at 11 seconds 68. If he practices his posture and starting rhythm, he will have no problem reaching the second-level athlete status. Wang Gang, you just met the standard for a second-level athlete at 11 seconds 50. With some more effort you can easily obtain a second-level certificate. You three give me extra training, at least get that second-level certificate for me. Lu Ai was said, frustrated by the lack of progress. Wang Gang, who was initially feeling down after being surpassed by a newcomer, was still quite pleased to have achieved 11 seconds 50. Looking at the slightly thin Li Feng beside him, he thought, is this what talent looks like? This world is truly unfair. After years of training, not a single newcomer is faster. Alright, you all can go. The usual rules apply for practice. I will first talk to the newcomers. Wang Gang led them to the right front of the playground, beginning their daily training. Lu Aigua picked up the notebook placed on the ground, opened a new page, and wrote down the names of the two individuals. Then he asked, Li Feng Wu Jiangping, how old are you, how tall, and how much do you weigh? I just turned 16, currently 170 centimeters tall, and my weight should be around 52 kilograms. How about you, Lao Wu? I am 15, turning 16 at the end of the year. I'm a bit taller than Li Feng at 175 centimeters, and my weight is approximately 60 kilograms, measured last month, so I might have gained a little since then. Lu Coach wrote down their ages, heights, and weights, then asked, Li Feng, are you planning to focus on the 100 meters as your main event, and what about the secondary event? 200. I suppose the 200 meters, since it's quite close to the 100 meters. Wu Jiangping, how about you? Are you going to do the same as Li Feng? Having been defeated by Li Feng twice, Wu Jiangping was completely convinced, but now as a teammate of Li Feng, he was also very happy. With a strong teammate, he would feel more pressure. Yes, coach, I will also focus on the 100 meters, and my secondary event will be the 200 meters. Alright, let's keep it this way for now. Lu Aigua put away the notebook. Then he said with a serious expression, you are still young, and can continue to grow taller, so your weight needs to keep up, especially at 170 centimeters, and only 52 kilograms, that's considered underweight. If you're training in sports, your body must be in good condition. Otherwise, if your body can't keep up with daily training, how can you improve? Both of you should eat more starting today, gain weight, and generally consume high protein and high calorie foods to replenish your bonus energy and promote muscle growth. You can eat more eggs and fish, and if conditions allow at home, eat more beef. It's best to ensure you drink 2 bags of milk every day. Avoid greasy and hard foods, and no smoking or drinking, understood? Got it, coach, the two replied in unison. Today I will first teach you the starting position of the crouch, start, find your... Saying this, Coach Lu squatted down to install the starting blocks he had just brought from the logistics department. He'll explain while demonstrating, so pay attention, and feel free to ask if you don't understand. After finishing, without waiting for a response from the two, he began explaining. The crouch start includes 3 phases: on your mark, set, and gunshot, or the command go. Upon hearing the command on your marks, walk or run to the starting blocks, then position yourself by bending your body, placing your hands on the ground with a strong leg in front, and each foot pressing against the footboard of the starting blocks. The distance from the front foot to the starting line should be 1 to 1.5 feet. The distance from the back foot to the front foot should also be 1 to 1.5 feet, with the 2 feet central axis about 15 centimeters apart, about 1.5 fist widths, with the back leg kneeling on the ground. Both hands should be pulled back just behind the starting line and placed on the ground with thumbs facing each other and the other 4 fingers together or slightly apart, forming a V shape, providing elastic support. The distance between your hands should be slightly wider than your shoulders, with arms straightened and shoulders slightly over the starting line. Keep your head aligned with your torso, neck relaxed, and eyes focused half a meter ahead, balancing your body weight across your hands, front foot, and back knee joint, and listen for the set command. Just like this, look at you. Coach Lu demonstrated the action twice before continuing. When you hear the set command, take a deep breath, then lift your hips while shifting your center of gravity forward, forming a position where your hips are higher than your shoulders and your shoulders are beyond the starting line. At this point, your weight is primarily supported by your arms and front foot. The angle between your front thigh and calf should be about 90 degrees, while the angle between your back thigh and calf should be about 120 degrees. Both feet should be pressed firmly against the footboard of the starting blocks, fully concentrated, and quietly listen for the starting signal. That's it. Look, lift your hips and shift your weight forward. Upon hearing the gun or the go command, quickly push your hands off the ground, bend your arms to swing vigorously back and forth, while simultaneously pushing off the starting blocks with both legs. As the back leg pushes off the starting blocks, lead with the knee forward, while the front leg should quickly and powerfully extend through the hip, knee, and ankle joints, forcefully propelling the body forward and upward, then swiftly sprint. Coach Lu demonstrated the action twice again, saying, pay close attention, the key points of the action are like this. Now you two come and practice. If there's anything wrong, I'll correct you. Li Feng, you go first. Li Feng looked at the slightly worn black starting block, recalling the key points Coach Lu had just taught. He mentally repeated, on your marks, then Li Feng walked to the starting block, placing his feet on the footboard one after the other. Said he lifted his hips and shifted his weight forward. Go. He swung his arms, quickly pushing his feet forward. Watching Li Feng's movements, he was a bit shocked. He was so skilled for a first practice. A genius, absolutely a genius. But he kept his expression neutral and merely said, not bad, just keep practicing like this, find your rhythm, and don't be rigid. Li Feng repeated the practice several times, becoming more proficient each time. When it was Wu Jiangping's turn, he had been taught the crouch start by his physical education teacher in middle school for a few days, so it wasn't unfamiliar to him. Following Coach Liu's guidance, he approached squatted bent and started running quite smoothly. Another little genius. Seeing that both of them had no significant issues, he added, you two will practice the start this class, taking turns on the starting blocks. I'll go check on them. Call me if you need anything. Yes, coach. Saying this, Coach Lu walked towards the right front of the playground, where Wang Gang and the others were currently performing their routine training, some practicing high knees, others doing lunges, all not daring to be careless. Perhaps feeling the pressure from the two newcomers today, they were affected the catfish effect. Watching the coach walk away, Wu Jiangping said, "From now on I will call you Brother Feng Go. Today I'm completely convinced. You really haven't practiced before, have you? You're amazing. You didn't run badly today either." Li Feng chuckled ruefully, saying, "Where did I practice before? My family is from the countryside and my parents have been working away for years to earn money to support me in school in the city. I used to focus on studying, who had the time to practice sprinting. Even if I wanted to train, my parents wouldn't allow it. Today is the first time I've officially practiced the crouch start. I've only watched others before. Since I have this talent, I must seize this opportunity and definitely make a name for myself." Seeing the determined look on Li Feng's face and the talent he showed, Wu Jiangping thought maybe he really could achieve something in the future. Perhaps he could follow in Lu Xiang's footsteps, go abroad, and bring glory to the country. What about me? Can I achieve results? Wu Jiangping wanted to enroll in sports in middle school because he had generally performed average academically and often couldn't focus in class. He only got into the second high school because his parents pulled some strings and paid a 3,000 yuan enrollment fee. Otherwise, with his scores on the entrance exam, getting into the second high school was a pipe dream. He would have been lucky to get into the fourth high school. Only by pursuing sports as a specialty could he have a chance to enter university. His parents knew about his situation, so they stopped opposing him as soon as he entered high school, which led to the training opportunity today. Perhaps influenced by Li Feng's steadfast determination, Wu Jiangping secretly decided that he too must strive to make a name for himself, training hard until he could no longer bear it. "Feng Ge, let's work hard together," Wu Jiangping said excitedly, raising his right fist. Li Feng also raised his right fist. Then the two said no more, cherishing the remaining time as they continued practicing their starts. 1 week after the school year began, the first-year students faced military training. At 8 a.m., the new students assembled on the playground, and the stern principal Li Jing was stood at the microphone and shouted, "Everyone attention." At ease, the students from 8 classes stood straight, waiting for instructions from the podium. "Dear students, today we gather here to officially commence the military training for the first-year students of Ba City Second High School. First of all, on behalf of the school, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our new students. I express my highest respect and heartfelt gratitude to the soldiers from the Ba City Military District who have assisted us in this training." After a lengthy speech, each class was assigned an instructor, and with the principal's command, the military training for students with weaker physiques. Military training could be painful, yet it was also excellent for enhancing their physical health. For athletes like Li Feng and Wu Jiangping, it was undoubtedly a simple task. The daily training of the sports team was even more intense than this. Soon 7 days had passed. Under the principal's speech, the military training for the first-year students at the second high school concluded perfectly, and the young students experienced the transformation from strangers to friends, followed by the sorrow of parting. At the moment the instructors returned to their teams, tears flowed like rain across the playground, even though the time had only been a brief 7 days. Most of the instructors had formed genuine friendships with the students, and farewells were always the most poignant. But such is life, though farewells are always the majority. For Li Feng, who was eager to prove himself, the upcoming school sports meeting and city sports meeting posed the real challenge. Thanks to the military training, he urged his grandfather to splurge on a pair of studded shoes costing 35 yuan. Otherwise, Li Feng wouldn't have found an excuse to buy them. They were essential for practicing on the cinder track. After the announcement of the end, the new students walked back to their classrooms in scattered groups. Li Feng leisurely followed behind, his gaze landing on the two tear-stained faces to his right, Chen Xiner and Li Xingyue. It turned out that Chen Xiner's best friend Wu Yue was unable to participate in military training due to health issues and had taken leave. This was the pair that had quickly become close friends shortly after their acquaintance. For the two girls, the sudden farewell from their instructor combined with the emotional atmosphere was undoubtedly heartbreaking. They remained immersed in their sorrow, their eyes misty with tears. "Are you two okay? Why are you still crying?" Li Feng couldn't help but speak up. Chen Xiner turned to him, saying, "Aren't you? To be honest, I was quite sad before, but now having gone through it once, I've learned to accept it." "Well, a little. But it's not a big deal," Li Feng said with a slight smile, then clenched his right hand into a fist, speaking firmly. "Farewell is not the end, it is a prelude to better reunions. We should transform this sadness into motivation to move forward." His words echoed in the air like a morning bell, prompting deep contemplation. It was now 2002, and motivational literature had not yet become prevalent. Those words carried weight. Chen Xiner was momentarily taken aback by Li Feng's statement before she snapped back to reality, saying, "You just know how to talk. I don't care, you're just heartless." Yet Li Feng's words had some effect. The sorrow on the two girls' faces lessened slightly, though they still appeared somewhat dazed. Especially Chen Xiner. Upon closer inspection, her fair face had a slight rosy hue. Her long, beautifully shaped eyebrows, sparkling eyes like stars, and a small mouth with the corners slightly turned up carried a hint of sorrowful smile. Li Feng couldn't help but look at her a few more times. "Now that I'm a high school student, I must study hard and strive for progress. I can't allow my mind to wander." Ladies, Li Xingyue, still absorbed in Li Feng's words, came to her senses and called after him as he walked further away. "Li Feng, I heard from Wu Jiangping that you not only have to participate in the school sports meeting, but might also participate in the city sports meeting." "School sports meeting? City sports meeting?" Chen Xiner exclaimed in surprise. Li Xingyue quickly explained, "Our school will hold a sports meeting next week. Then a month later the city will host the citywide sports meeting. Wu Jiangping told me that both of them will participate. Li Feng felt a bit guilty about his earlier behavior and didn't dare to meet Chen Xiner's gaze. Instead he replied, without turning his head, yes, it's arranged by the coach. The two of us are now the sharpest blades of the training team. You definitely need to step up at critical times. So how fast can you run the 100 meters now? Li Xingyue asked curiously. Li Feng waved his hand saying he hadn't measured it, yet since he had been training the fundamental events during this time. Alright, but make sure to tell me your time the next time you measure. Li Xingyue said with a disappointed expression. I won't chat with you anymore. I need to go up and grab my backpack to head home, Li Feng said as he hurriedly quickened his pace to run away. Xiner, don't you think Li Feng looks much better now than at the beginning of the school year? Huh. Little Chun was quite puzzled by this. At the beginning of the school year I didn't feel anything, but just now when I looked at him I thought he looked quite handsome. Can practicing sprinting really make one more attractive? Should I also try to practice? Well, he's okay, he does look better than before. But don't go practice, you'll just get even darker under the sun. Chen Xiner said helplessly upon hearing this. You think he's good looking? You wouldn't be. Of course not. Don't you know my idol is the Asian flying man Lu Xiang? I just admire Li Feng a bit, he runs fast, and I prefer those who study well. What about you, Xiner? What kind do you? Little Chun involuntarily recalled Li Feng's thick-skinned demeanor. I don't know what kind I like. I'll think about it when I get to college. Alright, by the way, what are your plans for Saturday and Sunday? Want to come over to my house to hang out? Li Xingyu's home was not far from the school at the Food Bureau building, where both her parents worked. I need to study at home and my mom just hired a tutor for me, and I need to prepare for the rocket class exam. Huh, you're taking the... Li Xingyue wore a worried expression. If you do get into the rocket class, we won't be able to hang out every day. I had to take a break in the second half of my third year due to health issues, and didn't perform well on the high school entrance exam. Otherwise I would definitely have made it into the rocket class. I must pass the exam to get into the rocket class this time. I can still find time to play with you after class or after school. It's not like I'll be studying all the time. Okay then. Li Feng, having packed his backpack in the classroom, walked home with LV Ping. Brother Feng, do you have training on the weekends? I want to go to the internet cafe with you. You know I can't train, you're not unaware of that. I didn't tell them that I want to go back to my hometown to pick corn with my grandparents this week. Oh then okay. You shouldn't keep going to the internet cafe, you're already 16 this year, you should think about your future. Li Feng knew that advising him might not help, but he couldn't help but say, Brother Feng, what do you want to do in the future? What can you do? Li Feng pressed on. Staying online all the time leads nowhere. I've woken up to this now, if I don't work hard now my life will be nothing more than that of a beast. I've really decided not to go to the internet cafe anymore, you shouldn't go either LV Ping. I say this because I consider you a brother. After saying that, without waiting for LV Ping's response, he shouldered his backpack and ran off. After more than a week of training and military training, his body had become increasingly strong. He had also gradually begun to understand the meanings of various attributes on his attribute panel. Namely Feng, age 16, occupation athlete, height 170 centimeters, weight 53 kilograms, strength 47, endurance 57, speed 59, reaction 53, activated talent explosive start, health status good. Each attribute was evenly enhanced through personal training, with strength increasing by 5 points, approaching the normal level for adults. Although all attributes have plus signs behind them, they cannot be allocated points. During this time Li Feng tried repeatedly, but to no avail, yet the panel displayed his attributes in real time. For example, in the health status column a few days ago, he had trained particularly hard. That column displayed as average, indicating his body was on the brink of injury. This function was extremely useful, allowing him to monitor his condition at any time and avoid injuries. For athletes, injuries were the greatest roadblock. Grandfather, Grandma, I'm back. After a bumpy ride of over an hour on the minibus, Li Feng finally returned to his hometown Desai village. The sky was already turning yellow, almost dark, as the minibus stopped at the intersection. Li Feng quickly grabbed the backpack from his grandfather's hand and ran down the dirt road in the village. Be careful, dear grandson. Don't fall, shouted the two elders. You wouldn't believe it, after military training at school the grandson's physique had become much sturdier than before. Thanks to genetics, as grandma was very fair-skinned, Li Guowei inherited that trait as well, and now Li Feng was also exceptionally pale, the kind that wouldn't tan easily. Woof, woof. A local dog started barking and nearby dogs joined in. Old Zhao at the village in trance shouted from his courtyard, Hey Li, is the kid back from school for the holidays? Yes, just for a couple of days, and to help with some corn husking and tidying up the crops. Grandson quickly greeted him, that's your grandpa Zhao, he carried you when you were little. In the past Li Feng would have just run over, but with his past life experiences he understood the importance of such social interactions, so he obediently said hello. Grandson, the person I mentioned before, is him, the eldest of the Zhao family, who is now working as a security guard at the food factory. Li Dongfang whispered. Li Feng understood that his grandfather was trying to remind him not to think about sports training anymore. But grandpa, I have already been practicing in secret. Previously, without a system, Li Feng was a bit anxious, but now that he has the system, what is there to fear? With the system, I can prevent injuries at any time without any worries. After walking for a while, he arrived at his old home, looking at the old house, which was not a tiled house nor a brick house, but just a mud house. The walls were made of packed yellow mud with beams and columns made from pine and cypress trees from their own mountain, and the roof was covered with earthen tiles. The courtyard was constructed with blue stones from the mountain, and there were cypress, bamboo, apricot, peach, and plum trees growing around with the walls showing the mottled marks of time. When the house was built, Li Feng was just over 1 year old and had no memory of it, only remembering that his father sometimes talked about it after drinking years later. Building a house in the countryside did not require money for labor, just enough food prepared. Generally, people would choose to build houses during the slack farming season. At that time, neighbors would voluntarily come to help without needing to be notified. Some would pack the mud while those who couldn't would help carry bricks and mud. When it came time to raise the beams, firecrackers would be set off. It wasn't just half the village, but nearly the whole village would come, with each family sending someone to help. Women would cook, and such lively scenes are no longer seen today. Times have changed rapidly. Who would have thought that more than a decade later this kind of mutual aid would no longer exist, and building houses would require hiring construction teams and just paying them? As Li Feng entered the courtyard, the family's little yellow dog also barked excitedly upon seeing its owner return, jumping joyfully and wanting to lick him. Grandfather took out a bunch of keys and unlocked the main room and the inner room in turn. Li Feng put down his backpack, passed through the old house, opened the back door, and drank a scoop of cool mountain spring water. He then scooped another scoop and handed it to Grandma. After tidying up the house briefly, it was already dark. The nights in the countryside, except during the full moon, are pitch black, especially indoors. After a quick cleanup, the family went to bed early. They had to work in the morning. At 5 in the morning, before dawn, Li Feng was called up. Li Feng ate 2 large bowls of corn porridge, feeling about 80% full, and carried his backpack to the fields with his grandpa. During the harvest season, the weather is very hot, the sun beats down, but one still hopes for sunny days, otherwise the corn won't dry and cannot be stored. The recent days have been extremely hot, with temperatures reaching 36 to 37 degrees Celsius, so they could only go into the fields to move corn in the early morning from 5 to 8. To save time, they usually carried the corn with the husks back home, and then peeled them at home. This way, when the sun came out, it wouldn't be so hot, and they could sit at home peeling husks. The Li family's corn was not yet harvested because they had planted it a bit later. In previous years, they would have finished by this time. "Grandson, you should rest over there for a bit, don't wear yourself out." Grandma looked at her grandson, drenched in sweat, feeling a bit heartbroken. Seeing this, Li Feng looked up and shouted him not tired, Grandma, then continued to work diligently. Although Li Feng's grandparents were nearly 60 years old, they had been working in the fields for years, and were quite nimble, quickly moving a large pile. But Li Feng was not slow either. After some recent training, his endurance had reached 57 points, which is already stronger than the average adult. Li Feng worked faster and faster, with only one thought in his mind: the more he carried, the less his grandparents would have to. At this moment, on the construction site in Cheong Province New District, it was only past 7, but the sun was already blazing. Li Guohui and his wife Wu Yume were also working hard. "The weather has been too harsh lately. I wonder if Mom and Dad have finished harvesting the corn. It would be nice if we were home to help. Don't think about useless things. If we don't work, how can we support our son's education? And your mom's old problems? Everywhere you need to spend money," Wu Yume replied, helplessly, her head wrapped in a scarf. "Who wants to leave home and family to work away? It's really a situation where the old are above and the young are below, forcing Guohui. Once our son graduates from university, we will have an easier life," Wu Yume encouraged. "Yeah, in the big fields of the Li family in Dayside village." With the family's hard work, by 8 o'clock all the corn from this large field had been moved back to the courtyard. After more than 2 hours of intense labor, Li Feng was exhausted, panting heavily, and glanced at the panel, which had all named Li Feng, age 16 years, occupation athlete, height 170 centimeters, weight 53 kilograms, strength 47, endurance 58, speed 59, reaction 53, activated talent explosive start, health status average. Health status has changed to average, likely due to just completing high-intensity work, but endurance has increased a bit, so it's still a gain. In the midsummer season, the sun blazed fiercely, making it unbearably hot. The family sat under the eaves, cooling off, enjoying a moment of respite and tranquility. Grandma, walking unsteadily from the kitchen, carefully brought out a steaming plate of buns. She also brought 3 large bowls filled with clear icy water. Li Feng picked up a bun and chewed on it vigorously to regain energy. After eating, he drank cold water to relax. After a short rest, the family plunged back into the hard work of husking corn. The sun remained scorching, sweat continued to flow, but there were no complaints or signs of stopping. Thus an entire day quietly passed in diligent labor. It was a little past 6 in the morning. Li Feng, still bleary-eyed, got out of bed. Without a phone, and with the outside still dark, he had no idea what time it was. Li Feng crawled out of bed and walked to the main room, yawning and rubbing his eyes. He turned on the light and glanced at the large round clock on the wall, and was startled to find it was already past 6. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm up. It's past 6. The tranquility of the morning was shattered by a shout, yet there was no response from within the house. Li Feng's heart tightened, and ominous premonitions surged within him. He hurriedly dashed to the main house, only to find the room empty. Next, he sprinted to the kitchen and discovered that there was still steaming breakfast left in the pot. So that's it. Li Feng finally sighed in relief, realizing that his grandparents must have been worried about him working too hard yesterday, so they deliberately didn't wake him this morning. Thinking of this, a warm current surged in his heart. Li Feng hurriedly served himself breakfast and wolfed it down. After a few big bites, he tilted his head back and gulped down a large bowl of water, then rushed off towards the cornfield. In the distance, he saw his grandparents busy in the field. Without hesitation, Li Feng plunged into the cornfield and joined them, throwing himself into hard work. Hearing the commotion behind them, the 2 elders turned around in surprise, realizing it was their grandson who had come. They noticed he didn't call out, but went straight to work. Grandma wanted to say something, but Grandpa gently held her back. He shook his head, signaling her not to disturb their grandson. Grandma understood his meaning and felt a deep affection for her grandson. She knew her grandson must have come to help out of concern for their age. Looking at this sensible child, Grandma couldn't help but exclaim, "Our grandson has truly grown up." Through the hard work of the family, the corn in this plot was harvested. By around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Grandpa and Grandma, just finishing lunch, were packing things for Li Feng, filling a backpack with corn, sweet potatoes, rice, and vegetables. They said to their grandson, "Wait a moment at the village entrance for a ride back to the city. Your grandma and I have a lot of farming work to do, so we want to accompany you." After saying that, Grandpa took out a stack of change wrapped in a plastic bag from his pocket and handed Li Feng 50 yuan. "Hey Race, 50 yuan for you, don't spend it recklessly. After school, go to the market to buy some meat to cook for yourself. You have rice and vegetables already. You're at a time of growth, so eat more. In your backpack, there's a bag of fresh greens and asparagus that your grandma just picked. Buy 2 pounds of pork when you get to the city. Then give it to your homeroom teacher, okay? Grandpa, the teachers in the city don't care about these things. Even if they don't care, you should still give it. Besides, the vegetables are homegrown, they don't cost much, it's just a gesture of goodwill. With so many students in class, if you give them a little, they will take care of you a bit more, understand?" Seeing his grandson hesitate, he added, "If you feel embarrassed, then forget it. When I go back to the city later, I can take it Li Feng thought to himself that he would give it to Coach Lu, who had been quite caring towards him. Having made up his mind, he stopped refusing. "Grandpa, I know where the teacher lives, so I'll take it to him after school." After saying that, he quickly put on the backpack. The family, under the scorching sun, walked to the village entrance and waited a while under a tree before the minibus arrived. As the minibus opened its doors, Li Feng lifted the backpack onto the bus and turned to say, "Grandpa, Grandma, you can go back now. You two take care of yourselves at home, or I will study hard. I'm leaving." "Okay, take care on the way." An hour later, the minibus arrived at the station. After getting off the bus, Li Feng, with the heavy backpack, walked towards home under the blazing sun. Riding a tricycle was not an option, and using his own feet was much more cost-effective. Li Xingyue, Chinchiner, and Wu Yu were at the entrance of the only large local shopping mall in Ba City, preparing to go inside and have a look. All three noticed Li Feng before Chinchiner and Wu Yu could react. Li Xingyue called out, "Li Feng, Li Feng." As she called out and waved her hand, Li Feng turned his gaze in the direction of the voice and immediately spotted the three of them in the crowd. To the left, Li Xingyue was in a blue top and black bottom, full of youthful vigor. Beside her, Chinchiner wore a white princess dress radiating beauty, while Wu Yu stood behind Chinchiner, making her hard to see. Although he saw three classmates, Li Feng, with his heavy backpack, looked disheveled and sweaty. An awkward feeling spread uncontrollably as he hesitated whether to go over and greet them, momentarily standing still. Unexpectedly, seeing that Li Feng did not react, Li Xingyue pulled the other two and walked over to him. As they walked, she angrily said to Li Feng, "Li Feng, I just called you, why didn't you respond? Are you even human?" Li Feng looked at the three of them getting closer and subconsciously glanced at his attribute panel. Although he looked disheveled now, being a reborn person with a system, shouldn't he have a little confidence? When they got closer, Li Xingyue suddenly asked, as if deliberately trying to pick a fight, "Hey, are you dumb? Why aren't you saying anything?" Hearing this, Li Feng, who was a bit lost in thought, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. But before he could respond, Chinchiner, who was next to him, couldn't stand it anymore. Being clever from a young age, she could understand. Li Feng, usually thick-skinned, suddenly fell silent and felt awkward. He must have felt embarrassed seeing how well-dressed the three of them were while he looked disheveled. Little Chin quickly came to his rescue, saying, "Don't make it hard for Li Feng." Li Feng gratefully glanced at Chinchiner, thinking she was quite nice, then quickly regained his composure. At this moment, he had figured out many things, and his mood became lighter and more cheerful. He straightened his posture, wearing a confident and composed smile, and replied, "Hee, how could I dare to ignore you? It's just that you all are so well-dressed and dazzling that I didn't recognize you." With Li Xingyue drawing the attention, Chinchiner finally had the chance to take a good look at Li Feng. Although they had interacted often at school, she had never dared to stare at him. Little Chun discovered that Li Feng was actually quite good-looking. His thick and well-shaped eyebrows were slightly darker than before. His physique had become more robust. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt, the lines of his arm muscles were clear. Perhaps due to the hot weather and carrying the backpack, sweat had formed on his forehead, arms, and chest. Normally one would think someone drenched in sweat would smell bad, but everyone sees others through their own lenses or prejudices. Since the start of school, Little Chun had found Li Feng to be a decent person. Although sometimes unreliable, he was not bad and had a unique charm. It was as if he had everything under control, which made Little Chin curious about him. Chinchiner secretly thought to herself, although this guy is thick-skinned, she had to admit he was somewhat handsome. Well, just a When Li Xingyue heard them complimenting their dazzling looks, she happily smiled. "You finally said something nice. By the way, Li Feng, what are you doing carrying things here?" "I just came back from my hometown, and am heading home now. What about you? Are you three out shopping?" "Yeah, we're going shopping." "Then you three go have fun. I need to head home first." Li Xingyue, Chinchiner, Wu Yu, see you tomorrow. Li Feng greeted them and turned to leave. After a few days, you all seem to be quite close to Li Feng, Wu Yu said to the two as Li Feng walked away. "It's alright, we're all classmates in the same class, seeing each other every day." Li Xingyue nudged Chinchiner and said, "I just secretly checked Li Feng out again, and he looks even better. Working out really pays off, his physique has improved, don't you think?" Chinchiner recalled that she had just sneaked a look at Li Feng's physique, her face turning red, and she didn't dare to say anything. Wu Yu chimed in, "Good looks can't fill your stomach. I see his family is from the countryside, and their conditions are average. You wouldn't like him, would you?" "Xingyue, I advise you to give up that thought early." Li Xingyue immediately retorted, "I'm not. I just..." Just said he has a good physique and complimented him a bit. It's not like I like him. Don't say random things. That's good. My mom often tells me not to date someone from a poor family. You must find someone from a matching background or else you'll suffer in the future. Wu Yu said seriously. Chen Shiner pondered upon hearing this. Oh, why do adults say such things? Isn't it best to be? Unknowingly, she had already begun to picture Li Feng in her mind, perhaps due to adolescence or the infatuation of youth. In high school, most people harbor some fondness for a classmate. A few bold ones even write letters to confess. Most keep their feelings hidden, and before they take root and sprout, they scatter with time. But curiosity is the first step to sprouting. After more than half an hour, Li Feng finally arrived home. After unloading the items from his bamboo basket and arranging them neatly, he rested briefly before gathering the vegetables prepared by his grandparents and heading to the local market to purchase 2 jin of fresh pork. He carried everything to Coach Lu's residence, located in the faculty dormitory assigned by the school, after first consulting the gatekeeper to locate the correct building. As for his homeroom, teacher Li Feng silently apologized, resolving to visit him next time. Upon seeing Li Feng arrive with a bundle of gifts, Coach Lu adamantly refused to accept them, only relenting after prolonged persuasion and earnest entreaty. Li Feng, please don't bring me anything again. Your sincerity alone means more to me than any gift. I know your family's circumstances, it isn't easy. The coach spoke with heartfelt warmth, then suddenly remembered something and hurried into his room, returning moments later with 2 tins of protein powder. I'd originally planned to give these to you on Monday, but since you're here now, take them. After each training session, mix 1 spoonful into water. It'll strengthen your body. Li Feng stared wide-eyed at the 2 tins, his first instinct to wave them away in refusal. Coach, these 2 large tins must cost quite a lot, right? Coach Lu clapped his shoulder and spoke with solemn concern. Don't rush to decline. I recognize your extraordinary talent, but daily high-intensity training demands commensurate nutrition. What if you injure yourself? As your coach, it's only natural that I provide you with nutritional support. Take them now, and when they're finished, I'll supply more. Seeing Li Feng hesitate once more, Coach Lu suddenly adopted a stern expression and said firmly, hey, what kind of grown man hesitates like this? Take them now, don't fidget like a shy girl. Then, as if reading Li Feng's thoughts, he broke into a hearty, generous laugh. Relax. I'm a lone wolf with no dependents, and protein powder isn't expensive. I've got more than enough to spare. Perhaps sensing the young man's fragile pride, he added sincerely, with your talent, greatness lies ahead. Consider this my early investment in your future. Who knows? You might even shine so brightly someday that I'll bask in your reflected glory. Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, Li Feng accepted the tins with solemn gratitude and declared resolutely, thank you, coach. I will deliver results. Just watch me. That's the spirit. Exactly what I expect from you. Come on, I'll train with you. They descended the stairs together, first jogging home to leave the protein powder, then circling the city on foot. Ba City was officially designated a prefecture-level municipality only a few years earlier. Though administratively expansive, its urban core remained compact, and nestled deep within the Qingba mountain range, its economy lagged behind. After just 2 laps around the city's main thoroughfare, Coach Lu could go no further. Age catches up, can't run anymore. He collapsed onto a roadside step, gently cradling his heel with a soft groan. Li Feng rushed over. Coach, are you hurt? Is your foot injured? An old injury, Achilles tendon rupture. Nothing serious, just from sprint training long ago. Recalling those days, Coach Lu's gaze flickered with longing regret and quiet resignation. Never push through pain during training. Don't follow my path, he said with a wry smile. Coach, were you a sprinter too? Which event did you specialize in? The 100-meter dash, many years ago. No need to dwell on. Don't worry about me. I'll rest a while. You keep running. Go ahead. Li Feng resumed his slow jog along the main road, settling into a comfortable rhythm for 3 full laps before stopping. Noticing Li Feng had completed his warm-up, Coach Lu led him to the nearby People's Park, where they approached a flight of stone steps to begin frog jump drills. For Li Feng, who had endured similar exercises on the school track, the movement itself was familiar. Yet facing these actual steps, he felt a fresh spark of novelty. This, after all, was his very first attempt at such a jump. Coach Lu explained carefully, Li Feng, start from the lowest step. Crouch halfway, then leap upward without pausing, continuing all the way to the top. Rest a few minutes afterward, then repeat the sequence 3 or 4 times. If fatigue overwhelms you, never force it. Safety always comes first. Having delivered his instructions, Coach Lu settled into the dappled shade beneath a broad tree stump, watching Li Feng's form with focused attention. Li Feng thus began his grueling lower body explosive power training. What on earth is this young man doing? Hopping about? An elderly man asked his companion, bewildered. What do you know? He's building strength, retorted a woman nearby. Look at those solid muscles. He's a fine young man indeed. Whoa, what a youth. Several other seniors gathered curiously, observing Li Feng's determined leaps and exchanging animated commentary. Hearing himself compared to a toad, Li Feng nearly burst into laughter. Yet the crowd's scrutiny also stirred unexpected nervousness within him. After all, he'd never trained in such an exposed public setting before. Sensing his unease, Coach Lu stepped beside him and said, you're destined for grand stages. These few parkgoers mean nothing. Ignore them. Focus solely on perfecting your technique. Yes, sir. Li Feng nodded vigorously and continued. Soon the sun dipped low. Exhausted yet fulfilled, he walked home alongside his coach, chatting softly as twilight deepened. When you get home, mix a serving of protein powder immediately, and ask your grandfather to prepare extra meat for dinner. Yes, sure. Coach Lu suddenly smacked his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot. Tell your grandfather to stop by school soon to complete some paperwork. All our athletic track transfers require parental consent. With military training occupying us these past weeks, it slipped my mind. Li Feng hesitated, mouth opening and closing, uncertain how to respond. Is something wrong? Any difficulties? Coach, could we skip the signature, for now? Or postpone it until later? You're hiding something. Out with it. What's really going on? My family forbids me from pursuing athletics. When I told them, they refused outright. Perhaps because a relative in our village trained in discus throw achieved nothing and ruined his health. They fear I'll suffer the same fate. I see. Coach Lu paused thoughtfully. Then I'll accompany you home right now. I'll speak with them myself. With your rare talent, I'll persuade them thoroughly. My grandparents are still in our hometown. They're busy with farm work. I came back alone today. Perhaps another time. When they return, I'll let you know, and you can help convince them. Fair enough. Since you're alone at home, and I'm alone too, let's go out for dinner. Li Feng couldn't refuse and followed Coach Lu to a nearby Sichuan restaurant. They ordered 3 meat dishes, 1 soup, 2 bottles of beer, and 4 bowls of rice. For Li Feng, reborn into this era, this meal evoked vivid memories of his former life, glistening, aromatic, and deeply inviting. Dig in, you must be starving. He poured Li Feng a glass of beer, granting a rare exception, 1 drink tonight only. Alcohol is strictly forbidden during training. It harms athletes' bodies and undermines performance. Noticing Li Feng's lingering hesitation, Coach Lu placed several generous portions of meat onto his plate. Eat more, build up your strength. Soon both men ate heartily. In 2002, dining out was a luxury. Yet this meal, costing dozens of yuan, offered generous portions and profound satisfaction. Afterward, Li Feng intended to escort Coach Lu home first, but the coach waved him off. I'm no frail elder. Go home, you're exhausted. Drink your protein shake and rest well. Yes, sir. Parting ways, Li Feng reached home shortly. Carefully retrieving a pristine, unopened tin of protein powder from the cabinet, he unscrewed the lid with quiet reverence. Using the included small spoon, he measured 1 precise portion and transferred it into a clean bowl. He then studied the instruction leaflet, closely mixing the powder with exactly the recommended amount of warm water, and stirring gently until perfectly dissolved. In his past life, Li Feng had never purchased or consumed such a product. Unless one pursued dedicated fitness or elite athletics, protein supplements held little appeal for ordinary people. Lifting the bowl, he drank it down in one smooth motion, and let out a resonant, satisfied belch. Savoring the lingering aftertaste, he smiled faintly. Not bad at all. He then added a little more water to the bowl, scraped every last trace of powder from the bottom with his chopsticks, and stirred until not a speck remained. Waste was unacceptable. After a stretch of training, Li Feng's performance metrics had risen markedly from where they began. Name: Li Feng, age 16, occupation student athlete, height 171 centimeters, weight 56 kilograms, strength 55, stamina 62, speed 63, reflexes 55, activated talent explosive start, health good. Both stamina and speed have exceeded 60, and the other 2 attributes have also improved. For sports students and athletes, relentless daily training is the norm. Only grading and competition are the ultimate goals, where one may shine upon the arena with their own light. Once again, it was time for the annual sports meet. The loudspeakers before the stands played the enduring sports meeting march. At first hearing that music, hearts swelled with excitement. For students, it had long become a morning ritual. Led by their homeroom teachers, each class carried benches and filed into the field in order. Feng, how many events did you sign up for? Lu Ping asked, balancing a bench on his head. 3. You really aren't afraid of getting tired. Most people sign up for 1, but you sign for 3. If it weren't limited to 3, I'd sign for more. There's prize money for first place. Chen Shiner walked ahead, struggling with a bench in both hands, and could not help but ask, Li Feng, which 3 events did you enter? Seeing how strained she looked, Li Feng found her a little endearing and took the bench from her. I entered the 100m, 200m, and 400m, he said. Chen Shiner tried to snatch the bench back. I can carry it myself. But once it was in Li Feng's hands, she could not reclaim it. Her small hands tugged at the legs in vain. She thought he is far too strong, and gave up. Thank you, she murmured in a soft, cute voice. Li Feng broke into a grin. No need for thanks, what are we to each other after all? Realizing she could not argue with Li Feng, Chen Shiner fell silent. Old Wu also signed up for 3 events, same as me. Guess which of us will be first? Wu Jianping said nothing. With one hand, he carried his own bench, and with the other held Li Xingyu's bench as he walked in silence, hearing Li Feng speak of him. Recalling Li Feng's ability, he could only interject helplessly, Feng, I couldn't possibly outrun you. My goal for the school meet is 2nd place. The others laughed at his lack of ambition. Wu Jianping was not offended. Just watch when we race, he said. I'm not going to argue now, and hurried off to ingratiate himself with Li Xingyue. Brother Feng, just how fast can you run the 100m now? I'm dying to know. Tell me quietly. Lu Ping leaned close. Faster than the first test. How much faster exactly, I don't know. I haven't been timed since then, Li Feng replied. Since that initial test, Coach Lu had never given him an official timing. Yet from his attribute panel, he knew he had grown far stronger. This sports meet would be the finest occasion to prove his form. After a while, all middle and high school classes had taken their assigned places on the field. On the main platform, Principal Li Zheng was signaled for the music to be stopped, then stepped to the microphone and called, Homeroom teachers, keep watch over your classes. Everyone take your seats and remain quiet. A moment later, the crowd quieted and turned toward the platform. Li Zhenghua began, distinguished guests, parents, athletes, referees, teachers, and students. Hello everyone. Golden October when foliage perfumes the earth, and we full of joy welcome the 12th annual track and field meet of our school. Everything is like the morning sunlight, brisk and full of expectation. Finally, I hope everyone competes with skill and grace. The principal concluded his long speech and the sports meet was officially underway. Everyone brightened. Even those not competing could enjoy the spectacle and cheer, far better than sitting in a classroom. A few mischievous students slipped away to idle, but the majority participated with enthusiasm. The meet featured only a handful of events: the 100m, 200m, 400m, men's 1500m, and women's 800m, high jump, long jump, shot put, and so on. These events have relatively low thresholds and draw many entrants. Most disciplines attract only a modest number of competitors. For instance, the 400m, the 1500m, and the women's 800m hold only preliminaries and finals. The 100m and 200m drew the most entrants. Nearly every class had 2 or 3 runners since they are easier. Li Feng and Wu Jiangping warmed up near the 100m preliminary field awaiting the start. They searched for Coach Liu but saw him conspicuously chatting with the principal on the platform. Coach Liu showed not the slightest concern about whether Li Feng and Wu Jiangping would advance through the prelims and semis. The 100m had the most entrants this time, exactly 30, so there would be preliminaries, semifinals, and a final. Each heat would have 6 runners making 5 heats in total. The winners of each heat and the next 6 fastest overall would advance to the semifinals, and then the top 3 from the semis would move on to the final. Participants came from the first and second years of high school, and from those in the sports track. Ordinary third-year students busy preparing for the college entrance exam did not take part. More often than not, the champions were student athletes, for this was their specialty, though exceptions did occur. The runners for the first 100m heat took their places. A staff member called them forward. Li Feng was in the first heat. He rushed to his lane, warmed up briefly, and prepared to run. The pistol cracked. He led from the start, but did not sprint at full force, only edging slightly ahead of the second place, and conserving energy. Without question, he took the prelim comfortably. Li Feng's prelim time 11:50 seconds. The timing official nodded in approval. This young man ran well. Soon the semifinals arrived. On the 6-lane track, there were familiar faces from the training squad: Wang Gang and Zhao Qing. They occupied lanes 4 and 5. Wang Gang looked at Li Feng and was certain he could not beat this so-called monster, but he was determined to secure second place. The pistol fired again. Li Feng once more led off the blocks, still holding back, and won with apparent ease. Semifinal time 11:32 seconds. Wang Gang finished second in 11:45. A respectable performance, well within expectations. The timekeeper, observing his calm demeanor and obvious restraint, thought that if the boy truly gave his all, he might break into the 11s and threaten the meet record. The current school meet record was a hand-timed 11:22 set 5 years earlier by Zhang Wenhao. If Li Feng pushed himself in the final, he might have a chance. Wu Jiangping, fortunate not to have drawn Li Feng in his heat, advanced steadily to the final. After the semifinals, there was a rest of about 20 minutes. The school's loudspeaker announced, "The spectacular 100-meter final is about to begin. Students, please come to the north side of the playground to cheer for them. The spectacular. Please come to the north side of the playground to cheer for them." The announcement was played several times. Class teacher Lao Chun led the entire Class 1 grade 10 to the sidelines to cheer for Li Feng and Wu Jiangping. Although his primary concern was still the results, he was very happy that 2 of his classmates made it to the finals. Li Xingyue stood beside Chen Xiner and said, "Xiner, do you think Li Feng can break the school sports record? You're so sure he can take first place that he would break the record directly. Li Feng's strength is too formidable. Did you not see how relaxed he was in the preliminaries and semifinals? He didn't even exert himself fully. Why don't you care about Wu Jiangping? I think he seems to like you. He keeps hanging around you." Wu Yu poked Li Xingyue from the side. "Didn't I say before that while I admire athletes, I still prefer those with good grades? Moreover, I'm not in a relationship right now. I'll only consider that when I go to university," Li Xingyue replied with a clear head. And with Li Feng around, Wu Jiangping is at best second. Compared to Li Feng, he is still far behind. Chen Xiner strongly agreed with Li Xingyue's words, nodding and saying, "We are students. The most important thing now is studying. Relationships are something to consider in university. Wu Yu, you shouldn't be thinking too much all day." "I'm not. I was just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. Will you awkward?" "Alright, enough talking. The competition is about to start." Li Xingyue interrupted. "Li Feng, go for it. Wu Jiangping, go." The two standing on the track saw their classmates cheering for them. Their hearts were filled with passion. Who wouldn't want to make a good impression in front of their peers? "Old Wu, make sure to run at your own pace later. Don't get scared by me, ha. I will give it my all even if I don't have a chance to win again," Wu Jiangping said as he clenched his fist tightly. "Athletes, please take your positions," the starter announced. Everyone hurriedly went to their starting blocks. Lane 1, Class 2, Grade 10. Zhu Guangqian, Lane 2, Class 2, Grade 10. Xia Tian, Lane 3, Class 1, Grade 10. Li Feng, Lane 4, Class 1, Grade 10. Wu Jiangping, Lane 5, Class 3, Grade 12. Wang Gang, Lane 6, Class 3, Grade 12. Zhao Qing. Principal Li Zhenghua stood beside Coach Liu and asked, "Those 2 from Grade 10 are your new students, right? Which one is better?" Coach Liu pointed at Li Feng in Lane 3 and said, "He has great talent and the potential to compete for the championships in the 100 and 200 meters at next month's city sports meet." "Wow, old Liu so confident. Hasn't he only been training for less than a month?" Principal Li Zhenghua said, "This is his calling. Just wait and see his performance." Coach Lu said confidently while looking at Li Feng. The burly and slightly dark starter took a deep breath and began to issue commands. The 6 athletes instantly bent down. Their starting positions were all quite correct. Ready, the starter shouted. The runners shifted from a crouch to an arched starting position, preparing for a sprint. Bang! The race began. Li Feng took off first, charging ahead. The others followed closely behind. This time Li Feng was going all out to see how fast he could run. He was first off the blocks. In less than 20 meters, he had already pulled ahead by several body lengths. For Li Feng, who had explosive starting talent, he was invincible in the first 50 meters. His leg frequency increased as he desperately swung his arms. Go, go. The classmates of Class 1 Grade 10 saw Li Feng leading and jumped up in excitement. At the 50-meter mark, there was already a clear gap, with Li Feng far ahead. Wu Jiangping was in second place. Wang Gang was in third. The students from other classes were stunned, unable to shout encouragement. As Li Feng had pulled too far ahead, there was no suspense about who would take first place. He must be on steroids. Holy cow. Is that person even human? Li Xingyue and Shen Xiner also shouted excitedly. Wu Jiangping looked at Li Feng ahead, feeling overwhelmed. He felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him, and couldn't muster even a thought of surpassing him. No wonder Li Feng told him to run at his own pace before the race, not to get thrown off by him. Wang Gang beside him shared the same thought. Being left behind like this in less than a month was terrifying. The finish line. The teacher responsible for timing was also shocked. Although this student had been first in both the preliminaries and semifinals, the gap hadn't been this large. He was already more than 10 meters ahead. At 80 meters, Li Feng's speed began to slow. The previous sprint had exhausted all his energy, and now he could only push through. Ow, ow. Amidst the shouts of the students at the finish line, Li Feng was the first to cross. The timer teacher promptly pressed the stopwatch, with Wu Jiangping in second place and Wang Gang in third. He won. Li Feng came in first. Teacher, how fast did the first place run? The classmates of Class 1 Grade 10 eagerly asked. Students from other classes also perked up their ears to find out how fast this monstrous first place had run. Meanwhile, Li Feng, panting heavily, ran up to the timer teacher and asked, "Teacher, how fast did I run?" The timer teacher, looking shocked, said 10:62 seconds. The school sports record seems to be just over 11 seconds. You smashed it down to 10:62 seconds. Upon hearing this number, Li Feng was equally astonished and felt a great sense of satisfaction. The hand time 10:62 seconds plus 0.24 seconds was equivalent to an electronic timing of 10:86 seconds, surpassing the national first-level athlete standard of 10:93 seconds. This represented that his current level had reached that of a national first-level athlete. A first-level athlete, the city sports meet was also assured. Coach Lu and Principal Li Zhenghua ran over hearing the time of 10:62 seconds. They both looked shocked, as this time had already exceeded the school sports record by half a second. Especially Lu Aigua, who was well aware of the first place and the record-breaking potential, because Li Feng had that capability. He had been training without measuring results, fearing that Li Feng would become arrogant and complacent. "Good, great run," Lu Aigua said, trembling, taking the stopwatch from the timer teacher with both hands, his gaze fixed firmly on the dazzling number 10:62 seconds. In that moment, tears streamed down his face as he was overwhelmed with emotion. As a former athlete who had retired due to injury, now transformed into a coach, witnessing this moment filled him with deep reflections. To see the genius athlete he had nurtured break through the records on the field was as if he had returned to the arena, galloping freely. He knew Li Feng had this potential, and breaking the city's 100-meter record was only a matter of time. He never expected it would happen today. Not only did he make history at the school sports meet, but he also raised the 100-meter record at Urgell by 0.5 seconds. But he also shattered the Ba City's 100-meter record. This record was just set in August this year by Xiong Gang of the provincial sports team at the 9th Provincial Athletics Championships, 10:92 seconds. Xiong Gang is already 23 this year, while Li Feng is only 16. The only regret is that the school sports meet is not an official athletics event, and it is a hand-timed result, so it cannot be recorded. The teacher nearby, along with the students, watched Coach Lu Aigua, who held a stopwatch, displaying an excited demeanor. Usually serious and composed, today he was moved to tears by Li Feng's performance. Tears of joy. The onlookers were somewhat puzzled. Breaking a 100-meter record was impressive, but was it really enough to... Li Feng himself wasn't as excited. Only he understood that the coach was happy for his own achievements, as Coach Lu was a retired. He certainly knew the significance of this result. This was the standard for a first-class athlete. Remembering that his system activated only when he transitioned to a sports student, Li Feng felt a wave of gratitude for Coach Lu. The coach was the one who discovered his potential, and to repay him, Li Feng vowed to achieve even better results in the future. He wanted the coach to cry often. Li Feng was now full of confidence. "Li Feng, you are amazing. Li Feng is so powerful. You are incredible." His classmates from Class 3 of the first year showered him with praise. Seeing Coach Lu slightly calm down while recording the results, the teacher reporting the scores approached to take the stopwatch. He loudly announced the results of the 100 meters as follows: first place, Class 3, first year, Li Feng, 10:62 seconds. Second place, Class 3, first year, Wu Jiangping, 11:35 seconds. Third place, Class 2, third year, Wang Gang, 11:38 seconds. Fourth place, Class 4, second year, Zhu Guangya, 11:50 seconds. Fifth place, Class 2, third year, Zhao Qing, 60 seconds, 6th place, Class 5, second year, Xiatian 11. 82 seconds. What? The second place was nearly 10 meters behind, and yet I only missed the mark by half a second. You don't get it, the 100 meters is like this, half a second is a crushing defeat, it's not even the same level. Wang Gang hearing he placed third felt a bit disappointed, especially since he hadn't run faster than Wu Jianping. Without those two he could have easily claimed the top spot. But that's how competitions go, results speak for themselves, and he simply wasn't as skilled. However, thinking about his time of 11:38 seconds provided him some solace, as he had at least reached the standard of a second-class athlete qualifying for sports school special admissions. Wu Jianping looked at his second-place time of 11:35 seconds and felt satisfied. Besides the monster Li Feng, he was the fastest in the entire school. Alright, we've seen the results, everyone disperse. The staff will tidy up the venue as the women's 100 meters is about to begin, Principal Li Zhengguo announced. Coach Liu and other staff began to organize the venue in preparation for the next competition. Hearing this, everyone naturally returned to their respective areas. Brother Feng, you are awesome. You crushed them all. Lu Ping, always the loudmouth, exclaimed excitedly. Li Feng, you are amazing. I didn't expect you to break the city record for the 100 meters at the sports meet. Break the record. Be on TV. Li Xingyu's face showed a hint of melancholy, but mostly excitement, as she genuinely felt happy for him. Li Xingyue noticed the confusion on her classmates' faces and excitedly explained, because I've loved sports since I was little, especially track events, so I know a bit more about it. Li Feng's result today has already broken the city record of 10:92 seconds set over a month ago by the athlete, and Xiong Gang was already in his 20s. How old is Li Feng today? Now do you understand? Wow. My classmate is the best in the city. My big brother is the best in the city. The way everyone looked at Li Feng changed, especially Lu Ping, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Winning first place in the school's 100 meters and being the best in the city are not on the same level. Although Li Feng felt pleased, he remained relatively calm and composed. Looking at the steady and composed youth despite being a bit thick-skinned, he was admirable in many aspects. Yes, quite admirable, Chen Xiner thought to herself. At this moment, the school's loudspeaker began announcing the results of the recently concluded 100-meter final. Congratulations to Li Feng from Class 3 of the first year, who courageously secured first place in the boys' 100 meters final with an excellent time of 10:62 seconds. The announcement repeated twice, and all faculty and students heard the news, realizing that Li Feng had taken first place. Congratulations to Li Feng pushing forward and breaking the school's 100-meter record. Breaking the record. Before everyone could digest this result, the loudspeaker rang out again, this time with an excited, "Let us once again congratulate Li Feng, who achieved an excellent time of 10:62 seconds in the recently concluded boys' 100 meters final, surpassing the city record of 10:92 seconds. Let us celebrate him together." Wow. A gasp echoed, followed by a series of announcements resonating throughout the campus. This series of shocking news left all the faculty and students in awe. Our classmate actually broke the city-level 100-meter record. Incredible. Li Feng is amazing. Simply marvelous. Praise echoed continuously, almost overwhelming the entire school. Even though he had just learned from Li Xingyue that he had exceeded the city record, hearing the broadcast repeatedly announcing his glorious moment stirred emotions within Li Feng that were hard to suppress. Which young person hasn't dreamed of showcasing themselves and showing off in front of others? Who doesn't want to impress classmates? At this moment, Li Feng was experiencing such a dreamlike scene. So dreams should be cherished, for who knows when they might come true. As the saying goes, in youth with fine clothes and spirited horses, do not waste your time, act wisely. The classmates of Class 3 of the first year were similarly infected by this emotion, all exuberantly celebrating for Li Feng. As classmates, they shared in his glory and disgrace. The boys in the class could hardly contain their excitement, all shouting to lift Li Feng high, celebrating this exhilarating moment. Lu Ping took the lead, dashing towards Li Feng like an arrow, and soon the other classmates rushed to join him. Li Feng had never experienced such a scene before, neither in his past nor present. In the midst of excitement, he felt a bit scared, repeatedly muttering, "No, please don't." But he was soon overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm. Some tightly grasped his hands while others firmly held his feet. Then in a chorus of cheers they worked together to lift Li Feng into the air, followed by a series of fervent shouts, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." They repeatedly threw Li Feng up, catching him securely each time. After several cycles of this, Li Feng was completely dizzy and at a loss. Standing nearby, Coach Liu witnessed all of this and thought to himself, these kids are so impulsive. This is extremely dangerous. So he hurriedly ran over, shouting, "Celebrating is fine, but please don't do anything dangerous. This is too risky, don't." His words revealed deep concern for Li Feng. Fortunately, there were many boys in the class, and whenever Li Feng fell, a crowd would rush to catch him safely. Thus nothing went wrong. Chen Xiner, watching Li Feng being tossed into the air, felt both thrilled and scared, also giggling. Seeing him usually so composed like an adult, it was surprising to witness him displaying youthful exuberance. After landing, Li Feng was happy, but still felt a bit of trepidation, thinking it was fortunate he didn't fall. He thought that one such celebration was enough, and that it should not happen again in the future. It was too dangerous. After the men's 100 meters race was finished, the women's 100 meters was next. Li Feng didn't watch, he was too exhausted and needed to rest well. The women's 100 meters had few participants, and went straight to the finals. Soon the announcement stated, the champion is Zhao Min from Class 6 of Grade 2, with a time of 13:88 seconds. This result is quite good, even though it didn't break the record. The final event in the morning was the 200 meters finals. Unsurprisingly, Li Feng took first place again, with a time of 22:68 seconds, breaking the school sports meet record, although he did not break the city record. Wu Jiangping came in second. Another announcement followed. Congratulations to Li Feng from Class 3 of Grade 1 for achieving a time of 22:68 seconds in the recently concluded men's 200 meters finals, breaking the school sports meet record. Let's congratulate him. As long as a record is broken, the announcement is repeated at least 3 times. Winning the championship without breaking a record is mentioned only once. Coach Liu was excited again, although he hadn't reached the first-tier athlete level, he far exceeded the second-tier athlete standard. Furthermore, Wu Jiangping, who came in second, ran a time of 23 seconds flat. Although he couldn't compare to Li Feng, he also surpassed the second-tier standard by 0.6 seconds. He was only in grade 1 and had room for improvement. Coach Liu suddenly felt that Wu Jiangping should focus on the 200 meters, as he clearly showed more strength in the latter half of the race. After this competition, he decided to concentrate on the 200 meters training for him. Li Feng, amazing. First place again. You really give our class 3 a good name, well done. Are you planning to win the 400 meters as well, and break the record? Of course, when I participate in a competition, I aim for the championship and the record. Li Feng grinned confidently in response. Exactly, you must have that determination to give your all, and aim for the championship to surpass yourself on the field. Coach Liu praised him upon hearing this. He was increasingly satisfied with Li Feng. As time flew by, all the morning events had been completed. After a short hour of rest and meal time, they would soon dive into the intense and thrilling afternoon events. After hastily finishing lunch in the school cafeteria, Li Feng returned to the classroom, dragging his slightly weary body. He lay directly on his desk to take a short nap, seizing this opportunity to recover his energy and adjust his condition, as there was still a 400 meters event in the afternoon. Normally, Li Feng wouldn't choose to eat in the school cafeteria. Although the meals provided here were relatively affordable, costing between 1 to 3 yuan each with a variety of choices. However, if he did this every day, it would still accumulate to a considerable expense each month. Therefore, Li Feng usually walked home for lunch, as for his family, renting a house in the city and his tuition were already significant expenditures. As for the food eaten daily, most of it was brought from his hometown by his grandfather: rice, oil, vegetables, and other basic ingredients. Their diet mainly consisted of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and cured meat, and sometimes they would buy fresh pork from the market to improve their meals. Despite the family being financially strained since he could remember, Li Feng held no significant complaints about it. Though his parents couldn't provide him with superior living conditions, they ensured he had enough to eat and a chance to study. In this regard alone, he was already much happier than many of his peers in poorer regions. While Li Feng was napping, Chen Xiner and Wu Yu returned to the classroom together. Li Feng, are you planning to participate in various competitions in the future? Just like Li Xingyu has said to appear on TV. Looking at Li Feng resting on the desk, Chen Xiner couldn't help but ask curiously. Maybe. Why? Are you going to miss me? Li Feng, still gathering his energy, hadn't fallen asleep yet. Hearing Chen Xiner's cute voice, he jokingly replied, You? Hearing Li Feng's teasing remark, Chen Xiner angrily pointed her finger at him, but thinking of his previous mischievous behavior, she quickly retracted it. Without waiting for Li Feng to react, Chen Xiner sulked, and turned to sit back down, burying her head. I was just curiously asking, and you're deliberately making it difficult for me. The more Chen Xiner thought about it, the angrier she became. Her small fists clenched tightly, and she secretly decided never to pay attention to Li Feng again. The feelings of youth are always poetic. When curious about the opposite sex, the seeds of affection had already begun to sprout. As for whether it would blossom, that depended on fate's arrangement. Wu Yu, seeing the two bickering and Chen Xiner getting upset, rushed to defend her friend and retorted, Li Feng, what are you so proud of? Isn't it just a first-place finish? Our Xiner is going to the rocket class, aiming for Wuda and Yin University. Do you know what Wuda and Yin University are? They're much better than you, a mere runner. Xiner, don't bother with him in the future, he's just a jerk, Wu Yu added after scolding Li Feng. I apologize for earlier. I can be grumpy in the morning, and you all know that, right? Li Feng realized he had been a bit excessive, and quickly said, Chen Xiner, I formally apologize to you. Who knew you were grumpy in the morning? Forget it, just keep quiet, Wu Yu replied. Li Feng scratched his head, realizing he might have said the wrong thing again. An hour later, the preliminary round for the 400 meters event was held on time. Due to the small number of participants, there was only a preliminary and final round. The preliminary round took place at 1320, with 3 groups of 18 participants taking the first place from each group, and the top 3 from the remaining times, considering the physical exertion involved. The finals would be held 2 hours later at 1520. In the preliminary round, Li Feng easily secured victory with a time of 54:24 seconds. Anyone who has run the 400 meters in high school or college knows that despite being shorter than the 800 meters, achieving a good time is extremely taxing. This is because the 400 meters tests not only endurance and speed, but also your control over endurance, physical strength, and speed. You must have a good rhythm. When should you conserve energy? When should you accelerate? All this must be controlled well, otherwise it will be challenging to achieve a good result. Although it seemed many signed up for the 400 meters, half of them were placeholders, as this event was less popular. Thus, the school required each class to have at least 1 participant. The finalists were all from the physical training team, as they had truly trained for it, usually leaving the other competitors far behind. Soon the men's 400 meters finals for high school began, although the school's announcement had already been made several times. However, the number of spectators was still less than half of the morning's 100 meters race. One reason was that this event was not popular, and by the afternoon of the sports meet many students had their enthusiasm exhausted and were secretly hiding to slack off. All members of Class 3 of Grade 1, led by their homeroom teacher, arrived at the 400 meters competition site to cheer for Li Feng and Wu Jianping. In this sports meet, they had truly brought great honor to Class 3. They must be supported. Coach Liu and Principal Li Zhenghua also came to the sidelines to watch and cheer for them. Old Liu, you're in for a stroke of luck this time. You've got such a treasure in Li Feng. Just look at Li Feng's current results. Participating in the city sports meet and winning the championship will be a breeze, and he might even place in the provincial meet. You can't say that, or it's not just my achievement. Li Feng is my student, and also yours. Moreover, if Li Feng truly excels on the field, it won't just be a boost to my reputation, but also an honor for our entire school. Don't you agree, Principal Li? Coach Liu replied earnestly. Hearing such sincere words from Coach Liu, Li Zhenghua couldn't help but smile brightly. After all, during his tenure as principal, nurturing a sprinting talent would be of immense significance for enhancing the school's visibility and reputation. These are undeniably tangible achievements. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of joy within. The two exchanged smiles, and everything was understood without words. Everyone run well, keep to the rhythm, and don't get disorganized. Since all six were coached by Liu, they were cheering together. Ha! Understood, coach. The young men responded in unison. Athletes, take your positions. The starter called out skillfully. The 6 young men approached the starting blocks, checking their blocks and shoelaces. Ready. It was still the same robust, dark-skinned starter who took a deep breath and began to issue the command. The 6 men instantly bent down. Set. The starter shouted. A few of them transitioned from a squat to a hunched starting position, preparing for the sprint. Bang! The race began. Li Feng took off in the lead, thinking of the rhythm Coach Liu had mentioned. As the start was on a curve, Li Feng accelerated to 90, entering the straightaway, first maintaining his speed, without deliberately pushing harder. At this moment, Li Feng was still in the lead, with Wu Jianping and Wang Gang vying for second place. By the second curve, Li Feng began to gradually increase his speed. At the 260-meter mark, the distance had widened. The field gradually split into 3 groups, with Li Feng far ahead, and Wu Jianping and Wang Gang in the second tier, while the rest lagged behind. Go Li Feng! Go Wu Jianping! Go Class 3! Led by Li Xingyue and Lu Ping, the third class loudly cheered for the two on the field. Although Chen Xiner was still a bit upset about her quarrel with Li Feng at noon, she was also swept up by the surrounding atmosphere, joining in the cheers. In an instant, the trackside was filled with the cheers of Class 3, drowning out all other voices. Li Feng remained in the lead, having entered the final 100 meters straight, with all his strength pushed to the limit, muscles fatigued, and sore, relying solely on sheer willpower. With a final burst of energy, amidst a chorus of cheers at the finish line, Li Feng crossed the line first, with Wang Gang closely behind, and Wu Jianping in third. Students responsible for assisting the runners hurriedly came forward to support the finishers, helping them to walk slowly. Brother Feng, you're amazing, 3 firsts. You're the king of sprints, the campus champion of No. 2 High School. Lu Ping excitedly said as he supported Li Feng. Li Feng was speechless. If he weren't so exhausted and weak all over, he would have liked to jump up and give him a punch. He couldn't help but recall a famous line from a well-known TV drama in his past life. You always manage to come up with something. Soon the timing teacher looked at the stopwatch, wrote down the results, and announced loudly. First place, Class 3 Grade 1 Li Feng 51. 35 seconds. Second place, Class 2 Grade 3 Wang Gang 56. 12 seconds. Third place, Class 3 Grade 1 Wu Jianping 57. 89 seconds. Fourth place, Class 6 Grade 3 Chen Han 59. 58 seconds. Fifth place, Class 2 Grade 3 Zhao Qin 1 minute 2 seconds. Sixth place, Class 7 Grade 2 Chen Mingzhuang 1 minute 3 seconds. Principal Li and Coach Liu also arrived at the finish line, listening to the announced results of the 400-meter final, and Coach Liu was very pleased. Great! We've broken the school sports meet record again, just 1 second off the city record for the 400 meters, Coach Liu praised. Wow, that's impressive. It's not even in the same league, there's no comparison. The first place in these 3 events for the next couple of years' school sports meet has already been determined. Hearing that another school record had been broken, Li Feng was still very happy, especially with the prize money. Now, with 3 firsts and 3 championships, based on what Coach Liu said, the prize money from last year's school sports meet was worth 60 yuan. With the record-breaking bonus of 60 yuan, that totals 120 yuan. In 2002, this amount of money was not insignificant for a student. After a while, the school loudspeaker broadcasted again, "Congratulations to Li Feng from Class 3 Grade 1 for breaking the school sports meet record." After experiencing the previous announcements, the crowd had gotten used to it. Those who hadn't seen Li Feng were just curious about it. At this moment, Principal Li and Coach Liu found Li Feng and pulled him aside. Principal Li kindly said, "Li Feng, you placed first in the 100 meters, 200 meters, and 400 meters all while breaking school records. You are the first person to achieve this since our school started hosting sports meets." "Thank you for the praise, Principal. It's all thanks to the training from Coach and the support from the school. Otherwise, I wouldn't have achieved these results," Li Feng said gratefully. Listening to Li Feng's response, Li Zhenghua and Lu Aigua found the young man more and more pleasing to the eye. Then Principal Li continued, "I've heard about your family situation from Coach Liu. Given your outstanding performance at the school sports meet, the school has decided to waive all your fees for the 3 years of high school, including tuition and miscellaneous costs, which will all be covered by the school. Additionally, the fees you paid at the start of the school year will be refunded to you in a few days." We hope you keep up the good work and achieve even greater success in your sprinting career. Wow. So this means my tuition is waived. This is a privilege reserved for only a few top students, and I didn't expect Li Feng to enjoy it too. It's worth noting that tuition and various other fees for one semester at No. 2 high school amount to nearly 1,000 yuan. Over the course of high school, this could save at least 6 or 7,000 yuan, which is a significant sum for the Li family. Thank you, Principal. Thank you, Coach Liu. Thank you for the support from the school. I will definitely continue to pursue my sprinting career. Wherever I go, I will always be a part of No. 2 high school. Li Feng said excitedly and with sincerity. Principal Li, there's also that matter I mentioned to you before, which my family has agreed to. Coach Liu added. Li Jinghua, upon hearing this, patted his head and said, Old Liu, I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. Li Feng, your family doesn't agree with you practicing sprinting, and they still don't know about it, right? Yes, Principal. My family wants me to focus on my studies and doesn't allow me to practice sports, Li Feng replied helplessly. That's a matter we can handle. I can represent the school and find a time to talk to your family to help resolve their concerns. What if there were no attribute panel? Li Feng would definitely agree readily. However, after the school sports meet, he now wanted to wait until he had achieved some results before telling his family. After all, facts speak louder than words. Thus Li Feng firmly said, Thank you, Principal. My family situation is special, and my parents work in another city to support my education. They just want me to get into a good university, so I want to achieve some results first before telling them. I think it's better that way. Li Jinghua and Coach Liu exchanged glances. Alright, Li Feng, since you have a plan, let's do it this way. If you need any help from the school, feel free to reach out to me or Coach Liu at any time. The second day of the sports meeting, the students of No. 2 high school returned to their calm study life. After all, for students, studying is the main theme. Everything else is but a fleeting cloud. 3 years of college entrance examination, 5 years of mock exams. After the second class in the morning, the homeroom teacher Old Chun smilingly informed Li Feng that Principal Li was looking for him and asked him to go to the principal's office. Hearing that the principal was looking for him, the classmates all speculated about what it could be, but none could come up with a reasonable explanation. Soon Li Feng walked up to the principal's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Principal, my homeroom teacher said you were looking for me. Li Feng said with a puzzled expression. Yes, Li Feng, I called you here today to return the tuition and book fees you paid at the beginning of the school year, totaling 1,052 yuan. Li Jinghua, smiling, took an envelope from the drawer and handed it to Li Feng. Li Feng happily accepted the envelope, feeling the reassuring stack of money inside. He didn't expect the school to be so efficient. They mentioned it yesterday, and he received it this morning. Aren't you going to open it and count it? It's a total of 1,052 yuan, Li Jinghua said. Of course not, I still don't trust the principal, no need to count. Haha, that's good. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Tomorrow morning the school will hold an award ceremony for the sports meeting. They want you to represent the sports meet and give a brief speech. What do you think? Can you do it? Asking a man if he can do it. In the past, Li Feng would have been very nervous, but now it was different. Practicing sports had made him more confident. Plus, having received money from the school, he felt obligated to do it. It would be his first time speaking on stage at school, a chance to show off. Principal, no problem. I will prepare well. Good, then it's settled, Li Feng. You can go back to class now. Alright, thank you, Principal. Goodbye, Principal. After exiting the principal's office, Li Feng stuffed the envelope into his pocket, but it was too long to fit. Li Feng scratched his head, wondering how to fit it in. He pulled it out and forcefully folded it a bit, finally managing to stuff it in, but it created a bulge, clearly showing that something was hidden inside. But there was no other way. He had to muster the courage to head back. Upon returning to the classroom, Li Feng quickly sat back in his seat, and his classmates looked at him curiously. Everyone wanted to know what the principal wanted with him. After all, to most students, the principal is quite a significant figure. Just as he sat down, his deskmate LV Ping eagerly asked, Brother Feng, what did the principal want with you? Also, what did you hide in your pants pocket? Did the principal give you some treats? Upon hearing LV Ping's question, the classroom fell silent, as if the air had stopped, and everyone perked up their ears with curiosity. Seeing the situation, Li Feng knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he confidently took out the envelope from his pocket. He said to everyone, the principal saw my outstanding physique and decided to waive my tuition fee. He just called me to return the money I paid at the beginning of the school year. Wow, Brother Feng has become a sponsored student. Looking at the envelope in Li Feng's hand, LV Ping said in surprise. Li Feng is indeed impressive. Aren't only top students eligible for sponsorship? The principal must value him a lot. Hearing this news, the class erupted into a discussion filled with excitement. Li Xingyue and Wu Jiangping were also surprised, but thinking of Li Feng's achievements at the sports meet, they understood, and Chun Shiner in the front row was equally shocked, realizing for the first time how impressive Li Feng truly was. It's worth noting that only a few top students in the rocket class were sponsored. She didn't expect Li Feng to become a sponsored student just by running. Wu Yu felt indignant. Li Feng's grades were average. Just because he was fast at running, he received a sponsorship. Why? As a student, isn't good academic performance the most important thing? Huh. LV Ping looked at the crumpled envelope, utterly shocked. He remembered seeing his grandmother count the money several times before school started. A semester cost around 1,000 yuan, and now the money Li Feng was getting back was exactly that amount. If he used this to go online, he wouldn't be able to finish high school. If only I could run fast too, LV Ping thought excitedly. Not to mention everyone's various thoughts. Li Feng looked at the money, contemplated returning it home, but quickly dismissed that this amount was considerable, but not too much. It wouldn't change the family situation, and returning it would be hard to explain. It was better to keep it for himself. Coincidentally, the family was busy with farming, They were harvesting corn and planting seeds, and his grandparents hadn't returned home yet. They only brought him some rice flour and vegetables from time to time, reminding him to take good care of himself. He could use this money to improve his diet, plus he had a fitness monitor to keep track of his health, which allowed for extra training at night. Li Feng made up his mind, and no longer hesitated. He would just do it. Soon the school bell rang, interrupting everyone's thoughts. They hurried back to their seats, and Li Feng also tucked the envelope back into his pocket, thinking he needed to secure it when he got home. LV Ping, watching the thick envelope, became sentimental again. The boss is getting more and more outstanding. I'm feeling anxious. A typical case of worrying about his brother having too many hardships and fearing he might drive a luxury car. But soon everyone was pulled back on track by the ongoing classes. Everything turned bland again. Class breaks, meals, sleep. Before long the next morning arrived, and at a familiar intersection the two met. They greeted each other with a mutual understanding and walked towards the school together, not knowing how long these moments would last. Brother Feng, are you now practicing sprinting with all your might, aiming to become an athlete in competitions? I guess so, but I still wanted to ask. Otherwise what? My grades were already average. If I don't seize this opportunity, I think I would regret it for life. Li Feng replied firmly. Thinking about how LV Ping still went to the internet cafe every day, he couldn't help but say, if my academic talent were as good as yours, I would definitely study hard. Instead of practicing sports, training every day is tough, and you know that. You always daydreaming in class, hanging out at the internet cafe after school, yet your middle school exam results are still better than mine. If you studied seriously, I dare say you could definitely get into the rocket class, Li Feng said encouragingly. Really? Boss, am I really that smart? Don't trick me. Upon hearing Li Feng praise him for being smart, LV Ping's eyes lit up, but then quickly dimmed. Li Feng, walking ahead, stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked straight into LV Ping's eyes. You are my brother. Li Feng's sincere gaze fixed on him. Seeing the certainty and trust in Li Feng's eyes, LV Ping couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, instinctively avoiding his gaze. Brother Feng, thank you for believing in me. Oh, let's hurry, or we'll be late. Both of them unconsciously quickened their pace, running. The 12th Athletics Championship Award Ceremony gathered all the faculty and students of the school at the podium for the award. During the ceremony, Principal Li Jinghua fully recognized the contributions made by students of all grades to the school's sports activities, calling on all students to learn from those brave athletes who dare to strive and challenge themselves. He presented awards and monetary prizes. Just like last year, the first place received 20 yuan, second place 10 yuan, and third place 5 yuan. Additionally, there was an extra reward of 20 yuan for breaking records. The names of the award-winning students were announced one by one as they came on stage to receive their certificates and prizes. Li Feng was the biggest winner, not only pocketing 120 yuan, but also receiving an additional 100 yuan from the school for exceeding the city record in the 100 meters, totaling 220 yuan. Wu Jiangping also received a prize of 25 yuan. He was initially quite happy, but upon seeing the large sum in Li Feng's hands and glancing at the few bills he held, he couldn't help but shake his head. After receiving their awards and exiting the stage, all the faculty and students applauded them warmly. In the astonished eyes of the students from Class 3, Li Feng, who had just come off the stage, was called back by the principal, who then said, starting from this sports meeting, we will add a new process for the participating students to represent their peers in a speech. Now let's invite Li Feng from Class 3 of the first year to speak on behalf of the participating students. Everyone please applaud to welcome him, he said, and then he himself began to clap. The entire assembly of faculty and students followed suit, clapping. Dear teachers and beloved classmates, hello. I am Li Feng, a student from Class 3 of the first year. I am honored to stand here and speak on behalf of the participating students. Thank you. Finally, I wish. Thank you all. It was a standard speech, and after it ended, Principal Li took over the microphone. He delivered the final summary speech for the award ceremony, emphasizing that the remarkable achievements of the athletes were inseparable from their perseverance and courageous sports spirit. Perseverance is humanity's most valuable quality. I hope all students in the school will cultivate this quality, strengthen their exercise, study hard, and bring glory to the school while adding brilliance to themselves. The 12th Athletics Championship of Beishan No. 2 High School has successfully concluded. In the days that followed, a new figure emerged on the main road at dusk, a person jogging and exercising while the market welcomed a young man who frequently bought beef. Coach Lu Aigua often invited Li Feng to his home every few days to improve his meals and provide special treatment. At first, Li Feng felt somewhat reserved, but he gradually became accustomed to it. Long-term track training without sufficient meat intake can lead to physical exhaustion and malnutrition, which will ultimately affect training results. As for the extra training at night, Li Feng did not inform Coach Lu, opting instead to carry it out secretly, as he was unsure how to explain it and chose to keep it hidden. The reason Coach Lu retired due to injury was that excessive training had led to a rupture of his Achilles tendon, forcing him to retire. Therefore, he adopted a conservative training approach for Li Feng and the other members of the training team. During regular training, he often paid attention to the athletes' well-being, urging them not to push through discomfort to prevent overtraining and injuries. Currently, Li Feng focused on the 100 meters, with the 200 meters as a secondary event, while the 400 meters were left to his discretion. If he wanted to train, he could. Meanwhile, Wu Jiangping shifted his main focus to the 200 meters, and his performance was gradually improving. Both of them had bright futures ahead. Coach Liu's approach to performance pursuit differed from that of other coaches. One could say he was somewhat unorthodox. For those he deemed talented such as Li Feng, Wu Jiangping, and Wang Gang, he primarily focused on encouragement and protection. For athletes of average talent, he often subtly suggested that they should focus more on their studies, implying that there was no need to put all their eggs in one basket. Normally most coaches push for excessive training, draining the body for results. Perhaps they are not consciously doing so, but are constrained by the prevailing views of the era. Nonetheless, this is indeed the environment. Currently, domestic sprinting is relatively lagging behind internationally, not only in terms of results, but also in facilities, training methods, and experience. Most athletes facing performance bottlenecks choose to increase their training intensity, constantly pushing for more. Coaches constrained by the times can only continue to ramp up training, as failing to produce results means uncertain futures. For the few athletes who have achieved results, at least they have a stable job after retirement. However, most athletes lack good results, and often find their post-retirement lives unsatisfactory. However, blindly pushing through track training is certainly not effective. Scientific training is needed, involving adjustments to stride frequency, starting distances, arm swings, and fist positioning. In recent years, the country has been continually learning from foreign advanced experiences, and everything is progressing in Another day of technical training commenced, and after a while Coach Liu organized the team to bring starting blocks from logistics to the track, testing the effectiveness of their recent training. Let's start with a 100-meter test. You all hurry up and warm up. Alright. With the announcement of a performance test, the group erupted in excitement. After warming up, they all lined up in front of the starting blocks ready for the signal. On your marks. Go. Li Feng once again took the lead at the start, dominating the first half, while Wu Jiangping and the others had already grown accustomed to it. Soon several of them crossed the finish line. They all performed well, with Li Feng clocking in at 10:55 seconds, prompting a satisfied Coach Liu to look at the stopwatch. Li Feng had not yet exerted his full strength, yet he had already surpassed his previous best. This was a promising sign. Wu Jiangping finished at 11:36 seconds, while Wang Gang finished at 11:38 seconds. Both were able to consistently meet the standards for second-tier athletes, which was commendable. After a brief rest, they were set to test the 200 meters. Coach Liu stated to the group, "Brother Feng, don't let your guard down and I'll catch up to you soon." Wu Jiangping said half-jokingly, "Haha, I won't hold back. Just wait till you see my start. If you can keep up, it counts as your win." Li Feng confidently replied. Wang Gang watched the two prodigies banter and sighed inwardly, reminiscing about the last 2 years, when he was undeniably the best, only to find himself faltering now that he was in his senior year. Wu Jiangping said half-jokingly, "Haha, I won't hold back. Just wait till you see my start. If you can keep up, it counts as your win." As the starter called out, the signal was given, and they took off instantly. Li Feng was once again in the lead. Despite the absence of cheers, they all ran with great effort. At the 50-meter mark, Li Feng had already opened up a distance, prompting Wu Jiangping to give chase. Li Feng rounded the bend, and was the first to enter the straightaway, with the others closely following. As they entered the straight path, their speed began to decline, having exhausted most of their energy. However, the 200 meters hinged on the latter half, and they gritted their teeth to persevere. Li Feng maintained his speed, charging toward the finish line. Once again he was first. Beep beep. Coach Liu Igua promptly recorded the time. After a moment to catch their breath, he announced their results. Li Feng 22:35 seconds. Oh, excellent. There's a significant improvement. Wu Jiangping 22:80 seconds. Still a great advancement. Well done. Wang Gang 23:82 seconds. With a bit more effort you can reach the second-tier standard. Zhao Qing 24:91 seconds. A Lu Qinghu 25:32 seconds. Oh, performing normally. All good, indicating that the training methods we established earlier are effective. Let's continue with this approach. We aim for all to meet the second-tier athlete standards before the physical examination in March next year. Coach Liu concluded while looking at the results. Soon time flew by amidst classes and training, and over half a month passed. Li Feng spent each day alternating between regular training, technical training, and physical training. Having just finished today's session and returned home, he took a short break before starting his extra training. Using the attribute panel, Li Feng would stop training whenever his health monitoring showed a poor status. Once the panel status changed, but he was just a few sets away from finishing, so he thought about completing the workout regardless. As a result, the panel status turned red, showing a trend towards very poor, and Li Feng felt an increasing sense of fatigue. Fortunately, he stopped in time and encountered no issues. Frightened, Li Feng decided he would never let his status drop to very poor again. Facing the upcoming city sports meet, he trained systematically, intensifying his workouts and meals, and prepared earnestly. Huff huff. Today's extra training completed, Li Feng wiped his sweat with the towel around his neck, took a brief rest, and as night fell he headed home, thinking to check his attribute panel. Name: Li Feng. Age 16. Occupation: athlete. Height 171 centimeters. Weight 59 kilograms. Strength 60. Endurance 65. Speed 68. Reaction 57. Activated talent: explosive start. Health status: poor. Although he had achieved 3 first places in the school sports meet, his attribute panel showed no changes, nor had he received any points. However, due to recent daily training and Li Feng's covert extra training and meals, his weight had noticeably increased, and all attributes had seen significant improvements. I wonder how fast I can run now. Soon Li Feng returned home, skillfully took a bowl from the cabinet, opened the jar, and saw the nearly empty protein powder, thinking it really doesn't last long. But not wanting to be picky, he scooped a large spoonful, mixed it, and finished it in one gulp, finding it increasingly unpalatable. After completing this, Li Feng took out his English book and began to read, thinking about the possibility of competing abroad in the future. English is very important, so he made sure to squeeze in some extra study time after every training session. After more than half an hour once his body had recovered, he took a refreshing shower and dragged his fatigued body to bed. At 8 in the morning, when the bell rang for the first class, Li Feng Wu Jiangping Wang Gang and other members of the physical training team, along with a few champions from the middle school sports meeting, gathered under the teaching building. They were about to head to No. 1 middle school. The city athletics meet, held once every 4 years, was set to open today. They had already visited the venue once yesterday under the guidance of Coach Wang and other physical education teachers. Yesterday was a familiarization visit, since No. 1 middle school boasted the only rubber track in the city, making it the venue for the athletics meet. There were many competing teams from other schools present yesterday, resulting in a large crowd. Everyone could only run briefly to adapt, as the grip of their spikes on the rubber track was significantly better, allowing for faster runs. Today's team was considerably larger, with almost all the school leaders present, including Principal Li Jinghua, whom Li Feng was relatively familiar with. The school bus arrived soon, and everyone lined up orderly to board. Once everyone was on the bus, the team from No. 2 middle school headed to the venue. The city athletics meet differs from the student and school sports meets. It is the highest level comprehensive sports event in Ba City. It serves as an important platform for assessing and showcasing the achievements of competitive sports and public fitness development in Ba City. Thus, this year's city athletics meet was divided into youth and adult mass categories, with a record high participation scale from various counties, city-level agencies, and the economic development zone, totaling 7 representative teams. The events of this athletics meet began in early October and will conclude in early November, with over 200 athletes participating in 10 major events and 118 minor events, resulting in the awarding of 118 gold medals. Upon arriving at No. 1 middle school, Principal Li led everyone inside to wait for the entrance. Each representative team entered sequentially, with many high schools from Ba City's jurisdiction, including No. 3 No. 4 No. 5 and No. 7 middle schools, as well as schools from the surrounding counties. However, the largest contingent was from Ba City's youth sports school, the only sports school in Ba City established in 1990. Compared to other major city sports schools in the province, its strength is relatively lacking, but within Ba City, it remains firmly in first place, with most champions from previous meets emerging from there. In contrast, the team from No. 2 middle school appeared somewhat thin, totaling less than 30 members. Soon the city's main leaders delivered speeches, and after more than an hour the opening ceremony finally concluded. Events with significant student participation were scheduled early, concentrated in the first week, while other events were placed later, primarily to accommodate student schedules. The first events were the preliminary heats for the youth boys and girls 100 meters, followed by the adult boys and girls 100 meters. Then came badminton and table tennis for the youth groups and badminton and table tennis for the adult groups. The 200 meters preliminaries would take place in the afternoon. Since each participant could only register for 2 individual events at the city athletics meet, the members of the physical training team each chose 2 events to enter. Li Feng Wu Jiangping and Wang Gang all registered for the 100 meters and 200 meters. The 100 and 200 meters had the highest number of participants, thus requiring preliminary heats, semifinals and finals, with the top finisher from each group advancing directly. The remaining participants would have the top 6 advance to the semifinals, similar to the school sports meets, but with different numbers. Generally, the organizing committee would try not to place participants from the same school in the same heat, unless the number from a sports school was too large. Li Feng just run normally in the lead, there's no need to push too hard. With your strength there shouldn't be any issues. Wu Jiangping and Wang Gang, you both need to work hard, and see if you can make it to the finals. As for the others, stay calm, and remember, that participation is what matters, Lu Aigua instructed everyone. Principal Li Jinghua stood by watching as Coach Lu finished briefing, and called Li Feng over to ask, so are you confident about bringing home a championship? Don't worry, Principal. I have only one goal in this competition, to win the championship, Li Feng replied confidently, his determination unwavering. Good, it's great to have confidence. How has training been lately? Do you need any assistance from the school in your personal life? As I mentioned before, if you need help in any other area, feel free to reach out to me. This is not just talk, I mean it sincerely. Li Feng felt somewhat touched by this. He had thought the principal was just saying it casually, but now he realized he was serious. Why not say it earlier? Though he thought this in his heart, he replied, currently no. The school's tuition reduction has been a significant help. I'm grateful to the— Haha, no need to be polite. If you need anything, just let me know, or have Coach Lu talk to me. I won't take up your time any longer, you can head on. Principal Li Jinghua waved his hand, signaling Li Feng to return. Okay, thank you, Principal. He'll go for registration now. Soon the announcement for the youth boys 100 meters preliminary gathering sounded over the loudspeaker. The participants from No. 2 middle school were indeed not in the same group, which relieved Coach Lu. The staff distributed the identification numbers, and everyone affixed them waiting for the start. Li Feng was assigned to the second group. After the first group finished running, the staff notified the second group to prepare. Li Feng waved his hand and followed everyone onto the track, where he was in lane 2. The competition soon began. Without a doubt, Li Feng took the lead all the way and finished first. Upon returning, he said to the others, "Now it's your turn, good luck." Half an hour later, everyone had finished their races, with only Wu Jiangping taking first in his group and advancing directly, while the rest awaited the committee's decision on rankings. However, only Wang Gang had a chance, finishing second in his group. A few minutes later, the results were announced, and Wang Gang returned with a beaming expression, successfully advancing to the semifinals. After another 10 minutes, the organizing committee finalized the groupings. Li Feng and Wang Gang were placed in the first group, while Wu Jiangping was in another group. Wang Gang felt helpless upon hearing this, feeling as if his legs had lost strength. What was the point of advancing if he was in the same group as Li Feng? He already knew the outcome before it even started. However, it didn't matter much, making it to the semifinals was still a good achievement. He soon looked relieved. Wu Jiangping on the other hand felt fortunate not to be in the same group as Li Feng, as he still had a chance to reach the finals. The first group came over to prepare, and the staff called out. Li Feng and Wang Gang quickly moved to the starting blocks, with Li Feng in lane 3 and Wang Gang in lane 4. Go for it, brother Feng. He'll lay down as a sign of respect. Wang Gang joked. Don't give up. If you come in second, you might still have a chance to make it to the finals. Just think, if all three of us make it to the finals, we would be incredibly impressive. Huh, right? After hearing Li Feng's words, Wang Gang's fighting spirit ignited. He told himself, I must secure second place today. Though he thought this way the challenges were still significant. Don't underestimate the semifinals. Those who make it are typically the top athletes from each high school or from sports schools. In this group, two were from sports schools, both having finished first in their heats. Although it was uncertain what their times were, they would undoubtedly be strong competitors. Due to the preliminary nature of the events, and being a smaller city's athletics meet, only the finals would have results announced. For the others, only rankings would be provided. If anyone wanted to know, they would have to inquire with the organizing committee. Ready your positions, set. Everyone took their starting stances. Bang! At the sound of the starting gun, everyone surged forward, and the winners quickly became apparent. Li Feng finished first while Wang Gang was in third place, though the gap to the second place didn't seem too far. There was still a bit of hope for him to reach the finals. They would only know after everyone had finished. Wu Jiangping finished second, but returned with disappointment. Coach, I'm sorry. I didn't run well. Seeing this, Coach Lu consoled him. Silly boy, you ran very well already. How long have you been training? I'm glad to see you, and Wang Gang advanced to the semifinals. Don't be disheartened. Do your best in the 200 meters this afternoon, and aim for the finals. Soon after the fourth group finished, the organizing committee verified the results and announced the two supplementary qualifying spots, which did not include Wu Jiangping and Wang Gang. They had been eliminated. Although they had anticipated the results, the two still felt somewhat downcast. Principal Li observed the two young men, and couldn't help but comfort them. Don't be discouraged. Competing against professional sports schools is naturally a disadvantage. Making it to the semifinals is already exceeding expectations. Yes, we understand, Principal. The two replied in unison. The finals for the 100 meters would be in the afternoon, and the preliminary heats for the 200 meters would also be in the afternoon, so Li Feng and the others returned to their spot to wait. After the students from No. 2 middle school finished competing in other events, Principal Li took everyone to the cafeteria at No. 1 middle school for lunch. After lunch, he took them back to the bus to rest a bit, while waiting for the afternoon events. Soon it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The announcement in the broadcast informed the participants of the 200-meter preliminaries to gather, and Coach Lu and his team hurried to check in and collect their numbers. The three of them indeed were not placed in the same group, which was good news. Li Feng was in the first group, and there was no doubt he would advance to the next round without any pressure. Wu Jiangping advanced as the first in his group, while Wang Gang had bad luck encountering two athletes from sports schools, and the third did not have a substitute. I'm so unlucky. If there had been one less athlete from a sports school, I would have advanced too. Looking at the large team from the sports school in the distance, Wang Gang felt a bit frustrated. After a half-hour break, the 200-meter semifinals began. Li Feng and Wu Jiangping were not in the same group, and Coach Lu and Principal Li sighed in relief. This was the best situation. As expected, both advanced to the finals. Wu Jiangping was overjoyed, feeling that the specialized training from earlier was. However, the 200-meter finals would be held tomorrow morning. This afternoon, only Li Feng had an event left, which was the much-anticipated 100-meter finals. Scheduled for 4 p.m., the organizing committee arranged the events reasonably, allowing those participating in both the 100-meter and 200-meter events to have some rest. With plenty of time, Coach Lu called Li Feng back to the car to rest for a while and regain his energy, telling him to come back when check-in started. So the group returned to the school bus together. Brother Feng run well later and scare those damn sports school students. Among the 6 who advanced to the finals, only Li Feng was not from a sports school, the rest were. This is the norm in Ba City, as it is an economically underdeveloped inland area located in the Qinghua Mountain region. Regular high schools focus mainly on academics, and sports students are just an addition. Managing to get a secondary certificate for extra points is good enough, as there is no environment for cultivating professional athletes. Those with even a slight bit of talent were selected by sports schools in middle school, and many events are practiced from a young age, as they are all trained on the path to becoming professional athletes, giving them a natural advantage. Coach, if I break the record at the city games, will there be a reward? Li Feng asked, puzzled. There is no such regulation from the city. So stingy. After hearing Li Feng's words, Coach Lu said unhappily, are you just focused on money? As long as there's a reward, that's good enough. The city games champion receives 1,000 yuan, the runner-up 500 yuan, and the third place 200 yuan. If you can win 2 championships, that's 2,000. That's more than my 3-month salary. I was just asking if there isn't any. There isn't. Li Feng scratched his head and said, Li Feng, if you can break the city record and leave it at our second high school, I'll apply for an additional reward for you when I get back. How does that sound? Principal Li suddenly said generously. Principal, when have I ever lied to you? Just run well this afternoon and show the spirit of our second high school students. Thinking of the extra reward, Li Feng was excited. Looking at the enthusiastic Li Feng, Principal Li thought to himself that the school's money wasn't his own. Moreover, it was reasonable to reward students who made outstanding contributions. If he could really break the record, it would set a precedent for the second high school. This would be a solid work achievement. Then it's settled, Li Feng, you should rest up and conserve your energy. After more than an hour of rest, Li Feng was called awake by the coach. Li Feng got off the bus, stretched, and ran to the sink to wash his face, feeling fully energized. Although only Li Feng was participating in the finals, everyone followed him to cheer him on. Coach Lu and Principal Li took Li Feng into the preparation area for check-in, collecting their numbers. They were making the final preparations. Li Feng, don't be nervous, just run at your level to win. Coach Lu said calmly. Li Feng, who had a clear understanding of his own abilities, felt no nervousness, only excitement. This was about money. Not far from where the sports school was gathering, a slightly chubby, middle-aged man glanced at Coach Lu and his group, then walked over to greet him. Old Lu, long time no see. This young man in the finals is your disciple. How do you think I can't train a good athlete outside your sports school? Coach Lu Igwa spoke without courtesy, as if he had a grudge against the team leader of the sports school. Ha, you're still so stubborn. Does the young man have any thoughts of becoming a professional athlete? If so, we welcome him to our sports school. Seeing that Li Feng ignored him, he continued, we have all kinds of training equipment here, and our experience in diet and training is rich. It can't be compared to an ordinary high school. Am I still here? Are you trying to poach my talent in front of me? Coach Lu finally couldn't hold back his anger, and said, you just take care of yourself. You're not welcome here. Seeing the confrontation between that person and the coach, Li Feng did not respond, but waited for the person to leave before asking, Coach, do you have a grudge against him? Coach Lu sighed as he recalled the past. I originally went to the sports school after retiring, and he was one of the coaches brought in. In the end, I left because I disagreed with the philosophy at the sports school and came to the second high school. He stayed until now, and we often quarreled before I left, mainly due to different training methods. It's all in the past now. Lu Igwa reminisced about the past with a frown. Li Feng, if you want to become a professional athlete, I will support you. After this competition, let's have a good chat. Just focus on your race for now, we can discuss it afterward. The chubby coach went back feeling dejected. Wang Chong, Lu Yulong. He'll arrange you two on either side of that kid. When the race starts, you both go all out to disrupt his rhythm. Do you understand? The chubby coach spoke sternly to the two after returning. Hearing the coach's orders, the two felt dissatisfied but dared not refute. They had to obey as the coach's authority was paramount. During the 100-meter semifinals, the chubby coach saw Li Feng eliminate his team member, who was ranked third in training. Although he didn't know if Li Feng had used all his strength, he wanted to be cautious. He still sought out an old friend on the organizing committee to make adjustments. Moreover, Wang Chong and Lu Yulong were the weakest among the sports school finalists, making their chances of winning slim, so this arrangement was a way to make the best use of resources. Soon the referee called everyone over to prepare. The students from the sports school walked to the starting blocks, looking at Li Feng with fierce determination. Kid, you're the one who made our coach angry, right? Be careful later. The group spoke harshly, and anyone who didn't know would think they were about to gang up on Li Feng. Li Feng remained calm, quietly adjusting the starting blocks in front of him. He simply said the race speaks for itself based on the results. Wang Chong and Lu Yulong exchanged glances, preparing in silence, waiting for the race to begin. On your marks. The starter issued orders to everyone. Get set. Li Feng crouched down, pressing his feet against the starting blocks, and at the sound of get set, he instantly took his starting position, fully focused with only the starter's gun in his sight. Bang! Li Feng pushed off hard with his left foot, followed by his right foot, and instantly shot out. Coach Lu and Principal Li watched nervously from the preparation area. Li Feng took the lead off the blocks. As he accelerated, he lifted his head at the 20-meter mark, already half a body length ahead. Wang Chong and Lu Yulong were stunned. Accelerating through the middle of the race, Li Feng's speed increased. At 60 meters, Wang Chong and Lu Yulong, looking at Li Feng, who was already several meters ahead, felt a sense of helplessness. How could the coach suppress this? Lu Igwa and Principal Li were watching excitedly, unconsciously clenching their fists and shouting loudly, go, go. It was truly overwhelming, leading the entire way and dominating the sports school students. At 90 meters, Li Feng sprinted across the finish line first. The timekeeper promptly pressed the stopwatch. We won, haha. Coach Lu and Li Zhenghua excitedly embraced, as if they themselves had won first place. This marked a breakthrough for the second high school at the sports meet. After crossing the finish line, Li Feng ran for a bit longer, then walked over to the timekeeper, eager to see his results, and if he had... The sports school students looked at Li Feng filled with shock and helplessness. The gap in strength was so great that they lacked the courage to challenge him. The chubby sports school coach, seeing Li Feng's terrifying speed, felt a curse rising within him. Why did Lu Igwa have such good luck? Damn it, I must snatch this talent away. The timer referee, glancing at the stopwatch results, was utterly astonished. With years of timing experience, he recognized at a glance that this result had shattered the city record. He quickly rushed over to the working group with the stopwatch, recorded the results, and excitedly announced, through a megaphone, champion, Li Feng from the second middle school, time 10:26 seconds, runner-up Wu Zhong from the amateur sports school, time 11:2 seconds, third place, Zhang Gang from the amateur sports school, time 11:11 seconds. Li Feng has broken the event record and the Ba City 100-meter record. Although this result was hand-timed, it could still be retained as a record for the city games. Oh, did he break the record? 10:26 seconds. Impossible. The chubby coach from the sports school couldn't believe this result. He rushed over to the timer's side and snatched the stopwatch, unwilling to accept it. After confirming several times that it was correct, he glanced at Li Feng and made a secret decision in his heart. Coach Lu shook his head when he heard 10:26 seconds, confirming that he wasn't dreaming. It was astonishing. He never expected Li Feng to achieve such a result. If calculated with the hand time 0.24 seconds, he had already reached the standard of a national athlete. Coach Liu jumped up in excitement, shouting good good good. What does this mean? No one in Boss City has ever run such a time. In short-distance running events, there have only ever been first-level athletes. Never had there been an athlete of a national level. Hearing that he had actually run 10.26 seconds, Li Feng was also extremely excited. He had just given it his all in a desperate sprint to see how fast he could truly go. Upon hearing the results, Wang Chang and Lu Yulong exchanged shocked glances, thinking their coach must be crazy. How could someone like him let others? Not just them, the crowd around was equally stunned by Li Feng's result, unable to believe it. The staff from the television station in the distance were still interviewing leaders when they heard that the 100 meters had broken the city record. They hurriedly wrapped up and ran over with the cameraman looking for the champion, Li Feng, wanting to interview him, but they couldn't find him. At this moment, Li Feng had already walked back to the preparation area after finishing the race. Upon seeing him return, Coach Liu and Principal Li excitedly surrounded him, showering him with praise. Unable to find Li Feng, the television station host and cameraman simply went to the podium to wait for the award ceremony, thinking they could interview him afterward. After a while, it was soon time for the awards. The staff called for the three to stand on the platform that had been set up in advance. The television station's cameraman also aimed the camera to capture this moment. Normally, the deputy from the sports bureau would present the awards to the three, considering it was a city sports event. However, today the one present was Deputy Mayor Li, who was in charge of sports in the city. This was a rare occurrence. When it was Li Feng's turn, Deputy Mayor Li kindly draped the gold medal around Li Feng's neck and said, "Li Feng, you are young and talented. I hope you continue to work hard and embody the spirit of the Bashu man." Deputy Mayor Li, dressed in an administrative jacket, appeared graceful and authoritative. Next to him, Secretary Jiang carefully reminded Li Feng this is Deputy Mayor Li, who oversees sports in the city. This was Li Feng's first encounter with such a high-ranking leader, and he felt a bit nervous, quickly replying, "Thank you for your praise and encouragement. I will definitely live up to expectations." This was Li Feng's first encounter with such a high-ranking leader, and he felt a bit nervous. Li Feng turned to look at his coach and principal, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Deputy Mayor. Could I decide after the competition? I still have the 200-meter race to run." "Sure, there's no rush. Focusing on the race is the most important thing. I hope you can also achieve a breakthrough in the 200 meters. Come, let's take a photo together." Secretary Jiang quickly called over the television station staff to take a group photo. After the photo was taken, the television station host Wu Yixiao gently asked leader and the host from the television station, "Could you say a few words?" "Haha, I won't overshadow anyone. You should interview Li Feng. He is today's star, the rising talent from our Bashu." Deputy Mayor Li pushed the microphone toward Li Feng, smiling warmly. "By the way, regarding what I mentioned earlier, Li Feng, you can consider it after the race. If you have made a decision, you can directly contact my secretary Xiao Jiang. I'll take my leave now, otherwise you might feel uncomfortable with me here, haha." After Secretary Jiang quickly reminded how to get in touch, she jogged to catch up with the departing leader. Seeing the leader leave, the host in a blue professional skirt with an attractive figure Wu Yixiao enthusiastically interviewed Li Feng. Li Feng had never experienced such a situation, feeling even more nervous than during the competition. Seeing this, Coach Liu and Principal Li hurried over to rescue him, providing a few simple replies before ending the interview, as they needed to prepare for the 200 meters. The crowd surrounded Li Feng as they returned to the school bus, concluding the day's events. The bus carried them back to school, with everyone congratulating Li Feng. He was the champion of the city games, the fastest runner in the city. They all wanted to see the gold medal, curious if it was made of real gold. Li Feng, not stingy, took it off from around his neck, and the crowd chattered about how much real gold the medal contained. Coach Liu explained the gold medals at the city games are made of aluminum, merely plated with a layer of gold. It's just a souvenir. Don't bite it, you might damage it. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood and gave up on the idea of biting it. As they passed it around, admiration was evident. In response to the praise, Li Feng remained humble, showing no signs of arrogance or complacency. Coach Liu and Principal Li looked at the young man with satisfaction at his modest demeanor. With a bright future ahead, he was bound to achieve greatness. They quickly asked what the leader had mentioned during the award ceremony about considering carefully and contacting Secretary Jiang at any time. Deputy Mayor Li asked if I wanted to join the city sports team. "If I do, he will arrange it," if that's what he said. "I see Deputy Mayor Li values you highly. He personally awarded you the medal. The awards from previous years didn't offer such treatment. So how did you respond, or what do you think?" I replied that I would consider it after the competition. "Actually, I have no plans to join the city sports team. I'm only in my first year of high school, and I still need to prepare for university. Since I started practicing sports, I always aimed for recruitment as a high-level athlete. I need to go to university." "Good lad, you have ambition." Hearing Li Feng say this, Li Zhenghua felt very pleased. "By the way, coach, when will the prize money for the champion be distributed?" Coach Liu was taken aback. "You just received the medal and you're already anxious for the prize money." "I was just asking." The prize money will be distributed gradually after all the competitions are completed. It won't be that quick. Don't worry, it will not be shortchanged to you." "Oh, I see. Well then." Li Feng pouted helplessly. "It's fine, we can't help it if the city games prize money is slow to issue, but he'll discuss the school's reward with them as soon as I get back and try to get it to you quickly, ha." Principal Li said as he noticed Li Feng pouting. "Thank you, Principal. Long live the principal." Li Feng exclaimed excitedly. It was almost time for school to end, and the bus had dropped them off at a nearby intersection to their homes. They would return home from there and not go back to school. As Li Feng got off the bus, Coach Lu and Principal Li reminded him, make sure to rest well tonight, and avoid eating anything strange in case of stomach issues. You still have a race tomorrow. After Li Feng nodded in agreement, the two finally felt relieved to leave. After bidding farewell, Li Feng returned home. He did not slack off because he had won the championship, but instead, he swiftly heated the oil in the pan to cook. After resting for more than half an hour following dinner, he went out to train as usual. Although he achieved remarkable results today, Li Feng knew that his journey ahead was still long. Before reaching the peak, he must not be complacent. At Chen Xiner's home in a cozy room adorned with pink wallpaper, the desk was piled high with books and homework. Having just finished dinner, Chen Xiner quietly worked on the homework assigned by her teacher today. Suddenly, she heard her father's voice. Hey, come out for a moment. Is the one who won the championship from your class? I remember you are in class 3 of the first year, right? Hearing her father's call, Chen Xiner paused her pen in confusion, opened the door, and walked directly into the living room. Looking at her father, she recalled his earlier words and asked, what championship? The city sports meeting. Yes, look as if her father pointed at the television. Chen Xiner looked at the large 20-inch color TV in the center of the living room, where Li Feng was receiving an award at the Boss City TV station. Rubbing her eyes and looking closely, it was indeed Li Feng. She thought to herself, so soon. The whole class knew that he and Wu Jiangping had gone with Coach Lu and Principal Li this morning. They took the school bus to the first high school to participate in the city sports meeting, and the school playground was bustling with a large bus full of people. But she did not expect the results to come out so quickly. It wasn't today, just the opening. Moreover, Li Feng actually represented the second high school to win the championship in the 100 meters, breaking the city record. This is a city sports meeting championship. Looking at Li Feng's glorious appearance on the television, Chen Xiner couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. My classmate is the city sports meeting champion. Yes, Dad, he is my classmate. He sits right behind me. He just went with the principal and others this morning, and I didn't expect the competition to finish so quickly. This young man is really impressive, and he looks spirited. He should be only 16, right? He's in the same class as my girl. Chen's mother, who had just heard her husband's voice, also walked from the kitchen to the sofa to watch television. Seeing the two chatting enthusiastically, she couldn't help but interject. Seeing her daughter's affirmation, she thought to herself that this young man is truly accomplished. While other classmates are still studying in class, this guy has already won the championship. After the award ceremony, the television broadcast was of the host Wu Yixiao interviewing Li Feng. Li Feng's nervous demeanor was captured on camera and played back. Puffed. Seeing Li Feng's flustered appearance, Chen Xiner couldn't help but smile, as she didn't expect him to have such a side. Usually he speaks with such fierceness. Look at you today. The reason Chen's father was surprised was not just because he won the championship at the age of 16. Moreover, Vice Mayor Li personally presented the award to Li Feng and praised him as a rising star. This is quite rare, indicating that he is indeed highly regarded. Chen's father also works in an office and occasionally sees Vice Mayor Li. He knows that Li is typically decisive and no-nonsense in his work. Additionally, being under 40, he is in a rising career phase and is a popular figure. Chen's father is also in his prime, eager for advancement, so he enjoys watching the news and reading newspapers to stay informed about current events. Girl, while you're at school, if you have a chance, you can get to know him and build a good relationship. Once you enter society, this will be a valuable connection. This young man should have a bright future ahead of him. He broke the city record at such a young age. Many adult athletes can't achieve that. Seeing her father praise Li Feng like this, she couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He usually doesn't praise people. Got it, Dad. After Li Feng's figure disappeared from the screen, Chen Xiner lost interest, walked back into her room, and said without looking back, I'm done watching. If there's nothing else, I'm going to my room to do homework. At the same time, Li Xingyue and Wu Yu were called by their parents to the television, asking if they were classmates with Li Feng. Being able to see the news indicated that their families were well off enough to own a television. Li Feng is really amazing. I need to take a good look at his gold medal tomorrow. Li Xingyue thought excitedly. Wu Yue, on the other hand, was still angry, feeling. So what if he runs fast? Can he get into Yen University? I don't believe it. Running is more important than studying. Li Feng had no idea about the situation that appeared on Boss City TV News, nor did he have any way of knowing. Because his family currently did not have a television, only 2 beds, and some kitchenware. Back in her room, Chen Xiner sat on her pink chair, picked up her pen, and tried to continue with her homework. But her thoughts were still on Li Feng. He was just too impressive. Perhaps he could really make it big. She shook her cute little head vigorously in an attempt to dispel those thoughts, and continued writing her homework, but after a while she still couldn't concentrate. Her mind wandered to her memories of interacting with Li Feng not long ago. The first time they met, their first quarrel, she had thought Li Feng was truly impressive and very hardworking. Perhaps one day, he could actually make a name for himself and compete on television, but she didn't expect that day to come so quickly. Now the distance between Li Feng and her was just the difference between the front and back rows, and they could still see each other every day. Would that distance grow further over time? Chen Xiner, feeling flustered, put down her pen, lay back on her bed, and covered her head with the blanket to stop herself from, if I can't see him, then I can't see him. He always talks to me so fiercely, I don't want to see him anyway. The girl lost in thought ultimately lost her desire to do homework and fell asleep without turning off the light. Meanwhile, Li Feng, who was still practicing on the roadside, skillfully opened his attribute panel. Name, Li Feng, age 16, profession athlete, height 171 centimeters, weight 59 kilograms, strength 60, endurance 65, speed 68, reaction 57, activated talent explosive, starting health status average. Even after winning the city sports meeting championship, there was still no change. Li Feng was not disappointed. Having the ability to see his attributes was already a great satisfaction. At this time the sun was setting in the west. In the early 21st century, Ba City was impoverished. The city center was not even as good as a small town in a coastal city, with very few tall buildings and none of the bustling scene from his previous life. The tall trees lining the roadside cast their shadows on the concrete road, creating a unique scenery. The road beneath Li Feng's feet was one of the few concrete roads in the city, though most roads were still dirt. Who would have thought that this backward, old red district would experience such changes over a decade? Tall buildings would rise, not only covering the city with asphalt roads, but even the villages would have concrete roads. From the shoe road is difficult to the shoe road is accessible, and the shoe road is smooth. The spirit of wanting to get rich by first building roads has been thoroughly implemented. The motherland has a bright future. Li Feng also has a bright future. There is nothing difficult in this world, only those who are determined. Li Feng continuously motivated himself. Keep it up. Then he continued his training, performing frog jumps and working on core strength. He lifted stones by the roadside for strength training until his condition dropped to poor. By this time night had already fallen, and a weary Li Feng returned home. He skillfully prepared a cup of protein powder and cooked a late-night snack of boiled eggs and beef. Since he had dropped out of school, his meals had indeed changed drastically, which also improved his health. At 9 a.m., Principal Li and Lu Aigua arrived punctually at No.1 middle school with Li Feng, Wu Jiangping, and other students who had registered for various other events. The 200-meter final was set to take place at 9:40 a.m. There was plenty of time, and after Li Feng and Wu Jiangping completed their registration, they returned to the preparation area waiting for the race to begin. The coach from the sports school saw Li Feng and the others arrive, and recalling Li Feng's astonishing performance from yesterday, walked over with renewed hope. Congratulations, Li Feng. You certainly made quite an impression yesterday. Knowing that Lu Aigua must have something to say, Coach Lu still chose not to dismiss him immediately. It was just average. Your athletes from the sports school also performed quite well. I nearly couldn't keep up, Li Feng replied deliberately. Since learning about the tension between him and Coach Lu, Li Feng's words had taken on a sarcastic tone. Hearing Li Feng's tone, he realized Coach Lu had probably said some unfavorable things about him. Still undeterred, he continued to persuade. Their talent can't compare to yours. If you come to our sports school, all expenses will be covered by the school, and you'll receive a monthly stipend. The school will concentrate resources to train you, and I can guarantee you'll enter the national team within 2 years. What do you think? This was indeed quite tempting for an ordinary person, but Li Feng, possessing memories from his past life, had already made plans for his future. Alright, I'll think about it. Seeing that Li Feng remained unfazed, he added, continuing high school will only delay your talent. Our sports school has a solid athlete training program, and you can achieve better growth. Although my training philosophy differs from Coach Liu's, we all aim to cultivate talent for the country. I sincerely invite you to join us. However, Li Feng remained indifferent. He knew that saying more would be pointless. He simply remarked, think it over. If you decide, you can always find me at the sports school, and then walked away. Coach Lu had refrained from speaking earlier to avoid Li Feng misunderstanding him as obstructing his future. Once the chubby coach had walked away, he turned to Li Feng and said, Li Feng, focus on the race for now. I've also thought about your situation last night. If you truly wish to join a professional team, I can directly recommend you to the provincial team. If you prefer to pursue a high-level sports scholarship, I support that as well. We can discuss the specifics after the city games are over. What do you think? Sure, coach, I understand. Li Zhengguo watched the chubby coach who had come several times to poach talent. That guy dares to poach from me. Just wait until I catch you. Athletes, it's time to get ready, called the staff. Li Feng and Wu Jiangping put on their numbers and walked to their starting blocks, quickly adjusting and testing them while waiting. Li Feng was in lane 4 and Wu Jiangping in lane 5. Running his hand along the rubber track, Li Feng felt a surge of excitement, his mood lifting as his legs filled with strength. Old Wu, let's give it our all and show them the strength of No.2 middle school. Wu Jiangping confidently added, glancing at the other 4 athletes from the sports school. I'm going all out for the championship. I aim for the silver. On your marks. The starter began to call the commands. The 6 young men instantly crouched down, getting into their starting positions. Get set. The starter shouted again. Bang! The race began. With each race, Li Feng's experience grew, and his starts became faster. At 70 meters, Li Feng was in the lead, having already pulled ahead of the others, while Wu Jiangping and the athlete in lane 1 were. The scenery along the track blurred faster and faster. Go! Go! On the sidelines, Coach Lu and Principal Li watched Li Feng lead, their hearts ignited with enthusiasm as they shouted without regard for their image. Before the turn, Li Feng accelerated powerfully. Exiting the turn, he used his momentum to surge forward onto the straightaway, running at high speed for about 30 meters during a brief relaxation phase. In the final 70 meters, he entered the most grueling phase, sprinting at high speed with no oxygen, pushing himself to the limit. Hold on. Hold on. I've got a champion, another championship. 2 middle-aged men jumped up excitedly, their expressions filled with joy, as if they themselves had won the championship. Wu Jiangping indeed secured second place, with the sports school athlete close behind, making the race incredibly tense. Principal Li and Coach Lu couldn't care less about anything else, rushing from the preparation area to meet the two, excitedly exclaiming, well done. Great race. Supporting the two, they walked slowly to where the scores were recorded, eagerly waiting for the judges to announce the results. Before long, the judge took a megaphone and announced to everyone, champion Li Feng from No.2 middle school, 22 seconds flat. Runner-up, Wu Jiangping from No.2 middle school, 22 seconds 58. Third place, Zhang Gang from the amateur sports school, 22 seconds 62. The champion has broken the city game's 200-meter record and set a new city record at 22 seconds 35. The two mature men jumped up like children upon hearing the results, waving their arms joyfully. Li Feng and Wu Jiangping, who were being supported, nearly stumbled, but had regained their composure. The two exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in unison, thinking these two old guys are even more excited than the main characters themselves. After yesterday, Li Feng was no longer so overwhelmed with excitement. After running smoothly, he sensed he would perform well, and indeed broke the city record. Wu Jiangping looked at his results and ranking, feeling very satisfied, having surpassed the sports school athletes. The students from No. 2 middle school were immersed in the joy of victory, but the sports school side was bleak. Sigh. This city games has truly been a Waterloo for the sports school, losing 2 golds and 1 silver, which should have been a sure win. As he watched Li Feng on the track, he felt love and hate. He loved that Boss City had produced a rare sprinting genius, but hated that he wasn't under his guidance. The chubby coach thought, feeling frustrated watching the jubilant crowd from No. 2 middle school. However, upon reflection, Li Feng's performance indeed made it unnecessary for him to join the sports school. He could go directly to the provincial team. Realizing this, he abandoned the idea of recruiting Li Feng. However, runner-up Wu Jiangping also had impressive talent. Although he was outpaced by Li Feng, his performance was still excellent. Even if Li Feng didn't join, having Wu Jiangping would be beneficial. Resolving his determination and no longer caring about his image, he approached Wu Jiangping swiftly, generously praising him. Wu Jiangping, congratulations. Achieving this result without much professional training is truly remarkable. Your talent is indeed strong. Are you interested in joining our sports school's professional team? If you come, well, fully train you for the 200 meters with no tuition fees and a monthly stipend. He used similar persuasion on Wu Jiangping. Wu Jiangping hesitated upon hearing this, and after some time to digest it said, "Thank you for the compliment, but I'm still a student. I need to discuss it with my parents first." "Alright, that's fine. Take your time to discuss it with your parents. When you're ready, come to the sports school to find me. My surname is Du, and he'll be waiting for you." The award ceremony has not yet started. The television host Wu Yixiao rushed over with a cameraman to interview Li Feng. After yesterday's 100-meter final, knowing Li Feng's strong abilities, Wu Yixiao believed he might win the championship today. A 16-year-old dual champion in this impoverished area of Boss City is a big news. Therefore, before the final, she had already instructed the cameraman to find a good spot by the track, ultimately capturing this precious moment. After the results were announced, she immediately ran towards Li Feng. Today, Wu Yixiao, dressed in a purple professional skirt, also hurried along, fearing that Li Feng would vanish again, and finally caught up with him just before the award ceremony. Li Feng, I finally caught you today. Can I interview you?" Wu Yixiao, with her stunning looks, appeared slightly out of breath after running, her face flushed as she spoke. Li Feng glanced at her, deciding to look away from any impropriety. However, he couldn't refuse, so he agreed. "Wu Yixiao, you're only 16 this year, and you've already won 2 championships at the city sports meet, breaking records in both events. How do you feel at this moment?" "Li Feng, I am very happy and excited." "Wu Yixiao, you have such great talent. Have you thought about joining a professional team?" "Li Feng, I am still considering it. I need to discuss it with my coach and family." Just as they were chatting, staff members called Li Feng over as the award presentation was about to begin. Wu Yixiao, seeing this, wasn't upset and waited by the side to continue the interview after the awards. Li Feng, Wu Jiangping, and Zhang Gang stood on the podium waiting for the awards to be presented, while the cameraman recorded this moment. Staff members carried the medals and followed Deputy Mayor Li as he approached the 3 to present the awards. They had thought that Deputy Mayor Li's appearance yesterday was a spontaneous decision, but it turned out he came again today. Upon seeing Deputy Mayor Li presenting the awards, the 3 of them were all excited. After all, he is a significant leader. When it was Li Feng's turn, Deputy Mayor Li placed the champion's gold medal around Li Feng's neck and kindly said, "Congratulations, you've won the championship in the 200 meters and also broken the city record." Li Feng replied, "Thank you for your praise, leader. I was able to achieve this result thanks to my coach and the school's support, as well as the meticulously organized event by the organizing committee. Without these, I wouldn't have achieved this today." Good. I look forward to seeing you achieve even better results in the future, standing on the national stage and even the international stage." Deputy Mayor Li said encouragingly, feeling pleased. "Thank you for your encouragement. I will do my best not to disappoint your expectations. Think carefully about what I mentioned yesterday, and if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me," he said, leaning in closer. Li Feng nodded quickly. The leader truly cared about him, having invited him yesterday and mentioning it again today. After Deputy Mayor Li declined the television interview, he left the stage to Li Feng. Wu Yixiao quickly handed the microphone to Li Feng and asked, "At this moment, do you have anything you would like to say?" Li Feng immediately responded, "I want to thank the organizing committee for their meticulous preparation of this competition, and I am grateful for the full support of Coach Liu and Principal Li. Without these, I wouldn't have achieved today's results. Thank you, everyone." Seeing the earnest young man saying these formal remarks so seriously, she couldn't help but chuckle, only to realize her own lapse in composure, and quickly covered her mouth. After a brief interview with Wu Jiangping and Li Gang, she turned the microphone and camera towards Coach Liu and Principal Li standing nearby. The two were also puzzled, thinking, what does this have to do with us? They mainly lacked experience. Normally, after a championship win, both the champion and their coach or team leader would be interviewed. The interview mainly focused on the champion's usual performance and training. Coach Lu was being thrown into the spotlight for the first time, but having been a coach for many years, he managed to answer a few questions. Principal Li, as the head of No. 2 High School, had also dealt with the media before maintaining a calm demeanor and handling the interview with ease. The focus was mainly on praising Li Feng and promoting No. 2 High School's approach of recognizing students' strengths and providing tailored education. After the interview, everyone prepared to return. When the car was halfway there, Principal Li suddenly instructed the driver to find a nearby restaurant for a gathering, saying it was to celebrate everyone's achievements. Principal Li got out of the car and led everyone into the restaurant, asking the waiter at the front desk if there were any private rooms available. The waiter guided them to a larger private room on the second floor, where Principal Li and Coach Lu invited everyone to sit down. Principal Li took out the menu and handed it to Li Feng, asking him to order, as he was the biggest contributor today. Li Feng, not wanting to be overly polite, ordered his 2 favorite dishes, spicy chicken and twice-cooked pork, then passed the menu to the others. Soon the table was filled with a feast. Principal Li had initially planned to get some drinks to celebrate, but Coach Lu insisted. Since the others were still minors, it was better not to drink, and Principal Li couldn't argue against that, so he only ordered some chilled. Everyone took a can, and then Principal Li raised a toast to celebrate Li Feng and Wu Jiangping's excellent results from the morning. After a hearty meal thanks to Li Feng and Wu Jiangping, Principal Li announced an impromptu holiday for them. No need to return to school, just go home and rest for a few days. You've worked hard these past few days. Thank you, Principal. Long live the Principal. A group of young men cheered happily before dispersing to go home. Coach Lu had previously mentioned wanting to have a heart-to-heart talk with Li Feng after the competition, so he walked alongside him to chat. The two strolled leisurely along Binhe Road, chatting as they walked. Li Feng, now that the competition is over, what are your plans? Coach Du from the sports school invited you, and so did Deputy Mayor Li. What do you intend to do? Coach, I don't want to join a professional team. There are 2 reasons. First, if I join a professional team, it would be hard to explain to my family. You know my family's situation, and my parents have been working away to support my education. The second is that I also want to apply to Yen University and Wadeaku. I want to attend university, which has always been my dream. I guess you would think like this. Seeing your progress and achievements during this time, I have also been reflecting on how to move forward in the coming days. Coach Lu, going to university is one thing, but you can't neglect your sprinting. You have such talent. If you waste 2 or 3 years, it would be. At my current level, I can't teach you anything anymore, and I don't have any strong acquaintances in the coaching circle to introduce you to. So my idea is to see if I can take you to participate in a large competition to showcase your talent, and see if any experienced coaches are willing to invest in you and provide training. Yesterday I looked online and found that on the 25th of this month a major event will be held in Taizhou, Tiantai County. It will be the last large-scale event of the year, the 2002 National Athletics Championships and Grand Prix Finals. I want to take you to participate. The National Athletics Grand Prix and Finals. Based on your 100-meter time from yesterday, you are eligible to participate. If you perform well, you might even advance to the semifinals. Coach Lu affirmed, then shook his head. But first, you are not a registered athlete, although your performance has reached the standard of a first. However, you have not yet obtained the first-level certification, and you also lack results from 2 competitions at or above the municipal level this year. So technically, you should not be able to participate. I have an idea. We could ask Vice Mayor Li for help. He oversees sports work in the city, and during the award ceremony the other day, I noticed he valued you. If he is willing to help, we might just make it. Hearing the coach mention the opportunity to participate in the National Athletics Grand Prix, Li Feng's expression became excited. He blurted out, how much is the prize money? I know you would ask. The champion prize is 2,800 yuan, the runner-up 1,200 yuan, and the third place only 800 yuan. That's so little. A national champion only gets 2,800. What a stingy amount. For our city champion, it's still not low. The National Championship Grand Prix is a permanent event organized by the Chinese Athletics Association, and there are not only rank prizes, but also performance awards and record bonuses. For the record awards, exceeding the world record earns 1,000 yuan, surpassing the Asian record earns 8,000 yuan, and setting a national record earns 6,000 yuan. In the performance awards, if your time ranks first in the world for the year 2001, you receive 2,000 yuan. If you place in the top 3, you earn 1,500 yuan. The top 10 earn 1,000 yuan, the top 20 earn 6,000 yuan, and from the 30th to 50th places the prize ranges from 4,000 to 2,000 yuan. Kid, can you not think about the prize money for now? It doesn't relate to you at this moment. Whether you can participate is still uncertain. Coach Lu said helplessly. Moreover, the national championships are filled with top competitors from across the country. Even if you participate, it won't be easy to win a medal. If you can make it to the semifinals, I would be very pleased. Li Feng weighed his options and decided to follow the coach's advice to seek help from Vice Mayor Li, thinking it wouldn't hurt to try. After all, it was the only way forward. Having made up his mind, Li Feng no longer hesitated and immediately said, "Then I'll go find him this afternoon. Coach, please come with me for added persuasion." You've decided so quickly. I thought you would need some time to think about it. Lu was quite surprised by Li Feng's immediate decision. He, the coach, already thought it through for me, so what else is there to consider? He'll head out later. But we need to wait until after 2 p.m. During work hours before going. Then let's go for a light jog first. Saying this, Li Feng pulled Coach Lu to start jogging to an open area, where Li Feng, what you want to practice even during this lunch break? Seeing Li Feng wanting to train, Coach Lu was again shocked. Aren't you going to participate in the national championships? Every bit of improvement counts. Fortunately, the weather was nice today. It was cloudy. With that, Li Feng began his warm-up, followed by frog jumps, shuttle runs, and other exercises. Coach Lu watched the passionate Li Feng and thought to himself that with such determination and execution combined with his talent, he might really break the 10-second barrier. The ultimate goal for sprinters is to run the 100 meters in under 10 seconds. It is known that currently only black athletes have achieved times under 10 seconds, while white and yellow athletes have yet to do so. I wonder if I will see it in my lifetime. After training for over an hour like this, Li Feng took a short break and returned home. Li Feng invited Coach Lu to sit for a while, then skillfully prepared a bowl of protein powder and took a hot shower. He took out clothes that weren't very new, but were clean and tidy from a worn-out wardrobe. Noticing the time on the wall, it was 2:25 p.m., so the two set off for the city government. Upon arriving at the government building, and after some twists and turns, the security guard finally helped them contact Secretary Jiang. After a while, Secretary Jiang arrived at the entrance to lead the two to Vice Mayor Li's office. Secretary Jiang advised them to be mindful of their words, and then knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. Leader Li Feng and Coach Lu are here. Good, you can leave now and get back to work. Then he welcomed the two to sit on the sofa and chat. Li Feng, have you decided so soon? Are you certain about joining the city sports team, or? Leader, I rushed over this afternoon to find you because. After Li Feng briefly stated a few points, he asked Coach Lu to explain the situation in detail. After hearing this, Vice Mayor Li fell into deep thought. If this matter were to be handled with his strength and connections, it could be arranged, as he happened to have a classmate working in the athletics management center. But was Li Feng truly worth him helping with this? As the leader in charge of sports, although he doesn't handle specific tasks, he still understands athletics. Li Feng's 100-meter performance in the city games is particularly impressive for his age, making him a rare talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally awarded Li Feng. After weighing his thoughts, Vice Mayor Li smiled and said, I can help with this, but there are two conditions. Hearing that the leader was willing to help, Li Feng hurriedly asked, please tell me, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best. Haha, it's not a difficult request. When you compete this time, you must represent the Ba City sports team as an athlete from Ba. Sure, no problem. This is only right, I am also a native of Ba City. Li Feng responded affirmatively upon hearing. The other thing is, if you are needed to compete for Ba City in the Sichuan Provincial Games in 4 years, you must make time to participate. Leader, this is something I should do. Haha, then there are no problems. Please wait a moment, I will make a phone call. Do we need to step out? Coach Lu asked. No need to step out, you can stay and listen. Whether it can be done depends on his willingness to help. Haha. After speaking, Vice Mayor Li dialed the phone using the landline. Let me find Minister Chen from your center, and tell him it's his old classmate Li Kong calling. After a while, a voice came from the phone. Hello, old classmate. Old Chen, how have you been lately? Busy. A bit, but I definitely haven't been as busy as this major. Why the sudden call? Do you need something? I do have a favor to ask of you. Do we need to be polite with each other? You can just say it, or it's a small matter, you understand, can it be done? It's a trivial matter, I happen to be working on this recently. Just have your staff send me the materials, and I will take care of it. Just come on time to report. Okay, thank you. When we have the chance, I will treat you to a meal to express my gratitude in person. No need for that, oh, we're old classmates. There's no need for such formalities. Haha, let's leave it at that for now. I will have my secretary send you the materials later. Did you all hear that? It's all settled. Li Feng, focus on preparing for the competition. Later I will inform Secretary Jiang, and you should organize the necessary materials for him. We will also register your athlete identity together. Leader, will this athlete identity affect my college entrance exam? It want this is a certification of your performance, and I want make you a full-time athlete on the city sports team. It is just a regular registered athlete, it won't affect your college entrance exam, so don't worry. Li Feng was truly grateful for Vice Mayor Li's generous assistance. The two conditions he mentioned didn't count as conditions at all. Even if he hadn't mentioned them, they were things he should do. Thinking of this, Li Feng deeply bowed, saying, thank you. Li Kong, who had been in the officialdom for years, looked at the sincere Li Feng with great satisfaction. No need to thank me. It is our fortune and blessing for Ba City to have a talented athlete like you. Keep it up, young man. After Vice Mayor Li entrusted the matter to Secretary Jiang, the two followed Secretary Jiang out of the office to his workspace. Secretary Jiang checked the necessary documents on his computer, printed the registration forms and paperwork, which Li Feng. He then led them to the Municipal Sports Bureau office to register Li Feng as an athlete. The clerk, seeing they had Secretary Jiang with them, finished the procedures in no time, and Li Feng received a brand new amateur athlete ID. Once everything was settled, Secretary Jiang escorted them out of the government building. Both of them felt it was almost surreal, too easy, too smooth. It was indeed dreamlike. The key was that the leaders were willing to help. In the office, I vaguely heard, he seemed to have called someone at the track management center. With connections like that, and your results laid out before them, it becomes straightforward, Coach Lu said. Indeed, it's entirely thanks to Vice Mayor Li's assistance. Li Feng looked grateful. Just before leaving, Secretary Jiang instructed, everything is arranged except for one thing. The Level 1 athlete certificate, which must also be brought to the competition venue. That can only be issued by the province, we can't handle it here, he added. Vice Mayor Li will inform the Provincial Sports Bureau, they will treat it as a special case, and after the tests, issue the certificate. Alright, thank you, Secretary Jiang. Li Feng would need to go to Shidu a few days early past the Provincial Sports Bureau assessment to obtain the certificate, and then set off for Tiantai County. Because they were representing the city, their travel expenses to Tiantai County could be reimbursed according to standard rates. That unquestionably solved a major problem. If they had gone at their own expense, the travel cost alone would have been a huge issue. Ba City is more than 1,000 kilometers from Tiantai County. Even the cheapest Heartseat train ticket would cost at least over 400 yuan round trip. Almost as much as Coach Liu's monthly salary, perhaps more. Not to mention sleeper berths, accommodation, and meal costs. This is the advantage of joining a professional outfit. The organization funds your travel. As long as you produce results, your competition expenses can be reimbursed. But correspondingly, when you achieve results and receive benefits, sponsorships, and prize money, these will be proportionally returned to the nurturing institution and the coaching staff. Li Feng was still a high school student, not yet a professional athlete. If in 2 years he truly took the trials for a high-level team and gained admission to Yanda or Wadayaku, during his school years, if he produced results and earned prize money or endorsement fees, the school would receive a portion. The school would also provide training facilities, equipment, coaches, and other support. After discussing with Coach Liu to save time, they decided to take the train on the night of October 19th to Shudu and secure the Level 1 athlete certificate on the 20th. They would then rush straight to Tiantai County. The trip from Shudu to Tiantai would take about 2 days and 2 nights. Leave the night of the 20th and arrive the night of the 22nd. They could rest for 2 days and familiarize themselves with the venue before competing on the 25th. Today was October 9th. Less than 10 days until departure on the 19th, so Li Feng had to intensify his preparations. Coach Liu, knowing how much Li Feng cared about championships and outcomes, and fearing he might feel pressured, spoke earnestly. "Kid, I know you are fiercely competitive and always want to win. But this is different. This is a national Grand Prix. Many of those you will face are adult athletes at the peak of their careers. How old are you? Don't put pressure on yourself this time. Treat it mainly as experience. Train normally for these 10 days. No secret extra sessions. If you injure yourself and waste this opportunity, that would be the real pity. Do you understand?" "Yes, coach, I understand. They'll keep my mind steady." Yet Li Feng had an attribute panel that monitored his physical state. At any moment, extra training was inevitable. He had trained like that last month. After another uneventful evening training session, he opened his attribute panel. Name: Li Feng, age 16, occupation student athlete, height 171 centimeters, weight 59 kilograms, strength 61, endurance 65, speed 69, reflexes 57, activated talent, explosive start, health status poor. After a couple of days of competitions and training, his attributes had risen somewhat. Good. Over the next 10 days, he must continue extra training to improve before the Grand Prix. The morning sun rose as usual. At the same intersection, Li Feng walked alongside Lu Ping. Brother Feng, how did you and Wu Jiangping fare at the municipal games?" "You haven't been at school these past 2 days?" Lu Ping asked with curiosity. "Don't you know my ability yet?" Li Feng, "You won the municipal games championship," someone exclaimed. "No way. You are incredible. That's the best in the entire city." Lu Ping said, eyes wide with astonishment. Li Feng, wanting to tease Lu Ping, did not slow his stride and said calmly, "It was nothing. Just 2 championships, quite simple." "Oh my, that's such a humble brag. 2 championships. Lu Ping cried. Lu Ping hurried up to him, still shocked. "It's only the municipal games championship, not a national title," he added. "You've really changed a lot lately. You used to be so lanky. Look at you now." Lu Ping couldn't help pinching Li Feng's muscular arm. "You've become a fitness fanatic. Abs and everything." "And Wu Jiangping? Since you won, did he gain anything?" "Old Wu took a silver medal. You two are amazing. Now that your competitions are over and nothing else is pending, we'll be back to attending school together every day." Lu Ping smiled at the thought. "Yes, roughly. Though they might miss a few days until the end of the month." As they reached the school gate, they saw 3 large banners. The first banner read, "Warm congratulations to our school's grade 10 class 3 student Li Feng for winning the 100m championship at the municipal games and breaking the city's 100-meter record." The second banner read, "Warm congratulations to our school's grade 10 class 3 student Li Feng for winning the 200m championship at the municipal games and breaking the city's 200-meter record." The third banner read, "Warm congratulations to our school's grade 10 class 3 student Wu Jiangping for winning the silver medal in the 200-meter at the municipal games." They had gone up so quickly. The school was efficient. Li Feng thought this, but kept walking straight in. Lu Ping looked at the 3 banners, stunned anew. He had known Brother Feng took 2 championships, but he had not realized he had also broken city records. Staring wide-eyed at the large banners at the school gate, he could not find words to describe how he felt. Watching Li Feng's athletic silhouette recede, he felt for the first time a distance between them, as if they belonged to different. Upon entering the classroom, it was already alive with voices and speculation. The conversation revolved around Li Feng's victories and record-breaking runs, with Wu Jiangping's silver medal mentioned in passing. When the protagonists arrived, everyone offered congratulations, and praise flowed unabated until the class bell rang and homeroom teacher Chen entered, at which point the room fell silent. Homeroom teacher Chen was very approving of Li Feng and Wu Jiangping. Their results at the municipal games lit up his face. He praised them publicly and led the class in applause to congratulate them. Li Feng and Wu Jiangping responded with modesty. The classroom atmosphere was cheerful and harmonious, filled with a lively. While the classmates went to the playground for their break exercises, Li Feng was called over by the principal. In the principal's office, Li Zhenghua invited Li Feng to sit down, and then took out a thick envelope from his desk drawer, handing it to him. "Li Feng, Coach Liu told me early this morning that you are going to participate in the grand competition. I was shocked. It's really not easy. This is a national level event. If it weren't for the help from the leaders, we really wouldn't have had any way to manage it. The school can't help you much either." The envelope contained a total of 3,000 yuan, of which 2,000 was the reward I promised you for breaking the city sports record, and the remaining 1,000 is the school's sponsorship for your travel expenses. Looking at the thick envelope, Li Feng's first reaction was to refuse, pushing the envelope back toward Li Zhenghua. Don't I know your situation? Although the city sports competition has prize money, it won't be distributed until after the November sports meet ends. Though Coach Lu said that the city team will reimburse your travel expenses too, and from Tiantai County, you will still need a significant amount of money to go to Shidu. Moreover, the upfront costs will need to be covered by you. Reimbursement will only happen after you return. Just take it with peace of mind. Li Zhengguo pushed the envelope into Li Feng's hands and patted his shoulder. Besides participating in the grand competition is also to bring glory to the school. The school should alleviate your worries, but its financial situation is average, so we can only provide limited support. You just don't think it's too little. Li Feng looked at the money in his hands, listening to Li Zhengguo's humble words, and truly felt grateful to the principal and the school. After all, 3,000 yuan in 2002 was quite a substantial amount. Thank you, principal. I will definitely work hard in the competition and run my best. Don't feel pressured, you are still young. Coach Lu said you plan to leave on the night of October 19th. During this period, do you want to rest at home and prepare for the competition? If needed, I can help you request leave. No need to go through so much trouble, principal. I can train normally every afternoon. If I train too much every day, it won't be good. Alright, this is up to your own arrangement. I don't know much about this, but if you need anything, you can always find me and the school. We are your strong support. After leaving the principal's office, Li Feng felt the thick envelope in his pocket, and his worries about travel expenses vanished. 3,000 yuan was enough for this trip. Taking advantage of the absence of classmates, Li Feng quickly put the envelope into his backpack to avoid being seen and surrounded by others. Time flew by. Soon it was the 19th. On the morning of departure, the school happened to be on holiday. Coach Lu insisted on taking him to buy a new pair of spikes as the previous ones were somewhat worn out. Li Feng had intended to buy them as well, but he had forgotten amidst his daily training. Coach Lu took him to Baixing Mall, the largest hypermarket in the city of stores specializing in sports goods, and headed straight for the spike section. Pick a good pair, and I'll foot the bill. You can't go to the grand competition wearing those old shoes, right? No need, coach, I already... Li Feng pulled out a stack of money from his pocket, indicating to Lu Aigua that he had his own funds. What you have is yours, buying you a pair is my intention. Don't refuse it. Coach Lu found a pair of Nike spikes, asked the clerk for a suitable size, and handed them to Li Feng to try on. Li Feng glanced at the price and quickly refused. This is too expensive, it costs over 500 yuan. Please don't buy me something so costly, it's a waste. Just try them on, it won't hurt. Are they going to eat you? Unable to refuse the coach, Li Feng sat down, took off his old shoes, and tried on the new ones. They fit surprisingly well. Coach Lu asked Li Feng to stand up and walk around to check their comfort. Li Feng stood up and walked a few steps, saying, they're alright, but they feel a bit uncomfortable. Let's look at other options, coach. Is it the size that's off? Let me check. No, it just feels a bit uncomfortable. Li Feng quickly waved his hands. Don't try to play tricks on me, I know you too well. Seeing Li Feng's disgusted expression, Lu Ai was scolded with a laugh. He turned to the nearby clerk and said, hello, we'll take this pair, please wrap it up for me. Coach, please don't. It's really too expensive, over 500 yuan. It's such a waste, let's look at other options. Stop being so fussy, this is the one. Coach Lu was adamant about this pair. The clerk was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to pack it or not. Just then Chen's father, mother, and sister walked into the Nike store. Taking a day off, the couple brought their daughter to the mall to buy new clothes and shoes, unexpectedly running into Li Feng and Coach. Seeing the two pulling at each other, Chen Shiner curiously greeted. Teacher Lu, Li Feng, what are you two doing? Why are you pulling? Hearing the voice, the two turned around and saw Chen Ziner's family stopping their tugging. Coach Lu was the first to respond. Oh, Chen Shiner, are you out shopping with your parents? We're here to buy shoes as well, haha, what a coincidence. Dear, this is Li Feng, your classmate who won the championship at the city sports meet, Chen's father and mother said with curiosity. Yes, that's me, Li Feng politely greeted. Hello, uncle and aunt. Hello, indeed, a remarkable young man, so polite. We saw the news about your victory at the city sports meet on TV, impressive. Not at all, it's thanks to Coach Liu's excellent teaching and a bit of good luck that day, Li Feng humbly replied, recalling the TV interview from that day. Chen's father looked at Lu Aigua, also showering him with praise. A great teacher produces outstanding students. Coach Lu, it's nice to meet you. I am Chen Ziner's father, and this is my wife. Hello. Although I am a physical education teacher, I know that Chen Shiner is among the top students in her class. You both have taught her well. Seeing Li Feng ignore her and only speak to the adults, Chen Shiner felt a bit annoyed. Li Feng, you haven't answered my question yet. Noticing Chen Shiner looking a little upset, Li Feng quickly replied. I was just discussing spikes with the coach. He insists on buying me a pair, and we were trying to convince each other. Are you and uncle and aunt also here to buy shoes? Coach Lu, hearing about buying shoes, took the opportunity while Li Feng chatted and signaled to the clerk to wrap them up. Yes, we're also here to buy shoes, Chen Shiner replied. Then you guys go ahead. Oh, I'll continue discussing with the coach, Li Feng said decisively. Chen's father recalled the main purpose and called over another clerk to get the shoes they had picked out earlier for his daughter to try. Chen Shiner watched curiously as Li Feng and Coach Lu continued to discuss whether to buy. Li Feng insisted on looking at other styles before making a decision. No need to argue, it's already packed up. Coach Lu pointed at the shoes that had just been wrapped at the checkout counter. Seeing that Coach Lu had gone ahead and packed them without discussing further, Li Feng panicked, saying, Coach, there's really no need to buy such good ones. I won't be wearing them for long. I am your mentor. Oh, just listen to me. Ignoring Li Feng's protests again, he paid for the shoes. Li Feng had no choice but to accept. Over 500 yuan is really too expensive, it's almost a month's salary. Li Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of regret as he looked at the happy expression on Coach Liu's face. After buying everything, Li Feng saw that Chen Ziner's family was trying on shoes. He glanced at Coach Lu and walked over wanting to greet them before leaving. Uncle and Chen Shiner were leaving after shopping. You take your time. Hearing Li Feng's voice, the three turned around to see him, and Chen's father and mother replied, Okay, Li Feng, Coach Lu, take care. After saying that, they turned back to continue selecting shoes. Since Li Feng was nearby, he immediately caught sight of Chen Shiner trying on new shoes. Chen Shiner was indeed changing into new shoes. Noticing Li Feng looking at her feet, her little face flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but puff up her cheeks and huff. What are you looking at? But with her parents nearby, she didn't dare to act out, and could only think to herself, You'll see how I'll deal with you on Monday when school starts. Li Feng didn't expect Chen Shiner to notice him, and they exchanged glances. You look at me, I look at you. Li Feng felt a bit awkward, and waved his hand quickly goodbye Chen Shiner. Then he hurriedly slipped. Seeing Li Feng's boldness, Chen Shiner couldn't hold back anymore. Pouting her lips, she huffed. After Li Feng awkwardly ran away, he went shopping with Coach Lu and bought a pair of Duowei training shoes for 129 yuan, along with a backpack to carry his changing clothes. Coach Lu wanted to pay, but Li Feng insisted on using his own money. He planned to wear the Duowei shoes for daily training, and save his Nike shoes for the days leading up to the competition to avoid wearing them out too soon. In the evening, while Li Feng was practicing alone, he unexpectedly ran into Li Xingyue, who was strolling around. Through her chatter, he learned that Li Xingyue was excited to hear he was going to participate in the national track and field grand finals in Tiantai. She pleaded with Li Feng to get Lu Xiang's autograph for her. Since Lu Xiang broke the Asian record at the Asian Games, she had been infatuated with him. She often followed sports news and knew that Lu Xiang was also participating in the competition. Li Feng, seeing her enthusiasm, promised to do his best to get it if he had the chance. Seeing that Li Feng agreed, Li Xingyue was so happy that she danced around as if she already had it in her hands. After returning home, she had a meal, freshened up, and packed her change of clothes. Li Feng wrote a note and left it on the old wooden dining table. He was worried that during the competition, if his grandparents came from their hometown and found him absent, they would be concerned. The note explained his situation just in case. Then he shouldered his luggage, opened the door, and looked at the scene inside the house, which could only be described as bare. He was determined to make a name for himself on this trip. After taking a deep look, he closed the door and turned to walk downstairs. After meeting with Coach Lu, the two of them shouldered their bags and queued to enter the station. During this season, there weren't many people at the train station. They didn't have to wait long before boarding the train to Shidu. On the green train, they held onto their backpacks tightly as the train was crowded, and they had to watch out for pickpockets. After a night of travel, they arrived at Shidu East Station at 9 in the morning. Upon exiting the station, a crowd was shouting about accommodations, but the two ignored them and headed towards the bus station, planning to take a bus to the vicinity of the sports bureau first. Li Feng, do you want to rest for a night before the test? You didn't rest well last night, Coach Lu said. No need, Coach. I just napped with my bag. Let's not waste time. We should find a place to eat near the sports bureau and rest out. We don't have much time. Let's finish up early and head to Tiantai. You don't need to worry about qualifying as a first-class athlete. You know my strength, don't you? Coach Lu looked at Li Feng, who was full of confidence, and thought it would be better to go to Tiantai early to adapt. It wouldn't do. Thus the two of them changed buses several times and spent over an hour finally reaching the vicinity of the sports bureau. After having a meal at a restaurant, they rested for 2 hours. At 2:30, they arrived punctually at the entrance of the sports bureau. After the guard inquired, he contacted someone from the training department to come and receive them. After a while, a staff member from the training department came to take them to the first athletic training base. The director of the training department, Dai Gang, welcomed them. Hello, you must be Li Feng and Coach Lu Igua. You have finally arrived. Mayor Li specifically called me saying you would be coming in the next couple of days. Welcome. I am the director of the training department. My surname is Dai. He extended his hand and shook hands with both of them in turn. It's mainly because Li Feng needs to urgently obtain a first-class athlete certificate to participate in the competition in Tiantai, so I have to trouble you. Upon hearing that he was a leader, Coach Lu quickly responded, Yes, we apologize for the trouble. Li Feng echoed. I am an old classmate of Li Kong, so there's no need to be so polite. It's just a small favor, and you are representing the city in the grand finals, which is an official matter. How can you say it's a hassle? You two rest for a bit. I will arrange for someone to prepare the equipment and get things done quickly. After Director Dai finished speaking, he signaled a nearby staff member to take the two to the rest area. After a while, the timing equipment was ready, and the staff called them over. Walking to the track at the training base, the timing equipment, wind speed device, and starting blocks had already been set up. Director Dai signaled for Li Feng to warm up first before starting the test. Li Feng stepped onto the rubber track and began to warm up. He first jogged a lap around the track, and after breaking a light sweat, he performed leg stretches, waist bends, torso twists, and shoulder stretches to loosen up his joints, ligaments, and muscles. After 10 days of extra training, his attributes had improved compared to before. Name, Li Feng, age 16, occupation, athlete, height 171 centimeters, weight 60 kilograms, strength 62, endurance 66, speed 70, reaction 60, activated talent, explosive, start, health status good. His speed had reached 70, and he was in good condition, brimming with confidence. Under everyone's gaze, he wasn't in a hurry. He took over 10 minutes to fully warm up. He knew his strength and was confident he could meet the first-class athlete standards. In the previous competition, he had recorded a time of 10:26 seconds hand-timed, which was equivalent to 10:50 seconds electronically. With the improvements he made in the last 10 days along with his first electronic timing test results, he wanted to see how much he could run and gain some confidence for the upcoming grand finals. On the track, there were also some athletes training, including some sprinters from the provincial team, and others who came to watch the excitement. Who is this guy? Director Dai specially took the time to conduct his level test. How would I know I don't know him? He looks quite professional during warm-up, his strength should be impressive. I think he's got connections, just showy moves. After warming up, Li Feng walked to the starting blocks and told the staff that he then adjusted the brand new starting blocks, stepped on them to test, and prepared for the start. The staff glanced at Director Dai, then took the starting pistol and shouted, "On your marks. Ready." Li Feng immediately bent down, ready to take off at any moment. Coach Liu and Director Dai stood together at the finish line, with Director Dai curiously watching Li Feng at the start, eager to see how well this student, whom his old classmate valued so highly, could run. Coach Liu remained calm, knowing that Li Feng's strength would easily meet the first-class standard. Bang! The starting pistol fired, and Li Feng instantly took off at high speed. Without anyone to compare against, those watching along the track felt that Li Feng's start was fast and very smooth. "Quite impressive, but I wonder what his final time will be," said Sun Hao, a 200m athlete from the provincial team, to his teammate beside him. At 80 meters, Li Feng was giving it his all, but was already exhausted, seeing the finish line just ahead. He pushed through and smoothly crossed the finish line. The timer immediately displayed 10:45 seconds, wind speed 0.5 milliseconds. Good. Impressive. Director Dai clapped his hands, looking at the results on the display. Li Feng also saw the result, which was within his expectations, showing an improvement over the city games. Coach Liu was also very satisfied. Li Feng was young, and his results were steadily improving. If he kept this up, he might really break 10 once he turns adult. Wow, that's amazing. Where did he come from? 10:45 seconds on not wind assisted, better than the provincial team's Tian Fuqian. Li Feng, are you interested in joining our provincial track and field team? I promise to train you to the best of my ability. Looking at Li Feng's results, Director Dai couldn't help but extend an invitation. I need to think about it, because I just started high school this year, and I want to go to university. Li Feng glanced at his coach and said. Coach Liu immediately shook his head helplessly and added, Li Feng's situation at home is special. He wants to go to college, and his family probably won't agree to him joining a professional team. Haha, I understand. Many parents reject sports training. No worries, you can ask your parents after the competition. The provincial track and field team's doors will always be open for you. With your results, you have already reached the level of a top athlete, but we can only issue you a first-class certificate. To be recognized as a top athlete, you need to participate in a national-level competition. No problem, Director Dai. A first-class certificate is enough. Ooh, I just need this to compete, Li Feng replied. With the help of Director Dai, Li Feng quickly obtained a brand new first-class athlete certificate. The two prepared to bid farewell, and went directly to the train station to head to Tiantai County, opting not to stay overnight in Shudu. Director Dai stopped the two, insisting that he should at least fulfill his duty as a host, and treat them to a meal before they left. Thus, under his insistence, the three went to a nearby restaurant. Originally, they planned to take the two for local specialties, but since Li Feng had a competition in a few days, they had to choose a lighter meal and found a nearby place. I really appreciated Director Dai. Mayor Li is an old classmate of mine, and since you are his friends, you are also my friends. It's just a meal, no need for formalities. Come, I'll toast you both with tea instead of wine, wishing you both a successful performance in this grand competition. Thank you, thank you. The two quickly stood up and shared a cup of tea. During the meal, Director Dai also made a call to help the two book tickets, originally planning to buy soft sleeper tickets. However, Coach Liu, considering the reimbursement after returning, politely declined and settled for hard sleeper tickets. This was a huge help, otherwise they would have had to go to the station to see if they could buy sleeper tickets, and if not, they would have to settle for hard seats. Thank you so much, really, Director Dai. I must toast you. Coach Liu turned to call the waiter for some white liquor. The two each filled a cup and began to drink. Li Feng watched as the two drank more and more, feeling helpless. He quickly pulled Luai, was saying, Coach, we still have to. Seeing this, Director Dai also realized and stopped the idea of drinking more. Noticing they had almost finished eating, Director Dai finally toasted the two again, wishing them success. Afterward, Li Feng took the slightly tipsy Coach Liu and hailed a taxi heading towards the nearby West train station. In the taxi, Li Feng looked at the coach helplessly and couldn't help but say, you dare to drink with someone like him? If he didn't give you some leeway, you would have collapsed by now. Haha, kid, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, how could such a big leader drink with me? The taxi swayed as Coach Liu said, it's really embarrassing to say I started practicing sports in junior high, sprinting and long jump, but I never achieved anything significant. I didn't expect to become a coach after retiring and discover a treasure like you. Today I'm also benefiting from your success. It's worth it. As he spoke, Coach Liu's eyes became moist, and he couldn't help but shed tears. Seeing Coach Liu like this, Li Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. In sports, especially athletics, it truly is all about results. Without good results, nothing matters. Only with achievements will others look at you differently, and the coach will share in that glory. Thinking of the national grand competition in a few days, a surge of ambition filled him. He must win a medal. It would make the journey worthwhile. After getting off the taxi, Coach Liu, having breathed in fresh air, recovered considerably and was no longer feeling dizzy. The two, carrying their luggage, found staff to exchange their tickets. Thanks to Director Dai's arrangements, they quickly paid and exchanged their tickets. After waiting a while, they boarded K246, beginning a journey that would last over 40 hours. They were in adjacent lower berths, which was convenient. After finding their seats, the two could finally rest properly. Meanwhile, at Boss City TV station, the TV host Wu Yixiao was in her office requesting permission from the station head to go to Tiantai County. She had just heard from a friend in the city sports team that Vice Mayor Lee had sent Li Feng to represent Boss City in the national grand competition. She knew that this young man was very strong and favored by the leaders, and now he was going directly to participate in a national-level competition. He was only 16 years old, a teenage prodigy. Sensing that this was big news, she wanted to go to the scene for filming and reporting. But reality cruelly struck her. The high travel expenses were not approved by the station head. The reason was not only the high travel costs, but also because Li Feng was so young. Even if he participated, he might not win a medal. There was a chance he wouldn't even make it past the preliminaries, so it would just be a waste of money, and the news value was low, making it unnecessary. Disappointed, Wu Yixiao left the station head's office. On the train, Li Feng slept soundly until 7 in the morning, which had become his habit over the past few months. As he got up, he saw that Coach Liu in the opposite berth was already awake. "Let's go, time for breakfast," said Coach Liu. "Sure, after a night's sleep, I'm also hungry." With their bags on their backs, the two walked to the dining car in the middle of the train, right next to the section separating hard seats from sleeper berths. After a quick freshen up and breakfast, they returned to their sleeper to rest. At the same time, in class 3 of the first year of high school, Chen Xiner sat down at her seat. She noticed that Li Feng hadn't arrived yet, and was surprised, asking Lu Ping, "Is Li Feng late? Doesn't he go to school with you every day?" "I don't know either. Maybe he's participating in some competition." Previously, Feng Ge said he would be delayed for a few days at the end of the month. It might be today. "What's this?" "The class flower, Mrs. Feng Ge, after just a few days. When he returns, I'll help you convey that he." Hearing this, Chen Xiner's face darkened. It was typical of Li Feng's little brother. "Li Feng is participating in the national track and field grand finals. You all didn't know, did you?" "I know." Li Xinyu. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiner felt a twinge of jealousy, realizing she didn't even know and that she was discussing it with Li Xinyu. "Last Sunday evening, I went out for a walk to digest and bumped into Li Feng working out in the square. I asked him why he was training extra, but he was reluctant to say. In the end, after I pressed him a few times, he finally revealed that the homeroom teacher had told me he would be going to participate in the grand competition. I even asked him to get Lu Xiang's autograph for me," Li Xinyu said proudly. The others in the class were shocked to hear this, realizing that Li Feng was already going to participate in a national competition. It hadn't been long since the school year started, yet he had grown to this extent. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiner also felt a bit down, inexplicably sensing that some things were becoming more distant from her. But she couldn't quite articulate what it was. As everyone discussed Li Feng, the class bell rang, and homeroom teacher Old Chen walked into the classroom. As the homeroom teacher entered, he also heard the class discussing Li Feng's competition. So he straightforwardly said, "Students, I know you are all curious about Li Feng participating in the national competition. Don't speculate randomly. I will officially inform everyone. Li Feng has excelled in the city sports meet and has met the national first-class athlete standards. Therefore, the city has decided to let him represent the city sports team in the national athletics grand competition expected to return after the end of the month. Everyone should learn from Li Feng. His achievements today are not only due to his talent, but also his consistent hard work." Once the crowd digested this information, he continued to seize the moment. "In 3 days, the school will hold an exam for the first-year rocket class. I hope everyone prepares well to strive for admission into the rocket class. Whether in academics or sports, only persistent effort can yield rewards. Alright, let's begin class." Hearing the homeroom teacher mention the rocket class exam in 3 days, Chen Xiner reinvigorated her spirits, clenched her small fist, determined to secure her place in the rocket class. After a 40-hour journey on the afternoon of October 21st, the green train finally arrived at Tiantai County, the famous hometown of athletics. The athletics in Taizhou has a solid grassroots foundation. As early as the 1990s, Tiantai County was awarded the title of National Hometown of Athletics. Upon disembarking, a crowd of people immediately approached, offering accommodation, proving that train stations across the nation are the same. Coach Liu and Li Feng arrived near the Tiantai Stadium, had a casual meal, and found a modest hotel to drop off their luggage. Then, holding the necessary certificates and materials for the competition, they headed to the stadium to check in with the organizing committee. The staff looked at the two of them with surprise, wondering about the athlete representing the Sichuan province Ba City team. Where did this character come from? They couldn't even find past results. However, there was registration information for Li Feng in the system, so they issued entrance passes for the stadium and Li Feng's race number. Subsequently, the two entered the stadium with their passes and walked to the competition track. Since there were still 2 days until the opening, the track was not crowded. Walking on the brand new track and gazing at the stadium that could accommodate over 2,000 people, they were quite astonished. It was much larger than the provincial athletics training base. Li Feng ran a few laps on the track for a test and felt it was quite good. The two then walked around the venue, and Li Feng specifically asked the staff when the stadium closed. It was 9 p.m. and opened at 9 a.m. "Are you planning to train here for the next 2 days? It's going to be too crowded tomorrow and the day after, and it won't be convenient." "That's what I was thinking. It's definitely crowded in the morning and evening, but fewer people will be around at noon when it's hot. They'll come at noon, and if I get a little sunburn, so be it. You're really dedicated. A couple of days of practice is good to maintain your condition, just don't overdo it." As a result, over the next 2 days, the staff observed a young man running the 100 meters several times during the scorching, fearing heat stroke. He only warmed up and ran a lap of 100 meters, rested for a while, and then ran another 100 meters. The same went for the 200 meters. Time passed quickly, and it was now October 25th. Since it was the finals, there was no elaborate opening ceremony, then they began preparing for the competition. The first event was the 100-meter preliminary round, which only had preliminaries and finals, with a total of 27 participants divided into 4 groups. The top two from each group would advance to the finals. The finals would take place in the evening. Li Feng completed registration and waited with Coach Lu in the preparation area. The weather was great warm, and even though it was only 9 o'clock the air was already filled with heat, making people somewhat restless. The preliminaries officially began at 9:45 a.m. The venue was already filled with quite a few people. Even though it was just the preliminaries, some bored citizens came to watch, since it was a national-level athletics event and free to attend. The athletes participating in the preliminaries were also present, and Li Feng did not recognize any of them considering it had been too long since the 2002 competition. Soon the organizing committee notified the athletes to come over for the lottery draw to determine their groups and lanes. Li Feng was very lucky drawing lane 4 in the third group, landing in the middle. It's important to note that the lanes for the 100-meter finals are assigned based on the results of the semifinals, and a proper final consists of 8 athletes. The first and second places were assigned to lanes 4 and 5, and the third and fourth places were assigned to lanes 3 and 6. The last 4 lanes would be determined by a lottery among these 4 athletes, so the top athletes would be in the middle lanes. "Are you nervous, kid?" Coach Lu asked as he watched Li Feng warm up. "What do you think, coach?" "It's impossible not to be nervous. This is a national-level competition, and everyone here is a top-tier athlete." Li Feng replied with a smile. He originally thought he would be satisfied if he could make it to the semifinals, but he didn't expect that there would only be preliminaries and finals, and he would have to run with all his might with only the top 2 advancing. With your time of 10:45 seconds from the Sports Bureau's test, you're already among the top in the country and could barely be selected for the national team. So they aren't much stronger than you, but all comes down to how well you perform. Lu Igua encouraged. "Got it, coach. I will do my best to advance to the finals. Oh, not only do I want to get into the finals, but I also want to win a medal," Li Feng said firmly. "The third group, please prepare." The staff shouted. Li Feng walked to his lane 4, adjusted the starting blocks, then stepped on them to test, and felt it was quite good. He ran a couple of practice starts, and it felt great. In lane 5, Chun Haijian looked at the young man beside him and greeted, "Hello. My name is Chun Haijian, I'm 22 years old, and I'm on the national team. How about you?" Li Feng found the name familiar. It seemed like he had set a national record, though he couldn't quite remember the details, but he was definitely impressive to be on the national team. He quickly replied, "I represent the Sichuan Province Ba City team. My name is Li Feng, and I'm 16 this year." "You're only 16? That's impressive. When I was your age, I was still practicing long jump. You've already made it to the Brother Chin transitioned from long jump to the 100 meters. Achieving this result is truly impressive. Although I don't know how fast he can run now, being on the national team is no small feat, and I also praised him. Haha, let's work hard." The referee signaled that the starter could begin. The starter began issuing commands. "On your marks." The 8 athletes, all professional track athletes, immediately took their starting positions upon hearing the command. "Set." As everyone bent down, they were filled with power. Bang! The race began. In the past, Li Feng always had a lead at the start, but this time, he fell behind with Chun Haijian beside him being faster. He was still a bit nervous. However, Li Feng's strength was not to be underestimated, possessing a hidden talent for explosive starts, especially in the first 50 meters. At 40 meters, Li Feng had already overtaken Chun Haijian, taking the lead. Who was the athlete in lane 4? "Amazing. Even the national team athlete Chun Haijian is being overshadowed," said a staff member from the Shanghai representative team in the stands. The people nearby shook their heads, unsure, thinking he might just be a newcomer. A few leaders from the organizing committee stood by the finish line looking at the athlete in lane 4 and asked, "Old Chun, this young man from Sichuan province must have signed up under special regulations, right? His strength is impressive. If his results were not good, I wouldn't dare be biased. Moreover, this young man is only 16, with great potential for development. I'm planning to get him onto the national team." At 80 meters, Li Feng was overtaken by Chun Haijian, but was currently in second place. Seeing Li Feng in the lead, Coach Lu was extremely excited, but upon seeing him being overtaken, he became nervous again, muttering, hold on. Changes on the field happened quickly. Chun Haijian crossed the finish line first, while Li Feng took second. He was the second in his group, advancing to the finals. Lu Igua jumped up in joy and rushed in to greet Li Feng. Li Feng knew that only Chun Haijian was ahead of him and felt he could advance, but he still looked uneasily at the scoreboard. Only when it displayed that he was second in his group did he finally relax. He happily cheered and celebrated with Coach Lu. Chun Haijian, seeing the two so happy, also reminisced about his young. Although he was only 22 years old, he stepped forward and said, "Congratulations. You achieved this result at such a young age, surpassing me." "Not at all. Brother Chin, you are the impressive one. During the latter half, I was just chasing after your back and couldn't catch up." The preliminary round for the 200 meters is scheduled to take place at 1130. Coach Lu hurriedly called Li Feng over to rest for a while. Li Feng knew that there was another competition in the morning, and after just finishing the 100 meters, his fatigued body needed a good rest, otherwise he would not perform well later. Although he did not have high hopes for the 200 meters, he was determined to give it his all. Coach Lu gave Li Feng a brief massage to relieve his tired body. The main issue was the lack of resources. Teams with better conditions like the ones from Modu have professional masseurs assigned to the national team. This is the advantage of having a team. Li Feng gradually calmed his mind and entered a state of mental relaxation, knowing he wouldn't be able to sleep. After a while of massaging, Coach Lu noticed Li Feng's breathing had steadied and quietly withdrew his hands, waiting patiently by his side. Watching other athletes with their professional teams, while Li Feng had nothing, was disheartening. He was still a novice, hoping that after this competition things would change. Since the city sports meeting, Coach Lu felt he had little more to teach Li Feng, especially regarding the cornering technique for the 200 meters, which Li Feng had to figure out on his own. If he had a good coach guiding him, Li Feng would surely achieve more than his current results. An hour passed, and Coach Lu woke Li Feng, telling him that the competition would begin in just half an hour. Li Feng got up and went to the restroom at the back to splash some water on his face to wake himself up, then hurried to register and draw lots. Unfortunately, he drew the last lane, leaving Coach Lu helpless. Such bad luck. The last lane, which was the longest curve, was one of the hardest tracks to run in the 200 meters. Although starting in the front, the long curve would unknowingly increase the difficulty of the race. Furthermore, being in the outer lane would cause psychological pressure when other athletes overtook him. It was already tough to make it to the finals, and now this happened. Coach, don't frown so much. We came here to gain experience. I made it to the finals in the 100 meters, and am weak in the 200 meters anyway. What's there to be afraid of? You rascal, I should be the one comforting you, yet here you are comforting me. True, just run well. Go for it. Li Feng tightly clenched his right fist, encouraging himself. He confidently walked to the starting block and adjusted it to his. The sun was high and it was very hot, but Li Feng felt no discomfort. The sun during practice a few days ago was even harsher. Soon all the competitors were in position, doing light warm-up exercises to get their bodies ready. On your marks. The 8 runners took their starting positions, attentively listening to the starter's commands. Set. Bang. The electronic starting gun connected to the timer went off. Li Feng's start was quite good. Coach Lu watched Li Feng in the lead with excitement on his face, encouraging him to enjoy the race no matter what. Li Feng's cornering technique was indeed average. By the 70-meter mark, he was gradually being caught up by those next to him. Entering the straightaway, Li Feng was in 3rd place. Only the top 2 could advance, and Li Feng unconsciously quickened his arm swings, sprinting with all his might. The last 30 meters, pushed through to the finish. Li Feng looked regretfully at the display. He finished 3rd in his heat, missing out on the finals. With a time of 22 seconds, flat wind speed 0.6 milliseconds, he set a new personal best, but still failed to qualify. Coach Lu Igua rushed to Li Feng's side. You did well setting a new personal best. You've met the standard for a level 1 athlete. Yeah, it's a pity I didn't advance. Li Feng's voice was a bit dejected. At 16 years old, seeing Li Feng downcast, Lu Igua felt a pang of sympathy. He had been hesitant about participating in the national grand competition, considering Li Feng's young age. Competing in such a major event would undoubtedly be disheartening. But it was inevitable. Lu Igua jokingly asked, so feeling discouraged. Not really, just very unwilling. Actually, this isn't your fault. It's my limited coaching skills. My cornering technique isn't good. If my skills were a bit better, you would definitely have advanced with your talent. Lu Igua began to blame himself. Coach, don't say that. If it weren't for you training me in athletics, I wouldn't be where I am today. I lost this time, but next time I'll definitely win. Li Feng thought of his attribute panel and instantly felt confident. Good. That's the spirit. Seeing Li Feng regain his confidence so quickly, Coach Lu was pleased. He worried that young people couldn't handle setbacks and would get stuck in a rut. Come on, let's go get something to eat first and rest a bit. The 100 meters final wouldn't start until 7 p.m., so they could rest in the afternoon. The organizing committee arranged it this way mainly because the 100 meters final attracts a lot of spectators. Li Feng and Coach Lu walked towards the stadium entrance. Li Feng suddenly asked a nearby staff member, "Hello, could you tell me when the preliminary round for the 110-meter hurdle starts?" "It starts at 6:10 p.m. over there," the staff member pointed. Thank you. Are you coming to watch the 110-meter hurdle?" Coach Lu asked. "Yes, I also want to get an autograph for Li Xingyue from Lu Xiang." "Haha, then you should get one for Chen Xiner too, otherwise I'm afraid you won't know how to explain it when you get back," Lu Igua said with an amused expression. That seems right, so we'll ask for a few more." After having lunch, they returned to the hotel to rest. Li Feng took a hot shower and then had a good sleep. Sleeping can greatly alleviate fatigue, especially with the 100 meters final still ahead. Coach Lu looked at the sleeping Li Feng and couldn't help but think about what to do next. At just 16 years old, with such visible talent after the competition, he might even be invited to the national team. But Li Feng wanted to go to college and might not join the national team. At this stage, he really couldn't teach Li Feng anything more, and without a good coach, what would happen during the remaining 2 years of high school? It would be too wasteful of his talent. Sigh. This really troubles me. Lu Igua felt complex feelings. Ever since the city sports meeting, a sense of helplessness had been following him. Especially during the 200 meters race, he firmly believed in Li Feng's physical qualities and reactions. If Li Feng had better cornering skills, he would definitely not have finished in 22 seconds. At 5:20 p.m. Coach Lu woke Li Feng up on time. They first went to eat something to replenish their energy, before heading to the stadium to watch the 110-meter hurdles. Since it was nearby, they arrived at the venue before the competition started. Li Feng spotted Lu Xiang and his coach Sun hyping from a distance. Li Feng brought the signature pen and several postcards he had prepared and walked over to them. The staff saw that both sides had credentials and did not stop them. "Hello, Brother Xiang," Coach Sun. "My classmates and I really like you. Could you sign for me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiang and Coach Sun turned to see Li Feng and Coach Lu, also a competing team. Lu Xiang immediately replied, "Sure, thank you for your support." Li Feng handed over the pen and postcards, and Lu Xiang skillfully signed them. "You seem to be running the 100 meters right. I think I saw you this morning," Lu Xiang said with a smile. "Brother Xiang, I'm Li Feng. My main event is the 100 meters, and I made it to the finals this morning." "Impressive. You look young. I'm 16 and still in my first year of high school." Lu Xiang and Coach Sun exchanged glances. The 16-year-old making it to the 100 meters final was a remarkable talent. Coach Lu said from the side, Li Feng, let's go. Don't disturb Lu Xiang's warm-up. They have a race to prepare for. Right, brother Xiang, you all focus on your warm-up. They'll be cheering for you from the sidelines. Alright. After the two left, Lu Xiang began to warm up and adjust his state. Soon the preliminary round for the 110-meter hurdles began, and Lu Xiang easily advanced. His strength was overwhelming in the country, as long as he didn't make mistakes. After watching Lu Xiang's 110-meter hurdles preliminary round, Li Feng returned to his own battlefield with a signpost card. After handing everything over to the coach, Li Feng first went to check in, and then waited for the competition to begin. He ranked 4th in the preliminary round, which was quite good. Based on his ranking, he was assigned to lane 6, which was decent. Chun Haijian, who was next to him in the preliminaries, ranked 1st, and was in lane for the best position. The 8 finalists were all warming up in their respective preparation areas. Coach, there are so many spectators tonight. The stands in the arena are almost full in the front rows. I estimate there are at least 10,000 people. Returning to the preparation area, Li Feng said to Lu Aigua. At this moment the gym was also bustling with voices. How many people can watch the preliminaries in the morning and afternoon? Tonight is different. There is the 100-meter final, and definitely more people will watch, Coach Lu explained. That's true. If it were me, I would also enjoy watching the finals. While the two were chatting, a middle-aged man dressed in the organizing committee's work uniform approached them quietly. Li Feng, how are you? Are you nervous? The two turned to look at him. Who are you? I registered you, have you forgotten? Huh, Minister Chun. Hello. Li Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Coach Lu also hurriedly greeted him. After all, he was a significant authority from the Athletics Management Center. I watched your performance in the morning, you ran very well. Minister Chin praised. I've been quite busy these past couple of days, so I didn't have the chance to greet you all. Oh, please don't mind me. Not at all. You're from the organizing committee, so it's only natural you have to focus on work. Minister Chun noticed the young man was quite sincere and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Is this your first time participating in a national competition? Are you nervous? There will be over 10,000 spectators tonight. I am definitely nervous, but once I'm on the track, I won't be anymore. My eyes will only be on the finish line, Li Feng said resolutely. Good. Old Li's judgment is never wrong. 100-meter final athletes, please take your positions. The staff called out. Minister Chen also stopped the conversation. Go on, run well. It's about to start, hurry and get ready. Li Feng nodded. Okay, Minister Chun. Coach, I'm heading over now, Li Feng said, greeting them as he walked towards the track. Coach Lu, you've done very well bringing out such a talented athlete. He is only 16, his future achievements are limitless, Minister Chen remarked in admiration. Minister Chen, you're flattering me. I haven't taught him much, mainly he has great talent. Coach Lu was very modest, because Li Feng indeed had exceptional talent. I want to recruit Li Feng for the national athletics team. Oh, what do you think? We should nurture him well, he might break 10 seconds. Minister Chen, to be honest, I've also been worried about this issue lately. I hope Li Feng can switch to a more professional coach, preferably someone who can get him into the national team. But there's a situation, let me explain to you slowly. Not mentioning the two enjoying their conversation, the 8 finalists finished check-in and were led to the track. They then walked to their positions, adjusted their starting blocks, and did some simple warm-ups to test them. Chun Haijian saw Li Feng in the adjacent lane and couldn't help but greet him. Li Feng. Brother Chen, good to see you again. Li Feng greeted him warmly, as if they were good friends. Good luck. Let's both do our best. At this moment the cameras outside the track began live broadcasting the crowd at the starting line. CCTV 5 Sports Channel was broadcasting live. At this moment Chen Shiner, who should have been doing homework at home, was unusually sitting in the living room staring at the sports broadcast on television. Good daughter, why are you so willing to watch television today? This is rare. Chen's parents were both surprised. Li Feng from our class might appear on TV. He is participating in the National Athletics Grand Final. They didn't know if Li Feng would appear, but what if he made it to the finals? He is participating in the National Grand Final. Upon hearing this, the two quickly sat down on the sofa, watching the live broadcast on television. The same situation occurred at Li Xingya's and Wu Yu's homes. They were all curiously watching the broadcast, wondering if Li Feng could make it to the finals. The commentator and host started the live commentary before the competition began, briefly introducing the situation and the finalists. Hello dear audience. This is the live broadcast of the 2002 National Athletics Championship and Grand Final, the 100-meter final. The host said, tonight is bustling. The venue has gathered over 1,500 live spectators. The commentator continued, because this is the last major athletics event of the year in China, and tonight's 100-meter final is the most popular and exciting. The host said, without further ado, let's invite Deng to introduce the athletes. Deng commented, the top contender for the championship tonight is definitely Chun Haijian in lane 4, who just won the bronze medal in the 100 meters and the 4,100 meters relay at the Busan Asian Games. The cameraman cooperatively shifted the lens to Chun Haijian. Deng continued, also in lane 5 is Shun Yunbao, who competed alongside Chun Haijian at the Busan Asian Games, achieving a commendable 6th place, showing considerable strength. The camera continued to pan. Deng added, it is worth noting Li Feng located in lane 6. The cameraman hurriedly followed. Li Feng's slightly youthful face made its debut on national television. This young athlete Li Feng from Ba City, Sichuan Province, is only 16 years old, but he achieved a remarkable time of 10:49 seconds in the preliminaries. He has already broken the 10:50 5-second record set by Luo Chung from Magic City during the 1980 Magic City Triathlon, refreshing the national youth record for the 100 meters. The host remarked, achieving this time at just 16 years old is indeed a prodigy. The commentator added, exactly, we look forward to an even better performance from him in this race. Meanwhile, in a first-floor living room of a self-built house in Cheong Province, the television in the center was broadcasting the live sports channel. Oldly. Quick, come look, is this your son? The villager Zhou Huanan saw Li Feng being introduced in the broadcast, who was from Ba City, Sichuan Province. He felt that this boy looked very much like his fellow villager Li Guohui's son and shouted loudly at the television. Just finishing dinner, Li Guohui was putting his dishes in the iron pot and preparing to wash them. Upon hearing his fellow villager calling, he turned off the water and walked to the window to take a look, hearing the host introducing Li Feng from Ba City, Sichuan Province. Isn't that my son's name? He rushed to the television and took a glance. Immediately he shouted excitedly, you may come quickly, oh, our son. Wu Yuemei was sweeping the floor when she heard her husband shout that their son was on TV. She quickly ran to the landlord's room where the live broadcast was showing Li Feng warming up. It's really your son, Guohui. The excited villager beside them couldn't contain himself. The landlord also looked shocked. This is a national competition. How can such an outstanding son still be working? Wu Yuemei rubbed her eyes hard, looking closely. It was indeed her son. But it still felt like a dream. She pinched her husband beside her hard, making Li Guohui cry out in pain. Why are you pinching me? It's real, not a dream. Wu Yuemei, seeing her husband in pain, excitedly said, this kid, how many things has he hidden from us? He only called in early September to say he was training in sports, and I told him he couldn't do sports. How is it that he is directly participating in a national competition now? My goodness. Did mom and dad not manage their son at home? Such a big event, and they didn't even let us know. Wu Yuemei said with a hint of grievance. In the kitchen of their old home in Ba City, Li Feng's grandfather was cooking when he suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Is it my grandson? In a few days, when things settle down, let's go back to the city and bring some fresh vegetables for our grandson. Sure, let's see after a couple of days when I'm done with my work. At the competition site, the match was about to begin, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the thrilling 100-meter final. Li Feng felt a bit nervous in front of the camera, but once he touched the track with his feet on the starting blocks, all he could see was the finish line. Ready. The 8 competitors all leaned forward, fully focused, listening to the command. Set. The starter looked at everyone ready to fire the gun. Chen Shiner, watching from the television, was also nervously clenching her small fist. Bang! The race began. Commentator. Young athlete Li Feng's start is very quick, even better than Chen Haijian. The others are also doing well, all smooth. At 25 meters, Li Feng started to lift his head. He knew he had a talent for explosive starts, so he charged ahead in the first half, lifting his head first before 30 meters and sprinting with all his might. Commentator. Li Feng's explosive speed in the first half is impressive. He is currently in the lead with Chen Haijian right behind him. Your son is amazing, Guohui. He's in the lead. The locals cheered excitedly. Go, go. Li Xingyue was also cheering for Li Feng in front of the television. At the competition site, Chen Haijian was shocked to see Li Feng slightly ahead of him. He was only 16 years old, but he wasn't one to be underestimated either. The later stages were his stronghold, and he would accelerate fully. Sure enough, at 60 meters, Li Feng's speed began to decline, while Chen Haijian maintained his pace. At 80 meters, Chen Haijian had already overtaken Li Feng, leading by half a body length. Commentator. Indeed, the peak Chen Haijian is stronger. The championship should be a certainty. Li Feng and Xin Yunbao were very close at the finish. It was unclear who would be the runner-up. They crossed the finish line. Chen Haijian is the champion. Li Feng and Xin Yunbao crossed the finish line closely together, making it hard to judge. They had to look at the final results on the display. A look of regret was on Li Feng's face as he crossed the finish line, clearly having led earlier, but ultimately being overtaken. Host, let's see what the final results are on the display. Champion Chen Haijian 10. 18 seconds is 0. 168s. Runner-up Li Feng 10. 36 seconds is 0. 120 SIXS. Third place, Xin Yunbao 10. 38 seconds, 0. 159s, fourth place, Wu Gong 10. 48 seconds, 0. 178s, fifth place, Wang Qi 10. 57 seconds, 0. 170 SIXS, sixth place, Lu Yaowen 10. 62 seconds, 0. 184s, seventh place, Yang De 10. 72 seconds is 0. 169s, eighth place, Chun Zixing 10. 75 seconds is 0. 188s, wind speed 2. 7 milliseconds. Host, champion Chen Haijian ran 10. 18 seconds, a powerful performance to win the championship. Let's congratulate him. Commentator, young athlete Li Feng truly exceeded my expectations. By participating in a national competition for the first time, he withstood the pressure and won the silver medal. Host, indeed he is the biggest dark horse of this competition. Coach Lu was overjoyed to see Li Feng win the silver medal. He had only hoped to reach the semifinals before coming, but ended up with the silver medal. Minister Chen was also in shock, truly a young genius, with great potential, reinforcing his desire to recruit Li Feng for the national team. Heavens, your son actually won a silver medal. That's amazing. In the room, the landlord and several tenants congratulated Li Guohui and Wu Yuemei were overjoyed, even though they didn't understand their son's situation. Winning a national silver medal was enough to make them incredibly happy. I need to find a time to call back and ask Dad. Soon it was time for the award ceremony. The award presenters handed out awards to Chun Haijian Li Feng and Xin Yunbao in sequence, and the three posed for photos with their medals. Li Feng looked at the silver medal in his hand feeling excited, yet a bit unhappy, and couldn't help but sigh. He glanced over at Chun Haijian's gold medal, his eyes revealing a hint of envy. He yearned for the gold medal and victory, swearing to himself, "Next time I must win the gold medal." This moment was broadcast live by the camera, capturing the young boy's envious expression for all the viewers at home. The host couldn't help but joke, "It's clear that Li Feng is very envious of Chun Haijian's gold medal." Commentator Deng added, "Indeed, but only those who desire victory will forge ahead. I believe this young man's future is limitless." Chen Shiner watched Li Feng receiving the silver medal on television and felt genuinely happy for him. So disciplined and talented, he shone brightly. But it seemed that she was getting further away from him. "Your classmate is really impressive. He won a silver medal in his first national competition." Chen's father praised. "Such strong talent. He is not only talented, but also very hard-working. Practicing sports is truly tough." Chen Shiner couldn't help but say. After the awards were presented, the television crew went to interview Chun Haijian. It was normal, as the champion was the center. Although Li Feng was talented and a young genius, weren't there many geniuses over the years? Many who shone in their youth faded into obscurity as adults. Athletics is all about results. Li Feng maintained a good mindset as he approached Coach Liu and Minister Chun. "Congratulations, Li Feng, you ran very well." Minister Chen smiled broadly as he saw Li Feng approach. Li Feng humbly smiled back. "It's just a silver medal, not a gold medal. Thank you for your praise. You are only 16 and have already won a national silver medal. You also achieved a great time of 10:36 seconds. If it weren't for today's tailwind, I wouldn't have run so fast." Li Feng scratched his head. "I just discussed with Coach Liu, and now I want to formally ask your thoughts. I want to recruit you to the national athletics team. Would you be willing to join?" This. Li Feng looked towards Coach Liu upon hearing this. The coach understood immediately and explained, "Minister Chun and I just had a good chat and feel that if you continue your studies in high school, it would be a waste of your talent for me to train you, so joining the national team would also be a good choice. But ultimately it depends on how you consider it." The national athletics team, Li Feng was indeed longing for it. If not for the system, he would have surely joined. But now with the system panel, he felt there was no need to rush. The coaches of the national team might not be as dedicated to him. Moreover, training in the national team would mean becoming a professional athlete, which had many benefits, including a professional support team and great food and logistics. But the downside was that future decisions would basically be made by the team, leading to less freedom. He'll think about it some more. "My family doesn't even know I'm practicing sports. Such a big deal as joining the national athletics team, I definitely need to discuss it with them first." "Thank you, Minister Chun." Li Feng bowed to him. "I really appreciate your consideration. Li Feng, you are being too modest. I also cherish talent. This is what I should do. Since that's the case, discuss it with your family when you get home. Once you have made a decision, just call my office directly. They'll give you my number." After leaving his phone number, Minister Chen encouraged him a few more times before leaving. "When do the prizes get distributed, Coach?" "I have 1,200 yuan for the silver medal." Li Feng asked curiously. "After the competition ends, it will be distributed within 7 working days. We registered through the city team, so it should go to them first before being given to you." "All right then, Coach, let's go home." "Yes, we should go home now." Remembering how far he had come to win the silver medal, Li Feng could hardly believe it. It felt like a dream. The two returned to the hotel, packed their luggage, and prepared to check out. At the front desk, Liu Aiguo reported the room number, and the receptionist turned to notify someone to check the room for any damages. After waiting for a while, they finally refunded Liu Aiguo's deposit. "Invoice, Coach, you forgot to issue the invoice." "I need to reimburse it when I get back," Li Feng reminded. Right, I forgot. "Little sister, please issue us an invoice. I came out to compete, and I need to reimburse it when I get back." After waiting a while longer, the invoice was finally issued, and the two rushed to the train station to buy the nearest train tickets. Departing at 10 o'clock in the evening, they would need to transfer and wouldn't arrive until the night after tomorrow. The two first had a meal, then went to a nearby shop to make a phone call. They initially wanted to report the good news to Deputy Mayor Li, as there would be no competition without him. However, it was certain that the unit's phone would not be reachable at night. Coach Liu had no choice but to dial the security office's duty phone at the school, informing them of the situation and asking to relay it to Principal Li Zhenghua. The security guard on the other end was very happy to hear this, as he knew of Li Feng's prowess. Unexpectedly, he had won an award at the national grand competition. He immediately assured that they would relay the message properly by tomorrow morning. After everything was settled, they waited a while at the station before boarding the train home. While Li Feng himself was still on the train, his achievements had already spread throughout the streets and alleys. The morning news in Ba City reported on Li Feng's competition. According to the news, on the afternoon of October 25th, during the National Athletics Championship and Grand Final in the men's 100-meter final, the 16-year-old athlete from our city, Li Feng, won a silver medal. In the day's competition, a total of 27 athletes from 18 provinces and cities, including those from the Magic City, Kyoto, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang, participated. Under the guidance of coach Liu Aiguo, Li Feng from the Ba City team ranked second in his group during the morning preliminaries, qualifying for the finals. In the finals at 7 p.m., under pressure, the young Li Feng sprinted ahead, achieving an impressive time of 10:36 seconds electronic timing and clinching the silver medal. The host grew increasingly excited as he spoke. This result not only broke his personal best, but was also the best achievement by an athlete from our city in a national competition. It also broke the 100-meter record he had set recently in the local sports meet, bringing our city's record to a national. Now let's take a look at the live situation. The screen then showed segments from the live broadcast of CCTV, including the scenes of the finals and the award ceremony. The members of the team would soon return to Boss City, bringing back their accolades. After the morning news report, the midday and evening news also repeatedly aired this information. The news was particularly explosive as Boss City had never had an athlete win an award in a national athletics competition. Li Feng was the first, and he was only 16 years old. Citizens who enjoyed the morning news also heard this announcement on television, but even more listened through the radio. They all felt proud of Li Feng, who was a native of Boss City. As soon as Li Zhenghua arrived at school in the morning, the staff from the security office informed him of last night's events. Hearing the news, Li Zhenghua jumped up in joy, surprised that Li Feng had really won an award, and though it wasn't a gold medal, a silver medal was still impressive. This is a national-level competition. Li Zhenghua hurriedly notified the colleagues responsible for publicity to make banners ensuring that not only several were placed at the entrance, but also a few were hung around the campus. This is indeed big news. He had planned to watch the live broadcast last night, but something came up, and he had not expected Li Feng to make it to the finals, so he did not pay much attention. Unexpectedly, this brought him such a huge surprise. Wu Yixiao from the television station looked at the station head with a slightly resentful expression. See, they have already won a silver medal, and we can't even get an interview. We can only wait here for Li Feng to return. If only the station head had approved the budget for me to go for an on-site interview at that time. Wu Yixiao said with a hint of sarcasm. The station head also did not expect that a sprinting genius would emerge from the impoverished Boss City. He could only console her. Xiao Wu, next time, when Li Feng goes out of town for a competition, the station will definitely provide the funds for you to go for on-site filming and interviews. Wu Yixiao calmed down upon hearing this. That was much better. Shen Ziner's family, who had the Saturday off, also saw the morning news report on Li Feng. They all marveled at how impressive Li Feng was, young and promising. Li Xingyue was also extremely excited as Li Feng was about to return, and her Luxiang signature would also be secured. Li Feng is so impressive, I need to ask him for a few more signatures. Once he becomes famous, it won't be easy to ask for them. An elderly couple working in the village suddenly heard a broadcast calling that their son Li Guowei had called and asked them to hurry to the village committee. The old man thought there was an urgent matter and hurried to the village committee. After a while he arrived and called back. Guohu, Dad, it's me. What happened? Why the urgent call? Dad, how come you didn't discuss with us about Li Feng practicing sports? If I hadn't seen him on TV, and you would still be in the dark. Li Guowei questioned with a hint of anger. The old man was also taken aback. What sports practice? I didn't let him practice. You saw your grandson on TV. What nonsense are you talking about? I never let him practice sports. He mentioned it in early September, but I told him to stop. You must have seen it wrong. Huh. Li Guowei was also filled with confusion upon hearing his grandfather speak this way, but it was indeed Li Feng on TV last night. Dad, have you and Mom returned to the city these days? Is he secretly training? I really saw him on TV on the sports channel during the national competition held in Tiantai. Don't scare me, Guowei. I will head to the city right away to see what is going on. The village committee director beside him was also quite surprised, and thought if it were true, Boss City's morning news would definitely report it. He quickly turned on the old television in the village committee and tuned in to the local Boss City station. Just in time, the morning news was airing the story about Li Feng. Oldly, look at the TV. Your Guowei didn't speak out of turn, it's true. Your Li Feng really went to participate in a competition. The grandfather, upon hearing this, looked at the news broadcast on the television, feeling as if he was overwhelmed by the news. He had been busy with farm work at home, and had no time to watch Li Feng. He never expected that he had sneaked away to practice sports. And he even secretly went out of the province to participate in a competition. Listening to the introduction, he felt both angry and happy, because his grandson had won a silver medal, bringing glory to the city. I really can't control them anymore. Young people have their own ideas. I'm getting old. Thinking that the call had not been hung up, he quickly said, Son, Li Feng really went to compete. He has been secretly training. I didn't intentionally hide it from you. I just found out myself. The television just reported that he would be back in a few days. When Li Feng returns, I will have him call you, and you can have a good chat. Okay, Dad, I didn't expect you also didn't know. This rascal has been sneaking around behind our backs. Thinking of Li Feng receiving the award, he is better than me, much better. Let's leave it at that for now, Dad. When he returns, you ask him clearly before calling us back. After agreeing, the call ended. Li Feng's grandfather glanced at the time and said, Director, I will pay you back for the phone bill later. I rushed out and didn't. Your Li Feng has truly achieved great success. Our village has never produced such a person before. Didn't you just hear the TV say he won a silver medal in a national competition? He is the first from Boss City. Your family will surely prosper from this. After 2 days and nights of arduous travel, the green train safely brought the two back to their hometown Boss City train station. It was exactly 9 p.m. when the train arrived. Coach Liu and Li Feng had packed their bags in advance, and calmly got off the train, taking a deep breath of their hometown's air. Finally they were home. This trip to Tiantai County was indeed fruitful. Thank you, Coach. Li Feng suddenly exclaimed with a bright smile. Why are you thanking me? I should be thanking you for your exceptional talent and hard work. The two exchanged compliments before heading towards the exit. Just as they stepped out, they saw several large banners set up along the warmly welcoming the Boss City delegation to compete in the National Athletics Championship and Grand Final, returning with glory. Warm congratulations to athlete Li Feng for winning the silver medal in the National Athletics Championship and Grand Final 100 meters. Many spectators had gathered around, crowding the road, all there to join in the excitement. Isn't it just a silver medal? Why are people here to greet us? It's not even a gold medal. Li Feng was quite surprised, stopping in his tracks to watch. Coach Lu was also taken aback, but upon reflecting on Boss City's track and field performance, he felt reassured. This was quite a spectacle, as Boss City really didn't have much to showcase in sprinting. Coach Lu Igua led Li Feng outside, saying to him, "Go on, enjoy your moment of recognition. This is indeed a triumphant return." The television host Wu Yixiao spotted Li Feng in the crowd, still looking so dashing. The next day, when the news spread, Wu Yixiao wanted to organize a welcoming event to amplify the impact of this achievement and help Li Feng gain fame. Initially, the director was against it, considering it unnecessary to make such a fuss over a silver medal. However, Wu Yixiao explained that Li Feng's participation in the national grand final was arranged entirely by Deputy Mayor Li, who had even sought help from friends. The director immediately changed his stance, offering strong support and cooperation. Wu Yixiao inquired about the schedule from the principal of the secondary school, and upon learning the approximate arrival time, she began preparations. The morning news had already announced that there would be live coverage that evening, urging all citizens to tune in. Thus, the scene that Li Feng and Coach Lu witnessed was set in motion. TV host Wu Yixiao still wore her blue professional dress, exuding competence. Upon seeing Li Feng and Coach Lu emerge, she hurriedly signaled the crew to start the remote live broadcast. The crew swiftly got to work, with the cameraman busy following Wu Yixiao as she went forward to greet Li Feng. As the evening news was airing, the station received updates from the scene and immediately announced, "At the train station, our host has met Li Feng, who has just returned from the athletics grand final." Let's take a look at the live report. Wu Yixiao accepted the bouquet handed to her by a staff member and passed it to Li Feng. Nearby travelers noticed the interview and quickly stepped aside, curiously watching Li Feng. After receiving the flowers and thanking her, Li Feng held them as Wu Yixiao began the interview. Wu Yixiao, Li Feng, Coach Lu, welcome home. You must have had a tough journey. Both of them waved their hands, indicating it wasn't that. Wu Yixiao, did you not expect us to welcome you here? Now live on the evening news. Li Feng, do you have anything to say to the citizens of Boss City? The topic was directed towards Li Feng. Feeling a bit nervous, he spoke into the microphone. I truly didn't expect this, as I've only achieved a minor accomplishment, and I didn't think you would come to the train station to greet me. Wu Yixiao, is winning a silver medal in the national grand final just a minor achievement? Li Feng, you are being too modest. You also set a new national youth record for the 100 meters. Li Feng, my participation in the grand final and achieving this minor accomplishment are all thanks to Coach Lu Aguo's dedicated guidance, Principal Li Zingguo's support, and the arrangements made by city leaders. After asking a few more questions, Wu Yixiao passed the microphone to Coach Lu for his interview. This was Coach Liu's first experience with such a thing, and he stammered a bit while speaking. Coach Lu, it's all Li Feng's hard work during training. I personally didn't do much. We're able to participate in the competition in Tiantai thanks to the support from the city leaders. Thank you. Wu Yixiao quickly gestured for Principal Li to come over, indicating it was his turn next. Principal Li Jinghua, as a principal, it's my duty to support students. Li Feng is diligent and hardworking in both his studies and training, making him a great representative of our school's ethos. Principal Li primarily focused on promoting the school in front of the camera. Haha, everyone is being too modest. Wu Yixiao chuckled as Principal Li began promoting the school. She then asked Li Feng and Coach Lu about the difficulties they encountered on their journey and how they fared at the event. Viewers watching at home felt that this journey was not easy, with the two of them supporting each other without a team. Shen Xiner and Li Xingyue had initially planned to go to the train station to watch the event live. However, considering the late hour, they decided against it. They chose to watch the live broadcast instead, knowing they could see Li Feng at school the following Monday. Watching Li Feng on the live feed, they thought he was becoming more and more handsome. Indeed, people often seem more appealing through a filter. Those with wealth, power, or talent always leave a striking impression. Finally, Wu Yixiao concluded the broadcast by showcasing Li Feng's silver medal as a finale. Li Feng and Coach Lu felt a sense of relief, though after all it was a live broadcast, and they needed to be careful with their words, which was certainly nerve-wracking. They were just about to greet the principal before heading home. After handing the equipment to the staff, Wu Yixiao approached and offered to treat them to a meal as a welcoming gesture. She also invited Principal Li to join. Wu Yixiao's enthusiasm left the three with no choice but to accept her invitation. The four of them proceeded to a nearby restaurant, quite a prestigious one, ranking among the top in the city. Once seated in the private room, Li Feng declined the menu selection, and Wu Yixiao as the host made the arrangements. In no time, the table was filled with delicious dishes. As they ate and chatted, they heard Wu Yixiao express her regret about not being able to go to Tiantai County along with various other topics. Only then did the three realize that tonight's event was all her doing. The purpose was to make Li Feng famous. Li Feng expressed his gratitude to Wu Yixiao with a cup of tea in place of wine. Actually, I have my own ulterior motives. Our director promised me that if you participate in out-of-province competitions again, he would allocate funds for me to report on. Next time you go to compete, you must notify me. Wu Yixiao smiled brightly. Li Feng and Coach Lu hurriedly agreed, assuring her they would. The meal was a delightful gathering. Principal Li, Coach Lu, and Wu Yixiao all drank white wine, while the two men found themselves unable to keep up with her. Wu Yixiao showed no signs of intoxication. Noticing that Coach Lu and Principal Li were a bit tipsy, Li Feng quickly intervened, saying they shouldn't drink anymore, otherwise they wouldn't know how to get home. The three finally stopped. Afterward, Li Feng helped the two slightly dizzy men downstairs to catch a taxi, intending to send. Suddenly, Principal Li returned to normal and said, Li Feng, you don't need to take me and old Lu home. I'm closer to him, I can take him back myself. Principal, were you just pretending? Li Feng looked at Li Zhenghua in surprise. Ah, what if I had gotten a female colleague drunk? It wouldn't look good for us 3 men. Hearing this, Li Feng gave a thumbs up saying, Principal, you are the best. Then I'll head back first. Goodbye, Principal. Returning to his small home, it was already quite late. After washing up, Li Feng comfortably lay down in bed and fell asleep. The note he had left on the table before leaving home was still there, indicating that his grandparents had not returned to the city during this time. They still didn't know about his secret practice in sports and competitions. But now that he had won a silver medal at the National Athletics Grand Prix and appeared on the news, it was a different story. He also had the capital to be honest with them. When they returned, he would speak openly with them. Li Feng got up early today, made breakfast, packed a signed postcard in his bag, and walked out the door. He coincidentally ran into Lu Ping and greeted him. Lu Ping. Feng Ge. I guessed you would be back these days. Lu Ping said, running over with a beaming face. Did you not watch the news yesterday? What news? We don't have a TV at home, and you know that. Lu Ping scratched his head. Right, haha, I forgot about that. How was the competition this time? Feng Ge, did you win? I got a silver medal, but I left it at home, didn't bring it with me. You really got a silver medal? This was a national competition. Lu Ping casually asked, not expecting him to actually win, and was shocked. Seeing Lu Ping's shocked expression, Li Feng decided to playfully tease him, saying, why would I lie to you? The television station even came to the station to pick up me and Coach Lu yesterday, and it was on the news. Huh, you're too amazing. How long have you been training? You're already this impressive, really incredible. Feng Ge, if you become successful in the future, will you still remember me? Lu Ping asked eagerly. If you can get into university, I might consider it. Li Feng said, deliberately scrutinizing him. I will get in, really, I've been studying hard lately. I haven't even been to the internet cafe for a while. Lu Ping hurriedly said, fearing that Li Feng would ignore him. That's good, keep it up. Li Feng took out a signed postcard from his bag. Here, this is your reward. What is this? Lu Ping asked as he took it. It's a signature from Lu Xiang. Li Xingyue asked me for one, so I just got a few more and gave you one. Thank you, Feng Ge. This signature is really well written. You should practice more since you'll need to sign autographs in the future. By the way, make sure to sign more for me. When you become famous, I'll sell your signed photos. Huh? Lu Ping said excitedly. You can keep dreaming. Li Feng laughed and patted his head. The two quickly arrived at the school gate, where they immediately noticed several large banners hanging above. Warm congratulations to our Class 3 of the first year Li Feng for winning the silver medal at the National Athletics Championship and Grand Prix Finals in the 100 meters. Warm congratulations to our Class 3 of the first year Li Feng for breaking the National Youth 100-meter record. Every student entering the school saw this banner. They were all thinking how impressive Li Feng from Class 3 was, as they had just hung a banner not long ago, and here they were again. This is a silver medal from a national competition. Do you know how impressive that is, eh? How impressive, a classmate beside him. It's just really impressive. Didn't you watch the news? They broadcast live from the train station picking me up yesterday. Do you think that's not impressive? I don't have a TV at home, I didn't see it. Li Feng continued walking and unperturbed, while Lu Ping observed the banners and listened to the discussions around him, feeling numb. Entering the classroom, most of the classmates had already arrived. Upon seeing Li Feng return, they all erupted in cheers, especially Li Xingyue and Wu Jianping. Li Feng is back, everyone welcome him. The classmates all stood up to applaud Li Feng. Li Feng, however, didn't feel too awkward, having been interviewed several times before. He calmly replied, thank you everyone, thank you. Beside him, Lu Ping quickly slipped into his seat, feeling a bit shy with so many people watching. After Li Feng sat down, the surrounding classmates eagerly asked about the competition, all speaking at once. Seeing this, Li Xingyue loudly said, everyone stop making noise. Just ask one at a time. How can Li Feng answer when you all are talking at once? With Li Xingyue's shout, everyone fell silent. Just as Li Xingyue was about to ask a question, the class bell rang, ding ding ding. Everyone had to disperse. The homeroom teacher, Old Chun, strode in confidently with his lesson plan. He was quite happy today, as Li Feng from his class had won a silver medal at the national competition, and he had been envied heavily, and as soon as he entered the classroom, he saw that Li Feng had returned. He was also excited, and after everyone stood up, he urged everyone to applaud Li Feng, welcoming him back and praising him for being young and promising. Competing in the national athletics competition and winning a silver medal has brought honor to our class and school. Li Feng must have humbly stated that this is what he should do. The homeroom teacher then used Li Feng's usual hard work and training as an example to encourage everyone, hoping they would learn from Li Feng before starting the regular class. At this time, Li Feng noticed that Chen Xiner and Wu Yu from the front row were missing. Had they changed seats? He hadn't seen the two of them since entering the classroom, especially the little girl, Chen Xiner, which left him feeling a bit empty. Lu Ping leaned closer to Li Feng and whispered, while you were away for the competition, the school held a selection exam for the first-year rocket class, and Chen Xiner and Wu Yu did really well. One came in first, and the other third. Both went to the rocket class. Huh. Li Feng knew there was a rocket class exam, but he really didn't expect it to happen during the few days he was gone. Looking at the empty seats in the front row, he felt a bit disappointed, wanting to show off in front of Chen Xiner. But now they were nowhere to be seen. Where is she now? Should be in the second rocket class, right? Yes, the second rocket class is near the teacher's office. What, you missed Chen Xiner since you can't see her? Feng Ge, Lu Ping said with a mischievous smile. He then added, Chen Xiner is indeed pretty, even though she isn't the top beauty in class. I think she's the best looking in our, and she's smart, she deserves you. You brat, don't say that randomly, I was just asking. Li Feng quickly stopped him, as such things shouldn't be said in high school. Soon it was time for the first break. After giving a few signed postcards to Li Xingyue, Li Feng walked straight out of the classroom without waiting for her to say anything. Li Feng naturally went to find Chen Xiner. Arriving at the door of the second rocket class, he looked at the podium to confirm that looking inside, he immediately spotted Chen Xiner, the little girl wearing a white and blue school uniform, still standing out among. Without hesitation, he called out, Chen Xiner, come out for a moment." Seeing Chen Xiner looking over, Li Feng waved his hand eagerly. "What do you want, Li Feng? Calling me out in front of so many people, I'm done for." Chen Xiner, seeing Li Feng loudly calling her, felt a bit angry as her classmates curiously looked at her. Fearing that Li Feng would continue calling her, she quickly jogged out. "What does the superstar want?" Looking at the pouty Chen Xiner, Li Feng joked, "I just wanted to call you out to have a chat. If I don't call you, how would you know I was calling you? Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. So what do you want?" Seeing Li Feng come to find her right after class made Chen Xiner a bit happy, indicating that Li Feng still cared about her. But as a girl, she certainly wouldn't let him off easy. Looking into Chen Xiner's lovely big eyes, Li Feng was in high spirits as he took out several signed postcards and handed them to her. "Here for you. These are postcards signed by Lu Xiang. I was in a hurry during the competition in Tiantai County, so I didn't bring anything for you, but here are a few cards." Chen Xiner looked at the postcard handed over, took it to glance at it, and said proudly, "You still have a conscience. I thought you won a medal and became a superstar so you wouldn't care about me. Thank you, I haven't congratulated you yet. Congratulations on winning the silver medal at the national competition." Looking at Chen Xiner's clever and cute demeanor, Li Feng couldn't help but tease, "How could I not care about you? Besides, I'm not a superstar, I'm just an athlete. By the way, if I don't give you a gift, would you not congratulate me?" "Huh?" Chen Xiner clearly had a short response time. You're just trying to annoy me, I'm too lazy to deal with you, humph." Chen Xiner turned to head back to the classroom. Li Feng, in a panic, tightly grabbed Chen Xiner's left hand with his right hand. "What's your QQ number? I want to add you as a friend." Chen Xiner was startled when he held her left hand, and she quickly opened up, whispering, "What are you doing? This is school. Does that mean it's okay if it's not school?" Li Feng couldn't help but think this thought in his mind. "Oh, I just saw you about to run and I got anxious and pulled you. I'm sorry. Just tell me your QQ number and I'll add you as a friend." "Okay, my QQ number is XXXX. Just find me next time, but please don't call me out like that, okay? You made me feel really embarrassed." Chen Xiner said with a look of indignation. "You got it, little Chun." Li Feng successfully obtained her QQ number, planning to add her next time at the internet cafe. After class, Lao Chun informed Li Feng that he didn't need to go downstairs for the break exercises and should go directly to the principal's office as the principal was looking for him. Li Feng guessed it must be about the bonus. On the way there, he felt a bit excited. He was still too short on cash. The last bonus of 3,000 yuan had dwindled to just over 1,000. He wanted to buy a mobile phone, as being without one was really inconvenient. He didn't know how long it would take for the city team to reimburse him. Upon arriving at the principal's office, he knocked and walked in. Principal Li Zhenghua indeed pulled out a thick envelope from his desk drawer. "Li Feng, you must have guessed why I called you here, right?" Principal Li still wore a smile, exuding an air of refinement. "You've already taken it out, so why would I need to guess, Prince? Here, this is the reward from the school for you. I initially wanted to hold a commendation ceremony for you. However, considering that the city might hold one in a couple of days, the school decided to skip it and just give you the bonus directly. The total is 2,000 yuan, and not much, but it's the school's token of appreciation." Li Feng received the envelope with both hands, feeling very happy. "That's already quite a lot, Principal. Thank you for the school's bonus." Li Feng expressed gratefully. "Principal, you just mentioned that the city would hold a commendation ceremony for me, but why hasn't anyone notified me?" "I just guessed it this morning because Secretary Jiang called me to ask about your situation and mentioned this matter. I estimate they will notify you and Lao Lu very soon." "Principal, how much do you think the city will reward me this time?" "I think it will be substantial, especially since it's a breakthrough from zero, and your participation in the competition was largely facilitated by Vice Mayor Li. You're going to make a fortune. Hehe, I hope it's a good amount." Li Feng grinned foolishly. "Alright, let's leave it at that for now, Li Feng. You can head back now." "Okay, thank you, Principal, thank you, school. I'm leaving now." In the blink of an eye, it was after the first class in the afternoon. Li Feng and Wu Jiangping skillfully walked to the playground where the other members of the training team had already gathered, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Seeing Li Feng arrive, Wang Gang and the others congratulated him enviously for winning the silver medal at the national grand competition. After some noisy chatter, Coach Lu arrived and called everyone to start training. Li Feng curiously asked Coach Lu if the school had given him a bonus. Normally, as a coach, there would be a bonus. Each province is different. In some places, it's a 1:10 ratio, generally around 30 to 40 of the athlete's bonuses. If he hadn't received it, Li Feng planned to take out a portion from his own bonus to give to Lu Aigua. "I've received it, they gave me 800. Coach Lu was also very pleased when talking about the bonus. "That's great. I was saying that if you didn't receive it, I would share some of you, lad. Why would I take your money? I'm much better off than you." "That's different, coach. You worked so hard accompanying me to the competition, how could I not give you a bonus?" This morning the principal mentioned that the city might hold a commendation ceremony for us. Li Feng asked, "I was just about to tell you about this. Someone from the sports bureau found me this morning and said the government wanted to hold a commendation ceremony in the next couple of days. They asked me to check when you're available to coordinate. The TV station will broadcast the entire event live, starting with an interview with me, after which I will take the leaders and staff to your home to present you with the money. This move not only rewards you, but also uses the momentum from your achievement to encourage all athletes in the city to strive forward and learn from you." Coach Lu said proudly. That sounds good. I'm available these 2 days, but it's best if my grandparents can be there too, so they can share in the joy and glory. How about this after school this afternoon you go home, call back to your hometown, and have your grandparents come back? Tomorrow afternoon, well, the two quickly reached an agreement. Coach, did they say how much they would reward me? I need to be prepared mentally. They didn't say, but I believe it will start from at least 1000. Although our city is facing difficulties, your silver medal represents a breakthrough in our city's athletics, so you should receive a generous reward. That's great, huh? After discussing this matter, Li Feng threw himself into his usual training, and both of them tacitly avoided talking about school and the national team. Both Coach Liu and Li Feng understood that once the results of this competition settled, someone would come looking for them, so there was no rush. Taking a passive approach. Soon it was time to get off school. Li Feng carried his backpack home, planning to call his grandparents after dinner to invite them to the city. He inserted the key into the lock and twisted it hard a few times. Oh, it wouldn't open. Was he at the wrong door? Li Feng pulled it out, intending to try again, but the door opened. Grandpa, Grandma, you're here. Seeing someone open the door, the elderly couple knew their grandson had returned and hurried to open the door, without speaking, simply bringing the food to the dining table. After Li Feng entered, he didn't notice anything unusual, thinking his grandparents had just brought something. He placed his backpack in the room and went out to wash his hands in the bathroom, sitting at the table ready to eat. Once the three of them were seated, Li Feng said, Grandpa, Grandma, I have something to tell you. Li Dongfang asked, how long do you intend to keep this from us? The grandfather and grandson spoke in unison, their eyes wide with surprise. Li Feng felt they must have seen the news and quickly continued, so you both already know. I was just about to tell you, You made such a big fuss, your parents already know. They called back home questioning why I kept it. Grandpa, Li Dongfang said sternly. You see, I didn't let you practice sports for your own good. But you didn't listen, and you deliberately kept it from me and your grandma. Oh, what's going on, eh? What if something happens? How can I face your parents? Huh? How can I explain it to them? What do you say? Grandpa Li Dongfang grew increasingly angry, his voice raising, and he couldn't help but slap the table. Grandma, noticing Grandpa's voice getting louder, quickly interjected. The grandson hasn't gotten into any trouble. He even won a silver medal at the national competition. Don't say such things, it's inauspicious. Li Feng understood the elderly couple's feelings and quickly admitted his mistake, saying, Grandpa, Grandma, I know I was wrong. I didn't mean to keep it from you. I truly wanted to practice sprinting. I love sprinting. Even if you hadn't come back today, I was planning to call you to confess. Who knew you would return just in time? Grandpa, you know my usual academic performance isn't great, and my level for the upcoming college entrance examination will only be for an ordinary university. Now that I'm training in sports, I can have a better future. Isn't that what you hope for? I wanted to achieve some results before telling you and my parents. I truly didn't mean to keep it a secret. Seeing that his grandson was sincere and speaking from the heart, the elderly couple sighed in relief. Li Feng then recounted everything from starting sports to participating in the competition, and then what the coach said in the afternoon. Once Grandpa finished digesting the information, he sighed, but felt proud of his grandson's achievements. Grandma, upon hearing that her grandson trained diligently and persistently, felt it must have been tough. She gently touched Li Feng's thick calluses with concern. Grandma, I'm not afraid of the hard work. I love practicing sports, Li Feng said with determination. Hearing that his grandson was rewarded for running fast, Grandpa Li Dongfang was astonished that the school not only exempted 3 years of tuition, but also rewarded him with several thousand yuan. Meanwhile, he felt a sense of helplessness as he realized that he couldn't earn that much money even after working for several years at home. You've grown up now, you're more successful than us. Let's eat first. After we finish, call your parents and explain everything to them. Make sure they feel joyful as well. After finishing dinner, the family arrived at the convenience store. They dialed the phone, explained the situation, and waited for Li Feng's parents to call back. While waiting, Li Feng thought to himself that once the prize money was received, and he had some money, he would definitely buy a phone for his parents and another for his grandparents. This way they could make calls anytime without the hassle each time. After waiting for a while, the phone finally rang. Li Feng picked it up, and he heard his mother Wu Yumai's voice on the other end. Son, I miss you so much. Mom, I miss you too. You ungrateful child, sneaking off to practice sports without telling us. If we hadn't seen you on TV, would you have kept it a secret from us for a lifetime? Oh, Mom, don't be sad. Hey, race how it happened, and Li Feng explained everything in detail. Hearing that their son was rewarded for his speed, with the school waiving 3 years of tuition and awarding him thousands of yuan, Li Guowei felt both surprised and proud. Surprised that it took both him and his wife a year of hard work on the construction site to save only a few thousand yuan, while their son earned more in a short sprint practice than they did in a year. Proud that their child had talent and was more successful than they were. Wu Yuimei was also proud of her son, but felt pained thinking of the relentless training he had to endure. Studying was still better. However, the child had firmly chosen to pursue sprinting, and they had no choice but to support him as best as they could. Li Guowei took the phone and said, since that's the case, focus on your training. We'll support you. Tomorrow I will send some money home so you can buy more meat and take care of your health. Dad, no need to. You keep it for yourselves. The city will be giving me the prize money for the competition tomorrow. The coach said it would be quite a bit, at least over 10,000. You don't need to send money back, it will be enough. Hearing this, Li Guowei was also shocked, but still said, that's your prize money. You keep it for yourself. I'll send money back for the family. Don't refuse. Li Feng knew this was his father's nature, so he agreed and reminded them on the phone, you and Mom take care of your health outside, and don't be stingy with food and drink. Your son can earn money now. Li Feng didn't say much because he wasn't rich enough yet to convince his parents. Once he became a national athletic star with endorsements, he would surely be able to persuade them. Li Feng then handed the phone to his grandparents, exchanged a few simple words, and hung up. Finally, the matter of secretly practicing sprinting from his family was settled. After returning home, Li Feng put on his old clothes and training shoes, greeted his family, and began additional training. Soon it was the afternoon of the next day. His grandfather initially planned to return to the village in the morning, while his grandmother stayed to take care of Li Feng. But since the city was coming to distribute the prize money today, he didn't go back. In the morning, Li Feng told his coach that he had informed his family, and that evening they would all be at home. Coach Liu immediately informed the sports bureau and Secretary Jiang of the situation. The city government led by Vice Mayor Li set out, bringing along several leaders from the sports bureau and people from the television station. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, they went to visit Li Feng. Initially, it was planned to be a live broadcast, but considering the need to move around, they opted for a recorded broadcast that would air on television the next day. The group first interviewed Coach Liu, and Vice Mayor Li personally awarded Coach Liu a bonus of 1,000 yuan shock. The relationship between coaches and athletes is often complementary. An excellent coach can uncover an athlete's potential and provide assistance on their path to success. During the interview, Vice Mayor Li acknowledged the coach's efforts and called on all city coaches to learn from Liu Aigua. After taking a group photo, they headed straight to Li Feng's home. Li Feng and his grandparents had already finished dinner and were patiently waiting for the visitors. As the noise began to rise downstairs, Li Feng knew they had arrived. He hurried downstairs to greet them. Vice Mayor Li and his group were getting out of several santanas, accompanied by several leaders from the sports bureau. Upon seeing the leaders, Li Feng rushed over. "Hello, leaders. Li Feng, we meet again." Vice Mayor Li warmly shook hands with Li Feng and sighed. "It's only been a little over half a month since the city sports meeting, and you've achieved such results again. You are truly talented and promising. Thank you for your praise, but if it weren't for your support and the city's backing, I wouldn't have had the chance to stand on the National Grand Prix stage, let alone win a silver medal. If you didn't have this strength, no one could support you, but it's all due to your own abilities. These two must be your grandparents, right?" Li Feng nodded quickly. Vice Mayor Li shook the hands of the elderly couple and said, "You have raised a wonderful grandson. He has brought glory to the city." The two elderly people were also excited to meet such a high-ranking leader up close for the first time. They trembled as they replied, "It's all thanks to the government's nurturing and support that he has achieved today. Thank you, government." Li Kong, seeing that the family was simple and honest, did not stand on ceremony and signaled Secretary Jiang to bring over the items. It was 2 red cloth-wrapped boxes, and on top, it was written in large letters, "Prize money of 2,000 yuan labeled by the Ba City government, condolence money of 1,000 yuan labeled by the district government, a total of 3,000 yuan. Li Feng was amazed. He had thought it would be at most about 10,000, but it turned out to be doubled, a full 30,000. This is the city's reward for Li Feng, and the condolence money from the district, thanking Li Feng for being a great example for all the city's athletes. We call on all the city's youth to look up to Li Feng, to learn his spirit of courage, determination, and hard work. It takes 10 years of hard work to have a minute of success on the stage. Your achievements today are hard-earned." Then Li Feng held the 2 displayed prize plaques and took photos with several leaders for publicity and news coverage. Vice Mayor Li then took a family photo with Li Feng's family. Following that, television host Wu Yixiao began a brief interview, asking Li Feng about his journey. After Li Feng took a group photo with Coach Liu and answered some questions about his daily training, the visit concluded. Afterward, Vice Mayor Li pulled Li Feng aside to talk. "Li Feng, several calls have come in over the past few days asking about you. You've become quite popular. Leaders, it's all thanks to the stage you provided. Otherwise how would anyone pay attention to me? Let's talk about personal matters, so don't call me a leader. I'm about the same age as your father. Just call me Uncle Li." Li Feng was not polite and addressed him as Uncle Li. Li Kong was very pleased, as he had helped arrange for Li Feng to participate in the competition and didn't expect him to really win a medal. This was also a political achievement. "It's mainly because you have talent and ability. I merely mentioned your situation briefly and let them come to talk to you. Honestly, I hope you can join the national athletics team. After all, you would receive better training there. But ultimately it's up to you to decide. However, Uncle Li hopes that no matter where you go, you don't forget that you are from Ba City. Do not forget this land that raised you." Li Feng responded seriously, "I will, Uncle Li. Thank you." Indeed, the day after receiving the award, Li Feng, still in class, was informed that the principal was looking for him. Upon entering the principal's office, he saw 2 middle-aged men sitting on the reception sofa. One of the men had a square face, but appeared quite spirited, while the other was a lean and capable-looking man wearing glasses. Upon seeing Li Feng, Principal Li Zhengguo's face lit up with joy. "Li Feng, come here quickly. These 2 are here to see you. Let me introduce you." The 2 seated men stood up as Li Feng. "These 2 are from Wadaiku University. This is Coach Li Bing, and this is Teacher Liang from the admissions office. They are here today to invite you to join the athletics team at Wadaiku University." "Hello, Coach Li." Teacher Liang. Li Feng greeted them with a smile. "Please have a seat." Principal Li quickly invited them. After sitting down, Teacher Liang from the admissions office spoke first. "Li Feng, your performance at the National Athletics Grand Prix a few days ago was outstanding. Wadaiku University hopes to offer you a special admission. Although you'll join the athletics team, you can choose any major you like, not limited to sports." This was a very sincere offer. Under normal circumstances, even for special sports admissions at Wadaiku, the major would typically be limited to sports-related fields. Li Feng remained calm, looking for any additional benefits while expressing his confusion. "But I just started my first year of high school. Isn't it a bit early to go to university?" Hearing this, Coach Li Bing quickly interjected. "It's not too late at all. With your talent and sprinting, wasting 2 years in a regular high school would be a huge loss for Chinese athletics. Realizing that Principal Li Feng was also in the room, he quickly added, "Of course I'm not saying that high school is useless, rather that high school lacks the training environment. Only at university can you have access to more professional coaches and teams for guidance." Li Feng pondered for a moment, weighing the seriousness of the offer. "Yes, I do need professional coaches and an environment to train, and my coach Lu Igua has mentioned this before. However, during the Grand Prix, Minister Chun from the competition department wanted to invite me to join the national athletics team. I just needed to discuss it with my family and didn't agree at the time." Upon hearing this, Teacher Liang, realizing that someone had already approached Li Feng, decided to be straightforward. "Li Feng, to be honest, the national athletics team certainly has a better environment in all aspects compared to our athletics team at Wadaiku University. However, we also have our advantages. First, Wadaiku University has a prestigious reputation nationwide. After enrolling, you will receive a legitimate undergraduate degree with high value. If you achieve results while studying, you can be prioritized for graduate school recommendations, even for a PhD. Second, our athletics team's coach Li Bing is a very experienced coach who once served as a coach for the national team in his youth and later pursued his doctorate in Germany, becoming an expert in sports training. I believe his coaching ability is on par with that of the coaches in the national athletics team. Third, after you enroll, your tuition will be fully waived, and we can apply for a special scholarship for you every year, alleviating your financial concerns." Li Feng listened carefully and was quite satisfied. Their sincerity was evident. However, he still said, "Thank you for the recognition from you and Coach Li. What you said makes a lot of sense and is very appealing, but I still need to discuss it with my family since this is a big decision." "Of course, that's only proper. Here, let me give you my phone number. Once you've discussed it with your family, feel free to contact me." "Alright, thank you, Teacher Liang, and thank you, Coach Li." Li Feng expressed his gratitude to both men. Afterward, Teacher Liang wrote down his personal phone number, and Principal Li. After a while, when Principal Li returned, he said to Li Feng, "You don't want to accept such a good offer. This is Wadaiku University." "Principal, I haven't rejected it. I've always wanted to attend Wadaiku and Yin University, but I really need to discuss it with my family." "That's fair. You can head back for now. If anything comes up, I'll find you anytime." Li Feng had just returned to the classroom when another teacher called for him from outside, asking him to go to the principal's office. Li Feng felt helpless. It seemed that the admissions officer from Yin University had arrived. The visitor's setup was similar to that of Wadaiku, consisting of an admissions office teacher and a coach. The benefits offered by Yin University were quite similar to those from Wadaiku. The only difference was that this coach appeared younger and seemed less experienced than Coach Li Bing. Teacher He from Yin University, although older, perhaps in his 50s, had a vibrant spirit. Upon seeing Li Feng's calm expression, he sensed that Wadaiku might have already approached him. This was quite normal, as competition for recruits between Wadaiku and Yin University often occurred, which was a regular occurrence. "Teacher," he added, "our school offers certain leniency regarding the academic performance of athletes, especially for talented youths like you. If you miss exams due to training and competitions, or if you fail courses because of a lack of attendance, we will be very understanding." This point struck a chord with Li Feng. Even if he could enroll in a regular major, he might not keep up completely. Originally, his grades could not compare to those of genuine Yin University students, and with regular training and competitions, it was uncertain if he could even graduate. This leniency policy was indeed very attractive to Li Feng. "Thank you, Teacher He and Coach Wang. I appreciate your school's recognition of me. They'll discuss it with my family tonight and get back to you." After Principal Li saw the two off, Li Feng also returned to the classroom. Seeing that his brother Feng had been called out by the principal, Lu Ping, curious, leaned in and asked quietly, "Why is it so quiet today? Aren't you usually the loudest?" "Huh. Hey, what if I don't want others to know? If I speak too loudly, I might attract the whole class attention and put you in a difficult position." Lu Ping said wisely. "Wow, you've grown up. Who did you learn this from?" "Nothing, just something I thought of myself." Lu Ping smiled. Li Feng said slowly, "It's not really a big deal." Then what is it?" "Wadaiku and Yin University's admissions officers sought me out, asking me to enroll next year. I'm still considering whether to go or not." Li Feng looked troubled. Lu Ping tapped his ear to confirm he hadn't heard wrong and suddenly exclaimed, "What? The national team?" Because he was too shocked, Lu Ping unconsciously raised his voice. Everyone was instantly drawn to this exclamation, turning their gazes toward Lu Ping. Overwhelmed by the surprise, Lu Ping felt the stark contrast for the first time, realizing the impressive level of his brother. While peers were still in their first year of high school, accumulating knowledge for the college entrance examination, enduring 5 years of examination trials, and 3 years of mock tests, and finally fighting hard for 100 days to earn a chance here, came his deskmate, casually stating he had already completed the challenge and could choose any reward. Li Feng observed Lu Ping's astonished expression, his mouth agape, and eyes wide like copper bells, knowing that to calm someone who was frightened, he could only continue to shock him. He quickly added, "The national team also wants to recruit me." "While the national team wants you too." As matters have yet to settle, Li Feng instructed LV Ping to keep it quiet for now, and to discuss it further once everything was. Before long, it was time for the first class in the afternoon. When the training time arrived, Li Feng and Wu Jiangping skillfully walked down together. Since taking up athletics, Wu Jiangping had kept a close eye on various track and field information, and he clearly understood Li Feng's abilities. With an envious expression, he said to Li Feng, "Brother Feng, when are you going to join the national team? With your talent, they must want you." Li Feng smiled and replied, "After finishing the 100-meter finals at the Grand Prix, they invited me, but I am still considering it. I actually want to go to college." "Brother Feng, that's the national team. Everyone has different circumstances. What about you, Lao Wu? I heard that the city sports school has approached you several times, offering great conditions for you to join." Why didn't you go? Li Feng's words reminded Wu Jiangping of that initial scene. The day after the city sports meet, 200-meter race coach Du from the sports school came to their door, and coincidentally Wu Jiangping's parents were present. Coach Du enthusiastically praised, hoping Wu Jiangping would take the professional route, stating that with his talent, he could surely excel in the country. In response, Wu's mother simply said, "My son has good grades, I want him to go to college," thereby sending Coach Du away. My parents wouldn't allow it, and I don't want to go to the sports school either. I still want to pursue the special talents route, and then go to college. After Coach Du left, my mom told me that my grades weren't bad, so why should I go to the sports school? If I can't make it, I won't have a diploma to fall back on. Isn't that pushing myself to a dead end? If there's a good path, why not take it? Your mother has a keen eye? That's quite good. Li Feng nodded in agreement. As they spoke, the two arrived at the meeting point. Coach Lu was already waiting there. After gathering everyone, he briefly outlined the training subjects and volumes, then let them practice on their own. He then called Li Feng to sit under the shade of a tree, where the two sat down on the ground. Li Feng, Coach Luo from the national athletics team, called the school. I answered the call, and he mentioned that he has been in training recently, and couldn't come. He values you highly. He hopes you can join the national team, granting you formal athlete status, and training you as a key player. If you agree, I can take you to the sports bureau in Kyoto to register at a later date. Before Li Feng could respond, Coach Lu continued. Also this morning, a recruitment officer from Kyoto Sports University came to see me at the school, hoping you would enroll there, with full tuition waived, and any major of your choice. Joining means being a key player with full support, and they will even pay you a salary. Moreover, he made a personal promise to me that if I could persuade you to go to their school, he could arrange an assistant coach position for me, so I could accompany you for training in Kyoto. Li Feng was a bit surprised upon hearing this. It was quite normal for the national team to call, given its allure. After all, who wouldn't want to join the national team? Even if you don't join when the country needs to compete, you would still have to go. Would you dare not to? Yet Li Feng never expected Kyoto Sports University to offer such conditions, and he felt a bit tempted. After all, Lu Aigua had been the one to bring Li Feng up, and it would certainly be better to work together providing support. Li Feng was deep in thought. Coach Lu smiled and asked, "Did Wadaiku University and Yin University talk to you this morning?" They offered such and such benefits. And then this. Both schools are quite similar. After saying this, the two fell into contemplation, weighing which option was more suitable. Li Feng was indeed a bit tempted by the conditions at Kyoto Sports University. After all, he had an attribute panel to monitor his status and prevent injuries. In terms of sprinting techniques and coaching teams, Kyoto would certainly not be lacking, especially being a 211 university. However, he really wanted to attend Wadaiku and Yin University, making it a difficult choice with the national team not even being a consideration. Lu Aigua pondered for a moment before saying, "I think you should choose Wadaiku." Coach, don't you want me to go to Kyoto Sports? Their conditions are really good, and you could come with me. That's a teaching position at Kyoto Sports University. You don't need to consider me, though I know my own level well enough. Even if I went, I wouldn't be able to do much, at most just serving you tea and water. I'm still young, and I don't want to do that. The second high school is quite good, stable, and I can do the coaching work I love. If I went there, I really wouldn't be able to do anything. After saying this, Coach Lu also looked helpless. He felt powerless. Coach, don't you want to see me break 10 seconds in the 100 meters? Watching the live broadcast on TV is the same, right? You're already a grown person, and what do I have to worry about? Don't try to persuade me, Li Feng. People have to part ways eventually, don't they? As an ordinary high school coach, being able to bring you to the National Grand Prix finals where you even won a silver medal is already worth it, truly. Coach Lu suddenly smiled and said while laughing, "You don't know how lucky I am to have encountered a genius like you. Many grassroots coaches have spent their entire lives training students, but never meet a talent like you. I really think Wadaiku University is quite good. What you need most now is a seasoned coach." According to what you said, that Coach Li Bing with a PhD from studying abroad used to be a coach for the national athletics team. His strength must be formidable. Indeed, that teacher Liang mentioned that Coach Li Bing has rich experience and looks quite spirited, Li Feng recalled. That's right, you urgently need to improve your running posture and cornering techniques. You've made it this far entirely on talent, and my help to you is quite limited. If your cornering technique had been slightly better, you would definitely have made it to the finals in the 200 meters. Tonight, go home and discuss it with your family, and there's another benefit to going to Wadaiku University. Coach Lu suddenly remembered. What benefit? Li Feng asked in confusion. Don't you need money? If you receive an acceptance letter from Wadaiku University, next year the school will definitely give you a bonus. I don't know about the city, but the school will definitely give one. That's right. He had forgotten about this. While Boss City may not be as exaggerated as other places where bonuses can easily reach 1.0 or 2.0, it still offers about 3.0 to 4.0, which is not an insignificant amount. Alright, coach, I won't bother you any longer. I'm going to Wadaiku University, and I'll talk to my family about it tonight. That's right. Lu Aigua clapped Li Feng on the shoulder happily. Let's go, it's time for training. I won't be able to coach you for much longer. After finishing today's training, Li Feng returned home with a slightly fatigued body. His grandmother was at home, while his grandfather Li Dongfang had gone back to the village this morning. There were farm chores to do and pigs to feed. With the two elders away these past few days, relatives had been helping with the feeding. Upon returning home, his grandmother had already prepared a delicious meal. Since learning that Li Feng was practicing sports, the family's meals had significantly improved with meat served at every meal. Li Feng washed his hands and sat down to eat, excitedly telling his grandmother Chen Guoyan that he could go to university next year. What? Grandson, you're going to university next year? Didn't you just start your first year of high school this year? His grandmother looked puzzled. Li Feng proudly replied, Grandma, your grandson is capable. Let me tell you, this morning at school the admissions officers from Wadaiku University and the Kyoto Sports University all came. They want to admit me next September without an entrance exam, and there's even a scholarship with no tuition fees. Li Feng eagerly shared this exciting news with his grandmother. Though Chen Guoyan had little education and the farthest she had been was the city center of Ba City, it did not stop her from knowing what Wadaiku and Yin University were. A few years ago, a student from their village was admitted to Wadaiku University, and the village celebrated with drums and gongs, even giving out money. The news spread nearby, and people in the village were abuzz, saying that this child had talent and had been accepted into one of the top universities in the country. Students at Wadaiku and Yin University not only studied for free, but also received money from the school. Unexpectedly, his grandson said he could go to Wadaiku and Yin University next year. Grandson, is that true? Chen Guoyan asked in disbelief. Grandma, why would I lie to you? It's true. Looking at his grandson Li Feng's determined expression, Chen Guoyan felt tears welling up in her aged eyes at the thought that her grandson could actually go to Wadaiku University. Good. Chen Guoyan's hands trembled unconsciously. My grandson is really promising, that's wonderful. Li Feng noticed that his grandmother was a bit excited, so he quickly took her trembling hands in his and gently continued. Your grandson is really going to make it. You won't have to work so hard anymore. Starting next year, there will be less farming to do. You'll have more days of enjoyment ahead. What if you wear yourself out? He recalled that during his university years his grandmother had fallen ill due to overworking, ending up bedridden. Although there were still a few years to go, prevention needed to start now. Okay, I'll listen to my grandson. Let's eat quickly, and after that I'll call your parents to share the good news and make them happy. Don't call Grandpa. Li Feng suddenly laughed and asked. That old man isn't in a hurry, so I'll go back in a few days to tell him. It's so close, calling is a waste of money. His grandmother said lovingly. Then let's eat quickly. Li Feng picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her bowl. You eat? Li Feng knew his grandmother would react this way, so he pressed his chopsticks down on the bowl and said, Grandma, you should eat too. Our family situation will get better and better. A little meat is nothing. If you don't eat, I won't eat either. Alright, I'll eat, is that okay? The grandmother and grandson finished all the food on the table. Li Feng was prepared to wash the dishes, but his grandmother insisted that he couldn't, so he had to help tidy up the table instead. Suddenly there was a knocking sound at the door. Bang bang bang. Who could it be so late? There aren't many relatives in the city. Li Feng, puzzled, opened the door. Coach Li, why are you here? Haha, Li Feng, did I scare you? How would I know where you live? I was a bit surprised. To please come in, Coach Li. Li Feng replied, while welcoming Li Bing inside. Grandson, who's here? Grandma, it's Coach Li from Wadaiku University. Hearing this, Chen Guoyan hurriedly took off her apron, washed her hands. Li Feng had already led Coach Li to the old sofa in the living room. Although it was called a living room, it only had one old sofa and a few old stools with no television. Welcome, Coach Li, please sit down. I'll go get you some water. Chen Guoyan looked nervous and flustered. Coach Li, this is my grandmother Chen Guoyan. Auntie, no need to trouble yourself. I just came to have a chat with your grandson. You can sit down too. Li Bing stopped her from getting water, and the grandmother had to sit down. Auntie, I'm here regarding Li Feng. I hope he has already told you about it. He mentioned it. I'm just an old woman and can't make any decisions. His grandfather and parents aren't home. Li Feng, you sit too and have a good talk with Coach Li. I'll go to the kitchen and tidy up. Oh, I haven't finished yet. Chen Guoyan knew that Li Bing had come to find her grandson, so she hurried to the kitchen to give them some space. Coach Li, why did you come over this evening? Li Feng, let's get straight to the point. I'm here hoping you can join our Wadaiku athletics team. Li Bing spoke frankly. Li Bing interrupted Li Feng before he could speak, and continued, I know that other schools' conditions are probably not worse than ours, and even the national team must have invited you. But after I returned this morning, I was truly restless and conflicted inside. There's an old saying in our country, a 1,000-mile horse often exists, but a good horseman is rare. However, in my view, a 1,000-mile horse in Chinese athletics is truly rare. And a good horseman is nothing without a talented horse, without a 1,000-mile horse who would know the horseman. And you are that 1,000-mile horse, so I didn't want to miss this opportunity. I boldly contacted your coach Lu Igua to get your entry. I carefully observed the footage of your performance in the National Athletics Grand Finals. Although the video wasn't very clear, it's evident that there's room for improvement in your starting posture, acceleration, arm swing, stride frequency, and finishing. I believe that with my expertise I can help you. Training with me for a while will yield significant improvements. Coincidentally, our Wadaiku athletics team is conducting winter training in Cheong province this year. Your parents seem to be listening to Li Bing's heartfelt words. Li Feng felt a deep respect for him. He was straightforward and humble. In fact, many coaches tend to be quite proud as they are responsible for numerous athletes, and often feel that the athlete's achievements are largely due to their guidance. However, isn't athletics all about talent? Without talent you're nothing. Achieving results requires both talent and hard work. Finding a good coach who suits you is essential. Li Feng was undoubtedly swayed, especially since he had already planned to join the Wadaiku athletics team. Li Feng quickly replied, Thank you for your recognition, Coach Li. I've made my decision to join the Wadaiku athletics team. Hearing Li Feng agree immediately, Li Bing was equally surprised and excited. He had prepared himself for rejection before coming. The allure of the national athletics team for athletes is self-evident. For Li Feng to agree is truly wonderful. Yes, I struck gold. Great. Li Feng decided to formally join the Wadaiku University track team. His grandmother inside the house overheard and brimmed with pride. The representatives from Wadaiku had come to their home to invite her grandson in person. Coach Li, shall we go do some extra training together? Extra training? Yes. Since early September when I began training in athletics with Coach Liu, besides the daytime sessions at school, I come back at night and practice on my own. Does Coach Liu Igwan know? He does not. I have kept it from him. I took up sprinting late to achieve results I must toil on my own. Li Bing sighed. Truly a promising talent, someone who needed no supervision and would take initiative himself. Wonderful. Then concern replaced his delight, for he worried the boy might push his body too far and injure himself. Coach Li, it's all right. Whenever I train extra, I stop as soon as I feel even a little unwell or overly fatigued. I know. Health is the foundation of everything. Coach Liu takes that very seriously and often urges us to be cautious. That's good. Before we go to the winter training base, we'll give you a full physical checkup. Let's go. After Li Feng and Coach Li Bing greeted his grandmother, Li Feng led the coach to the place where he usually did his extra training. Li Feng began today's extra session. Coach Li gave a few brief corrections to his form, nothing major. Li Feng's issues were mainly technical aspects on the track. Li Bing thought they should settle matters quickly and then take Li Feng to the winter training base. After practice, the two exchanged a casual farewell and agreed to meet at school the next day. Li Bing and Mr. Liang from admissions were staying at a hotel near the school. Passing by a convenience store, Li Feng remembered he had not told his parents yet, and that he had come out to train without any money. He tentatively went to the store's entrance and asked the man inside, "Sir, I don't have any money on me. May I use the phone for—" "He'll bring you the money later, I live nearby." The shopkeeper was about to respond brusquely, but when he looked at the young man, he noticed a striking resemblance to someone in the newspaper. The shopkeeper picked up a paper from a few days ago and glanced. Indeed, the likeness was uncanny. He also recalled that the young man had called a few days earlier and mentioned something about a competition and a silver medal. Of course, it was him, the silver medalist of the National Athletics Grand Prix. A few days earlier, the city had even awarded him a cash prize. The commotion had been enormous, and the neighborhood elders had been talking about it with relish. Seeing the owner rummaging about and ignoring him, Li Feng assumed it was deliberate. He turned to walk away, planning to fetch the money and return to make the call. "Young man, wait. You're Li Feng, aren't you? You called here a few days ago. The Li Feng who won the silver at the national meet." Li Feng turned at once. "You know me? Who among us selling papers wouldn't know you? A national silver medalist. Come on, use the phone, no charge," the shopkeeper said generously. "No, that's not right. I'll call my parents first and bring you the money after." The shopkeeper raised his voice a little. "I told you it's free. Don't think I'm being stingy." Li Feng quickly softened. All right, thank you, sir." Li Feng dialed the number he had memorized, asked for Li Guahui, then hung up and waited in silence. Watching Li Feng stand idle, the shopkeeper chatted on. "Li Feng, what are you calling your parents about? Are you going to tell them about the city's— Indeed, that's a moment of family pride." "No, sir. I've been admitted to Wadaiku University. I wanted to tell them that." Li Feng smiled as he replied. Having just been rewarded by the city and now admitted to Wadaiku, double blessings." The shopkeeper regarded Li Feng's youthful face with admiration. He could not help thinking of his own son, about the same age and still in the 11th grade, always playing and surfing the internet. A surge of irritation rose in him. "You brat, look at him, always mischievous. Wait until you get home, and he'll set you straight." The shopkeeper's son, secretly gaming at an internet cafe, sneezed a few times and wiped his nose. "Damn, who's—" Hearing someone call from the store that their son had phoned, Li Guohui grabbed his wife Wu Yueme and hurried to the shop. When they called back, Li Feng's voice came over the line. "Li Feng, hello, Dad." "Li Guohui, what is it? Why are you calling?" "Your mother and I are here. Say what you need to." It was not the occasion for a long conversation, so Li Feng briefly explained that several schools had offered him admission and that he had chosen Wadaiku University. "Li Feng, so I was accepted to Wadaiku University early. Grandmother was just at home. I'm not lying, it's true." Li Guohui and Wu Yueme looked at each other in stunned silence, instinctively patting their faces to prove it real. Their son had been admitted to Wadaiku University. After a brief silence, Li Guohui thumped his hand against his thigh to contain his excitement, murmuring, "Good, good, good." His wife, Wu Yueme, covered her mouth, too overcome to speak, tears streaming down her cheeks. "My goodness, Wadaiku University, one of China's 2 finest universities." For a long while the couple slowly recovered from their elation. Li Guohui and Wu Yueme said, "Excellent. Wadaiku is superb. Our son has talent. Your parents congratulate." "Li Feng, Dad, Mom, look. Your son has been admitted to university. After the new year, please don't go out to work anymore, stay at home and take it easy." "Li Guohui, what nonsense are you talking? Your mother and I are still in our prime. We won't just stay home and idle. We have to earn your tuition and living expenses." "Li Feng, I was flustered earlier and forgot to tell you. Wadaiku has waived my tuition and offers top scholarships. Because I won the silver medal, the city awarded me 30,000 yuan a few days ago. When the admission letter arrives next year, the school will surely provide funds as well. There will be enough for university." Hearing this, Li Guohui and Wu Yueme felt proud that their son had become successful and even earned money. Li Guohui, all right, I understand. So are you going to train with the Wadaiku track team's coaches now? Li Feng, I believe so. They'll take care of the school's formalities in the next couple of days, and then go. This is the winter training period, the most important time for athletes. Li Guohui, fine. While you're away, listen to your coaches. If anything happens, call us. They'll send you money to buy a phone, otherwise it will be inconvenient. Li Feng, I have money, ill by one tomorrow. Dad, you and Mom should get phones too, so we can stay in touch. Li Guohui, we go in and out of construction sites all the time. What's the point of buying those things? If there's news, just call the landline. It's the same. Don't worry about it. You may say a few words to our son. By now Wu Yuemei had calmed from her excitement. Faced with their son's achievement, she felt a deep and simple happiness. After the two had exchanged a few words, they hung up. On the way home, Wu Yuemei squeezed her husband's hand and said, Guohui, our son was really admitted to Wadeka University, wasn't he? It's true. You heard it yourself. How could it be otherwise? I'm just so happy. I was afraid I'd misheard. The admission letters won't be sent until next year. Let's not make a fuss yet. Her husband reassured her as they walked. The next morning, Li Feng got up early, had breakfast, and left home. He did not wait for Lu Ping today, but arrived at the school gate. At the entrance of the second high school, which was not particularly grand, the banners celebrating Li Feng's record-breaking achievements still hung, giving a festive atmosphere. Last night, Li Feng thought that with his departure, he might not return for a long time. The winter training generally lasts until March or April of next year. He might not even be able to return for the new year. Furthermore, he would definitely be participating in competitions everywhere next year. Although the coach hadn't mentioned it, arrangements would surely be made. Though he had not known Chinchiner for long, every time he thought about their playful banter and conversations, he couldn't help but feel fond. However, both of them were in an awkward phase, one preparing for the college entrance examination, and the other training for competitions, so they could only keep their feelings hidden. Now that he was going far away, he wanted to see her one last time at least to exchange QQ numbers, so they could keep in touch occasionally. Li Feng waited at the entrance for a while, and finally saw Chinchiner, coming with Wu Yue both walking towards the gate. Li Feng spotted her in the crowd at once. Her small face was fair and rosy like a peach blossom, just blooming, utterly adorable. Li Feng waved to her, and called out, classmate Chen, classmate Chen. Upon hearing this, Chinchiner and Wu Yu walked over to Li Feng. Is there something you need? Chinchiner playfully imitated Li Feng's way of speaking. Can I talk to you alone? Li Feng said generously. Wu Yue upon hearing this instantly put on a defensive expression, and exclaimed, is there anything worth discussing? Am I in the way here? She then turned to Chinchiner, and muttered, Chiner, don't go. It's fine, classmate Li Feng doesn't seem like a bad person. We are classmates after all. Your signed postcard was given by him, Chinchiner reassured her. You go inside first, it'll come up in a bit. Chinchiner smiled at Wu Yue, signaling her to be at ease. After sending Wu Yu away, the two moved to the shade of a nearby tree where no one was around. Classmate Chen, I came to tell you this morning that I'm leaving. I will be going to Cheong Province for winter training with the Wadeaku athletics team in the next few days. Moreover, I won't be returning for a long time. I have already been accepted to Wadeaku University and am expected to enroll, so I came this morning to say goodbye. I specifically went to an internet cafe last night to add you on QQ. Please accept it when you... By the way, if you miss me, just send me a message on QQ, Li Feng suddenly said with a boldness. Chinchiner was taken aback. This was Wadeaku University, and Li Feng had actually been accepted early. Hearing that he would be going to another province and wouldn't be back for a long time made her feel a bit sad. However, Li Feng's last words about her missing him stirred a storm of emotions within her. How thick-skinned. How could he say he misses me? Shouldn't it be that I miss him? It's truly outrageous. Yet thinking about how Li Feng would really be leaving. It might be a long time before they could see each other again. Ignoring his last comment, she couldn't help but ask, are you really not coming? I probably won't return during winter training. Winter training is a crucial time for athletes to prepare for next year's competitions. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziner's lips pouted slightly, showing her displeasure as she stole a glance at Li Feng, wanting to take a good look at him before he left. Her gaze fell on Li Feng, and despite enduring the rigors of training every day, his skin had not turned dark. It remained fair with a hint of healthy tan, making him look even more handsome and striking. His eyes were bright and spirited with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. At first glance he seemed ordinary, yet he looked... Her clever mind turned. Speaking in a softer tone, she sighed and said, then you take good care of yourself out there. I'll add you in. Seeing the usually fierce Chinchiner suddenly speak softly made Li Feng's heart race. He took a bold step forward, wrapping his arms around her tightly. Then he quickly released her, and before she could react, he exclaimed, goodbye, classmate Chen, and dashed away like a cunning rabbit. Chinchiner was still in shock, never expecting Li Feng to be so bold, hugging her without her consent. The real sensation told her it wasn't fake. Normally she would be furious, but today she wasn't. Coming back to her senses, she watched Li Feng's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of sadness in her heart. When they meet again, who knows when that will be? Perhaps he will fly even farther. What about me? Can I keep up? Li Feng arrived at the principal's office, where Principal Li, Teacher Liang, Coach Li, and Coach Lu seemed to have agreed to wait for. Upon seeing Li Feng, they first confirmed his admission to Wadeaku University, then discussed Li Feng accompanying Coach Li Bing to Cheong Province for winter training. They needed the school to retain his student status until the formal admission notice was issued next year. After everything was settled, Coach Lu asked Coach Li Bing when they would depart for Cheong Province. The sooner the better, of course, but it also depended on his own wishes. Coach Li Bing looked at Li Feng, asking him when he wanted. Li Feng thought about what he needed to do. If he were to leave quickly, he could settle everything today, but he wanted to return to his hometown first, so he said to Coach Li, how about tomorrow? He'll take care of things today and leave tomorrow. Good lad, decisive in action. Coach Li Bing gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Coach Lu had initially planned to treat everyone to dinner tonight to send Li Feng off. However, Li Feng stated that he still had other matters to attend to, so it was changed to noon. After discussing the details, Coach Li Bing and Teacher Liang returned to the hotel, first planning to gather again at noon. After sending them off, the three returned to the principal's office. Li Feng, your departure is like a great rock soaring through the wind, ascending to great heights. Praised Li Zhenghua. Thank you for your praise, Principal. It's all thanks to your and the coach's help that I can achieve this today. Principal Li, let's meet at the Fuxing Hotel nearby at noon. It's closed, Coach Lu suggested. Alright old Lu, take a break today. I won't delay your time with your disciple. Okay, we'll take our leave. As Li Feng exited the office, he suddenly said, Master, I want to visit Vice Mayor Li this morning. Since I'm leaving tomorrow, I want to thank him properly before I go. Come with me then. We had the same thought, I was going to remind you. Coach Lu looked at Li Feng with satisfaction, pleased that he was a grateful and considerate young man. The two went to the city government and found Secretary Jiang, where they met Li Kong. Upon hearing that Li Feng had chosen to join the Wadaiku athletics team, he congratulated him warmly. Li Feng expressed his gratitude, stating that without the leaders' help he wouldn't be where he was today. He had initially wanted to treat the leaders and Secretary Jiang to a meal. However, both were busy with work and could not accept, so he gave up on the idea. Before leaving, Vice Mayor Li earnestly wished Li Feng success, hoping he could achieve even better results next year. At that time, Boss City would also gain fame. After that, the two went to a shopping mall to buy mobile phones. Coach Lu wanted to pay for Li Feng's phone since he had received a government bonus of 10,000 yuan. Li Feng firmly refused as he still had over 30,000 yuan. In total, they bought 3 mobile phones, and after some negotiation, Coach Lu bought them for 3,000 yuan, also receiving 350 yuan prepaid phone cards. It was quite a bargain. They then went to the service center to get 3 phone cards, which cost 150 yuan. Coach Lu insisted on paying and refused to take any money from Li Feng. After setting everything up, activating the phones, and exchanging numbers, it was almost noon. Li Feng then went home to pick up his grandmother, and they all enjoyed a farewell meal together. Teacher Liang returned to Wadaiku University as his task had been completed. Coach Li Bing went to the station to buy tickets. They could have taken a plane, which would be reimbursed by the team. However, Boss City had no airport, so they had to go to Shudu instead. The round trip was less convenient than taking a sleeper train. Afterwards, Li Feng returned to his class to bid farewell to his friends Lu Ping, Li Xingyue, and Wu Jiangping before going back to his hometown with his grandmother. After explaining everything to his grandfather, Li Dongfang, tears streamed down his face. The Li family's ancestral tomb was smoking with pride. A Wadaiku University student was born, and he planned to buy paper and firecrackers to burn the next day. Li Feng handed his mobile phone to his grandparents, taught them how to use it, and then took out 10,000 yuan in cash from his bag and gave it to his grandfather to keep at home for emergencies. Grandpa Li Dongfang disagreed, saying there was little need for money in the countryside. But Li Feng showed him his bank card, explaining that his total bonus was over 30,000 with 20,000 left in the card, which would be sufficient. Moreover, during his time with the athletics team, he wouldn't have to spend a penny on accommodation or meals, as everything was provided. Only then did Grandpa relent, advising him to avoid trouble while out, and to not stick his neck out if anything happened, reminding him to take care of himself. Li Feng, along with his grandfather and grandmother, got up early, and after having breakfast waited at the village entrance for the minibus to the city. Originally, they planned to bring some fresh vegetables or cured meat, but there was nothing else to take. They thought about bringing something to eat themselves, or to give to the coach and leaders at the training base. However, Li Feng quickly declined, stating that it would be inconvenient to travel with food, and that the diet at the winter training base was strictly according to athlete standards. In the end, they decided against it. Li Feng had packed his luggage the night before, which consisted mainly of some change of clothes and shoes, along with a few books, mostly in English. He would have some free time to read over there. Yesterday afternoon, Coach Li Bing called him to ask if he could make it for the 10 a.m. bus ticket. After Li Feng confirmed he could make it, Coach Li Bing bought the ticket for 10 a.m., and they agreed to meet at the train station entrance. The three of them stood at the village entrance. Grandmother looked at her grandson, who was about to leave, even though she had known about it since yesterday. But as the moment approached, she couldn't help but tear up, shedding a few tears while fussing over how to take care of himself and how to manage alone outside. Li Dongfang, being a man, wore a serious expression, sternly addressing his partner. Your grandson is embarking on a great journey, don't cry. He should be happy. Li Feng, holding back his emotions, took out his phone from his pocket to comfort her, saying, Grandma, we have phones, right? You can call anytime, what's there to be afraid of? Old Li, what is your grandson doing? Isn't school in session? Has he dropped out? Old Zhu from the east end of the village curiously asked. My grandson has been admitted early to Wadaiku University. He's going for winter training in another province. I told you wouldn't understand. Oh, you're bragging. Who would believe that he got admitted to Wadaiku University early? Had it been in the past, Li Feng would have been furious and would argue back. But now, feeling confident he was too lazy to argue, it was meaningless to engage with such people. Li Feng tugged at his grandfather and grandmother. Why bother with him? Wait until next year when the good news arrives in the village. Let's see what he has to say. The elderly couple had originally wanted to chat a bit more with old Zhu, but just then the minibus arrived. The minibus pulled up and opened its doors. Li Feng shouldered his bag, paid for his fare, and found a seat toward the back. He poked his head out of the window, waving to signal his grandparents to go back as he was about to leave, then withdrew back into the bus. His grandparents still wanted to say something, but the minibus closed its doors and drove straight toward the city. Li Feng couldn't help but look back out of the window again, seeing his grandparents still standing there. He waved again, urging them to. As he watched the figures of his grandfather and grandmother grow distant, Li Feng sighed, and couldn't help but shed a few tears. The unique emotion of departing alone, leaving behind family and parents, washed over him. Hugging his bag, Li Feng lowered his head, trying his best to suppress his sobs, but how could he? It was human nature. Seeing his grandson move further away, the strong old man's eyes also glistened, and he sighed. The child has grown up. Then, supporting his weeping partner, he slowly walked back home. After venting his emotions, Li Feng continued on, filled with hopes for the future. Ba City train station. At 10 a.m., the train departed on time. Li Feng and Coach Li Bing were in the sleeper carriage having settled their luggage lying quietly. It was quite reminiscent of the scene not long ago when Li Feng set off with Coach Lu. The only difference this time was the change of coach, and their destination was farther away, while Li Feng's unwavering conviction remained unchanged. Li Feng couldn't help but think of Chen Xiner, who had just finished class and probably didn't know he was leaving today. In class 2 of the second high school, just after class, Chen Xiner looked out at the scenery and thought, "Is that scoundrel Li Feng already gone? He has gone to another city to shine and radiate. I must work hard too. Let me set a small goal first." Wadaiku University. Wu Yu looked at the slightly melancholic girl beside her and thought it might be because Li Feng was leaving. She felt a pang of sympathy and encouraged her, "Don't think about it. Studying hard is the right path. We are students." Chen Xiner snapped back to reality upon hearing this and motivated herself. "Right, we are students. Study hard, make progress every day. Well, let's work hard together and get into Wadaiku. Let's go for it." After 2 days and 2 nights on the train, they finally arrived at the provincial capital of Cheong Province at 6 p.m. After exiting the station, they saw the vehicle from the training base clearly waiting at the entrance. "Old Liang, thank you for coming to pick us up. You must have waited a long time." "No need for pleasantries. I just arrived shortly ago. I wasn't unaware of your arrival time. This must be Li Feng, your new recruit." Liang Xiushi looked over at Coach Li Bing and asked. Without waiting for Coach Li to introduce him, Li Feng took the initiative to respond. "Hello, Coach Liang. I am Li Feng." "Haha, welcome, welcome. Come on, get in the car." He helped both of them put their luggage into the trunk and then drove them to the winter. This winter training base was built with state funding exclusively for the national team, but teams from other regions were also allowed to come, though they were required to pay. This year, Wadaiku University applied and paid to train here, because Cheong Province indeed has excellent weather, making winter training very pleasant. Coach Li arranged accommodations for Li Feng. It was a 2-person room, and the other occupant was Hu Kai, who had just become a disciple of Coach Liang. At this time it should be mealtime, so there was no one in the room. After both of them tidied up the beds and put their luggage away, they took Li Feng to the cafeteria. Since it was mealtime, there were many people. The entire winter training base had hundreds of individuals divided into staff coach. The cafeteria was also quite large, capable of serving meals simultaneously. Coach Li took Li Feng to grab a tray and queue for food. Li Feng took a glance and found the meals to be truly excellent. Because all the meals were healthy and very clean, Li Feng was already quite hungry and the food on the train was barely edible. When it was time to get food, he unhesitatingly asked for a large portion, mainly because the aunt serving food was steady-handed. The two of them sat down across from each other. Coach Li Bing looked at the large plate in front of Li Feng and jokingly said, "Wow, that's a lot. Can you finish it?" "Hee, coach, I have a big appetite. Moreover, I've had enough of the train food these past 2 days. I need to enjoy a good meal today." The cafeteria allows you to eat as much as you want, but don't overeat. Be careful of indigestion. Hurry up and eat while talk while I eat. The situation of our Wadaiku athletics team is quite simple. The training plans are set by our coaches, and the daily management is like this. You just arrived, so take a day off tomorrow, and we'll start training the day after." "No need, coach. Let's start tomorrow. These past 2 days on the train, I couldn't exercise at all. I feel like I'm getting rusty." He looked troubled. Seeing Li Feng's determination, Coach Li Bing no longer persuaded him. "Alright, let's start tomorrow then." The two of them feasted, and after finishing their meal, Coach Li Bing took Li Feng on a tour of the training base to familiarize him. Then he sent Li Feng back to the dormitory and reminded him to call if he needed anything. After bidding farewell to Coach Li, Li Feng opened the dormitory door and saw his roommate Hu Kai. Hu Kai looked over upon hearing the door open. "Li Feng. Hi brother, Hu, I'm Li Feng, the new guy. Hu Kai, my coach mentioned yesterday that a new recruit was coming in these days." Hu Kai stepped forward to shake hands with Li Feng, warmly welcoming him. Li Feng recognized his roommate. He had enrolled in Wadaiku last year and could technically be called senior brother, as he was exceptionally talented. Last year he ran 10:30 seconds hand-timed at the East Mountain Province High School Athletic Games and scored over 500 points on the college entrance exam, far surpassing the admission line for top universities, gaining admission to Wadaiku University, majoring in economic management. If we were to use ancient terms, he would be considered well-rounded in both arts and martial skills. Unfortunately, he started training late and only officially joined the athletics team in his senior year, leading to a short career. However, he had great talent, and 3 years later, he won the 100-meter championship at the World University Games, becoming the first Chinese athlete to win the 100-meter title on the world stage. During their conversation, Li Feng found Hu Kai to be very humorous and easygoing. It was indeed a stroke of luck to have him as a roommate. After their chat, Li Feng used his phone to call his family, and Coach Lu reporting that he had arrived safely. As soon as he lay down, he fell asleep. The 2-day and 2-night journey on the greenskin train was indeed quite exhausting. However, Li Feng felt fortunate as he had a sleeper and not a hard seat. More people opted for hard seats because they were cheaper. In the winter training base of Cheong Province, morning light spilled into the room. Li Feng opened his eyes, rubbed them, yawned, and then grabbed his phone from beside the pillow to take a look. It's 7:02 a.m. I can't even sleep until I wake up at the same time every day. It's become a habit. By the way, the coach didn't mention what time training is today, did he? Should I wait for him to come find me or call? A glance at the other bed revealed some movement. Hu Kai seemed to be getting up. Sure enough, the next moment the mosquito net was lifted, and Hu Kai got out of bed, put on his shoes, and walked to the balcony, presumably to wash up. He'll let brother Hu wash up first. I'm in no hurry, Li Feng thought. He took out his phone and flipped through it again. The phone from 2002 can only make calls. It can't even log into QQ. How boring. He simply got up and put on a shirt. Li Feng got off the bed, opened his suitcase, and took out a short-sleeved shirt to change into. Hearing the noise, Kai guessed it was Li Feng getting up, and asked curiously, Xiao Feng, why aren't you sleeping a bit longer? You didn't sleep well on the train the past few days. Today is your first day here. Your coach definitely won't schedule training for you. Brother, who I'm used to getting up at 7. I've been doing it like this every day. Besides, I told the coach yesterday that I'd start training. You're so eager. Don't you want to rest? Kai expressed surprise. Not really, I came here on a sleeper train, so I'm not too tired. More practice is better, and there's nothing to do in the dormitory anyway. Alright then, hurry over and wash up. I'll take you for breakfast later. If your coach wants to find you, he'll definitely call. Sure. Before long, Kai finished washing up, and Li Feng took out his toothbrush and towel, quickly tidying himself up. After organizing the bed a bit, the two of them left the dormitory together. The bright sun of early morning shone on the two of them, bringing warmth. Li Feng couldn't help but stretch him. Oh, hey brother, who you have to admit the weather in Xiong province is great. It's November, and it's not cold at all. No wonder they come here for winter training. Yeah, it's freezing in Kyoto this season, but Xiong province is indeed nice and warm, haha. Let's go down this staircase. As they descended the staircase, they were greeted by numerous trees. Coconut trees, banyan trees, and camphor trees. However, the most abundant were the coconut trees laden with fruits. Brother, who there are too many coconuts. If one falls and hits us, we'd be done for. Haha, I thought the same when I first arrived, but it usually doesn't happen as someone comes to harvest them regularly. Li Feng looked again, instinctively moving a bit further away, cautious as a precaution. Kai chuckled at Li Feng's little actions, but said nothing, leading Li Feng along the main road out of the accommodation area. Before them appeared the first training ground. At this moment, there were already teams training. From a distance, they could see a group in red running laps, likely warming up. Brother, who why are they training while you're not? Li Feng asked, scratching his head in confusion. They are the national team, you can tell. We are from the Wadayaka track and field team, so our training schedule is definitely different. At all depends on the coach's arrangements. They might be doing group exercises now. As for me, I don't start training until 8 a.m., practicing until 10:30 a.m., then stretching, resting, and finally having lunch. Oh, I see. Li Feng curiously took in everything around him, finding it all very fresh. The two of them walked past the first training ground, and right behind it was the first cafeteria. Arriving at the food-serving window, Kai skillfully grabbed a tray and handed one to Li Feng as well. Hey, one advantage of my training time is that I don't have to wait for breakfast. No one is competing with me. At this time, all the groups from the national team are basically training, so when they finish, I'll have to wait in line. The breakfast at the winter training base is also very plentiful. Boiled eggs, tofu, pudding, noodles, buns, soy milk, many varieties, everything you could want. After getting their meals, the two began to eat voraciously. So how is the breakfast in the cafeteria? Not bad, right? Kai asked with an older brother's demeanor. Yeah, it's quite good, I like it. Li Feng piled his plate high. He had been getting hungry quickly lately. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, I'll take you to where I train. I reckon you should practice with me. Why is that? The Wadayaka track and field team practices sprinting, and I'm the only one who came to the winter training base, and now, with you, we make a total of 2. It would be strange not to practice together. After finishing breakfast quickly, the two headed straight for the second training field, located right next to the first training field. They walked briskly to the edge of the second training field. Hey look, isn't that Coach Li? Kai pointed towards the training field below, where the somewhat square-faced Li Bing stood. Li Feng looked over, and indeed saw Li Bing standing with Coach Liang. The two hurriedly jogged over. Coach, why didn't you call me this morning? I thought you had forgotten about me. Li Feng asked with a look of grievance. Seeing Li Feng's expression, Li Bing's serious face instantly broke into a "Oh, what are you thinking all day? You're not bad with your words. I didn't plan on calling you. I wanted you to sleep a bit longer. Yesterday, I just wanted you to have a rest day. Since you didn't listen, I had to resort to this tactic, and now you've come with Kai? Li Bing shrugged. It's always been like this. I've gotten used to it. Now let's start training. I want to improve by a second or half a second to prepare for next year's international competition. Wow. The three of them couldn't help but gasp at Li Feng's ambition. You really dare to say that? With your current level, if you improve by a second or half a second, no one in the world would be able to outrun you. What if I can do it? I believe in the coach. We won't start training until the afternoon. Lao Yang, you continue your training. I'll take Li Feng to warm up and then do a full checkup. Coach Liang nodded, taking Kai to the side to begin their regular training. Li Bing and Li Feng jogged together to warm up, running a couple of laps first. As they ran, Li Feng asked, Coach, I wanted to ask you on the train, but it wasn't convenient with others around. Can I ask you something? Go ahead, and no need to be polite. Will I have a chance to participate in international competitions next year? Hearing this, Li Bing slowed his pace, and Li Feng followed suit, transitioning from a jog to a slow walk. Are you looking down on domestic competitions? You want to go abroad right away? Do you know that to compete internationally, you need to break 10 seconds to have a chance at a medal? Li Bing said with a hint of sarcasm. This kid is too ambitious. He needs to be brought down a peg. Li Feng, however, was not offended. Instead, he answered firmly, Coach, I know, but I just want to run my name out there quickly. I want endorsements. I want to make money. Is it because of your family situation? Your family conditions are indeed average, but it's not that bad. Hearing Li Feng say this, he was quite puzzled. Li Feng certainly wouldn't say that in 2 years his grandmother would fall seriously ill and the family would have no money for treatment, resulting in paralysis, and after a few years she would pass away, as this is a future matter. It's like this, Coach. My grandparents have to work on the farm every day. It's very hard. And my parents work on construction sites. Although I've won quite a few bonuses now, it's still not enough. I want to make sure they don't have to work so hard. That's why I want to run on the international stage. Oh, once I'm famous I can get endorsements and make big money, so they will listen to me. Li Bing looked at the 16-year-old boy before him, still somewhat naive. He was pleasantly surprised that he could say such things. He felt warmth in his heart. Filial and sensible indeed. Children from poor families mature early. Initially wanting to dampen his expectations upon hearing these words, Li Bing could no longer express his original intent. Instead, he said seriously, I will quickly improve your running form and cornering technique. You also need to cooperate well with me. There will be a situation where your results may decline at first, so be mentally prepared. I will coach. Let's warm up and get the health check done first, and we'll talk more in the afternoon. After warming up, Li Bing took Li Feng to the health check center for a full body examination. After waiting for a while, the checkup results were excellent, with all indicators normal, indicating he was very healthy. Moreover, the staff remarked that Li Feng was currently undergoing a rapid growth spurt and advised him to consume more high-protein foods to support physical development while incorporating exercises such as high jumps and pull-ups into his routine. Hearing this, Li Feng suddenly recalled how quickly he had been feeling hungry lately and how his appetite had grown steadily. So he truly was in a rapid growth phase. Come to think of it, he had recently been dreaming frequently of flying, soaring effortlessly through the air, only to wake with no memory of the dreams. No wonder he was growing taller. His parents had spoken the truth after all. The physical examination recorded his bare height at 174, 3 centimeters, and weight at 62, 2 kilograms. A thought crossed Li Feng's mind. He opened his long and used attribute panel, and sure enough his height had increased. Namely Feng, age 16, occupation athlete, height 174 centimeters, weight 62 kilograms, strength 65, endurance 66, speed 73, reaction 63, activated talent explosive start, health status excellent. His occupation had shifted to athlete. His height had risen by 3 centimeters, and those plus signs indicated further growth was still possible. He had long worried whether he would ever surpass 173 centimeters in this life, but now he could breathe easy. All metrics had improved, a gratifying reward for his relentless eating, drinking, and daily training. He hoped this intensive training camp would bring even greater progress. Coach, I told you my body was in perfect shape. You just wouldn't believe me until I got examined. I wasn't doubting you. I was simply concerned, the coach replied. I feared you might secretly overtrain behind Coach Lu's back and harm your developing body. You're still young, every system is still maturing. If the training load becomes excessive, it could backfire. Mom, rest assured. I always sense precisely when my body reaches its fatigue threshold, and I stop immediately. It's uncanny, really. Really? That's astonishing. Coach Li Bing eyed him skeptically. No deception. I trained exactly this way before. Li Feng nodded firmly. From now on I'll design your training plan, but you'll regulate the intensity yourself. Since you've had blood drawn today, we'll skip after lunch, rest for a while, then join Hukai this afternoon. I'll refine your technique. Yes, long live coach. Li Feng burst into jubilant cheers. The moment he'd awaited had finally arrived. Progress. You rascal. Coach Li Bing beamed, watching Li Feng's animated expression with genuine delight. Soon the two made their way to the cafeteria for lunch. As usual, Li Feng ordered a large portion and devoured every. Back in the dormitory, Li Feng found the room empty. Hukai hadn't returned yet. Stifling heat hung thick in the air, so he located the white remote and set the air conditioner to 26°C. Coolness gradually filled the room. White streams of chilled air poured from the unit as the temperature dropped, bringing soothing relief. Air conditioning truly was a blessing. Comfortable beyond words. Li Feng freshened up, briefly changed clothes, and lay down for an afternoon nap. After some time, the dormitory door swung open from outside. Whoa, refreshing. Absolutely refreshing. The room was blissfully cool. Hukai hurried inside, closed the door behind him, and spotted Li Feng lying on the bed. He whispered, Xiao Feng, are you asleep? Not yet, Gijhu. Were you tired from this morning's training? Li Feng opened his eyes and asked. Not too bad. We focused on strength today. Gijhu coach said I'm to join you at the training ground this afternoon. Could you give me a nudge when it's time? I'm about to sleep. I'm feeling drowsy. No problem. Rest well. Hukai tidied up, quickly changed into fresh clothes, and settled in for a proper nap. Afternoon training awaited. Meanwhile at Ba City No. 2 high school, Chen Shiner and Wu Yu descended the stairs together after 4th period, heading home for lunch. Passing by class 3, grade 10, Chen Shiner glanced toward the 3rd row seat, now vacant, and couldn't help but recall that insufferable Li Feng. On the day he left, he deliberately joked about staying in touch via QQ. What nonsense. Yesterday, she'd even sneaked onto her father's computer to log in and check. Not a single friend request. Not one. A fraud. Yet a doubt flickered. Could it truly be possible he hadn't added her? Had she perhaps misstated her QQ number to him? No, that couldn't be right. Chen Shiner strained to recall that day. Surely she hadn't erred. But if she had, what if he'd mistaken someone else for her? How mortifying. The thought made her heart race, and she stamped her foot in frustration. Before long, lunch break ended. Li Feng had already been awake for a while, lying quietly in bed, patiently waiting for Hukai to rise. Around 2 o'clock, Hukai drew back the mosquito net and peered out. Xiao Feng, wake up. Gijhu, I'm up. They rose and tidied themselves quickly. Li Feng splashed water on his face to sharpen his alertness. Then switching off the air conditioner, they stepped out and headed toward the training ground. It's scorching. You're new here, you'll grow accustomed soon enough. Spotting the two coaches standing side by side, they exchanged glances and shouted in unison. Coach. Coaches Li Bing and Liang Xiushi nodded calmly. Both of you, warm up first, then sprint 100 meters. Especially you, Li Feng, you clocked 10, 36 seconds at the Grand Prix. Let's see whether you've improved or regressed since then. Yes, sir. At the prospect of being timed, Li Feng felt exhilarated. His attributes had all risen. Surely he'd be faster now. Hu Kai, however, stared in stunned disbelief. This young man had run 36 seconds, and the Grand Prix used electronic timing, not manual. He couldn't resist exclaiming, Xiaofeng, you're incredible. 10.36 seconds. Ha, that race had tailwind assistance. Otherwise I wouldn't have been quite so fast, Li Feng replied modestly. Amazing, truly amazing. Meanwhile, the two coaches had already set the starting blocks on the central lane. They performed warm-up drills. Under Hainan province's humid heat, sweat broke out almost instantly. Once sufficiently warmed, they approached the starting blocks, adjusted their positions, and pressed down with their feet, until each found the most comfortable stance. Coach Liang stood at the start line to give commands. Coach Li Bing waited at the finish, stopwatch in hand. Ready? Then I'll begin. Liang Qiushi asked. Both affirmed and assumed their starting postures. On your marks. Hands braced on the track, feet planted on the blocks. Li Feng pressed his left foot firmly, poised to respond to the command. Set. His right foot snapped into place. Every muscle coiled, senses sharpened, ready to explode forward at the signal. Go. The race began. Li Feng surged ahead instantly, his left foot driving powerfully off the block. He seized the lead at the start. Hu Kai reacted a fraction later, but both launches were smooth and controlled. Having gone so long without a formal 100-meter sprint, Li Feng felt surging vitality throughout his body. His legs drove hard against the track, accelerating with fierce intent. By 30 meters, he'd pulled a full body length ahead of Hu Kai. At 50 meters, Li Feng's form fully unfolded, arms churning rhythmically, legs pistoning in seamless coordination. After giving the start command, Coach Liang ran alongside them, not to compete, but to observe their technique. Damn, Li Feng's explosive acceleration was astonishing. He'd surged so far ahead so quickly. By 70 meters, Hu Kai stared at Li Feng's retreating back. Overwhelming pressure pressed in. Li Feng led relentlessly, leaving no room for resistance. Yet Hu Kai was no slouch. He pushed himself to maximum effort. 90 meters, hold on. They lunged across the finish line, both executing textbook lean and dip finishes. They crossed the line, one right after the other. Beep, beep. Coach Li Bing promptly hit the stopwatch and raised it to his eyes, eager to read the displayed results. Damn. Li Bing looked at the timer's results. Having been a coach for the national team, he considered himself well experienced, yet he was still shocked by the scores. Li Feng 7 seconds. Hu Kai 24 seconds. Leading Hu Kai by 17 seconds. They were not in the same league, don't underestimate just a 17-second difference. 17 seconds marked the difference between winning medals and simply participating in national competitions. Moreover, Li Feng's score showed improvement from the last Grand Prix, recorded at 24. This was equivalent to a time of 31 seconds for electric timing. Last time he only clocked 36 seconds electric timing. While shocked, he glanced at Li Feng in the distance. He thought to himself that he had indeed struck gold this time. It was right to humble himself and seek out talent. What good is pride when faced with a genius, a true genius? Li Bing's heart raced, causing his hand holding the timer to tremble. After crossing the finish line, Li Feng and Hu Kai turned back, both panting and eager to know their times. Then there was Liang Qiushi, who had just run alongside them and witnessed how Li Feng had directly outpaced his own disciple. Curious amid his shock, he wondered how fast the two had run. Was Hu Kai not in good form? No way he had just run smoothly. Liang Qiushi thought to himself as he watched the three gather. Li Bing managed to suppress his astonishment and steadied his hand holding the timer. He displayed the timer to them and calmly stated, Li Feng has set a new record at 7 seconds, and Hu Kai at 24 seconds. After speaking, he nodded, signaling that everyone had run well. Li Feng felt delighted upon hearing this. His progress was good, but he wondered if he had surpassed his previous speed. Hu Kai, hearing his time of 24 seconds, nodded as well, thinking he had performed adequately at a normal level. It was Li Feng who was too abnormal, not that he had run poorly. Liang Qiushi looked at Li Feng with envy, recognizing his potential. Even though he hadn't reached his peak, yet if he continued to grow normally, he would undoubtedly break the 10-second barrier. He then thought of Hu Kai and sighed a bit. Hu Kai was also a talent, but his discovery came too late. He had only begun serious sprint training in his senior year of high school, a waste of his talent, such a pity. Oldly, you've really found a good seedling this time. Congratulations. Liang Qiushi congratulated. It's alright, Hu Kai ran well too, making progress. He can consistently run under 3 seconds now. Li Bing also praised him. Let them rest for a bit, and then we'll measure again. What do you think, old Liang? Sure, let's see. Li Bing suddenly thought of something else, and added, why don't we go to the national team and borrow their track? They have track cameras and electronic timers. I want to study Li Feng's running form more closely. That recording from the last Grand Prix was just a video, not as good as footage from a track camera. Alright, let's go find Luo Fulin from the athletics team. I'm familiar with him. I'll also take the opportunity to analyze Hu Kai's footage. The two coaches decided. After the two young men rested a bit, the two coaches called them over to the #1 training field to run another lap. Hearing they were headed to the national team's venue, the two hurried to catch up. Li Feng, look at you. You must be important to get to run at the national team. Hugo, why don't you call me Xiaofeng? Why did you just use? Li Feng asked, surprised. Hee, I didn't know you could run this fast before. Calling you Xiaofeng now feels inappropriate. Those who are capable come first. Your results are better than mine. If it weren't for the few years I have on you, I would have no problem calling you brother. Hu Kai said with an easy laugh. Hugo, I don't like what you just said. You're older than me. I just arrived and you've been taking care of me so much. Calling you brother is, you should just call me Xiao Feng. Ew, I feel it's friendly and nice. Li Feng said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Hu Kai didn't press the issue further. They were both young, and he patted Li Feng's shoulder. Okay, fine. Then I'll be bold and call you Xiao Feng. That's more like it. The two walked together for a bit before noticing they were getting close, and quickly separated as they were entering someone else's territory and needed to maintain their image. Old Luo, Old Luo. Liang Xiushi, being very familiar with Luo Fulin from their previous work together, casually called. Luo Fulin was watching the athletes train when he heard Liang Qiushi's voice and turned to see the four of them. He walked over. Xiushi, what brings you over? Aren't you supposed to be training with Hu Kai? Luo Fulin knew Hu Kai, who had joined the Wadaiku athletics team last year and had great talent. Isn't it that a new member joined our athletics team? Li, being the new coach, wants to borrow your equipment. We want to measure some results, record a video, and analyze some techniques. Is that alright? Now that you've asked, how could I say no? Come on, we can measure one together. He led the four to the side of the track, called over other coaches, and began setting up the equipment. Liang Xiushi also went to help, leaving the other three waiting in place. Li Feng saw a familiar face, Chun Haijin, who was doing his regular training, and paused to rest upon hearing the coach's call. Chun Ge, long time no see. Li Feng approached to greet him. Chun Haijin turned upon hearing someone call him, and was surprised to see Li Feng. Hey Li Feng, is that really you? Have you joined the national team? I knew Coach Luo would definitely invite you. Haha, Chun Ge, you've guessed wrong. With the Wadaiku University athletics team. I just arrived at the winter training base 2 days ago. I didn't expect you to be here too. What a pity. If you had joined the national team, we might have ended up living together. I just came over after finishing my Grand Prix over there. You came to measure results, right? No wonder the coach suddenly called for a run. Yes, that's right. I just want to use your equipment. Next time let's hang out together during a break. Daily training is so monotonous, haha. Chun Haijin, though not a team member, was friendly and straightforward. Sure, you take a break. I'll go warm up over there. Alright, you go ahead. Oh, let's see who runs faster later. No problem. Li Feng returned to Hu Kai, who was curious, and asked, do you know someone from the national team? I met him at the Grand Prix last month. Oh, Chun Haijin, he won a gold medal with a time of 10:18 seconds. Wow, impressive. He was just shy of the national record. Hu Kai looked at Chun Haijin in the distance, intrigued. Right, that's him. Hearing the two chat, Coach Li added, you two better run, while later, don't let down the reputation of our Wadaiku athletics team, ha. Absolutely, coach. Li Feng said confidently. Hu Kai nodded affirmatively, ensuring they wouldn't lose their momentum. Inside the warehouse, several people carried equipment. Liang Xiushi and Luo Fulin joined them, helping to transport starting blocks and video recording gear onto the track, where they began adjusting the equipment positions. Luo Fulin noticed a young man chatting with Chun Haijin. His back somehow familiar. Old Liang, is that your new recruit? He pointed toward Li Feng. Yes, that's him. He just joined 2 days ago. Is his name Li Feng? Luo Fulin asked, suspiciously testing the waters. Hey, how did you know? He's a promising talent we just scouted from Sichuan province. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Liang Xiushi replied calmly. Damn it, we're not testing anyone. What's the point? Luo Fulin tossed the starting block aside and declared, what's wrong, old Luo? Did I offend you? Liang Xiushi frowned, baffled by the sudden outburst. So that's why Li Feng's been silent lately. I should have guessed. U5 Daoka track team swooped in and snatched him up. Luo Fulin retorted, voice sharp with indignation. Earlier, Director Chun from the competition department of the National Athletics Administration had contacted him, describing Li Feng as exceptional and recommending he join the national team. Preoccupied with organizing winter training for the center, Luo Fulin hadn't been able to visit personally. Assuming Li Feng wasn't yet affiliated with any provincial team, he'd thought the path would be clear. He'd simply called the athlete's coach, instructing him to bring Li Feng straight to Beijing for national team induction, only to discover he'd been intercepted. Ah, I see now. Hearing this, Liang Xiushi quickly offered a light-hearted chuckle and reasoned, what does it matter? Once Li Feng excels, he'll still represent our nation. What's the difference? Besides, his family surely wants him to attend university. That's why he chose 5 Daoku in the first place. A 16-year-old boy has little say in such decisions. His parents hold final authority. Luo Fulin paused, reflecting. Indeed, how many athletes would refuse national team selection? It must have been parental opposition. Today's families still overwhelmingly favor higher education over athletic careers. His anger softened somewhat, his tone losing its edge. Humph, so you steal my prospect and use my equipment. I'm losing money by the hour. Oh, Coach Luo, don't be like that. I'll treat you to dinner soon. A lavish seafood feast, how's that? That's more like it. After a long while, the national team crew completed equipment setup. 5 starting blocks installed. 3 for the national team, 2 for 5 Daoku, all positioned centrally along the track. Come on, gather round. Coach Luo summoned the sprinters scheduled for testing and assigned lanes. Li Feng, Hu Kai, Chun Haijin, In Hanjiao, and Wang Peng stepped forward. Gazing at Li Feng, Luo Fulin sighed inwardly. What a loss, snatched away by 5 Daoku. Today's session focuses primarily on Li Feng and Hu Kai from 5 Daoku. Video documentation will support technical refinement. I'll assign lanes in this order. Lane 3 Li Feng. Lane 4 Hu Kai. Lane 5 Chun Haijin. Lane 6 In Hanjiao. Lane 7 Wang Peng. Head to your blocks and adjust them yourselves. We'll finalize equipment calibration and begin shortly. The group returned to their respective lanes and adjusted the starting blocks. This training facility matched Tiantai counties in quality, excellent track surface and equipment, lacking only spectator stands. Though unofficial, all test participants rigorously fine-tuned their blocks. An unspoken rivalry simmered between 5 Dowka track team and the national squad. Hukai glanced at Li Feng, their eyes met. Silent but charged, as if exchanging "stay sharp. We can't afford to lose face." Spectators gradually gathered around the field. National team members from weightlifting, shot put, and long-distance running. Curious about the sprint team's internal assessment, they drew near. "This lineup's no joke. No kidding. Chen Haijin just won the grand finals." They even brought out the track-mounted video rig. "They mean business." A few long-distance runners murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, at the video monitor station, Luo Fulin watched Li Bing closely, resentment simmering beneath his words. "Coach Li, you truly wield masterful tactics. You've plucked away every promising athlete the national team had earmarked." Li Bing instantly grasped the context and replied earnestly, "Coach Luo, this wasn't snatching. It was Li Feng's choice and his family's decision. Moreover, once we've nurtured him, the national team may call him up anytime. Same result, no extra effort required on your part. You'd get a fully polished athlete, ready to deploy immediately. Wouldn't you agree?" Li Bing added with a wry smile. Hearing an answer so similar to Liang Qiushi's, Luo Fulin couldn't help but laugh. Truly, it takes one fox to recognize another. You and old Liang are cut from the same sly cloth. Fine, I concede defeat. But mark my words, Li Feng must be cultivated with utmost care. He's the finest prospect I've seen this year, capable of breaking 10 seconds. Should he underperform, I'll come knocking for answers. Rest assured, I won't squander his talent. Luo Fulin knew Li Bing's credentials, while a proven capable coach. In fact, upon returning to China, Li Bing had been considered for national team coaching, but multiple positions were already filled. 5 Daoku had moved swiftly, securing him first. Had timing aligned differently, the two might have become colleagues. Once equipment calibration concluded, an assistant coach from the national team strode to the starting line. "Take your marks," announced Wang, the assistant coach, sharp-eyed, energetic, wearing black-rimmed glasses. All sprinters planted their feet firmly on the blocks. Li Feng lowered his gaze to the track. This test carried stakes rivaling those of elite international meets, pitting elite athletes against one another. His palms pressed into the resilient synthetic surface. Thrilling anticipation surged through him. "On your marks." All 5 crouched, muscles coiled, ears straining for the command. Wang wasted no time, raising his electronic starting pistol. Bang! The race began. Instantly, all 5 exploded from the blocks. East Asian sprinters consistently post world-class reaction times, typically between 0.13 and 0.16 seconds, unless disrupted by error. All performed superbly, but Li Feng edged ahead. His start was flawless. At the 20-meter mark, all rose upright. The gap remained narrow. Li Feng held a slight lead. Arms pumping furiously, legs driving powerfully into the track. Acceleration intensified. By 50 meters, Li Feng led decisively. Chen Haijin trailed closely in second. Chen Haijin showed no surprise. Li Feng's explosive acceleration had dominated their prior grand finals encounter. Spectators spontaneously cheered, "Go! Go!" Encouraging cries rang out. At 80 meters, Chen Haijin closed the gap, drawing level with Li Feng. With the finish line looming, exhaustion set in. Victory now hinged on who could best sustain velocity. Li Feng's strength waned visibly. He pushed on, gritting his teeth. Chen Haijin surged beside him, mere instants from the line. "Who's that rookie? Never seen him before." Running stride for stride with Chen Haijin. "No idea, but he's formidable. Must be new. Silver medalist from the grand finals. I remember him. Look, the finish." All eyes turned toward the digital display at the finish line. Who claimed first place? Before the camcorder monitor, Luo Fulin, Liang Qiushi, and Li Bing stared at the screen, stunned. They had been certain Chen Haijin would take first, yet astonishingly Li Feng had held on and prevailed. "Oldie, you really hit the jackpot." Liang Qiushi slapped Li Bing on the shoulder with envy. At Liang's words, the anger Luo Fulin had suppressed a moment ago flared up again. The 5 who had crossed the line panted as they walked to the scoreboard to await the results. "Li Feng, you ran so fast. I could only watch your back the whole way," Hukai sighed. Chen Haijin praised him between breaths. "Huff huff, I still couldn't catch you after all." Only 20, and already aging, no match for the youngsters," someone teased. "Brother Chen, what a joke. You're in your prime." Yin Hanjiao and Wang Peng shared the same sentiment. As Hukai, they too had been able only to watch Li Feng's back. Except for Chen Haijin, the other 3 had trailed for the entire race. Only Chen and Li were level through the middle and late phases, though no one had known for sure who would take first. After a brief wait, the monitor displayed the results. First place, Li Feng 10.29s 1.6 milliseconds. Second place, Chen Haijin 10.30s 1.6 milliseconds. Third place, Wang Peng 10.42s 1.6 milliseconds. Fourth place, Hukai 10.43s 1.6 milliseconds. Fifth place, Yin Hanjiao 10.58s 1.6 milliseconds. Chen Haijin had felt he crossed the line just a fraction slower than Li Feng, which explained his earlier remark, and it turned out to be true. Congratulations, Li Feng. Though bested by a newcomer, Chen Haijin behaved with the magnanimity of an elder brother. "Brother Chen, it was just luck. If you ran again, you'd surely win," Li Feng said modestly. Indeed, Chen Haijin had underperformed, though under normal circumstances he could run 10.3. The results showed the two were nearly identical in ability. It would come down to who performed better on the day. Hukai was pleased with his 10.42. It had been a good run. Wang Peng had performed well too. Only Yin Hanjiao fared poorly, clocking 10.58s. Since his 25 victory at the 9th National Games in 2001. His form had steadily declined. He thought of the year-end Guangdong Provincial Games, and of his junior trainee, Chun Haijian, growing stronger as his own condition waned. He also recalled the double-degree program at Jinan University and sighed perhaps he should withdraw. Maybe the provincial games at year's end would be his swan song. He was already 27. His decline had become pronounced upon seeing the result. He resolved that after the provincial games In Hanzhao's heart churned with complicated emotions as he exhaled. The time had come for him to step away. The onlookers were equally astonished. They had not expected the newcomer Li Feng to be so formidable, outright surpassing a national team member to take first. Impressive. Coaches Li Bing, Liang Xiushi, and Luo Fulin approached, offering analysis and encouragement to the especially with Li Feng. Luo Fulin could not conceal his eagerness and immediately began to poach him in person. Li Feng, earlier, I couldn't come because of winter training and couldn't visit you in Chuan province. It's not too late now. Chinese athletics is one family. How about joining the national team? Our conditions are excellent. I'll speak with the leadership and coordinate with the leaders in Wadaiku, so it won't delay your enrollment next year. Li Bing did not expect Luo Fulin to be so unscrupulous, already like this, and he's still trying to steal players. He hurriedly blocked him. Old Luo, that's unfair. Li Feng has already entered my Wadaiku athletics team. You want to poach him? Thank you, Coach Luo, for your interest. My first coach told me when you called, but my family really hopes I will go to university. That's why I joined the Wadaiku athletics team. As for what you mentioned, you need not bring it up again. When the national team goes to the Olympics and Asian Games, I will not let you down. Li Feng replied quickly. After making the adjustments, Li Feng placed both feet on the starting blocks, preparing to start. Seeing this, Li Bing shouted, ready. Bang! Li Feng pushed off the blocks with all his might. Li Bing returned the look, and the four exchanged a brief greeting before running out of training field. No. 1. Seeing them flee, Luo Fulin turned to the camcorder and discovered the storage drive had been taken. He was furious, used and gone in a flash. Watching Li Feng's departing silhouette, Luo felt increasingly despondent, as if he had missed out on a fortune. The four left training field No. 1 and did not return to their own facility. Instead, they went to Li Bing and Liang Xiushi's dormitory. The coach's dormitory resembled the athletes, two to a room. Let's watch the footage first, then I'll analyze Li Feng. Old Liang, you can use it afterward, okay? Li Bing suggested. Fine. Looking after a newcomer, Liang Xiushi replied. Having witnessed what just transpired, Liang was very satisfied with Li Feng. Resisting Luo Fulin's overtures marked him as a fine young man. Coach Li Bing produced the expensive Acer laptop he had splurged on, placed it on the table, and inserted the storage drive. He then imported the video files. They dragged the only two chairs in the room over. After Li Bing and Li Feng sat down, he opened the video and rotated the screen toward Li Feng. Li Feng inspected the laptop, which looked like an antique, yet was a brand new model released this year. The screen rotated a full 360 degrees, and it even came with a stylus. He was duly impressed. Coach Liang and Hu Kai stood behind the chairs, peering with curiosity. Coach Li, you've got money. That laptop can't. It's okay, my wife bought it, Li Bing said with an embarrassed smile. Let's watch the video. The footage loaded, and Li Bing pressed play. The screen showed the race they had just run. After watching it 3 times, Li Bing paused the video and asked Li Feng, how do you think, and what characteristics do you notice? Li Feng, seeing himself run for the first time on video, felt his form was odd and not particularly graceful. As for characteristics, I think I have a very strong initial burst, but lack strength in the middle and late phases, Li Feng observed. A seasoned athlete typically runs with smoothness and beauty because they have found their personal rhythm. You're not wrong. Your start is explosive, but you overemphasize arm swing, and your leg drive is insufficient, Li Bing replied. You tense up mid-race. When that happens, your speed drops noticeably. If Chun Haijian had performed normally, you wouldn't have beaten him. Li Feng nodded in agreement. Chun had indeed underperformed, otherwise Li Feng could not have won. Also the lean at the line. Watch. Li Bing scrubbed the footage to the moments around the finish and replayed them several times. You lean too early. Look at Chun Haijian. He executes the lean 1 to 2 meters before the line, which is more standard. Yours is premature. This isn't difficult, it just requires specific training. You must judge the distance and naturally push forward with your chest, so you don't sacrifice momentum. Li Bing replayed the clip several more times, and then methodically questioned Li Feng about various aspects of his run, studying. He already had a rough plan for technical improvements. I'll study Li Feng's case again tonight, and try to produce a training plan by tomorrow, then we'll begin formal training. Li Feng was thrilled. The attention and resources were unavailable in high school, and he sensed that with these refinements he would make great strides. Liang Xiushi then turned to analyze Hu Kai's running. Li Bing and Li Feng listened intently while they analyzed each other in turn, and the afternoon passed quickly. After supper they loosened up on the track, and then returned to their dorms. Li Feng eagerly anticipated the next day's training and went to bed early. Li Bing worked late into the night, drafting Li Feng's training plan. At dawn, Li Feng and Hu Kai rose early. The previous afternoon they had reviewed training footage and analyzed technical flaws. So invigorating was the process that all four felt electrified, as though breaking the 10-second barrier were now within reach. Yet identifying problems was merely the first step. Devising sound improvement strategies and executing them rigorously was what truly mattered. After breakfast the quartet headed to training base No. 2. Hu Kai departed with Coach Liang Xiushi for specialized drills. Meanwhile, Li Bing produced the training plan he drafted the night before and handed a copy to Li Feng. Weekly training overview objective. Enhance 100-meter sprint speed, explosive power, and endurance. Key focus areas: explosive power development, speed training, strength, conditioning, endurance building, and recovery protocol. Daily training schedule. Monday speed and specialized skill development. Warm-up light jogging for 1.50 meters followed by full-body dynamic stretching to elevate heart rate and stimulate blood circulation. Speed drills sprint repetitions over distances of 30 m, 60 m, 80 m, 100 m, and 150 m. 6 to 10 sets per distance with 12 minutes of rest between each. Strength training core conditioning exercises, including sit-ups or plank holds, 60 to 80 repetitions. Cool down full-body static stretching to alleviate muscular tension. Tuesday supplementary strength and general endurance. Warm-up light jogging for 1.50 meters followed by full-body dynamic stretching. Strength training upper body and lower body auxiliary strength work, e.g. push-ups and squat jumps. Endurance training steady-state jogging over 3.050 meters to enhance aerobic capacity. Cool down full-body stretching and relaxation. Wednesday speed endurance integration. Warm-up cross-country running or sport-based agility drills complemented by full-body dynamic stretching. Speed endurance work interval or mixed distance sprints. 100 m and 200 m repeats 4 to 8 sets with 12 minutes rest between each. Upper body strength bench presses or cleans to build upper limb power. Cool down light jogging followed by static stretching. Thursday multidimensional physical conditioning. Warm-up light jogging for 1.50 meters followed by full body dynamic stretching. Acceleration drills 30-meter acceleration sprints, 6 to 8 sets. Power and explosiveness exercises such as snatch pulls, hurdle jumps, or box jumps. Cool down full body stretching and relaxation. Friday strength emphasis. Warm-up light jogging for 800 meters followed by full-body dynamic stretching. Upper body strength bench presses, cleans, or power snatches. Lower body strength full squats and half squats for leg power development. Cool down light jogging and static stretching. Saturday technical refinement and physical qualities. Warm-up light jogging for 1.0 meters followed by calisthenics. Technical drills start technique, acceleration mechanics, mid-race, stride efficiency, and finishing sprint dynamics. Physical qualities shoulder girdle stability, torso rigidity, and core musculature development. Cool down full-body static stretching and relaxation. Sunday rest day, light stretching and mobility work to ensure complete physiological recovery. 2. Key considerations. Nutrition. Maintain a balanced diet rich in high-quality protein, complex carbohydrates, and essential vitamins. Adequate rest secures sufficient nightly sleep to facilitate optimal physical recovery. Avoid overtraining. Strategically modulate daily training volume and intensity to prevent fatigue accumulation and injury. Li Feng scanned the schedule, comprehensive and meticulously structured. Today was Thursday acceleration and explosiveness. Finished reviewing. Yes. Then let's begin, Coach Li Bing said. Li Feng commenced his warm-up. First the 2.0 meter light jog. By the 1.50 meter mark exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. His legs trembled, every fiber urging him to halt. But this was the unglamorous reality of elite athletic discipline. Many athletes possess extraordinary natural gifts yet falter at the summit. Not from lack of talent, but from self-imposed limits born of indiscipline. Persevere. Persist. Press onward. Upon completing the jog, he paused briefly, then performed full-body static stretching before transitioning to acceleration drills. He adjusted the starting blocks pre-positioned by Coach Li Bing. 30-meter acceleration sprints. Coach Li Bing stood nearby correcting form with quiet precision. Drill. Rest. Repeat. After lunch, Coach Li Bing escorted Li Feng to the weight room for clean and jerk training. The winter training base boasted an exceptionally well-equipped gym, every major apparatus present. Next came box jump progressions, incrementally increasing height to cultivate raw explosive power. When Coach Li judged the session's intensity sufficient, he signaled Li Feng to cool down and stretch, concluding the day's formal training. Yet Li Feng glanced at his internal performance metrics, still rated average, and knew he had not yet reached his physiological threshold. Driven by unwavering resolve, he continued until his metrics dropped to subpar. Only then did he cease. Are you certain this regimen is safe? Coach Li watched with growing concern. The workload far exceeded his prescribed limits. Coach, it's fine. I told you already. I possess an uncanny somatic awareness. I can precisely gauge my body's fatigue levels. I'll halt immediately upon reaching critical fatigue. Li Feng affirmed, his expression resolute. Seeing that unshakable determination, the coach reluctantly acquiesced. Yet inwardly he resolved to schedule medical checkups at regular intervals. Cost be damned. Should this training methodology compromise physiological integrity, intervention would be immediate. No athlete's long-term potential must ever be mortgaged for short-term gains. After dinner, exhausted, Li Feng returned to the dormitory. Hu Kai, surprised to see him arrive so late, voiced genuine concern. Xiao Feng, pushing yourself like this. Mind your health. You're still young. Touched by his senior's care, Li Feng warmed inside, and replied, no need to worry. I trained just as rigorously back home, and the food there wasn't nearly as nutritious. Didn't we just have our physicals 2 days ago? I'm perfectly healthy, no issues whatsoever. Hearing this, Hu Kai refrained from further admonishment, though he added gently, all right, but still train wisely and sustainably. Yes, I understand. After brief rest, Li Feng washed up, then sat at his desk and opened his English textbook. Hu Kai approached from behind. Struggling with English? I'd be happy to tutor you. He scored 142 on my college entrance exam. Indeed, Hu Kai was the scholar athlete par excellence among sports majors. Li Feng lavished sincere praise, and thus the academic prodigy, Hu Kai, became his unpaid English mentor, his proficiency steadily ascending. After 1 hour of study, Li Feng paused, thanked Hu Kai, and prepared to rest. Hu Kai meanwhile retrieved his laptop and textbooks. He was a second-year undergraduate. Had he not joined winter training, he'd still be attending lectures. Majoring in economics and management, he routinely studied outside training hours. Academic rigor demanded no less. Li Feng hadn't even known Hu Kai owned a laptop, until he suddenly recalled the WeChat QQ account matter. On the day he'd left home, he'd promised Chen Shiner he'd add her. Yet to this day, he still hadn't. Might he borrow Hu Kai's laptop? Lately his entire focus had been the base and training. He'd completely forgotten. Imagining Chen Shiner's indignation upon realizing he'd never added her, Li Feng scratched his head embarrassed. That day he'd lied outright, telling her he'd already added her QQ. He genuinely intended to do so that evening, but returning home had erased it from memory. He ventured, brother, who could I borrow your laptop? I'd like to log into QQ. I've got some high school classmates I'd like to reconnect with. Oh, no big deal. Go ahead and use it. I only use it for research anyway. Taking Hu Guest's computer, Li Feng carefully placed it on the table. Then he logged into QQ. There were only a few people on his friend list, namely LV Ping and a few classmates from middle school. Recalling Chen Shiner's QQ number, he searched it and saw the name eldest miss of the Chen family. What a funny username. He sent a request writing in the application section, "Dear classmate Chen Shiner, due to recent trivial matters and being quite busy, I managed a moment of peace today, so I borrowed my roommate's computer to log onto QQ, wishing to get in touch with you. After sending this application, I will patiently await your response, hoping for a prompt reply." After finishing, he wondered what to do if she didn't know who he was. He quickly added, "I am Li Feng, add me." After sending it, he looked at the empty interface, nothing there, no space, no dynamics. The friend avatars were all gray. This was normal in this era, who is online on QQ all the time unless you are wealthy enough to afford a computer. He opened LV Ping's chat window and sent a few messages checking on how he had been lately and mentioning some of his recent happenings. LV Ping was also offline and didn't reply. After glancing at the friend request with no response, he logged off and returned the computer to Hu Ge. "Thanks, Hu Ge. No need for thanks between us. Just let me know whenever you need to use it," Hu Kai said as he took back the computer. "Hu Ge, how much did you buy this computer for?" Li Feng asked curiously. "Over 10,000. My family bought it for me when I got into Wadaica last year. I can't afford it myself, not at all." Hu Kai sighed at the computer's price. "Wow, that's really expensive. I'd better wait until I have money to consider it." Li Feng shook his head, giving up on the idea of buying a computer. He only had about 3,000 in total savings, leaving 1,000 at home and having just 2,000 on him. Time to sleep. Waking up early, eating, training, resting, training, eating, resting. Day after day of training improved Li Feng's sprint form for the first 30 meters, gradually becoming more standardized, faster, and stronger. Li Feng constantly improved based on his running habits, emphasizing pushing off the ground rather than swinging his legs forward. Especially in the first 4 steps, this starting technique saves time on the leg swing, allowing for better foot placement. This stabilizes his body posture, more quickly preparing him for subsequent acceleration. Li Feng's arm movements were also different from the traditional style. He emphasized large, powerful arm swings at the start, coordinating with his lower limbs to enhance his launch. Coach Li Bing recognized Li Feng's efforts and learning ability. In the recent 2 tests, his performance had returned to Xiao Feng, what you need to do now is continuously refine this running style until it becomes muscle memory. Understood, master. Coach Li Bing, with rich teaching experience, helped Li Feng gain a new understanding of sprinting during this time. "Since you are still growing taller, we won't adjust your stride length or frequency, just stick to your running habits for now. Once your height stabilizes, I will guide you on adjustments." Okay. Soon it was the end of December. Li Feng had been at the winter training base for over a month, and after finishing training, he was proficient in stretching. Coach Li Bing watched from the side. After Li Feng stretched, Li Bing stepped forward to massage his disciple, easing Li Feng's sigh. "There's no way around it, mainly I don't have the conditions to hire a full-time masseuse." Li Bing had studied this course before and could manage it, but he was just filling in for now. That feels good. When I have money in the future, I want to hire a masseuse to massage me after each training session. Next year, if you achieve good results, I will apply to the school to get you a full-time one. Haha, that would be great. Master, what competitions are you planning for me next year? I've been studying this for a few days. In February next year, they'll take you to participate in the National Indoor Athletics Championships for the 60 meters held in Tianjin to practice. In mid-March, you'll participate in the International Indoor Athletics Championships in Birmingham, UK. Early April will be the first battle of the National Athletics Grand Prix at Nanning. If you perform well at the Grand Prix, you will participate in the International Athletics Grand Prix in Yokohama in May. In June, depending on the situation, there are several Grand Prix and Golden League events. The World Youth Athletics Championships in July is crucial. These are the competitions I'm currently considering. Li Bing rambled off a whole list. Li Feng listened carefully and felt very happy. Ever since he participated in competitions and won medals, he had grown increasingly fond of standing on the podium to receive awards. There is face to keep inside, benefits, and rice to eat. Who wouldn't like that? After a while, the massage was done and they rested a bit. Li Feng and Master Li Bing walked to the cafeteria together, finishing their meal while admiring the festive decorations at the cafeteria entrance. Happy New Year. Oh right, tomorrow is New Year's Day. Thinking of his performance, he felt he had nearly reached his mental level and secretly made a decision. The master and disciples skillfully grabbed their trays and served themselves rice. "Anwang, give me a bit more. Ooh, I'm starving today," Li Feng said. "Coach Li Xiao Feng, you should take a day off for New Year's Day tomorrow. You both work too hard. Make sure to take care of your health," Aunt Wang said with concern as she filled their plates with steaming hot dishes. The cafeteria staff had become familiar with the two of them as they usually came late, and the food was often a bit cold by the time they arrived. This continued for a week. Aunt Wong in the cafeteria made it a point to keep their food warm every time, taking it out only when they arrived to serve. Because of this, the master and disciple often thanked her, and they became quite familiar. Not only did the cafeteria know about their late training, but the whole base was aware too. The Wadaiku athletics team's master and disciple practiced extra every day. They had become famous. They quickly found a table and sat across from each other. Li Feng hurriedly took a few bites, and after his hunger subsided said to Master Li Bing, "Can we take a day off tomorrow? I was just waiting for you to say that. You also need to rest. With your level of training, I'm genuinely worried about your health. If it weren't for your normal checkups, I wouldn't let you train this hard so easily." Since arriving here, Li Feng had hardly taken a day off. Apart from 2 health checkups, he had been training all the time. This had exhausted Li Bing, who had slimmed down from his previously slightly chubby figure. "Master, can you accompany me to see my parents tomorrow during the day off?" Li Feng looked at his master and asked. Finally willing to take a day off to see them, Li Bing said with a peculiar tone on purpose. Previously, Coach Li Bing had asked his disciple twice if he wanted him to accompany Li Feng to visit his parents, but Li Feng had refused, citing his training and results as reasons. "I want to improve before seeing them again. This is my goal." Looking at the attribute panel, Li Feng realized that his hard work and sweat during this period had not been in vain. Name: Li Feng, age 16, occupation athlete, height 176 centimeters, weight 66 kilograms, strength 73, endurance 71, speed 76, reaction 70, activated talent, explosive start, health status poor. He had grown taller, and his strength had notably increased by 8 points, endurance by 5 points, speed by only 3 points, and reaction by 7 points. Early the next morning, Li Feng woke up early, finding himself alone in the dormitory, free to do as he pleased. His roommate, Hugo, had taken leave to go home for the New Year festivities. After washing up, Li Feng found the new clothes and pants his coach had bought for him in the wardrobe. After putting them on, he looked at himself in the mirror and felt quite handsome. He was completely different from his former self just a few months ago. He raised his hands to show off his biceps, which were once as thin as a bamboo pole. Inherited his fair skin from his grandmother and father, and due to the ultraviolet rays in Xiong province, it had taken on a bronze tone, making him look healthier. Li Feng opened Hugue's computer, skillfully logged into Penguin, and sent New Year's greetings to Chinchiner. After applying to add Chinchiner as a friend last time, it took over a week for her to accept the request. Since Xiaochun was also borrowing her father's computer, their chatting time was limited, mostly consisting of short messages. For example, Li Feng sent a bunch of messages, and after a few days, Xiaochun logged on and replied to a few. Li Feng checked back several days later to see her responses resembling an online chat, but in reality, it was more like writing letters. Li Feng encouraged her to study hard and not to think about herself all day, as it was not good. Xiaochun retorted, scolding Li Feng for being overly sentimental, insisting that she was focused on her studies, and told him to take care of his health and not to daydream all the time. Unfortunately, online shopping wasn't an option right now. It would have been nice to buy him a New Year gift. After sending his greetings, Li Feng grabbed his bank card and phone, locked the door, and walked to the coach's dormitory, knocking on the door. Li Bing was still tidying up and opened the door, asking Li Feng to wait a moment. Li Feng shook his head and didn't enter, instead standing on the balcony at the door to look outside. Looking at the sparsely populated winter training base, he couldn't help but feel the unpredictability of life. Earlier in the month, some people, including Chun Haijian and Yin Hanzhao, whom Li Feng knew, had returned to Guangdong province to participate in the provincial games. Soon news arrived that Chun Haijian won the championship with a time of 10:46 seconds, while Yin Hanzhao placed fourth with a time of 10:70 seconds, announcing his retirement at the age of 27. There are no eternal victors in athletics, for time reveals who the true champions are. A little while later, Li Bing finished tidying up, and although he was dressed casually, his square face displayed a competent demeanor. The two first went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Li Bing borrowed the Santana that had picked them up that day, which was the vehicle of the winter training base. It could be borrowed for errands, and Coach Liang had borrowed it before, just needing to refill the gas upon returning. The winter training base is located in the central part of Xiong province in Baisha County, over 100 kilometers away from the provincial capital where Li Feng's parents live. Li Bing drove onto the national highway, looking at the signs along the road as they headed towards the provincial capital. The route was lined with coconut and betel nut trees along with vast mango orchards. In 2002, Xiong province was still relatively underdeveloped, and the famous Ring Road highway of the future had not yet been fully constructed. After more than 3 hours, around 1030, they arrived in the city and bought a map from a roadside newsstand. They found the address mentioned by his grandfather, Bema Village. They needed to take the coastal road first, then follow the directions to get there. The roads were not busy at the moment, and it took them more than half an hour to finally find Bema Village. Bema Village is located near the provincial government, making it relatively easy to find. As an urban village, it housed many Coincidentally, there was a bank nearby, so Li Feng withdrew some cash and bought a bunch of food and drinks at a nearby market. Due to not remembering the sizes of clothes and pants, he didn't make any purchases. When he saw a Nike specialty store, he simply bought 2 pairs of casual shoes. While Li Feng was shopping, Coach Li Bing also bought some supplements, cigarettes, and alcohol, spending quite a bit of money, which he stuffed in. Li Feng returned and saw this, feeling helpless. "Master, why did you buy so much? Just a little would have sufficed. It's my first time meeting your parents. I have to bring something. It's a matter of courtesy. I want to thank them for raising you, allowing me to meet such a wonderful disciple like you." Li Bing laughed heartily, not caring about how much he spent. "You're being too extravagant, really." The back seat was also piled high with gifts from Master Li Bing. Looking at the things he bought that filled the trunk, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry, this one, and that one. He ended up buying a whole. After closing the trunk, the two drove to the entrance of the village and saw 6 or 7 people gathered under a large banyan tree playing cards. Li Feng took out a pack of Furong Wang, opened the door, got out, walked over, and heard a Sichuan accent. He then asked fellow townsfolk, "Do you know where Li Guohui lives?" The crowd turned to look at him, seeing a well-dressed young man who looked either rich or noble, clean and tidy, wearing brand-name clothes and shoes. He had even come by car. Li Feng spoke with a Sichuan accent and handed a cigarette to each of them. The 10 yuan pack of Furong Wang was considered quality tobacco at the end of the year, which many couldn't afford. After all, a day's wage was only around 30 or 40. As they accepted the cigarettes, they exclaimed, "Hey Furong Wang. Good smoke, good smoke." They all excitedly discussed who knew him. At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting and playing cards carefully asked, after tucking a cigarette behind his ear, "Young man, are you looking for him?" Zhou Chao, also from Sichuan and living next to Li Guohui, still maintained a basic level of vigilance. If this young man was here to cause trouble, he couldn't risk revealing any information. "I'm his son. I'm on holiday for New Year and secretly came to find my old man. You can tell by my accent." Zhou Chao listened and realized the accent was indeed similar, so it should be true. He looked at Li Feng and the Santana parked by the roadside. "Wow, you've really made it. Dressed so nicely and even drove." "Uncle, it's not my car. Our unit lent it to me, otherwise it wouldn't be convenient to come here." Li Feng explained with a smile. "Then I won't play anymore. You come with me, and he'll take you to see your old man." Then he stood up and walked out of the crowd. "Your old man lives next door to me. Come with me, it's over there. The car can't drive in, but it's not wide enough, so you can leave it here." "Alright uncle, wait a moment while I grab something." Li Feng returned to the car and explained the situation while Li Bing got out to organize some items from the backseat, carrying them in both hands. Li Feng picked up a few easier-to-carry items, and the two followed this fellow townsman inside. "You young man are so filial, buying so many things for your old man." Zhou Chao looked at the two carrying large and small bags, surprised, and complimented, "Uncle, it's rare for me to come once, so I bought a bit more." Li Feng chuckled innocently. "If my son had half your ambition, I'd probably wake up laughing in the middle of the night." It will happen, it will happen." Li's home was not far from the village entrance, just over 100 meters away, and they arrived in no time. "This is it, I'll call for you." Zhou Chao pointed to a self-built house ahead. It was a decent-sized self-built house with a large iron gate slightly ajar, and one could vaguely see a small courtyard inside, with 2 floors and 3 rooms on the first floor. Oldly, your son is looking for you." At this moment in the house, Li Guohui was tidying up the room. Today was New Year's Day, and with little work to do, he decided to rest at home. His wife Wu Yuemei was doing the laundry and was currently hanging clothes in the yard. Since it was a day off, they were having a late lunch and had not prepared their meal yet. They both heard someone calling at the door asking for their son. A question arose in their hearts. Had they misheard? Wasn't their son in winter training for the athletics team at Wadaiku? Thinking of their son, Li Guohui felt a surge of pride. That rascally shouting. Wu Yuemei, hanging clothes, also heard it, and felt puzzled, wondering if she had misheard. She glanced at the front door, but saw no one. Seeing the door slightly ajar, Li Feng simply kicked it with his foot, causing the iron door to creak open. Upon entering, he saw Li Feng's mother, Wu Yuemei, looking just as he remembered, unchanged except for some sweat on her forehead. As the door opened, Wu Yuemei saw Li Feng and was momentarily stunned, wondering how this person resembled her son so much. In her surprise, the clothes she was holding fell to the ground. As the door opened, Wu Yuemei saw Li Feng and was momentarily stunned, wondering how this. Ignoring the clothes on the ground, she hurriedly stepped forward to take a closer look, then exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my Guohui, come out quickly. It's really our son." Excitedly flailing her arms, Li Guohui also stepped out of the doorway to see the people at the entrance. The one in front was none other than his son Li Feng. The couple was utterly shocked, wondering why their son had suddenly come without any prior notice. But their emotions were filled with excitement. "Why did you come unexpectedly? You startled your dad and me. And you bought so many things." The couple hurried forward, ready to take the items from Li Feng's hands. Li Feng turned his body to the side, looking at his coach, and quickly introduced, "Dad, Mom, this is my master, and also my athletics coach Li Bing. Hello Li Gu and sister-in-law. My name is Li Bing, and Li Feng's coach. This is our first meeting, and I wasn't sure what to bring, so I just brought a few things." The couple quickly greeted him. They discussed what he had brought. He had come without notice and brought so many things which felt like a waste of money. Seeing Li Bing carrying a lot of items, they hurried to help him take them down. Then they brought the group into the house. After setting the items down, Li Guohui invited Li Bing and Li Feng along with their fellow villager, Zhou Chao, to sit down and rest. Walking to the bedside, he took an old fan and plugged it in for some cool air. "Only you all chat. Oh, I'll take my leave now since my—" Zhou Chao, seeing that the group was settled, turned to leave the room. Li Guohui called out, "Stay for a meal before you go. I'm about to cook. I won't disrupt your reunion." "Oh, I'll head back now and come again in 2 days," he said, leaving without turning back. "You little rascal. You come without warning, and the meal isn't even cooked yet. You all sit down and I'll go cook. Mom, I just wanted to give you all a surprise. My winter training base is in Xiong province in Baisha. I didn't tell you before because I wanted to give you a surprise." Were you? Hearing her son say this, Wu Yuemei couldn't help but smile playfully, hitting Li Feng, "Look at you, you've grown up." Having not seen their son for nearly a year, Wu Yuemei and Li Guohui carefully examined Li Feng, who had truly changed dramatically. He had grown taller, his physique had strengthened, and his demeanor was completely different from before. Now he was confident, sunny, and handsome. If it weren't for his unchanged face and voice, they would hardly recognize him on the street. Seeing the well-dressed pair, the couple exchanged glances, feeling somewhat awkward, realizing they were dressed rather plainly and embarrassed in front of their son. Without mentioning their thoughts, Li Feng suddenly remembered that there were still things in the car that he hadn't taken out, and quickly said, let's go get the things from the car. I bought a lot of things. Food, drinks, everyday items, everything. Oh, and I bought a pair of shoes for each of you. Li Feng found 2 boxes containing Nike shoes from the bags on the ground, and he asked them to try them on to see if they fit, saying he bought them based on the sizes he remembered, but they could exchange them if they didn't fit. Li Feng's parents felt embarrassed to exchange them now, and hurriedly said they would go get the items first, and discuss it later. Then the 4 of them walked to the village entrance. Li Guohui and Wu Yuanmei were astonished to see a Santana. Such good treatment. You even have a car. Seeing the surprised expressions on his parents' faces, Li Feng quickly explained this is the car from the training base. We borrowed it to come here, otherwise it would be inconvenient. Let's get the things first, Dad, Mom. He opened the trunk, which was filled with items. Li Guohui couldn't help but smile. Riley, you boy, you don't know how hard it is to manage expenses. Look at all this stuff. How much did you spend? Exactly. Son, you can't be so extravagant in the future. Earning a little bonus isn't easy, you need to save some. Hee, I just bought a little here and there, and it turned out to be so much. Li Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Liga's sister-in-law, it's just the thought of the child. Li Feng is a dutiful son. Dad, Mom, let's take the things back first. It's hot and we don't want to let Coach Li get sunburned. Li Guohui thought for a moment, and hurriedly began moving the items back home. He also instructed his wife to quickly go to the market to buy some prepared food, as there weren't many vegetables at home. The group carried the items back home, while Wu Yuanmei went to the market to buy groceries. After 2 trips, they finally brought everything back into the house. Looking at the piles of items at the foot of the bed, drinks, beer, oil, nutritional supplements, cigarettes, and alcohol, Li Guohui felt both pained about the money spent, and pleased that his son was so considerate. The other tenants in the yard curiously watched their family. Why was Li Guohui's son bringing a shipment home? So many things, will you be able to finish them all? What a waste. You're just envious of others. Oh, what's wrong with not finishing it? If you don't want to throw it away, they are willing to. Why don't you get your son to buy for you too? Without mentioning the envious eyes of the others in the yard, after a while Wu Yuanmei returned with several bags of prepared food, a bottle of cold drinks, and a case of cold beer. Li Guohui cleared off the dining table in the house and borrowed 2 taller stools from the neighbor. He laid out the food and invited Li Bing to sit down. Coach Li, the environment is limited, so just make do with this. I'll take you all out to eat tonight. Li Guohui said somewhat off. For them, the coach of the Wadaiku University athletics team was quite an important figure. Li Ge, don't treat me as an outsider. I'm Li Feng's master, so there's no need for such formality. Then everyone took their seats, and Wu Yuanmei opened a bottle of cold beer for each person. It was hot, and this was refreshing, and then they began to eat. Li Feng glanced at Li Bing. The food on the table was generally something athletes shouldn't eat, but it wasn't the competition preparation period, so it should be fine. Li Bing noticed his disciple's gaze, and understood instantly. He glanced back, signaling that today was an exception, so enjoy your meal. Li Feng understood immediately, and no longer held back. Wu Yuanmei knew that Li Feng loved spicy food, so she bought a lot. During this time, Li Feng had been eating nutritional meals, and had no resistance to spicy flavors. They began to eat heartily. The family enjoyed their meal, drank, and chatted. Li Feng shared everything that had happened during this time with his parents, including why he didn't return for the new year and the upcoming competition. A lunch stretched over 2 hours. After finishing, Li Feng helped his mother clean up the mess, and a few of them took a short break in the room. Li Feng wanted to take his parents to the mall to buy clothes, but they both refused, insisting they had enough already. However, it was hard to resist Li Feng's persuasion. Li Bing drove the 3 of them to a nearby large shopping mall. After wandering around a few times, he bought each of his parents a set. Li Feng initially planned to buy a set for his master as well, but Li Bing directly refused, saying he had too many clothes already, and hurried back to the car to wait for them. He suggested they take their time shopping, not to rush. Li Feng had to give in, and went to a phone store to buy a phone. Knowing his parents were frugal, he pretended he wanted to buy 2 phones, one for each of them. However, his parents firmly declined, saying they were afraid of losing them, and carrying them to the construction site wasn't safe. In the end, both sides compromised, and bought 1 phone. After all, they would use it together. These days, aside from business people, everyone else bought phones just to call family. 1 was enough. After getting the phone card, they all headed home. Originally, Li Guohui wanted to invite Coach Li out for a meal. However, Li Bing quickly dismissed the idea, saying that on New Year's Day, it was more appropriate to have dumplings or tanyuan at home for reunion. Since Li Feng and Coach Li were to return to the training base tonight, the family bought the necessary ingredients and began making dumplings and tanyuan after returning home. In the end, they filled a large table. While preparing it felt insufficient, but once completed, they couldn't finish it all. Li Feng wanted to call his grandfather, but the phone wouldn't connect, probably left at home. He had to let it go. After dinner, Li Bing went back to the car to wait for Li Feng, knowing that the family would want to say a few words, and he felt it inappropriate to be there. Seeing their son about to leave, Li Guohui and Wu Yuanmei were also reluctant. Especially Wu Yuanmei, who gently touched her son's thick calluses with a pained expression. She had only heard that practicing sports was tough, but had never seen it. Looking at Li Feng's once fair skin, now turned bronze, and his palms covered in calluses, she thought about how much hardship her child must endure to get to this point, and couldn't help but feel tears welling up in her eyes. Li Feng quickly reassured her, saying, "Mom, it's nothing. Grandpa and the others work in the fields at home, which is much harder. Besides, look at Dad's hands, and yours too. You both have calluses as well," Li Feng said, pulling back their hands. "That's different, you're still so young. You're still a child." Wu Yuanmei tried to control her emotions for fear of affecting her child, but couldn't help shedding a few tears from the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Li Feng quickly wiped her tears with his hand, and then used a tissue to say, "All right, Mom, I'll take good care of myself." You both need to stay safe and call me anytime you miss me. Li Feng took out 5,000 cash from his bag and gave it to his mother, saying to keep it for their use, as he wouldn't spend money at the training base. Wu Yuemei naturally refused, saying they still needed to give Li Feng money. How could they accept their sons? In the end, Li Feng had no choice but to take it back. As it was getting late, Li Guohui and Wu Yuemei walked Li Feng to the village. As they walked, the couple reminded him of a few things. Take care of yourself out there, and if anything happens, call home. After getting into the car, Coach Li and Li Feng bid farewell to the two. Under the setting sun, the Santana drove away from Li Feng's parents' sight. After the car had gone far, Li Guohui tugged at his wife's hand, signaling it was time to go home. Guohui, did you see that? The calluses on our son's hands are even thicker than yours. How nice it would be to study well. Why must he endure this hardship? Wu Yuemei said, tearfully gazing at the empty road ahead. Well, he chose this path. What can you do? It's not like we're stopped. When we tried to stop him from practicing, he would sneak off to train anyway. Besides, he's grown up now. We can't control him anymore. It's still our fault. If we were at home, he definitely wouldn't dare to do this. If he studied well and sat in an office, he wouldn't have to suffer like this. My poor son. Wu Yuemei thought about Li Feng's hands covered in calluses and felt very sad. Hey Yuemei, don't think too much. He's already more successful than us. This is his destiny. All we can do now is not hold him back. Let's go home. Li Guohui held his sorrowful wife as they walked back home. The experiences of this period left the couple feeling surreal and ethereal, as if they were dreaming. They feared this dream would suddenly awaken, but hoped it could last forever. Split line. In the car, the two master and apprentice, one driving and the other gazing out at the scenery. After more than 3 hours, they finally returned to the winter training base. After returning the car, the master and apprentice walked back to the dormitory. Master, thank you for today. I just wanted you to give me a ride, but it ended up costing you. Since you call me master, why are you being so polite? Are you really not planning to go back for the spring festival this year? Actually, if you truly want to go back, it's not impossible. I can help you apply to the school. After all, you're only 16. No need, master. I'm really not going back this year. The time is too short, and it's not worth it. It's a waste of time on the road. In mid-February next year, you're going to participate in the National Athletics Grand Prix, right? I'll train hard and make a name for myself. Li Feng clenched his fist as he said this. All right, next year, let the whole country know your name. Let's work hard together. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Feng immediately turned on Hu Guest's computer. He skillfully booted it up and logged into his. Sure enough, he saw a reply from Xiao Chun. Li Feng, I wish you a happy new year too. Have you been busy lately? I've been very busy, about to have my final exams because winter vacation is coming soon. Are you really not coming back for the spring festival? Have you made any friends your age over there? Oh right, today is New Year's Day, and there's only half a month left until school breaks. How fast it is. After thinking for a moment, Li Feng replied, Xiao Chen, I'm not too busy lately, just training every day as usual. I wish you a top score in your final exam. I don't have a winter vacation. I really don't plan to come back for the spring festival. If you miss me a lot, I can consider coming back for a visit. I don't have any friends my age, but I do know a few who are a few years older than me, and I can introduce you to them if we get the chance. After replying, he sent a message back to LV Ping, and then checked the friend requests. Twinkling stars, I am Li Xingyue. Million cute newbies crossing the river, I am Wu Jianping. Requesting to add you as a friend, probably from LV Ping's QQ account. Looking at Lao Wu and Li Xingyue's nicknames, Li Feng couldn't help but smile. They were quite unique. After agreeing, both avatars were black, indicating they were offline. Being old acquaintances, after sending New Year wishes to both, Li Feng logged off and shut down the computer. Li Feng took out his phone again and dialed his grandparents' number, as he couldn't reach them with his parents' new phone in the afternoon. He wondered if they called back. The phone rang for a while. He wondered if they were asleep, since it was already 10 o'clock. Just as Li Feng was about to hang up and try again tomorrow, the call connected. Is this Li Feng? His grandmother's voice came through the phone. Yes, it's me. Are you asleep? I just went to bed. Did you go to see your parents today? Yes, I went in the morning and left in the evening. They called you in the afternoon, but couldn't get through. Did you call them back? Yes, we called back around 8. They said you went to see them and bought a lot of things, including a phone, praising you for being filial. As long as you called back, it's more convenient for you to stay in touch. Is grandpa asleep? Old man, your grandson is talking to you. Li Dongfang had just been awakened by the noise, and upon hearing them chat, he remained silent, just listening. When he heard his grandson call, he quickly leaned into the phone. After chatting for a while, Li Feng ended the call. After visiting his parents during the New Year's holiday, Li Feng quickly returned to his daily training. Coach Li Bing took the time to improve Li Feng's 200-meter curve technique, but it was just a brief practice. Currently, Li Feng's main training goal is still centered around the 100 meters. He aims to break the 10-second barrier as soon as possible. He is also practicing the 60 meters in preparation for the Indoor World Championships. Thus, as the training continued day after day, February 14th arrived. Coach Li Bing had already submitted Li Feng's competition plan for the first half of the year to the school's sports research department, and Director Chen Weiqiang was very satisfied. He readily approved the funding, stating that if good results were achieved, the school could spend money to assign a masseur to Li Feng, hoping he would do his best. Having received the funding, Li Bing booked a flight for the evening of the 14th, flying directly to Tianjin. The flight took just over 3 hours, making it very convenient. He arrived 2 days early to familiarize himself with the venue. Today was the last day at the winter training base, and after leaving tonight, he might not return until next year. Hu Kai and Coach Liang Qiushi had not come back after the spring festival. The last time Li Feng contacted Xiao Chun was the day before New Year's Eve, informing him that he might not be able to access the Penguin platform afterward. He gave him his phone number, saying he could call if needed. At 10 a.m., he borrowed the national team's equipment to help Li Feng check the training results from this period. The sprint training ground was relatively quiet. Hu Kai and Chun Haijian were absent, and Yin Hanzhao had retired. Only Wang Peng and his coach were present. Luo Feline, the associate head coach, had also gone back to Kyoto. At the testing site, there were only Wang Peng and Li Feng, but Wang Peng did not test the 60 meters as his start speed was average, and he had not practiced the 60 meters. In fact, the domestic indoor competitions have low prestige, so there are not many participants. Li Feng's reason for participating is to use this opportunity to compete in the IAAF Indoor Athletics Championships. There are two benefits to competing abroad. One is to gain fame, and the other is to accumulate experience. Although the prestige of international indoor competitions is also not high, the reason is that indoor athletic performance is usually inferior to outdoor. This is mainly because indoor tracks are often smaller than outdoor ones with shorter circumferences and more turns. The athletes need to adapt to the starting lines and landing points. These factors can affect an athlete's performance and speed, and may even lead to injuries. Moreover, the indoor environment can affect airflow, temperature, humidity, etc., which also impacts the athlete's performance. However, the 60 meters that Li Feng participates in is relatively straightforward, relying entirely on the athlete's explosive power and reaction time at the start, which happen to be his strengths. Let's test the 60 meters first, then the 100 meters, the two coaches agreed. Li Feng walked to the starting blocks, and after this period of training, he was already familiar with adjusting the starting blocks. After making the adjustments, Li Feng placed both feet on the starting blocks, preparing to start. Seeing this, Li Bing shouted, "Ready!" Bang! Li Feng pushed off the blocks with all his might, swiftly and powerfully executing a very smooth start. Running beautifully, the efforts of this period were not in vain. The 60 meters flew by in an instant. Soon Li Feng crossed the finish line, and after running for a while returned to the scoreboard to await the results. Coach Li Bing, Coach Wang, and Wang Peng all stared at the scoreboard, eager to see how fast Li Feng had run. 6 seconds, 45 wind speed 0. 6 milliseconds. Haha, great run. Faster than the previous hand time measurements. This time, even accounting for wind speed, he had already broken the record of 6 seconds 65 set by Chun Wenzhong from the Western Guangdong region at the 1996 National Indoor Athletics Championships. Unfortunately, it was an internal test, so he could not break the record. However, as long as Li Feng performs normally, he could truly break this long-standing record in just a few days. Looking at his time of 6 seconds 45, Li Feng was also very pleased. The month of relentless training had not been in vain. Awesome, Li Feng, you've improved so much during this time. Coach Li Bing congratulated you. It's okay, Lao Huang, let's quickly adjust the equipment. We still have to test the 100 meters. Alright, Wang Peng, you warm up too, and make sure to run well later. Li Feng, you two have a good rest. There's still the 100 meters to... Understood, coach. After about half an hour, the equipment was finally adjusted, and Wang Peng's starting blocks were also set up. Both stood at the starting line, making their final preparations, stretching, and testing the starting blocks. Once Coach Li saw that both were ready, he began to give instructions. On your marks, get set. The two instantly bent down, preparing to start, fully concentrating on listening for the starting gun. The test began, and Li Feng was still in the lead. His performance was very stable. It was as if the moment he stepped onto the track, he became a robot, having tested so many times without a single false start. The gap between Wang Peng and Li Feng was evident. At 50 meters, Li Feng was already 2 body lengths ahead of Wang Peng. Coach Li Bing, watching from the sidelines, was also very excited, noticing that Li Feng's run was quite impressive. At 70 meters, Wang Peng began to chase with all his might. At 90 meters, he was pushing hard. Li Feng undoubtedly crossed the finish line first. Everyone gathered around the scoreboard waiting for the final results. Soon the screen displayed first place, Li Feng 10 seconds 17.0. 2 milliseconds. Second place, Wang Peng 10 seconds 35.0. 1 millisecond. My goodness, what a time. Coach Li Bing knew his disciple had improved, but when the data was right in front of him, he was still shocked. But more than that, he was excited, because this result had equaled the national record. At the 1998 National Athletics Grand Prix Finals, Zhou Wei set the national record with a time of 10 seconds 17, with a wind speed of 1.3 milliseconds. Moreover, Li Feng was running against the wind, while Zhou Wei ran with the wind, so it could be said that Li Feng had already surpassed. Gasping for breath, Li Feng looked at the time of 10 seconds 17, and felt he could still go faster. Tying the national record. Coach Li, that's amazing. The results of your intensified training during this period are outstanding. Coach Wang praised without hesitation as he looked at the results. His disciple Wang Peng also ran a respectable 10 seconds 35. Wang Peng was also very happy. Since being injured by thugs at the Busan Asian Games last September, his performance had been declining, but now he had finally returned to normal. This test was a joy for everyone. Seeing that there was still time, Li Feng suggested testing again, and Li Bing naturally agreed since the equipment was already adjusted. After resting for a while, the two retested. First place, Li Feng 10 seconds 18.0. 1 millisecond. Second place, Wang Peng 10 seconds 42.0. 1 millisecond. Although there was a slight drop compared to just now, it was normal. Having just run 2 heats, Wang Peng's physical condition was bound to be a bit off for the third heat. Li Feng's performance was extremely stable. After checking the results, Li Feng also looked at his attribute panel. Name, Li Feng, age 16, profession athlete, height 177 centimeters, weight 67 kilograms, strength 76, endurance 74, speed 78, reaction 74, activated talent explosive, start health status average. All attributes had increased, and his speed was about to break 80. Very good. After running 3 heats, his health status had dropped to average. Indeed, high-speed anaerobic exercise takes a toll on the body. After the assessment, coach Li Bing first gave his apprentice a massage to relax the muscles. Then at a leisurely pace he packed away the testing equipment just in time for lunch. As they arrived at the cafeteria to get their meals, Li Feng looked at the familiar athlete's meal in front of him, pondering to himself, "This is the last meal at the winter training base, I must enjoy it thoroughly." Li Feng approached the serving window and smiled at Aunt Huang, who was busy inside. "Aunt Huang, you must give me a little extra I'm leaving here this afternoon, and I might not get to eat your cooking again this year." After saying this, Li Feng intentionally looked at Aunt Huang, who was serving. Aunt Huang was surprised to hear this and looked up. "You guys are leaving so soon. Isn't there still a month left until winter?" "Yes, there's still a month left, but my master and I have to rush to Tiananmen for an indoor competition, so we need to leave early," Li Feng replied with a smile. Aunt Huang then suddenly understood. "I see. Good'll give you plenty piling it high. I wish you Xiao Feng a year full of medals in the competitions." After saying this, she took a ladle and filled it generously with both meat and vegetables. Li Feng looked at the mountain of food in his plate and nodded in satisfaction. These dishes were not just simple meals, but represented Aunt Huang's care and blessings for him. "Thank you, Aunt Huang." Aunt Huang, holding the ladle in her right hand and making a fist with her left in a gesture of encouragement, replied, "If there's a live broadcast, I'll cheer for you in front of the TV." Thank you. See you next year." Holding the overflowing plate, he sat down at a table in the cafeteria and began to eat, causing Li Bing to raise his eyebrows at Li Feng's appetite. "Don't eat too much, or you'll upset your stomach," Li Bing warned. "I've been eating a lot lately, but it's fine, I'll just digest it," Li Feng reassured his master. That half-grown boy, the saying about eating his father out of house and home is not just a joke, Li Bing thought, nodding unconsciously. After finishing the meal, they took a stroll to help digest. The master and apprentice first returned to the dormitory to pack their things, then the base's vehicle took them to the airport. This was Li Feng's first time flying in his life, not counting his past life. Li Bing was quite familiar with the process, getting the tickets, passing through security, queuing, and waiting to board. Sitting in the waiting area, Master Li Bing joked, "Are you nervous?" "Not really. Just because I haven't seen a pig run doesn't mean I haven't eaten pork," Li Feng replied jokingly. Suddenly Li Feng remembered something and took out his phone to call Coach Lu Aigua. It was Friday afternoon, and Lu Aigua was on the field training the physical training team. After Li Feng left, his life returned to normal, and his attention shifted to Wu Jiangping and other teammates. "Focus on your movements, pay attention to your movements." Lu Aigua looked serious, finding it very worrying that after teaching the movements several times, they still weren't familiar. Seeing his phone ring, he took it out and saw it was Li Feng calling, his expression brightening as he quickly answered. Li Feng's voice came through the phone. "Coach, I'm about to board a plane to Tiananmen for the indoor competition starting on the 17th. I signed up for the 60 meters, make sure to watch the live broadcast. Good lad showing off with me, huh? Have you made significant improvements in training recently? How fast can you run the 100 meters now? Give me a hint." It's a secret. You'll see then." Besides, I'm running the 60 meters first to gain some experience for the competition. The 100 meters won't be until April. By the way, you remember that TV host Wu Yixiao, right? She mentioned during a meal that if I had a competition, I should let her know. Could you mention it to her when you have the chance and see if she can come? I think it's unlikely. It's too far. I'll mention it to her later and see if she decides to come. You're deliberately hiding your test results from me. You must be holding back something big. I'll tell Principal Li to prepare a banner. I still have that much confidence. The training time wasn't wasted. Good, keep it up. If there's a live broadcast, I'll definitely watch. One more favor. Please tell Chinchiner to remember to watch too. Haha, you little rascal. I don't understand young people's matters and I won't pry. I'll let her know. Wu Jiangping, seeing the coach on the phone for so long, was curious and walked over to listen, wondering what kind of competition it was. After the coach hung up, he couldn't help but ask, "Coach, who is that? Who's competing?" "It's Feng Gu, of course. The National Indoor Championship for 60 meters on the 17th. Make sure to watch." Even though Coach Lu didn't have a TV at home, the school cafeteria did, so he could watch it then. After hanging up with Lu Aigua, Li Feng called his grandparents and parents to tell them about his competition on the 17th, reminding them to watch the live broadcast. Li Bing, watching his apprentice make several calls, all reminding them to watch the live broadcast, couldn't help but joke. "You're so confident, certain you can win the championship." Li Feng confidently smiled as he clenched his fist. "Master, this is my first competition in 2003. I must fight with my back against the wall and leave no way of retreat." Hearing this, Li Bing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Soon the staff notified them to board the plane, and after more than 3 hours the plane landed at Tiananmen Airport. The master and apprentice took a taxi to a hotel near the Tiananmen Sports Center and quickly found a place to eat after dropping off their luggage. During the meal, Li Bing specifically found a restaurant that served fitness nutritional meals. He also informed the owner that they would be participating in a competition in the next few days, and the owner understood, as he often had customers during competitions. This situation was very familiar to him, and he guaranteed there would be no problem. Li Bing also accompanied Li Feng to eat the nutritional meals, saying they should share joys and sorrows, but Li Feng found it unnecessary. However, Li Bing insisted, and Li Feng had no choice but to comply. The next 2 days were mainly about familiarizing themselves with the venue and doing simple warm-up training. While getting familiar with the venue, they encountered someone they knew, or rather not quite familiar, just someone they competed against before, Shun Yunbao from the National Grand Prix. The two greeted each other and cheered one another on. Li Feng also made a point to take a break to log on to QQ at an internet cafe to send a message to Chinchiner, although she was definitely not online. The day before the competition, Coach Lu specifically called to say he had taken care of everything Li Feng had asked. However, the TV host Wu Yixiao indeed couldn't make it. Wu Yixiao had even gone to the school to complain to Coach Liu about the station manager. She said the station manager refused due to the high costs of traveling back and forth, as it was simply too far. This put Coach Liu Igua in the position of being the good guy comforting Wu Yixiao. But thinking about it, local TV stations have limited funding. The cost of making a round trip for 2 people would at least be several thousand, which is not a small amount. Li Feng joked on the phone saying that Liu Igua being single, and Wu Yixiao who also seemed to be single could develop something deeper, since they were of a similar age. After several interactions, he found her quite nice with a good job and personality, and thought it would be a good opportunity for them to get to know each other. Master, you're not getting any younger. Hearing Li Feng's bold words, Coach Liu felt embarrassed on the spot. He mumbled something incoherent. How old are you? What do you know? How could a big host like her possibly take a liking to me? Don't say such things. Inside the Tianjin Sports Gym, the National Indoor Athletics Championships are taking place. The gym is exceptionally lively today, hosting the first Level I event of the year organized by the Chinese Athletics Association. Therefore, there are quite a few spectators. Today, Li Feng is scheduled to run the third leg with the preliminary semi-final and final all completed in one day, posing a challenge to his stamina. The preliminary round starts at 9:05. Li Feng and his coach Li Bing arrived early at the preparation area since they had nothing to do at the hotel. After having an early breakfast, they came here. After checking in at the organizing committee and receiving their race numbers, they went to the preparation area to do some simple warm-up exercises. Hu Kai and Chun Haijian did not come, so there were no familiar faces to greet, leaving them quietly waiting in the preparation area. Soon it was 9 o'clock. Li Feng went for the check-in, and after completing it was led to the starting line. After the starter confirmed their identities, the participants each moved to their respective lanes. Due to the indoor gym's 200-meter track, the straight sections are very short and inclined. Thus, the 60-meter sprint event had to be set up in a separate battlefield in the center of the venue. The Tianjin Sports Gym is a standard indoor athletics facility with the 60-meter track located in the center. Li Feng was assigned to the first group, lane 6, which was acceptable. Finishing early meant he could rest sooner. Everyone adjusted their starting blocks until they found the most suitable positions. Only then did they stand up to continue their warm-up activities, keeping their bodies in the best condition. This was Li Feng's first race of the year, and he felt a bit nervous. However, it was not overwhelming. He knew his capabilities, and if he performed normally, he could win the championship. Li Bing was also focused on the starting point from the preparation area, waiting for the race to start. The organizing committee signaled that the starter could begin. The starter with slightly fair skin held a starter's pistol, appearing very professional. One could tell from his skin that he frequently participated in indoor competitions. Get ready. After everyone was in position, he immediately continued, on your marks. His right hand lowered the starter's pistol. The race begins. Li Feng took off, sprinting ahead with all his might. The 60-meter distance was short, and he charged forward with full power from the start. Therefore, a quick start gave athletes a significant advantage. 30 meters, 50 meters crossed the finish line. First in the preliminary, easily advancing. Li Bing watched as Li Feng crossed the finish line, first feeling excited, clenching his right hand. Good. A good start. The runners who crossed the finish line crashed heavily into the sponge barrier. Li Feng was mentally prepared for this. His master had said it before, but it was still a bit startling. With a bang, they hit the barrier, but fortunately it didn't hurt. Although the 60 meters was a straight track, after crossing the finish line, the athletes had to continue running for another 10 to 20 meters due to inertia. This is why at the front wall several large sponge barriers or cushion pads are set up, allowing athletes to crash into them and significantly reduce the risk of injury. This explains why in his past life Lu Xiang and Su Bingtian frequently participated in indoor races, crashing heavily into the pad after crossing the finish line, creating a strong impact feeling. This is also one of the highlights of the indoor 60 meters or 60-meter hurdles. The audience also enjoys watching this, so locations near the sponge barriers during major competitions are highly sought after. After the finish line, judges and timers confirmed the results, the athletes returned to the preparation area. Not bad, this run was good. Securing first place for advancement was sufficient. The 60-meter distance is short, there could be no holding back early on. Li Bing hurriedly had his disciple lie down for a full body massage to relax his muscles, as the semi-final would start at 10:45. At this moment, a middle-aged man in the organizing committee's work uniform walked over. Li Feng squinted and realized it was Minister Chun. He quickly stood up and greeted, "Hello, Minister Chun. Long time no see." "Li Feng, your eyes have become sharper this time. I hadn't even spoken, and you noticed me." Although Minister Chun was in a work outfit, his demeanor was quite extraordinary. After all, he was a leader and spoke with a hint of authority. "This is Coach Li Bing from the Wadaiku athletics team, right? Hello, we met a long time ago in the national team." "Hello, Minister Chun, I am Li Bing. Indeed, it's been a long time." The two had met a few times before. "You both continue, Bim, just here to catch up with Li Feng. Don't let me hinder your rest. If it does, I'll leave and wait for you to finish your next race." Li Feng quickly said no and had to continue lying down for his master's massage. Seeing this, Minister Chun said, "Li Feng, your preliminary performance was quite good. Do you have confidence in winning the championship?" Minister Chun, I still have one goal in this competition, to win the championship." "Haha, great. It's been a while since I've seen you, but you're still so confident. Last year's Grand Prix Finals award ceremony, you were eyeing Chun Haijian's gold medal with envy. This time I hope you can achieve your wish." "I will definitely make it, just watch the final. I will surely win the championship." After chatting a bit more about Li Feng's winter training base, Minister Chun said goodbye to the two and left, not wanting to waste their rest. After Minister Chun left, Coach Li Bing asked in surprise, "Are you very familiar with Minister Chun?" "It's okay, Master. The reason I could participate in the National Grand Prix finals was thanks to Minister Chen's help. At that time it was Vice Mayor Lee from our boss city who contacted him. They were classmates, and he got me a special quota to register, otherwise my results alone wouldn't meet the competition requirements. I wouldn't have qualified otherwise, and getting the athlete card was also helped by Vice Mayor Lee. "You're quite lucky. You're a blessed person," Li Bing praised his disciple affirmatively as he listened to the recount. "Let me tell you, Chun Zhang is the head of the competition department at the Athletics Administration Center. Having a good relationship with him will benefit you. Of course I'm not teaching you to cling to the powerful, your performance is what matters most as an athlete. But they are the governing body of athletics. Maintaining a good relationship with them can only be beneficial and never harmful," Li Bing earnestly advised. I understand." Master Li Feng nodded in agreement, knowing his master's intentions. Soon it was time for the semifinals. After resting well, Li Feng got up to warm up and went for check-in again, and he was in the first group. The organizing committee assigned the lanes, and Li Feng was in lane 4. Great. Skillfully adjusting his starting block, Li Feng felt much less nervous after the preliminary. Everyone was almost ready. It was still the same starter who meticulously called out, "Get ready. On your marks." Bang. Li Feng sprinted with all his strength. Soon he led the others at 30 meters, occupying the first position. The fair-skinned starter nodded affirmatively as he watched Li Feng, recognizing the young man had championship potential. His start was exceptionally strong. 40 meters, 50 meters crossed the finish line. First in the semifinal secured. He still crashed into the sponge board with a sound cushioning the impact before returning to the track. The finish line judges and timers confirmed the results without error, and only then did a few of them exit the field. Li Feng clocked in at 6:67 seconds, late clinching first place in the semifinal. This time was already close to the national record for 60 meters. After reuniting with his master, Li Feng looked around and didn't see Minister Chun, so the two exited the gym together. Time to rest and eat. I just asked the organizing committee. The final will be held at 1930 tonight, prime time. After having lunch, the master and disciple rested for the entire afternoon, which was quite good enough to restore their energy. Around 5 o'clock, after replenishing some energy, they arrived early at the gym, waiting for the finals to begin. After a restful afternoon, Li Feng was brimming with energy. With nothing to do, Li Feng even had time to call home to inform them that Coach Liu would be competing in the finals at 7:30. CCTV's sports live broadcast was present on site, and it would certainly be aired live, which they planned to watch on time. Faced with Li Feng's childish behavior, Li Bing simply let it be, as long as he was confident that was enough. Li Feng was eager to win the championship in front of his family and friends, which naturally brought pressure, but with pressure comes motivation. At 1920, everyone who had checked in was warming up on their respective tracks, quietly waiting. Because it was the finals, and at 7 in the evening there were quite a few spectators in the gym, at least a few thousand. A commentator and host from CCTV were also present. The commentator was a famous track and field athlete from the last century, who often guest commented after retirement. In the village committee hall back home, the only television in the main hall was occupied by Grandpa, Li Dongfang Chunglian, the village committee director, and other villagers who had nothing to do. "Why hasn't your grandson shown up yet? What's the rush? It hasn't started yet." Li Dongfang immediately retorted. Everyone was glued to the sports channel's live broadcast. Everyone came to see the excitement, having heard that the eldest grandson of the Li family, Li Feng, would appear on television tonight. Li Guohui and Wu Yueme from Xiong province were also anxiously waiting for the match to start in front of their landlord's television. Since Li Feng visited them last time, the landlord's attitude towards them had completely changed. Upon hearing Li Feng's call about the competition tonight, they specifically invited everyone in the small courtyard to watch together. At Chen Xiner's home, the whole family was crouching on the sofa watching television, quietly observing the live broadcast. A couple of days ago, after Coach Liu informed Xiao Chun he had been looking forward to this day, finishing his homework early and waiting in front of the television. The same situation occurred at Li Xingyue, Wu Jiangping, and Wu Yu's homes. Meanwhile, Liu Ping was with Coach Liu and other members of the training team gathered in front of the school's cafeteria television watching the live stream. Due to limited conditions, there was no television at home. Teacher Liu looked there, introducing Brother Feng. Liu Ping pointed at the television, excited beyond belief. It was his first time seeing Li Feng on TV. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the television, and Liu Aigua was also extremely nervous, unsure if Li Feng could clinch the championship. "Dad, Mom, look, Li Feng is on. I see him. Chen Xiner excitedly shook Chen's father's hand as she watched Li Feng on TV. "Why does he seem to be getting darker? It's been a while since I saw him, and he's getting stronger." Chen Xiner pondered to herself. Meanwhile, the host and commentator were introducing the competitors, with Coach Tian detailing their conditions and achievements. Finally, Li Feng was introduced, as he was a favorite for the championship, and his introduction took a bit longer than the other competitors. The camera also focused on Li Feng. Li Feng knew this was a live broadcast and confidently raised both hands, gesturing towards the camera. Host, the athlete in lane 4, is Li Feng, a young talent from Bashi, Sichuan province, only 16 years old, yet incredibly strong, having just achieved a remarkable time of 6:67 seconds in the semifinals this morning. Commentator Tian Young. Li Feng is a rising star in the athletics world. Last year, in his first national level competition, he ran 10:36 seconds to win a silver medal. Keep in mind that the national record is 10:17 seconds. Host, haha, indeed very impressive, but today is the 60-meter final. Coach Tian has gone off topic. Commentator Tian, I forgot about the outstanding junior getting old, haha. Back to the point, Li Feng is the top favorite to win this final, and he has the chance to break the national record of 65 seconds set by Chun Wenjong in 1996. Host, this record hasn't been broken for 7 years. It's clear that Li Feng is very confident tonight, so let's all look forward. The starter saw that the time was about right and began issuing commands. Take your positions. The contestants instantly placed their feet on the starting blocks, awaiting the signal. Ready. Li Feng looked at the track beneath his feet, held his breath, suppressed his excitement, and focused entirely on the start. Chun Shiner, along with Li Feng's family and friends in front of the television, all took a deep breath watching this tense moment. Bang! The race began. Li Feng heard the gunshot and instantly took off, pushing forward with great force. The start was smooth. At 20 meters, people began to look up. Li Feng had already taken the lead. At 40 meters, Li Feng was already a body length ahead. Go, go! The spectators in the gym shouted excitedly. The short-distance athletics easily ignites the adrenaline of the audience. Commentator Tian, Li Feng's start was smooth, accelerating. Currently, Li Feng is in first place, with the Jiangsu contestant Shin Yunbao close behind. The other competitors were also making every effort to catch up. Shin Yunbao is very close. Li Feng, hold your ground. Crossing the finish line. Yes, Li Feng has done it. Let's see what time the champion ran. Anyone with eyes could see that the champion was definitely Li Feng. He crossed the line first, no doubt about it. A few seconds later, the scoreboard displayed the final results. First place, Li Feng 6. 49 seconds, NRPB. Second place, Shin Yunbao 6. 65 seconds PB. Third place, Sun Hao 6. 71 seconds PB. The on-site photographer knew Li Feng was the champion and had already pointed the camera at him. The audience watching the results was also excited. A record had been broken, and everyone was cheering for the champion. At that moment, Li Feng could no longer contain his excitement, raising his fists to his chest and swinging them vigorously. Unable to hold back his cheers, he shouted, "Yay!" His body involuntarily trembled. Li Feng was thrilled. The first shot of the year had fired. After the results came out, Master Li Bing rushed down the track to celebrate with his disciple. The results of winter training were rewarded at this moment. Host, it's clear that Li Feng is very satisfied with this result. He is extremely excited. Commentator Tian, it's completely normal to achieve this result. 6. 49 seconds, not only breaking the national record, but also improving by 0.16 seconds. I have a feeling that this year will be a big harvest for Li Feng, and today is just his auspicious start. Shin Yunbao also did well with 6.65 seconds PB, tying the national record. If it weren't for Li Feng, he would be the champion. Dad, Mom, Li Feng won. And he broke the national record. Yay, yay. At that moment, Chun Shiner was so excited she jumped and shouted on the sofa. You, my classmate, are truly amazing. This is a national champion and record. Guohui Ume, your son is a national champion. The key is that he also broke the record. 6.49 seconds. Li Guohui and Wu Yueme were also extremely excited and very proud. This is my son. Old Li, your grandson is incredible. This is a bona fide national champion. Grandpa Li Dongfang and Grandma Qingguoyan were delighted to see him win proudly, saying that their grandson has achieved success. Brother Feng is amazing. My brother is the national champion and has broken the national record. Lu Ping excitedly tugged at Lu Aiguo's hand. Lu Aiguo watched the results on TV, also filled with excitement. He had believed that Li Feng might win the championship, but he never expected he would not only win the championship, but also break the national record. Reminiscing about last year's Grand Prix, he had appeared on CCTV with Li Feng, but last time the spotlight was on Chun Haijin, and Li Feng only won a silver medal. This time he finally won the gold medal, and also broke the record. Lu Aiguo felt genuinely happy for his disciple Li Feng. Unfortunately, this time the coach beside Li Feng was not him. Well, it won't be him in the future either. It's no one else's fault. It's just that my coaching ability has declined, and I can't keep up. That's just fate. Lu Aiguo couldn't help but feel a bit despondent. In the office area on the second floor of the Ba City television station, Wu Yixiao, who was working overtime, was glued to the live broadcast and witnessed this thrilling moment. She knew that Li Feng was not an ordinary talent. He became the national champion and even broke the national record. It's all the director's fault, otherwise I could have interviewed Li Feng on site and shared this glorious moment. This is the pride of Ba City. Now I can only write the news report in front of the television. How can that compare to an on-site interview? Thinking of this, the furious Wu Yixiao stomped her feet in frustration. Unexpectedly, the floor tiles made a sound, and a hole was stomped into the ground by her high heels. Wu Yixiao was instantly speechless, exclaiming, "What a shoddy construction." But she couldn't stop her work. She had to finish the report quickly for tomorrow's morning news. After the excitement at the competition, Li Feng and his master Li Bing gradually calmed down. Shin Yunbao, who had met Li Feng once, came over to congratulate him, saying that without Li Feng's example, he would not have been able to achieve his best performance. Li Feng humbly congratulated him on winning the silver medal. After a while, the award ceremony was about to begin. The preparations were nearly complete, and the staff called Li Feng over for the presentation. Surprisingly, the award presenter was Minister Chun Zheng from the athletic department of the sports administration. Minister Chun presented medals to the bronze and silver medalists, in turn shaking hands with them. Finally, he handed the gold medal to Li Feng. Li Feng bowed his head to put it on, and Minister Chun joked, "Now it's someone else's turn to envy your gold medal." Haha, thank you, Minister Chun. After taking a group photo together, the other two left, and Chun Zheng pulled Li Feng aside to talk. I heard from Li Bing that you are going to participate in the IAAF World Indoor Athletics Championships next month. I wish you great success. Thank you, Minister Chun. Without your help in the Grand Prix before, I wouldn't be where I am today. Oh, you're being too modest. The track and field world speaks for itself. Without me, you would shine just as brightly. Hearing this, Li Feng's expression turned serious as he sincerely replied, "Without that competition, I might still be struggling in Sichuan province. How would I have had the chance to be recognized by the Wadaiku athletics team and Master Li Bing? Of course there would be no today. Minister Chun, if you ever need my help in the future, I will not decline." Li Feng patted his chest. Listening to Li Feng's response, Chun Zhang found him increasingly likable, a good kid who knows how to show gratitude. "From now on, don't call me Minister Chun, it sounds too formal. I'm about the same age as your parents, so just call me Uncle Chun from now on." Li Feng wanted to decline, but was interrupted by Chun Zhang. "What? Are you looking down on me just because you call me uncle? Minister Chun, both you and Uncle Li have shown me kindness, so calling you uncle is my honor. How could I look down on you? Then what should you call me now?" Chun Zhang playfully raised his voice to tease Li Feng. "Uncle Chun, Uncle Chun. That's more like it. Leave me your number. Next time you're in Kyoto, come over for dinner." Li Bing, witnessing the entire process, couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly, thinking, my apprentice is a lucky one. This morning I just told Li Feng to build good relationships with these department leaders, and now he's directly calling him uncle and being invited to dinner at his house. Is this how you build relationships? Sai, my disciple is truly fortunate. After chatting for a few more minutes about everyday life, Minister Chen left as he had work to do. Meanwhile, Lu Yuhan, a reporter from the CCTV sports channel, had been waiting for a long time for the champion's interview. If it weren't for the fact that it was Minister Chen speaking, I would have wanted to interrupt the conversation. I had to stand a bit further away and wait patiently until Minister Chen left, then hurried forward. Lu Yuhan, dressed in a black professional outfit and looking very young, politely held the microphone and asked, "Hello, Li Feng, I am a reporter from CCTV sports channel. May I interview you for a moment?" Li Feng and Li Bing turned around upon hearing this. It was the usual interview for champions. Li Bing gestured for Li Feng to step forward and say a few words. "Sure, go ahead and ask." The cameraman quickly aimed the camera at Li Feng. Lu Yuhan asked, "Today you won the gold medal at the national indoor competition for the first time and broke the national record. How do you feel right now?" Li Feng replied, "Haha, as an athlete, winning a gold medal and breaking a record is incredibly joyous. When my results appeared on the screen, I was extremely excited." Lu Yuhan continued, "I heard that you might be participating in the IAAF World Indoor Athletics Championships next month." Li Feng thought, how did she find out? She must be eavesdropping. But it didn't matter, it wasn't a secret. "Yes, my master Li Bing will take me to participate. This is true." Lu Yuhan asked, "What is your goal for this international Li Bing noticed that the young girl was trying to set Li Feng up and quickly tugged at Li Feng. Li Feng replied, "My goal in this competition is definitely to win the championship. Am I traveling all that way just to participate?" Hearing Li Feng's answer, Li Bing felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that some things shouldn't be said carelessly. Lu Yuhan, thrilled to have received such explosive news, quickly pressed on, "Have you thought about breaking the indoor 60-meter world record of 6:39 seconds? Li Bing quickly pulled Li Feng back, signaling him not to say anything reckless. Li Feng replied, "It depends on how I perform. I believe that any 60-meter athlete would want to break this record." Lu Yuhan asked a few other simple questions about training and interviewed Master Li Bing before wrapping up the process. "Master, did you just pull me back because you were afraid I would say something inappropriate?" "Yes, Xiao Feng, don't be fooled by how polite that reporter seems, she's still a young girl. Those two questions about the March competition were designed to set you up. Thankfully, you didn't mention breaking the world record, otherwise you would have been scolded. The media loves to twist words. In the future, when you accept interviews, make sure not to say anything reckless. If you don't want to answer, just don't. The media loves to set traps," Li Bing said with lingering fear. "CCTV reporters should be okay, right?" Li Feng scratched his head. "You still haven't experienced the harshness of society. If she doesn't report it, won't she sell the interview records to other media or newspapers? Or inadvertently leak them? See, you just said you were going to win the championship at the IAAF Indoor Championships, and there will definitely be news spinning it in a misleading way. The media loves to exaggerate and take things out of context just to grab attention. Your fame isn't that big yet, so not many media outlets are paying attention to you, but once you make a name for yourself internationally, you'll understand how terrifying the media can be." Li Feng thought to himself that he indeed lacked experience. He would have to be more careful during future interviews. "Master, don't worry. I will be cautious from now on and won't say anything reckless that could get me into trouble," Li Feng promised, patting his chest. As both master and disciple were about to leave, the organizing committee suddenly announced a urine test, because Li Feng had broken the national record. It was a term he had only heard on television. News now applied to himself. Under the supervision of 2 staff members, Li Feng took a long time to finish the urine test. "So embarrassing, Sai. Haha, you need to get used to it. This will be the norm from now on." Looking at his disciple's awkward expression, Li Bing Indeed, the next day, CCTV News reported that sports channel reporter Lu Yuhan had interviewed Li Feng. It was a brief segment, but it included a few seconds of footage of Li Feng receiving an award and discussing his aspirations to win at the International Association of Athletics Federation's Indoor Championships. Some reports were favorable, while others were less friendly. Among the more normal ones was the headline, "Congratulations. 16-year-old Li Feng from Sichuan province wins the first gold medal of the year." Sichuan athlete Li Feng claims the 60-meter gold medal in 6:49 seconds, breaking the national record. Genius. The 16-year-old is admitted early to Wadaiku University. Reports with a more shocking tone included shocking. The 60-meter champion of the Tianjin Indoor World Championships is actually a minor. High school student wins Indoor World Championship gold medal. Is there no one in domestic athletics? At 16, a short distance runner is admitted early to the country's top university. Could this be the reason? Eye-catching headlines included 16-year-old Li Feng boldly declares he will win the International Association of Athletics Federation's indoor championships. Extremely arrogant. Going there means being the champion of others are just there to participate. With parents working away, a high school student surprisingly does this. This sparked a heated discussion among netizens, but unfortunately it was soon drowned out. There are too many geniuses, and very few truly become famous. Mainly the prestige of the Indoor Athletics Championship is still too low. However, in Boss City, this small city, Li Feng truly became famous. Perhaps it was because Boss City has not had any notable figures for decades. The local TV station in Boss City, Wu Yixio's morning news and evening news were filled with reports of Li Feng's victory. Furthermore, the Boss City Daily had a whole section dedicated to him, primarily discussing Li Feng. His alma mater No. 2 Middle School was particularly lively with banners changing to warm congratulations. Our student Li Feng from Class 3 Year 1 has won the championship in the National Indoor Athletics Championships for the 60-meter race. Warm congratulations. Our student Li Feng from Class 3 Year 1 has broken the national record in the National Indoor Athletics Championships. This led to all the teachers and students discussing Li Feng. Recently, Lu Ping had been quite the talker in Class 3. His big mouth, like it was installed with a loudspeaker, would tell everyone that Brother Feng is my big brother. Who doesn't know that? With a famous older brother, the younger brother also shares in the glory and shame. Unfortunately, Li Feng was not present, otherwise he would be even more celebrated than when he won the silver medal. The day after the competition, Li Bing took his disciple back to Wadayaka University. Tianjin is very close to Kyoto, and the two set off early in the morning, taking a car that took 2 hours to reach the west gate of Wadayaka University in Haidian district. As soon as they got out of the car, they felt a chill in the air, wrapping their coats tighter. After retrieving their luggage from the trunk, they bid farewell to the driver. Li Feng exhaled a mist of breath. It's really cold. He looked up at the tall gate of Tsinghua University, where 4 elegant characters, Tsinghua University. Wadayaka University is actually Tsinghua University. To avoid suspicion, they used a homophone, everyone understands. These 4 characters were pinned by the great founding leader himself. In June 1950, the busy leader, responding to the request of Tsinghua's teachers and students, delightedly wrote 6 powerful characters, Tsinghua University. As a master calligrapher, he humbly noted beside it the cursive script at the bottom right is somewhat better. Since then, the emblem written by the leader has accompanied this historical institution, Tsinghua. Li Feng was extremely excited. This is Tsinghua University. It's a pity he didn't have a camera, otherwise he would definitely want to take a photo for remembrance. Although it had already been spring for a while, Kyoto was still in a cold season with temperatures below zero. However, the West Gate was still bustling with activity. Once upon a time in his past life, Li Feng also wished to take a spontaneous trip with Kyoto as his destination. Tiananmen Square, Wadayaka University, Gugong Tiananmen Park, Badaling Summer Palace, Yuan Minju and Xiangshan Park, Gongwangfu. Kyoto has so many wonderful places worth visiting. Unfortunately, he had never been able to go due to external circumstances. And now the 4 characters of Tsinghua University appeared vividly before his eyes, leaving Li Feng feeling excited, but after a moment calm inside. It was simply a long-cherished wish fulfilled. Being able to come here was truly not easy. Li Bing watched his disciple staring at the 4 characters on the gate, wondering what he was thinking, and chose not to disturb him. Master, let's go. I'll take you to check in first. Since Li Feng had not officially enrolled, he couldn't stay in the student dormitory. Li Bing originally thought to ask the sports research department for a solution. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. This time back, he wouldn't be staying long anyway, so he might as well not bother. He directly took Li Feng to the faculty dormitory, which was where he himself lived, to make do. Just a simple sleeping mat would suffice, especially since there was heating in the room. The master and disciple entered Li Bing's single dormitory, which was a bit messy because he usually lived alone and didn't tidy up much. "Ha, don't mind it, Xiao Feng, just make do." The usually composed Li Bing showed a rare hint of embarrassment as he looked at the messy room, scratching his head and saying, "It's fine, it's already great. Doesn't your wife come to help you clean up?" Li Feng asked curiously. "Well, doesn't she also have to work? This dormitory is fine for me alone." After tidying up a bit and organizing their luggage, Li Bing took his disciple to the cafeteria for a meal. "So how is the food at Wadayaka? Isn't it bad? You can take whatever you want to, just swipe your card." Li Feng also was not polite, ordering some of his favorite dishes. The cafeteria staff at Wadayaka were quite steady, doing a good job. Kudos to the staff. After the two had their meal, they returned to the dormitory to rest for a moment. Li Bing decided not to train in the afternoon, allowing for a half-day break. Work and rest should be balanced. Li Feng could not hold out against this and had to comply. So Li Bing drove his disciple out for some fun. They spent the afternoon visiting Tiananmen Square, Gugong, and Tiananmen Park. Li Feng was very happy and excited, using his master's camera to take pictures and group photos until they finally ran out of. By evening, Li Bing took his disciple to Quanjude for roast duck, where there were many people, and they had to queue. After waiting for quite a while, it was their turn. The waiter led them to an empty table. "Master, how about we don't eat?" Li Feng looked at the price list and exclaimed, "My goodness, it's really expensive. Just for this meal, if you want good food, a month's salary is gone. If you order less, it won't be enough. Today I'll treat you, why worry about it? Just wait to eat. Waiter will have this, and this. That's enough to eat, that's enough. Master, don't order so much." Li Feng hurriedly stopped him. "I still don't know your appetite. Waiter, bring a large portion of sesame pancakes." "Alright, just a moment please, are you worried about me eating you poor?" "Not at all. Eat freely, and if it's not enough we can order more." Li Bing was quite generous as well. During this time, he knew his disciple's temperament. He had to treat him well today. Tomorrow they will begin maintaining their training for the competition in mid-March, so today, they can indulge, eat well, drink well. After a brief moment of joy, Li Feng returned to his tedious and repetitive daily training. However, the cold of Kyoto made him feel somewhat unaccustomed. The training volume was also correspondingly reduced, mainly to maintain his condition and avoid injury. After developing the photos from the shoot, Li Feng specifically selected a few good ones and sent some to his classmate Xiao Chun. He wondered if he would be surprised when he received a letter from Wadayaka University. After practicing sprinting twice, Li Feng was called to stop by his master. Xiao Feng, there's something that needs to be handled right now. Put on your clothes and come with me, who I'll explain as we go. Li Bing's tone was very serious. Li Feng did not ask further, but walked to the edge of the track to grab his coat and put it on. Over the past few months, he had formed a tacit understanding with his master Li Bing, knowing that something important was certainly at hand. I just received a call from Director Chen Weiqiang of the ministry. There are two very important matters. We need to go to the meeting room of the Physical Education Research Department at the school. The national team and the Athletics Management Center personnel have arrived. One matter is there will be a Vienna International Indoor Athletics Championship on March 9th, and the Athletics Management Center has formed a Chinese athletics delegation, recruiting many athletes to participate first before flying to Birmingham, England for the World Indoor Athletics Championships on the 14th. They want to recruit you. The second matter is very important regarding your endorsement share. Normally, the commercialization of athletes is handled by the Athletics Management Center, but your situation is quite special. What are your thoughts on this issue? After listening, Li Feng thought for a moment and said, being recruited by the national team is an obligation I must fulfill. I have to compete regardless. As for the commercialization endorsement share, I certainly do not wish to have it managed by the center, as that would mean I have no autonomy over endorsements. What if I don't like it? I wouldn't be able to refuse, right? Moreover, I am not from a sports school, nor am I part of a local team. I haven't occupied much of the resources within the system. The school should have spent money on the winter training base, right? Li Feng asked him. As for the winter training, the school did indeed pay for it. Then I definitely want to secure the autonomy over the endorsements. As for the share distribution, how is it generally allocated? According to what I know, generally the individual takes 50, the coach and other contributors take 15, the Athletics Management Center takes 15, and the athletes sending unit takes 20. However, this is the standard for athletes cultivated within the system from a young age. Our school usually takes 10 from high-level athletes, but you need to negotiate your endorsements with the school and ensure that it does not harm the school's image. As for the share from the Athletics Management Center, we will discuss that later. Think about it yourself. My personal suggestion is to after all, you are essentially self-made, and you have not received training resources from within the system. Li Feng nodded, knowing that when it comes to money, one must argue their case. If you do not wish to negotiate, just tell me your thoughts, and I can help you convey them. It's fine. I'd rather speak for myself. It's just a negotiation after all, not something that's finalized right away. Soon the two arrived outside the second-floor meeting room of the Physical Education Research Department, where Chen Weiqiang was waiting for them. Sorry to keep you waiting, Director. It's all right, Lao Li. Have you explained the situation to Xiao Li? I did, but in such a short time, how could he understand? Isn't this putting him in a difficult position? It's fine, let's talk first. This matter isn't something that can be decided instantly. Besides, can they bully us here at Wadayaka? Chen Weiqiang spoke with strong protective instincts. Let's go in. They've been waiting for a while. After leading the master and disciple inside, Chen Weiqiang greeted them to take a seat. Li Feng saw that 3 people had arrived, 2 of whom were acquaintances, Luo Feline and Uncle Chun. Let me introduce you to each other, Director Chen said. These 3 are leaders from the Athletics Management Center. They are Chun Zheng, the director of the competition department, Wangda, the director of the business development department, and Luo Feline, the deputy chief coach of the national athletics team. This is Li Feng, the one you are looking for, and beside him is his coach Li Bing. Just as Li Feng was about to greet Uncle Chun, he noticed a look from him, and was quite surprised, yet he did not say anything. After a brief greeting, they began discussing these 2 matters. Luo Feline, as the deputy chief coach of the national athletics team, talked about the formation of the delegation for the competition, and expressed hope that Li Feng could join. Li Feng immediately patted his chest, and stated that he would gladly accept the national team's recruitment, and had no issues. Luo Feline was pleased to hear this, appreciating Li Feng's understanding. Wangda from the business development department then took his turn to speak. The other matter is your commercial development contract. According to the center's practice, commercial development is fully managed by the Athletics Management Center. The share is usually 50 for the individual, 15 for the center, 20 for the sending unit, and 15 for the coaching team. However, your situation is special, so the center has decided to give you a split of 60 for the individual, 25 for the center, 10 for Wadayaka University, and 5 for the coaching team. What do you think? Before coming, the business development department had discussed this condition and made concessions for Li Feng, which was unique in the country. However, Li Feng did not think so. He stated that he had not occupied resources for training from local or national teams and had grown personally. He had no objections to the 10 for the school and 5 for the coaching team, but he wanted to take responsibility for the commercial development rights, and he believed the center's share should be reduced. Wangda was taken aback and exclaimed, "We've already raised it to 60. Aren't you satisfied? Domestic athletes are all treated like this, not just you. Your contract is already unique in the country. My situation is different from theirs, isn't it? But we have already made concessions, others only get 50. Director Chen Weiqiang also defended, saying Li Feng is right, his situation is very special, and the center should treat him accordingly. He has not enjoyed resources from within the system, so the standards cannot be the same as theirs. For a time both sides held their ground, unable to reach a consensus. Seeing this, Wang De suggested they step outside to discuss, pulling Luo Feline and Chen Zheng out of the meeting room. Lao Chen Lao Luo, what do you think we should do now? They don't agree. Should we pressure him with the competition? The center has this authority to make him yield. The competition department director Chen Zheng shook his head and said that won't work. Didn't you see how Chen Weiqiang is protecting? The center can block him from competing, but that only works on ordinary athletes. Li Feng is different. Firstly, he has indeed not received training or resources from within the system. Secondly, he has the backing of Wadaiku University. If we don't let him compete, do you think that's possible? The influence of Wadaiku in the government is not something I need to explain. If we push him too hard, he might just go participate independently. What will we do then? I think so too. You're thinking too simply, Lao Wang. Luo Feline calmly agreed. Regarding the commercial issues with Li Feng and the center, Luo Feline was indifferent as long as he followed what Director Chen said. What does it matter to him? He won't get a penny. This is a matter for the center and the business development department. Moreover, regarding Li Feng's affiliation, Coach Luo had some grievances towards the athletics management center and the leaders. Originally, when Chen Zheng recommended him, he wanted to personally invite Li Feng to Bashu. However, the center's leaders insisted that he go to Cheong province to oversee winter training, which was later taken over by Li Bing, and he still held a grudge about it. Li Feng's visible talent for a coach brings not just monetary gains, but also honor and influence. But now Li Feng has joined the athletics team at Wadaiku training under Li Bing. The situation has been settled. Therefore, in dealing with the business contract, Luo Feline stood with Li Feng, hoping to negotiate well, even if it meant making concessions. This way, he could summon Li Feng for training and into the delegation. If Li Feng were to win a medal, he would also share in the credit. If things fell apart, he would end up with nothing. Then why don't you two come up with a suggestion? Wang De said, helplessly, only presenting problems without offering solutions, just waiting for me to speak. Chen Jing thought for a moment and proposed a plan. I believe the business autonomy should belong to Li Feng, with a distribution of 75 to him, 10 to the center and the school and coaching team remaining unchanged. No, that's too much of a concession. I can't explain this back home, Minister Wang said, waving his hand. You go convince him yourself, though I'm at my wit's end. At this moment, the three fell silent. Minister Wang secretly weighed the situation. In fact, how much the center received was not a big deal, as the center did not lack money. Athletics is not a niche sport. The annual funding is more than sufficient. The director mainly wants results. Thinking about Li Feng's talent and Chen's unusual attitude today, he simply said, then I'll listen to you both. After all, we three came together today, and we'll handle this together. If we get criticized when we return to the center, it will be the three of us together. Chen Zheng naturally had no objections, as it was his suggestion. Luo Feline was even less concerned. He just wanted to ensure Li Feng made the team. The three reached a consensus. Turning around, they entered the conference room, where Wang De explained the autonomy and distribution again to Li Feng, who naturally had no objections. This was an unprecedented concession. Chen Weiqiang and Li Bing exchanged glances, both surprised. When did the athletic center become so accommodating? Li Bing looked at Chen Zheng and Li Feng, thinking about their relationship, and guessed that Chen Zheng must have put in some effort. With no objections from any party, the contract was officially signed. Thus, Li Feng obtained the rights for independent commercial development and a generous 75 share. Moreover, after he graduated from university, the school would automatically withdraw, allowing him to have 85. Of course, there were additional conditions in the contract that required Li Feng to communicate with the school and center before signing endorsements or other commercial activities. These actions could not harm the center's image, but the approval authority belonged to the school, not the center. Li Feng was very satisfied with this contract. Li Bing was also very satisfied, but do not underestimate the five. As Li Feng's master, he knew the progress his disciple had made during this time, and his own hard work. Breaking 10 was just a matter of time. Then there are the Athens Olympics next year, and the 2008 Kyoto Olympics. By then, as a top athlete in Chinese athletics, an endorsement would start at several million, and surely he would secure more than one. That 5 would amount to a significant sum. With both face and substance secured, what more could one ask for? After settling the contract, Coach Luo immediately invited Li Feng and Li Bing to train at the national athletics team's base the next day. The delegation was basically formed, all training at the base, and they would set off for Austria on March 7th. Li Feng and Li Bing gladly agreed, as the national team's base conditions were much better than those at Wadaiku. After agreeing to meet on time the next day, the three accompanied the other three downstairs to see them off. Once they reached the ground floor, Luo Feline signaled for them to return, then opened the car door for Wang De to get in, preparing to head back to the base. However, Chen Zheng hadn't gotten in yet. The two looked over to see Minister Chen speaking with Li Feng. Xiao Feng, come to my house for dinner tomorrow night. He'll have your aunt make you something good. Minister Chen, wouldn't that be too much trouble for your aunt? Li Feng replied. It's no trouble at all, just a simple meal. He'll pick you up after your training tomorrow. He'll give you a call. Did you hear that? Sure, Uncle Chen, then I'll impose tomorrow. Li Feng smiled sheepishly. After saying this, Chen Zheng returned to the car. Old Luo, let's go. All right, you old fox. During our discussion, were you deliberately setting me up? I thought you were acting differently today. So what's your relationship with Li Feng? Are you relatives? Wang De realized, feeling disheartened, that he had been advocating for Li Feng, but he had sensed something earlier, but didn't confront it because it didn't concern his interests, and he saw no need to offend Chen Zheng. The contract was signed with the center. Chen Zheng remained calm in response, with an honest look on his face. Old Wang, I didn't set you up, don't say that. Originally, Li Feng was in this situation. I have no familial relationship with him. You all don't guess randomly. He is the nephew of my old classmate Li Kong. I helped him register for his first major competition. Old Luo knows about this. Yes, Minister Chun is correct. He even recommended Li Feng to me, suggesting I invite him to the national team. But alas, don't mention it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Luo Feline shook his head, starting the car and driving away. Chen Weiqiang, seeing the three leave, curiously asked, Li Feng, are you related to Chen Zheng? He even invited you to dinner. Director Chun, it's not like that. My uncle introduced me to him. Minister Chun is very nice, and that's good. With him around the center shouldn't cause any trouble. Today went so smoothly with the contract. He contributed a lot. You should thank him properly. Of course, I'll need to buy something to bring tomorrow. The next day, Li Feng and Li Bing drove to the training ground of the athletic center. Indeed, the national team's facilities are excellent, with various equipment available for use at any time practicing sprint starts. There are also professional masseurs and a sports health center. It was Li Feng's first time enjoying the services of a masseur, which was much more comfortable than what he was used to. Once he had the money, he would definitely hire one for himself. At lunch, Li Bing specifically accompanied Li Feng to buy some gifts to take to Chun Zhang's house in the evening. Minister Chen indeed came on time to pick up Li Feng, and upon seeing that he had bought gifts, scolded him a bit, saying not to bother with such formalities. Li Feng didn't take it to heart, and no matter how familiar he was with someone's home, it was always better to bring something than nothing, as he had been taught by his parents since childhood. Chun Zheng lived in the 3rd Ring Road in a relatively new neighborhood, with a 3-bedroom apartment that was quite stylishly decorated. Li Feng felt a bit awkward since it was his first time there, but he greeted Chun Zheng's family respectfully, displaying good manners. Knowing that Li Feng was an athlete, they prepared a large spread of dishes, which Li Feng didn't hesitate to devour. During this time, he was growing rapidly, and had a huge appetite, especially with the intensity of his daily training. After finishing the meal, Chun Zheng accompanied Li Feng to sit in the living room, watching television and drinking tea. Uncle Chen, Aunt, thank you so much for today. I didn't bring many special gifts this time, just some small things I picked up. Next time when I come from my hometown, I'll bring some specialties. No need for that. Just having you here is enough. Do you have confidence in winning a gold medal at the indoor competition? Hee Uncle Chen, you still don't know me. My only goal in the competition is the gold medal. I may lack many things, but I never lack confidence. Good lad. Li Feng was about the same age as his son, with a similar confident demeanor, but sadly his son wasn't there today. Chun Zheng valued Li Feng for 2 reasons. First, he was an old classmate of Li Feng. Second, Li Feng had immense potential and spoke appropriately. Third, the boy resembled his son quite a bit.